Chapter 201 The Two Leaders of Deadwood. Hold head high. With a high-pitched dragon roar, Parashion revealed his true form in the sky. The red dragon exuded dragon power unbridled. The Deadwood troll in chaos almost collapsed under the shock of dragon power. Kill! Kill! On the other hand, the dragon-blooded warriors under Leo were not affected by the dragon's power at all. With high morale, they became more and more courageous as they fought. The fearful face and blank eyes of the Deadwood troll stimulated their desire to attack, making their offensive more fierce. As one goes and the other goes, the human army's offensive becomes more and more fierce, and the resistance of the Deadwood trolls becomes weaker and weaker. If the situation continues like this, it won't be long before the Deadwood trolls, who are far more numerous than humans, will collapse. Things often change at this juncture, and this time is no exception. Ho-ho-ho. Amidst the noise caused by the high-speed movement of objects, a large group of fist-sized black spherical objects shot out from the mountains behind Kumu village and attacked the human warriors attacking Kumu village. They turned out to be shadow arrows. A troll holding two stone axes walked out slowly with his head held high, followed by thousands of Deadwood trolls. Seeing this scene, Leo secretly thought, the real master has appeared. Without further observation, Leo knew based on the aura of this troll, when it appeared that this dual-wielding troll must be the army leader born in Deadwood village. The appearance of the army leader instantly boosted the morale of the Deadwood trolls, who were about to collapse. The Deadwood troll shouted his name Zalaz. Deadwood loudly. What are you panicking about? Cheer up. Zareth was very dissatisfied with the performance of his opponent's cowards. He clearly had several times the number of his opponents, but was suppressed and beaten by humans. The Deadwood troll's face was completely disgraced by these cowards. A cloud of gray-green gas floated to Zareth's side, and the troll had a look of disdain on his face after sniffing it. How can such a little trick work in front of me? Zareth? Witch doctor. Put the totem on me. Deadwood trolls, with strange decorations on their heads, stood behind Zara's. These Deadwood trolls, numbering around 1,000, were Deadwood witch doctors with the ability to cast totem spells. Under Zareth's command, these witch doctors started dancing like dancing masters. Just as Leo was looking at it in amusement, phantoms of wooden poles with arms as thick as 1 meter high appeared out of thin air. These wooden phantoms followed the Deadwood witch doctor's funny dance, like a god began to change. Simple lines of patterns were generated on it, as if there was an invisible paintbrush quietly sketching in the void. Having said all that, the entire process actually takes no more than 3 seconds to occur. The totem spells of the Deadwood witch doctors brought about a huge change in the battle situation. Dots of bright light flickered on some of the totem poles. These bright lights seemed to awaken something in the bodies of the Deadwood trolls. The human soldiers who were fighting the trolls found that their opponents actually had bright lights flashing on them. These bright lights are not just decorative things. As they flicker, the injuries on the Deadwood troll's body will be obviously healed every once in a while. This part of the totem is the group healing spell, Healing Barrier Totem, that the Deadwood witch doctor knows. Different from the healing barrier totems, red fire appeared on the other totems. These totem poles kept condensing the fire element and quickly formed small fireballs. Every 2 seconds, a small fireball would be emitted from the top, hit the human warriors in battle. With the help of the totem spell of the Deadwood witch doctor, the trolls have a group of hundreds of chaplains and mages respectively to assist in the battle. The Deadwood trolls were defeated by the dragon-blooded warriors under Leo's command. With the help of these totem poles, we quickly stabilized our position. If it was just like this, Leo wouldn't be worried. After seeing that his men had stabilized their position, the Deadwood witch doctor under Zalaz danced another dance with weird movements. This time, Leo didn't dare to laugh anymore. In fact, he couldn't help but laugh. New totem poles appeared one after another. Circles of hot flames rolled out from these totem poles and spread quickly to the surroundings. Leo was surprised to find that wherever these flaming waves spread, the unstable mushrooms planted by the poisonous flower vines would die quickly. Just like plants that had lost their moisture, this totem spell has a name. It is called Lava Totem Spell. If it weren't for the Deadwood witch doctor's lack of strength, the totem pole would have erupted with hot lava instead of scorching waves. The unstable mushroom of the poisonous flower vine was completely defeated by the Deadwood witch doctor's Lava Totem Spell, and it met its nemesis. What's even more amazing is that the flaming waves emitted by the lava totem technique will not only not hurt the Deadwood trolls, but can also help them remove the mushroom poison from their bodies. However, the dragon-blooded warriors touched by the flaming waves will be affected by the flaming waves. Grilled. Totemism should not be underestimated. No wonder the troll named Zara's is so arrogant. Leo was filled with fear, as he saw that fire spells were indeed the nemesis of plant spells. If the poisonous flower vine's unstable mushrooms encountered the fire mage's flame storm, they would be completely destroyed. Among the 20,000 trolls in Witheredwood Village, there were actually thousands of witch doctors who could use totem spells. The ratio of 20 to 1 was really surprising. In order for a person to be able to use magic to appear in the human race, only one among nearly 1,000 warriors can be born, and it may not be able to reach a high level. With so many witch doctors being born in Deadwood Village, did the army leader named Zaraz have any influence among them? Leo looked at Zaraz with interest, perhaps feeling his probing gaze. The troll's gaze was cast in his direction. Their gazes crossed the fierce battlefield and collided in the void. Sparks flew. Roar! Parashion in the sky suddenly let out a cry of pain. And at some point an iron spear was inserted into the red dragon's wings. Who is so powerful that he stabbed Polition with an iron spear? Red Dragon. Jia. How do you feel about the gift from me? Nimmer the Slayer? A troll Jia, holding a spear and carrying dozens of iron spears on his back, appeared in the mountains behind Deadwood Village with a smile. The troll's dark red hair, as disheveled as weeds, was still shaking as he spoke, looking as if he was mocking the injured Parashion. Injured by a troll who was insignificant in the eyes of the dragon, and also ridiculed by the other party. Parashion would berserk in an instant. You scumbag! I want you dead. Lord Polition wants you dead. The red dragon roared and flew towards the mountain where Nimel was. The dragon's power exerted on the Deadwood troll disappeared as soon as he left. Without the intimidation of the dragon's power, the Deadwood trolls could fully display their strength. The 2,000 dragon-blooded warriors gradually shifted from offense to defense under their counterattack. At this moment, the balance of war tilted towards the Deadwood troll. This Deadwood village is not simple. There are actually 2 army leaders, and one of them is a killer who specializes in fighting. Even if Parashion has epic strength and wants to win the peak of the legendary realm, Nimmer will have to do it. It took a lot of effort. The pinnacle of the legendary realm? Yes. The 2 army leaders of Deadwood Village, Zalas and Nimar, are both strong men in the legendary realm. This is the result of Leo's aura induction between strong men. In terms of strength, Zareth is weaker than Nirmal. But Zareth is obviously a commander-type military leader, so it is normal for Zareth to be weaker than Nirmal, a dedicated combat killer. No wonder the trolls in Deadwood Village have been able to occupy this corner of the Earthy Highlands. They have 2 legendary masters, and they are also army leaders with special abilities. Whoever provokes them must weigh carefully before provoking them. Is it worth fighting a bloody battle with the trolls in Deadwood Village just for this small corner? With the witch doctor's totem skills and 2 legendary army leaders, you managed to turn the situation back in an instant. It's really amazing. But do you think that by luring Parashion away and getting rid of the unstable mushrooms of the poisonous flower vines, there will be nothing I can do to you? Amidst the roaring sound, walls of bones rose from the ground, creating a wall out of thin air between the 2,000 dragon blood warriors and the large group of Deadwood trolls. A wall of bones intertwined with ferocious bone spurs, since the bone wall appeared from under the feet of the Deadwood troll. Some unlucky Deadwood trolls were pushed up by the rising bone wall. Amidst the screams, their bodies were pierced by bone teeth and became hung on the wall. A corpse. Blood flowed all over the ground along the bone wall, and the death state was extremely miserable. Is Master Leo going to use that move? Upon seeing this, Whaley quickly asked the soldiers to retreat backwards with their shields, fearing that they would be affected if they retreated too slowly. The dragon-blooded warriors retreated, and the Deadwood trolls were in hot pursuit. These humans have killed many of our companions, and now they see that the situation is not good and want to run away. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Follow me. Don't let these humans get away. Zalas was also shouting loudly from behind. In his opinion, it was normal for the human army, which numbered only 2,000 or 3,000, to retreat under the siege of 20,000 members of his tribe. The human warriors protected themselves with shields and kept retreating, while the Deadwood trolls were chasing after them, vowing to kill all the humans who invaded the Deadwood village. The situation took a 180-degree turn. The soldiers under his command were being chased by trolls, but Leo was calmly casting poisonous explosions. As long as Willie and the others retreated, the empty space would immediately be enveloped in green poisonous mist. Facing the green poisonous fog, the Deadwood trolls relied on the witch doctor's healing barrier totem to heal themselves, and didn't care at all. In their view, these green poisonous fogs are not an obstacle to their pursuit of humans, but a manifestation of the incompetence of the human army. The feeble poisonous mist just shows that the human army is beyond imagination, and they have no other means to stop us. Humans who dare to invade Kumu village. Just wait to be hunted to death. The Deadwood trolls hated these humans so much that they hated them. The hatred of being suppressed and beaten by humans, and the hatred of their companions who died in the hands of humans filled their heads, making them full of thoughts of killing all humans. Little did they know that it was this thought that led them to death. Seeing that all the dragon blood warriors under his command had retreated to the outside of the village where there were no corpses, Leo thought to himself, "It's almost done." Viri. Hearing Leo's voice, Willie didn't dare to neglect him. He yelled with all his strength, "Put up your shield for defense." Chapter 202 Destined to be Miserable. The Deadwood trolls suddenly noticed that their opponents had changed. The human warriors, who were already wearing turtle LS covered themselves even more tightly. What are these humans doing? Just when the trolls were wondering, disaster struck. Bang bang bang. The Deadwood troll was horrified to find that the corpses under his feet had turned into life-threatening bombs. These corpses that were lying quietly on the ground one moment would explode with a bang the next moment, killing all the people nearby. The dragon-blooded warriors huddled behind the steel shield and carefully moved back, listening to the continuous bangs and bangs. They knew what was happening in Deadwood village. This spell of Lord Leo is very cruel. Think about the battle at Menethil Port. Lord Leo used this spell to kill tens of thousands of murlocs in one fell swoop. Now it has been used on the Deadwood trolls. These giants, one can imagine the fate of the devil. One after another, the corpse explosion technique completely blew up the Deadwood troll. While chasing the enemy, something like this happened suddenly. The sudden turn of events had a huge impact on morale, and the ranks of the Deadwood troll were in uncontrollable chaos. Under the Necromancer's magical corpse explosion technique, the Deadwood troll was defeated. And it was a miserable defeat. More than 6,000 Deadwood trolls died in the series of corpse explosions, adding the previous casualties. The 20,000 trolls in Deadwood village have been reduced by half. Zaratha's ability is Speed Blessing? Leo was a little depressed. The trump card he prepared to deal with the Deadwood troll was far from the expected effect. The reason why this happened was because Zaras took action when he was using the corpse explosion technique. Just when the Deadwood troll was stunned by the corpse explosion technique and his fighting spirit collapsed, Zaras, the army leader born in the Deadwood village, stood up. He just heard him roar, and a light green halo spread rapidly from his feet to the surroundings. All Deadwood trolls that came into contact with the light green halo suddenly moved much faster, an ability similar to the aura of a paladin. As an army leader, Zalas showed his extraordinary side. Withdraw, boosting the speed of his Deadwood trolls, Zaras shouted. After hearing the shouts of their leader, the Deadwood trolls seemed to have found their backbone. The chaotic situation improved, and they moved back with all their strength. Run. Seeing this situation, although Leo was determined to kill more enemies, the speed of the Deadwood troll blessed by the light green halo was too fast, and most of him ran away even with all his strength. Zaratha's ability to support group movement speed is quite good. If I can get this blessing spell after killing him, wouldn't I make a lot of money? A flash of inspiration flashed in Leo's mind, and a clear path suddenly appeared in front of him. When the Necromancer skeleton C is combined with auras such as fanaticism and power, its combat effectiveness is astonishing. Leo was originally worried about where to get this kind of Halo blessing skill. It would be impossible to massacre the paladins with Halo skills. Besides, the paladin only has a few Halos, which in Leo's opinion are not very useful, compared to the paladins in Darkness, who have 20 kinds of Halos. The paladins in Yamaguchi Mountain are really incompetent. Now he has decided that he will cause more trouble with the trolls in the future, communicate more with the army leaders born from the trolls, and transfer their special abilities to himself. As the saying goes, no one is innocent, but the one who possesses the treasure is guilty. Leo had such a plan. The army leader born among the trolls was destined to be miserable. Zalas stared at Leo bitterly. He obviously had many more men than humans, and their average strength was no worse than these humans. Apart from the fact that their equipment was worse, there was nothing else. If it weren't for this black-haired human's weird magic that makes corpses explode, the powerful Deadwood troll in this battle would never have ended up like this. Zarath wanted to organize a counterattack, but he hesitated after looking at the corpses on the ground. Leo's corpse explosion technique left him frightened. Zarath was afraid that the counterattack he organized would end up like before. Just retreat and give up your home. Zaras was very unwilling. We are obviously stronger on our side, so why are we not human opponents? By the way, it's that human. That black-haired human. It's because of his weird magic that the powerful Deadwood Troll faced such a situation. In this way, Zara's hated Leo. Someone who is hated by a troll, well, he's not innocent at all. Leo didn't know that he was hated by Zalaz. When he saw the troll's hesitant look, he was worried that this guy would run away with his men. If Zalaz ran away with nearly 10,000 Deadwood trolls, he would still have to pay for it. Be prepared for the revenge they may launch at any time. In the horrified eyes of the Deadwood trolls, the corpses spread over half of the Deadwood village turned into tiny crystals. Just as the Deadwood trolls were still guessing what had happened, the provocation from their enemies made the trolls' fighting spirit burn again. Hey, those malnourished skinny bamboo poles across the way. Leo used his magic power to draw the trolls' attention to them with a specially amplified voice. There are no more corpses on the ground. Let's continue fighting. Of course. If you are scared by us, just kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and I will consider letting you go. This human being is so arrogant. He actually dares to insult the troll warriors of the Deadwood tribe. The Deadwood trolls were angry. Leo's words aroused the anger in their hearts, and the trolls began to make noises. Zaleth had no intention of stopping it. It would be best if the Deadwood trolls under his command were angry. Only anger could revive their nearly collapsed fighting spirit and regain their courage to fight their opponents. Besides, what Leo said just now also aroused his anger, asking the warriors of the troll tribe to kneel down and beg for mercy. It's a shame this human being can figure it out. Does he regard the troll warriors of Deadwood Village as afraid of death as humans? Human. The insult you have done to the troll warriors can only be washed away with blood. After speaking, Zareth raised the stone axe and led the charge. Kill these humans! Kill them! With the leader taking the lead, the Deadwood troll, angered by Leo's success, launched another charge. Nearly 10,000 Deadwood trolls came towards Leo, and the 3,000 dragon blood soldiers under his command again, facing the tens of thousands of trolls who came to kill. Leo did not feel any pressure to fight more with less. Instead, he lamented that it was almost impossible for his little trick to work before time travel. But here, in front of a troll who has only lived in a small village all his life, it is not easy to succeed with a simple provocation method. It seems that the Deadwood trolls, like the orcs, are both hot-blooded races. While waving the staff, Leo would still cast curse spells such as aging and damage aggravation on the Deadwood trolls. Except for Zareth, who was at the forefront and was not affected much. The combat effectiveness of the other Deadwood trolls was suddenly greatly reduced. He threw the curse of weakness and the curse of elements on Zaraz alone. Leo was about to cast a spell to attack the troll, but found that the dark elemental magic on Zaraz was surging crazily, and shadow arrows were being generated rapidly. But in the blink of an eye, the hard work has been condensed. The shadow arrows struck like rain with a whirring sound through the air at the dragon-blooded warriors blocking Zareth. Even the dragon-blooded warriors' quasi-legendary defense power could not withstand the successive shadow arrows, and there were constant attacks. The warrior was knocked to the ground. Rain of shadow arrows. Zalaz is so powerful. Even Leo, a warlock, can't use this spell. Leo only knows the single target attack version of Shadow Arrow. Shadow Arrow. So someone became jealous again, and he really wanted to know what he could get from Zalaz after killing him. Let him come over. The soldiers under his command could not stop a legendary warrior like Zareth. Rather than letting the soldiers die in vain at his hands, it would be better to let Zareth come over. Anyway, Leo had full confidence in killing this troll. Troll, you want to fight alone? I'll give you this chance, Leo said with an upright face. When Zalaz rushed up, a huge grizzly bear appeared next to him. The grizzly bear roared at Zaraz, and his whole body hit him like a tank. A beast with legendary level strength. Zareth was taken aback. But the troll was not easy to mess with. He once again demonstrated the sheep-changing ability that made Leo coveted. The troll paused and made a strange gesture to the grizzly bear that collided. A burst of smoke rose from the huge grizzly bear. But in the blink of an eye the grizzly bear disappeared, replaced by a bleeding bear. Little sheep. The mage's sheep-changing technique? I really underestimated you. But so what? Leo smiled at the charging Zalaz, showing 8 white teeth. A standard smile with 8 teeth. That look made Zareth's heart tremble. The Lion King Huma Swamp Crocodile King Terror Claw and 3 mad wolves appeared next to Leo. And Zalaz was shocked. 2 beasts with legendary strength appeared next to this black-haired human. Who is this guy? Despicable human being. Didn't you mean a one-on-one fight? Zareth questioned Leo while dealing with the attacks of 5 beasts. Yeah. Isn't this just a one-on-one challenge? Leo said. You're asking a strange question. You're challenging me and my pet alone. Isn't this a one-on-one challenge? Zalaz was so angry that he almost fainted. This human being was so shameless. He was the one who took the initiative to challenge him. How could he send his pet to fight? Human, can you do anything more shameless? The troll said to Leo through gritted teeth. The latter replied with a surprised look on his face. You think this is not enough, and you want to increase the dosage? That's easy to say. I don't have any merits. I just love to help others. Since you have made such a request, I will naturally satisfy you. Hey, I said. What's your expression? As soon as Leo finished speaking, an Iron Man appeared in Zara's sight. The Ironstone Demon is big and plentiful. It's pure real steel, not mixed with iron. Troll, are you satisfied? Chapter 203, Going against me is a dead end. Saliva is not used to reason, but to count money. The enemy is not used to admire, but to deceive. What is a capable person? If you can deceive, and deceive your enemies. If you achieve these three abilities, you are a capable person. Therefore, Leo, who aims to become a capable man, felt no pressure at all from cursing Zalaz. This is the first appearance of the Ironstone Demon after he successfully obtained the piercing drag. In order to understand the new abilities of the Ironstone Demon, Leo used a magic equipment when summoning him. The prison bully in Stormwind City Prison wanted to escape from the pill. Maud was discovered by him that the dwarf Brug had left an iron-fingered tiger after his death. Iron-fingered tiger. This is a glove. It has no attributes attached to it. Only one ability. When hitting a target while wearing this glove, there is a small chance that the target will be unable to cast spells for 5 seconds. For Leo who doesn't play close combat, this glove is of little use. There are rewards for your efforts. The strength of the Steel Stone Demon summoned by using a valuable magic equipment has entered the legendary realm. With the addition of Huma and Terror Clamp, Zareth has to face 3 legendary realms. Enemies, and he must always be careful of sneak attacks from mad wolves. As a strong man in the legendary realm, Zalaz must be careful of the 3 wolves looking for opportunities while fighting 1 against 3. It is indeed very dangerous. Had he not used the sheep-changing technique to forcibly control Leo's giant grizzly bear, the troll situation would have been even more difficult. Human, your tricks can't stop me. Under the siege of 3 powerful enemies, Zalaz went berserk. A thick ice chain suddenly appeared in the troll's hand. The steel and stone demons that besieged him were unable to defend themselves, including Huma and Terrorclaw. They were all hit by this ice chain. The ice chains drawn on the 3 legendary realm pets immediately branched off into several small branches. These extended small ice chains, together with the main large ice chain, formed a cage, locking the 3 pets inside. This is another one of Zareth's abilities that can lock opponents in place with chains of ice. The single target control spell of sheep transformation was not enough, so he actually gave me a group control ice chain. The most disgusting thing is that this spell is instant. Leo was jealous. Who is the pig's foot? The army leaders of the trolls are indeed very ruthless, with unexpected skills coming one after another. No wonder no one wants to provoke them. When Zalaz appeared on the scene, Leo originally thought that the troll holding a stone axe was a legendary warrior. But now it seems that this guy is simply deceiving, holding 2 small stone axes and pretending to be a physical attack class. You are actually a legal combat class. If you are misled by the first impression, you will definitely die miserably. Zalaz Deadwood. This guy is so insidious, using ice chains to temporarily lock the opponent's 3 legendary pets. Zalaz did not dare to delay. The ice chains could only be maintained for a limited time, so he had to seize this opportunity to rush over. The troll believed that as long as he got close to him, the black-haired human would definitely die. It's a pity. How can it be so easy to get close to Leo? Seeing Zalaz approaching him quickly, Leo was determined to try out the new abilities of the Ironstone Demon. Under his instructions, the Ironstone Demon's hands, which were locked by ice chains, suddenly changed. The right hand that was originally clenched into a fist suddenly split open and turned into 20 steel forks as thick as a thumb. A steel fork hand appeared. After the steel forks were formed, they all moved towards Zalaz. A steel net formed in the sky. This is the Ironstone Demon's version of piercing drag. He didn't expect that such a change would happen behind him. Zareth, who thought that he could sit back and relax by locking the opponent with his ice chain, was tricked. The steel net extending from the hands of the steel stone demon covered him from behind. The prongs of several steel forks penetrated deeply into the troll's body. The piercing and dragging force of the steel stone demon could easily hit even the strongest men in the legendary realm. Break defense. The steel net covering Zara's quickly contracted, dragging him towards the steel stone demon. Although the troll struggled hard, the net was very strong and powerful, and it couldn't help but pull him back. During the struggle, more steel fork prongs pierced Zalaz's body, stabbing the legendary giant with wounds all over his body. The troll that was dragged back shed blood all the way. Damn it. I'm going to tear you apart. Just as he was about to rush to Leo's side, he was dragged back by the steel stone demon. Xerath became furious, and the troll swung his stone axe and struck at the steel stone demon with all his strength. Clang! Clang! The stone axe hit the steel stone demon hard, causing 2 half-inch deep wounds. Zalaz is indeed a strong man in the legendary realm, and his attacks are strong enough. The stone axe he is holding is not a decoration. Ordinary legendary warriors may not have as strong an attack power as him. I didn't realize it, but Zalaz is actually the male Pigfoot template in many YY novels about magic and martial arts. Unfortunately, if you meet me, you are destined to die today. Puff! Zalaz, who hit the steel stone demon, turned pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. The steel stone demon's halo of thorns, which is naturally capable of reflecting physical damage, seriously injured Zalaz. The troll who slashed the steel stone demon with 2 axes was equivalent to slashing himself with 1 axe with all his strength, causing him to vomit blood. The physics department's melee encounter with the steel and stone demon is the cup placed on the coffee table. As the saying goes, don't be perverted in tragedy, just break out in tragedy. Zalaz found that the battle with the black-haired human was extremely frustrating. As a strong man in the legendary realm, not only was he repeatedly teased by his opponent, but he was also seriously injured without even touching the hem of his clothes. The anger almost burst his chest. After his anger reached its peak, Zalaz exploded. A layer of crimson light floated out of Xerath's body, wrapping him up. Just when Leo was surprised that this troll actually had skills, Xerath's body changed significantly. The originally tall and thin body showed angular muscles, and the troll transformed from a thin bamboo pole into a muscular man. What skill is this? As soon as this idea rose in his mind, Zalaz's performance cleared up Leo's confusion. The stone axe in the troll's hand slashed at the steel net covering him. The stone axe danced in the air, making after images, several times faster than before. Kung! 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 There were fierce sparks between Xerath's stone axe and the steel demon's steel prong hand. The steel prongs as thick as a thumb were cut off by the stone axe. Not only did the troll's attack speed increase, but the strength of the attack also changed. Much bigger. At the cost of a dozen more wounds on his body, Xerath escaped from the piercing drag of the iron stone demon. Before the troll could rejoice after escaping from trouble, a huge slap hit him hard on the face, beating him until stars appeared in his eyes. This slap was slapped by no one else but the giant grizzly bear who had escaped from the magic of transforming into a sheep. 2 wisps of entwining green mist struck Xerath when he was knocked unconscious, hitting the troll's chest. What was it if it wasn't Leo's chaos arrow? After seeing what he wanted to see, Leo took action. He can't do it unless he takes action. Who knows what weird skills Zalaz will have if the fight continues. If this guy uses some unconventional ability to overturn the situation, who will Leo cry to? His chest was hit by a chaos arrow. Under the impact of the powerful energy of the chaos arrow, Zalaz screamed and flew backwards 5 to 6 meters, spitting out blood, and fell heavily to the ground. After landing, there was an obvious collapse in the troll's chest. Even if his heart was not injured, several of Xerath's ribs were broken. Before the troll could stand up, another chaos arrow struck, hitting Xerath's chest again. The troll opened its mouth and spat out again. But this time, the spout was not only blood, but also mixed with some internal organs. Zalaz was not dead after being hit by 2 chaos arrows. He was still able to struggle to stand up. The troll was truly worthy of being a strong man at the pinnacle of the legendary realm. The game is over. Troll, your strength is not weak, and you are definitely at the top among the strong men in the legendary realm. But you shouldn't go against me. Because? Leo looked at the staggering and tried to steady himself. Zalaz, who held his body to prevent himself from falling, admired the troll's tenacious fighting will. It's just appreciation. Leo, who deserves to be killed, will never show mercy. Going against me will lead to death. So suffer death. In Zalaz's desperate eyes, another chaos arrow was generated in Leo's hand. Just as he was about to kill Zalaz with the third chaos arrow, Leo suddenly felt an inexplicable warning sign in his heart. He felt that a fatal crisis was approaching him, and the hairs all over his body stood up. Thanks to MI7's training and Fuxel's strictness, Leo's sense of crisis is extremely keen, and his body can always react faster than his brain when dodging attacks. The body fell forward quickly, and the skin on the body began to become horny. As the body fell forward, his wrist turned back, and the chaos arrow used to kill Zareth was shot backward. A seemingly ordinary dagger appeared from the void and stabbed silently through the place where Leo was standing before. The dagger struck very quickly, and even though Leo reacted in advance, he still couldn't avoid its attack. But don't underestimate this ordinary-looking dagger. Under its attack, both Leo's magic armor and the bone armor were burst like bubbles. The two protective spells that Leo used to protect himself had no protective effect at all, and the dagger continued to stab at the back of his heart without any delay. The limited invincibility belt saved Leo's life at this time. This engineering belt showed its value in critical moments. The energy shield activated on the belt finally caused the dagger to pause for a tenth of a second. Although it shattered immediately, it was this tenth of a second that allowed Leo to avoid the fatal blow from behind. This scene just confirms a saying: the difference between life and death is often reflected in the matter of seconds and millimeters. The tip of the dagger passed across Leo's shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. The Knight Captain's ghost pattern coat was easily torn, and Leo was injured. The seemingly ordinary dagger is not as simple as it appears. Chapter 204 Demonic Strike. What is life? Life is a combination of accidents and wonderful things. You never know what will happen next moment. Less than 5 seconds after Leo arrogantly said the domineering words, "You will die if you go against me," he was forced to perform his escape stunt of lazy donkey roll, and even got a trophy on his shoulder. Huh? A cry of surprise came from the void, and the person who assassinated Leo was surprised. He didn't expect that his sure blow would be dodged. Clouds of green poisonous mist enveloped an area of nearly a kilometer in radius. Leo ignored the bleeding shoulder and instead used poisonous explosions one after another, trying to use poison to force out the enemies hiding in the dark. However, these poisonous mist had no effect at all. The enemy who failed in the sneak attack seemed to have fled away long ago, and the floating poisonous mist did not force him out of the stealth state. You can escape thousands of miles away after just one hit? Damn. What do you think you are? Leo felt very tragic when he was attacked by someone while pretending to be cheating. The pain on his shoulder stimulated his nerves and made him very angry. You hidden thing. Get out of here. He was not injured in many battles on the battlefield, but now he was accidentally attacked by a stalker. Leo felt very unhappy. Humph. Don't think that I don't know that you secretly use perception. A cold voice came from the void. What made Leo feel depressed was that the voice clearly came from within the range covered by his poison explosion technique. But the poisonous fog could not force this person to show up. This shows that the stalker hiding in the dark is not afraid of poison at all. Don't you want me to show up? Okay. I'll make it happen for you. The seemingly ordinary dagger appeared from the void again and quickly stabbed Leo in the back of the heart. In just 1 or 2 words, the sneak attacker once again touched Leo's back. This guy is so fast. Leo expected that the stalker would attack again, but he did not expect that the opponent would be so fast. However, he came behind him in just a few words and launched the attack. Fortunately, Leo was already prepared for the situation where he would be attacked and made plans to fight back. The moment the dagger stabbed from behind, a shadow fell behind him. The fury of shadow blasted towards the sneak attacker behind him, hoping to knock him out with the impact of dark elements. At the same time as the shadow fury exploded, a green ring of flame spread rapidly around Leo, with Leo as the center, which was the Poison Flame Nova. Shadow Fury plus Poison Flame Nova. I don't believe you won't show up under such an attack. Leo was very confident about his 2 spells, but the reality was far beyond his expectation. The Wrath of Shadow exploded, and the impact of the dark elements exploded. But the dagger was not affected at all, and still stabbed towards his back quickly. The green flames emitted by the poisonous flame nova burned past, but the poisonous flames did not touch anything, and spread without causing any waves. The 2 major spells have no effect. How can this be? Finally, Leo still had a backup plan for himself. And with a crash, the bone prison appeared. The bone fence stood between the stabbing dagger and Leo. The bone prison is indeed the most powerful spell used by the Necromancer to trap the enemy. Although the bone fence, which is as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, cracked under the attack of the dagger, it did not break in the end. The stalker's attack was blocked. It's an interesting spell. But it doesn't stop me. A second dagger appeared in the void. This time, the bone prison could not stop it, and it turned into a pile of broken bones on the ground with a crisp bang. After being blocked by the bone prison, Leo had already run away, but his expression darkened, and this time Leo saw the two daggers clearly. Others may not pay much attention to these two ordinary-looking daggers, but Leo will, because he really recognizes these two daggers. It's Devil's Strike, and there are two of it. Devil's Strike, for most of the strong men in this world, is a strong man and not an ordinary person. This epic dagger is a weapon that is only spread in legends. Although the quality of Devil's Strike is epic, in the hearts of countless stalkers, this dagger will not be replaced even if it is given an artifact, because it is the artifact in the hearts of stalkers. Devil's Strike does not add any attributes to the user. There is no physical blessing, nor intellectual and spiritual blessing. It has only one effect, an effect that makes countless people look at it when attacking. There is a certain chance that the user will all attacks launched in the next 3 seconds will hit the target 100%. And these attacks will have a 100% critical hit effect of double damage. The rogue's attack speed is already fast, and the attack frequency is high, which increases the chance of triggering the Devil's Strike effect. For a powerful stalker, as long as he is not of extremely poor character, it is too easy to trigger the effect of Devil's Strike. The stalker, who is already dominating with its powerful explosive attack power, coupled with the effect of Devil's Strike, was completely even more powerful. The actual combat power was more than doubled. This is true for one Devil's Strike, let alone two. What is the origin of this stalker who assassinated me? He actually has two epic weapons like Demon Strike, which are as rare as artifacts. Leo was shocked in his heart, but the movements of his hands did not pause at all. Curses such as aging, increased damage, and attack backlash were launched one after another. The Necromancer's range-wide curse spell was better than the Warlock's single-target curse spell when dealing with this invisible enemy. It's much more practical. You don't need to lock the opponent. You just need to know the general direction, and you can throw it over. But his actions were destined to be useless. Humans opposing the Undercity will lead to death, so suffer death. A gloomy voice sounded behind Leo. The stalker who assassinated Leo returned what he said to Zara's before, making Leo's face full of beef. Is this the legendary worldly report? I was just pretending to be cool. There's no need for retribution to come so quickly. The two demonic blows stabbed each other from the left and the right, and the target was Leo's neck. If they were to stab Leo's neck, 2 holes would have to be opened. The stalker, which has never appeared, is too fast for Leo to avoid. Want to kill me? Not that easy. Thief. It's you who will die. Hammer of punishment. A golden sledgehammer made entirely of holy light fell from the sky. With a bang, the stalker behind Leo was knocked out of his stealth state. The stunning effect of the hammer of punishment took effect, and the hit stalker was stunned. On the spot, a figure that looked exactly the same as Leo, with only slight differences in height and body shape, appeared next to Leo. The fiery holy light on this figure's body was burning, making people feel like they were afraid to look directly. In a critical moment, Leo summoned his paladin clone. To Lord Leo. Willie, who was paying attention here, couldn't help being dumbfounded. What's happening here? The hammer of punishment stunned the stalker, and the attack of the paladin clone followed. The golden light of the blood-blade sword flowed towards the head of the unconscious stalker. Want to kill me? Ask me about the sword in my hand first. Look at the command seal. The big sword slashed down on its head, and at the moment when it was about to hit, the stalker got rid of the influence of the hammer of punishment, and blocked the demon's blow on his head, sealing the command seal of the paladin's clone in time. Paladin. The stalker who blocked the attack of the paladin's clone cautiously took 2 steps back. Suddenly, a paladin with epic combat power appeared, which surprised him. The identical appearance of the paladin clone and Leo made him even more confused. And then the stalker laughed darkly again. The same soul origin. Is it the split of the sorcerer's soul? Let yourself have the ability to control light and darkness at the same time. Human, you have great ambitions. I am becoming more and more interested in you. The stalker's words gave Leo a chilling feeling. He grinned unhappily and said to him, Bones, I'm not interested in you. I'm a serious person. I cherish chrysanthemums, and I definitely won't do that. Really? That's such a pity. The stalker is an undead. His face cannot be seen clearly under the hood, but his tone is quite real. You split your soul so that you have the ability of light and darkness at the same time. For isn't it just to study how to have eternal life? Why not join us? As long as you join the Undercity and complete the undead transformation ritual, eternal life will be at your fingertips. Eternal life? Huh? Leo sneered at the undead stalker's words. Becoming undead is called eternal life? I think it's called eternal death. I would rather die if you were an unconscious walking zombie like you. What are the benefits of being an undead? Besides not having to worry about longevity. What else is there? There is no body temperature. No consciousness. The body is always cold. The soul is surrounded by cold all the time. And more importantly, even the ability to do that is lost. What do you mean when you say you don't understand? Confucius said, the nature of food and color means that food and color are human nature. What do you mean by that? I underestimated you this time. You won't be so lucky next time. The body of the undead stalker gradually faded. And then the whole person disappeared from Leo's sight. Before you are killed by me, you should carefully consider my suggestion. Warlocks are born for darkness. The guy who is pretending to be cheating. Leo curled his lips. If you are really capable, kill me now. The paladin clone tilted his head and said, he is gone. Leo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if he left. I would be in real danger if that guy stayed. After all, the time for the paladin clone to exist is limited. I told you. Kid. Be careful, and don't really get killed by him. That guy's strength is absolutely epic. So what if it's an epic? I'll kill him even if I reveal my trump card next time. Being targeted by an epic stalker is definitely not a pleasant thing. And Leo is not prepared to play exciting games. Dangerous people should be killed as soon as possible. The paladin clone did not answer Leo's words. He pointed at Zaraz, who was running away. I'll use this guy to practice the feeling of killing. What do you think? Chapter 205 Energy Aura. Want me to brush up on what it's like to kill someone? Normally, Zaraz would be absolutely furious and jumping to fight the paladin clone. But now that he was fatally injured, he didn't have the strength. The troll was only thinking about how he could successfully escape from this human with his life. Rolling his eyes at his clone, Leo looked helpless. You are also a paladin after all. So don't look so rogue. Okay? Speaking of being a rogue, that's my specialty. Unexpectedly, the clone of the Holy Knight replied seriously. In this era, when most serious people live a miserable life, it is better to have a little bit of gangster consciousness. Let me go. To be able to say such things as a gangster with such a serious expression. He is indeed my doppelganger, and has the same demeanor as I did back then. Leo decided to ignore the paladin clone. It was a stupid thing to argue with himself. If a person wants to make excuses for his behavior, he will be lost. Smart people don't do that. Seeing that he was ignoring him, the paladin clone turned his head away in boredom. And Zaraz became his second target for teasing. I saw this guy yelling at the troll with a righteous face. Troll. You brought a group of malnourished skinny bamboo poles to fight against me. You are guilty. Do you know? What kind of gangster logic is this? Zaraz was so angry. It was obviously you who led a group of human soldiers to the village where we lived to kill people. I was only resisting in self-defense. How could I be guilty? Human beings are indeed all robbers. Just when the troll was itching with hatred, the paladin clone spoke again. Still looking upright, if you are guilty, you should repent. Kneel down. Troll. To pray for the forgiveness of the Holy Light. After the paladin clone finished speaking, he swung the blood-blade sword diagonally towards Zaraz, and a golden holy light fell. The troll's legs weakened, and he knelt down with an unwilling expression. This is not asking for forgiveness from the holy light. It is clearly the paladin's confession skill that is at work. What's your expression? You still haven't confessed your guilt in front of the holy light. Sinner. You are hopeless. The paladin clone stepped forward and struck Zara's neck with the blood-blade sword several times. Seems to be studying what angle is more appropriate to cut it from. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Leo really couldn't bear to see what the paladin clone did. He could only kill people with a nod of his head. He wouldn't torture people like this with you. This is not killing, but pretending to be cheating. A clone actually dares to be more pretentious than me, which is intolerable. Do you dare to be more efficient? I can't stand you for being so chatty about killing a troll. The clone of the paladin gave his true self a look of contempt. What do you? A warlock? No! I am called to lead people to do good. Who would have thought that this guy was so sinful that he was not redeemable at all? I couldn't tell. So I had to chop him down. He did? After saying that, a regretful expression appeared on the face of the paladin clone, seeming to feel sorry for his failure to bring Zalaz back to the right path. Blue veins popped out on Zalaz's face. You don't have to be so shameless. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Don't put on such an expression to disgust people. Okay? Troll, do you have any last words? The Bloodblade sword was raised high, and the paladin clone slashed it down, with Leo's expression of I'm about to vomit on his face. If you ask a troll who has been hit by confession to say his last words, can he say it? Just when Leo despised the paladin clone, a miracle happened. Zara's struggled to say 2 words when the Bloodblade sword was about to cut on his neck. Soul, light, soulless. Of course, this was said to the paladin clone. These 2 words became Zalaz's last words. The last words of a powerful legendary troll. Ha ha. Leo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zara's was so right about the word soulless. The fake paladin clone really deserves this title. Although there are only 2 words in these last words, they profoundly express Zalaz's deep blessings and profound emotions. They can be said to be concise and comprehensive, and each word is worth $1,000. Every word is gripping and every word makes people cry, which fully shows Zalaz's solid writing skills, easy-to-hand speaking skills, and ruthless innovation ability. I really admire you. In addition, it ends with an exclamation point, a finishing touch, a wonderful stroke, a profound artistic conception, echoing the previous text, sublimating the theme, expressing Zara's feelings vividly, giving people infinite touching and melancholy, and a sense of naturalness, which is actually in the last words. The best of all, the ultimate blessing. The paladin clone had a stinky face. He thought that after being hit by his own confession, Zalaz, who was seriously injured, would not be able to break free quickly, so he teased the troll like that. Unexpectedly, the teasing was too harsh. The extremely angry troll got rid of the influence of the skill at the last moment and cursed back, turning the original act of pretending to be cheating into a stupid cheat. It was really embarrassing. The Bloodblade sword swung by, and Zaratha's head was nowhere to be found. Seeing this scene, the Deadwood trolls collapsed. The death of their leader made their fighting spirit that they had finally mustered up disappear in an instant. They were defeated by the human army twice in a row. The Deadwood trolls fighting had been completely destroyed. If Zalaz hadn't been supervising the formation, they would have run away long ago. Now that the leader is dead, the hopeless Deadwood trolls have begun a real rout. Don't let anyone go. Kill them all. The clone of the paladin rushed forward with a big sword. As an epic warrior, he was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep when he entered the Deadwood trolls. He was extremely powerful. Seeing the paladin clone taking the lead in pursuit, Leo's dragon-blooded soldiers worked even harder. The poor Deadwood trolls fell to the ground in groups under their pursuit, turning into corpses. The soldiers under his command were pursuing the defeated enemy with all their strength. As the commander, Leo did not join their ranks. He was waiting nervously, wanting to know what he would get after killing Zalaz. The host kills Zalaz, failed to extract magic equipment, ability is being absorbed. Failed to extract magic equipment? Good. Very good. Leo is far less interested in magic equipment than skills. If the extraction is successful, he will sigh and lament that he is unlucky. Now that the extraction fails, it means that he will obtain one of Zalaz's abilities. What could it be? The ability is successfully absorbed, and the host gains a transferable ability, Energy Aura. Do you want to absorb it? Halo. Great. Leo shook his fist fiercely to vent his excitement. Draw. The host absorbs the transferable ability, Energy Aura successfully. Do you want to transfer it? Transfer? Of course not. As the saying goes, it's better to have more skills than to be overwhelmed. It's best to have skills like Halo by yourself. No one would think that one has too many blessings. Energy Aura. Under the influence of this aura, movement speed is increased. The improvement ratio is related to the aura level, and the range of the aura's influence is affected by the aura level. Current level 3. Leo had a general understanding of the energy halo, and was very satisfied with this halo that increased movement speed. Warlocks and mages are both legal combatants. Warlocks and mages are different. Mages can flash to a safe place when encountering danger, but warlocks can only rely on their own legs to run. The energy aura increases their movement speed. When encountering an accident, it can help the warlock get out of danger faster. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a life-saving skill. After getting a halo skill, Leo of course wanted to try the effect. A circle of light green halo centered on him, and quickly expanded outward from under his feet. The dragon-blooded soldier, who was chasing the Deadwood troll, suddenly found that his body had become much lighter, and his whole body felt relaxed. Their steps moved faster, and the pace of chasing the Deadwood Troll became much faster. The energy halo that originally belonged to the leader of the Deadwood Trolls, Zara's, was obtained by Leo. The first role this aura played after changing to a new owner was to hunt down the defeated Witherwood Trolls. I don't know if Zala's knew about it. Will he be so angry that he comes to life again? The tragic Deadwood village and the miserable Deadwood Troll. After killing Zara's and gaining the energy halo, Leo began to miss Parish Island. In terms of preparation, he was not actually thinking about the Red Dragon, but whether the Red Dragon could successfully kill the Deadwood village. An army leader Nirmal the Slayer. Also an army leader. Zara's Deadwood has an energy aura. What skills does Slayer Nimar possess? Leo licked his lips in anticipation. He wouldn't be embarrassed if he could absorb another halo. With Polition's epic strength against the legendary Nimel, Leo believed that there would be no surprises in the outcome. Even though Nimar is at the pinnacle of the legendary realm, he is only a small step away from becoming an epic powerhouse. So he thought he could get some advantage from the Red Dragon. The gap between the peak of the legendary realm and the epic level powerhouse is more than 10 times greater than the gap between the high level peak and the legendary realm powerhouse. This small step difference is a huge gap in the realm. There is a world of difference in strength between the two sides. The word accident refers to the fact that many times something you thought was a sure thing will go wrong. The outcome of the battle between Polition and Nimmer surprised Leo. This accident did not mean that the Red Dragon with epic strength lost to the legendary Nimel, but that Nimel successfully escaped from the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon flying in the sky allowed the troll running on the ground to escape successfully. This is an accident. I wonder if there is an unknown connection between the two troll leaders in Deadwood Village. At the same time that Zala's was killed by Leo's paladin clone, Nima was struggling to fight with Parashion. I roared in grief and anger. And then the troll frantically threw a dozen iron spears, taking advantage of the Red Dragon's opportunity to dodge, and quickly ran towards the mountain. If his opponent wants to run away, Polition will certainly not let go of the troll who has hurt him. But something surprising happened. When the Red Dragon caught up with his target, he unexpectedly discovered that it was just an illusion, and the real owner had long since slipped away. It seems that Nimel has a good ability to escape. Leo patted the depressed Red Dragon, pointed at the Deadwood Troll that was fleeing for its life, and said to the Red Dragon, "If you feel in a bad mood, there is something wrong there. Is there anyone to vent to? It's very harmful to your body to hold it in like this. Lao Pei, don't look at me like a slave owner. I really don't want to hurt you and help my men hunt down the enemy. Of course, as a partner, if you want to help, I will be happy to accept it. Leo, I have no intention of helping. What's the relationship between us? We are partners. You don't have to be polite in front of me. Go. Go quickly. Leo, you are such a loser." Chapter 206 Level Psi. No matter how Polition evaluates Leo, whether he curses him as a weak soul or praises him as a good person, the fate of the Red Dragon is the same, to work obediently. This is life. As a thug, you should have this awareness. There is a movie line that goes like this: close the door and let the dogs out. In fact, both the Hellhound and the Dragon Parashion are thugs. So saying close the door and let the dogs out is actually saying low thugs. Work is on. Come and beat people up. It must be uncomfortable to be called around. Or else the thugs would be so vicious when they beat people? Doesn't this show that beating people is a way to vent the frustration in your heart? Don't say this is unreasonable. Look, isn't Parashion a clear proof? The Red Dragon, who was depressed by Leo, started to scream fiercely when chasing the Deadwood Troll. He sprayed out dragon flames in large mouths, and from time to time, he also performed the unique skill of spitting fire pillars. The defeated Deadwood Troll screamed miserably, burnt to ashes. Fortunately, Leo has the ability to absorb corpses and has a good appetite, so he can eat even corpses that have been burnt to char. Otherwise, he would really not dare to let Parashion go up. Chasing down the defeated Deadwood Trolls was an easy job, but dealing with combat matters was very troublesome. In addition to cleaning the battlefield, the soldiers also had to rebuild the fortifications of Deadwood Village. Lefer attacked Deadwood Village so vigorously in order to establish a stronghold in the Arthi Highlands. At the same time, he also had another purpose: Magic Communication Stone. See Magic Communication Stone again. This communication tool, which was similar to a mobile phone on Earth, appeared in Leo's hand again, and he started to dial. No, it was to send a communication request to Pasonia. "Leo, what's the matter?" Pasonia's voice sounded quickly. "Pasonia, I took over the Deadwood Village. There was silence on the other end of the communication stone for a while. The kingdom's military order to Leo was to go to the Valley of Refuge to support the Arather coalition. But he ran to the Deadwood village in the other direction. This was clearly a violation of the king's order. And disobeying the king's order was a death penalty. What are you going to do? Pesonia's tone was not very solemn. And Leo heard some information from it. As long as you have enough reasons. You may not be charged with disobeying orders. There are people in the court who like to be officials. This is true. If you had no backstage or background, you would definitely die if you dared to do this. After revealing his plans to Pasonia, Leo told her that he occupied Deadwood Village just to form a rivalry with the Valley of Refuge. Putting pressure on the undead's hammer fell from two directions. And that Deadwood once the village and Refuge Valley are connected. The connection between the undead army at Solder Bridge and Hammerfell Town can be cut off, forcing the undead army to retreat. As long as the undead army on the Solder Bridge retreats, the passage between the Arthy Highlands and the outside world will be opened. This is a good idea. But I'm a little worried. Can you hold Deadwood Village before reinforcements arrive? I have received news that the undead army attacking the Refuge Valley suddenly lost 30,000 people a few days ago. Do you know what this means? So there is a tale numbering 30,000 behind me. And I may have another battle with the undead army. No, not possible. But certain. Don't forget the undead stalker. He will definitely report the news. Leo's face was a little solemn. There were less than 3,000 soldiers under his command. Although the Deadwood trolls were severely defeated, they still killed dozens of dragon-blooded warriors when they resisted, including the more than 100 people who died in the battle against the Solder Bridge. The actual number of soldiers under Leo's command was only about 2,800. 30,000 undead army. This is an enemy 11 times larger than our own. And these enemies are not natives, like the trolls in Deadwood Village, who only hold stone spears and stone axes. They are the army of the Undercity. Regular troops. I am a warlock. When the army of the undead comes to guard Deadwood Village, it will not be just my men. Leo gave his answer. He is a warlock. A warlock with summoning rituals. As long as you give him time, it is not difficult to bring an entire army to Deadwood Village. Pasonia was silent for a moment, and then gave Leo some bad news. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the manpower. Yesterday, someone submitted a combat plan, and His Majesty the King has approved it. Now the entire expeditionary force is busy, and each unit has its own mission. Hearing this, Leo still didn't understand. This was definitely someone who deliberately caused trouble. They were afraid that they would use the warlock's unique summoning ritual to help the Storm Expeditionary Army. So they came up with such a battle plan. Those nobles are deliberately trying to kill me. Leo's eyes flashed with coldness. Pasonia, are you interested in coming to Arthy? Leo, I can't always protect you. Pasonia was a little unhappy. What's wrong with this kid? Or does he always want to ask others for help whenever he encounters trouble? With such a mentality, when can he stand alone? Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to ask if you are interested in Devil's Strike. I met an undead stalker half a day ago, and he had 2 Devil's Strike in his hand. I thought you were interested. Devil's Strike? There were obvious fluctuations in Pesonia's voice, which showed how attractive this weapon was to her as a stalker. Could it be him? Impossible. If you meet him, you will definitely die. Pesonia's words made Leo roll his eyes. And I said, I'm not so contemptuous of people as you are. Leo, wait until I contact you. She will come indeed. Let me tell you, with the attraction of Devil's Strike, Pasonia will definitely not be able to refuse. Someone smiled proudly. He felt much more at ease with Pasonia by his side. If that undead stalker dares to trouble me again, he will definitely find that he kicked an iron plate with spikes, and it will still be burned. The red kind, with Pasonia in the dark, the red dragon Parashion in the light, and the 2 epic heroes guarding him. Leo felt much more at ease. It feels bad to be targeted by a stalker with epic strength. As long as that undead dares to come again, I will have to kill him even if he exposes a trump card. As the saying goes, if you're not afraid of thieves, you're afraid of them missing you. Leo didn't want to have to spend all his time guarding against the dagger that an epic stalker might stab at him from unknown time. Private security was resolved, but Leo didn't have much to do about the upcoming war. On one side is the human regular army under his command, and on the other side is the undead army of the Undercity. They are both regular armies. 3,000 against 30,000. Leo does not have much confidence in his heart. The soldiers will come to block the water, and the soil will cover it up. The specific result will only be known after fighting. Leo in Deadwood Village didn't know that Pasonia rushed to the palace as quickly as possible after talking to him. Young Anduin, the king of the kingdom of Stormwind, sat on the throne and pondered. And Pasonia reported to him what Leo had done in the Arthi Highlands. Leo did not obey the king's order to go to the Refuge Valley, but ran to the Deadwood Village. It was indeed a serious crime. But he played it very well. If an army can gain a foothold in the Deadwood Village, it can then use this place as an expeditionary force in Allah, the stronghold of Arthi Highlands. Then the war situation in the entire Arthi Highlands will be greatly changed. This kind of change is what the Kingdom of Stormwind is happy to see. Let's punish Leo. What this guy did is obviously beneficial to the entire kingdom. But don't punish him. Others will imitate him and behave like him in the future. What will happen if they don't obey the king's orders? Evil. Leo is your MI7 person. What do you think? Little Anduin asked Evil Yongdin, who came with Pasonia. It seems that the little king wants to kick the ball to MI7. When Elver heard his name being called by the king, he first saluted little Anduin before replying, Your Majesty the King. Leo did not obey the king's orders. This is indeed a punishment. But the situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. Leo made a move that was beneficial to the kingdom based on the specific situation. But it was a last resort. I think he should be allowed to serve and defend Kumu village and wait for the kingdom's reinforcements. Well, after what Awire said, things have returned to the starting point, which is that Leo will neither be punished nor rewarded. Leo, who is far away in the Arthi Highlands, still has to rely on his own strength to fight against the following three. An army of 10,000 undead. A group of leaders in the Kingdom of Stormwind will do nothing during this time, waiting for the outcome of the war, as if it is none of their business. If Leo can defend the Witheredwood village during the attack of the undead army, then everything will be fine. And the reinforcements from Stormwind City will arrive later. If he fails, of course everything will be at a loss. And the undead army will not let him go even if he comes from this legendary realm of human warlocks. Even if he could escape from the hands of the undead, the Kingdom of Stormwind would accuse him of disobeying the king's orders. Pasonia's face was as dark as water. Although she had expected such an ending, she was still unhappy when it really happened. This is clearly the result of a compromise between His Majesty the King and the nobles for the sake of the stability of the kingdom. It feels like letting Leo, who conquered Deadwood Village, fend for himself. Walking out of the palace, Awire suddenly sighed. Pasonia, tell Leo that if it doesn't work, give up on Deadwood Village and don't fight there. Only when you are alive can you have hope. If you die, there will be no hope. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open spear, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Since the nobles who hated Leo could plot against him the first time, they could plot against him the second time and the third time. Even if Leo can escape this time, what about next time? What about next time? No one can guarantee that he will always be favored by the god of destiny. If the nobles continue to scheme like this endlessly, one day they will succeed. Your Majesty the King, although I know you are doing this for the sake of the kingdom, and what you did is not wrong, I am still very disappointed in you. There is no limit to the demands of nobles. As a king, you must have your own decision. When will you understand this truth? Evil left in an audible sigh, shook his head and disappeared into the streets of Stormwind City, leaving only Pasonia standing silently in front of the palace. Chapter 207 Unintentional Words. There is an old saying that describes the relationship between superiors and subordinates in the feudal era. If the king wants his ministers to die, the ministers have to die. That is to say, if the king wants you to be, you will have to die. But Leo wants to say, are you willing to let this matter go to you? This is completely nonsense. Why should your ministers die if you want them to? If the king wants the minister to die, the minister will kill the king first. This is the right thing to do. But it is easy to say something arrogant and come out with two mouths. But it is not that difficult to do it. As a minister, before he has the strength to kill his master, it is common for him to put his tail between his legs and pretend to be his grandson when trouble comes. After getting the Stormwind Kingdom's attitude towards his occupation of Deadwood Village from Pasonia, Leo said nothing. He just told his men about the matter and asked Viri and others to take the soldiers to do various tasks before the war. Item preparation matters. On the surface, Leo seemed to have no objections and seemed to be resigned to the situation. In fact, a rift had already formed between him and the Kingdom of Stormwind. I worked so hard for the kingdom, but they dare to do this to me. A ball of anger arose in Leo's chest and burned fiercely. Very strong. You guys, just wait for me. I will make you regret what you did today. It is easy for people to do impulsive things when they are angry. Fortunately, Leo's luck was not bad. Before he could do something that would get him into trouble, a voice appeared to distract him. The derivation of the host's summoning of the skeleton mage skill has been completed. The host has gained a new ability, summon the Dracolic. Dracolic? What is this? Leo felt that this term seemed familiar. He knew what a lich was, but adding the word dragon in front of a lich made him not quite understand. Dracolic, the product of a dragon's evil transformation. In order to escape death, the dragon uses death magic to make himself lose his body. Compared with the bone dragon, the Dracolic retains all the special attacks of its original dragon form, including the ability to breathe dragon flames, breath, and dragon language spells. Some of these abilities have been enhanced, and it's also getting some new ones. The above is the information about Dracolic that Leo obtained. As for what abilities have been enhanced, and what new abilities he has gained, he can only explore these by himself. Isn't this equivalent to the dragon version of humans transforming into liches for so-called immortality? Because it is a dragon transforming into a lich. It is called a Dracolic. Leo really wanted to try a new and seemingly awesome thing like the Dracolic. But what surprised him was that the materials used to make the Dracolic were weird. The body of a giant dragon, 10,000 skeleton mages, and 1,000 high-end fakes. People actually need the body of a giant dragon. The dragon's body is harder to get than the dragon eggs. It's like catching a chicken and taking an egg. It's definitely more difficult to catch a chicken that is hatched. Dragon eggs can also be stolen by means. But for a giant dragon, you should steal it and see. It is indeed not easy to catch a giant dragon and convert him into a Dracolic. But when it comes to the dragon's body, Leo has already made one. After pondering for a while, he gave up the decision to create a Dracolic immediately. Ekta's body was the source of precious dragon blood, and he would never abandon it unless necessary. The body of a giant dragon will definitely exist in the future, and it is nothing new for a strong man with enough strength to hunt a giant dragon. There is no need to convert Ekta's body now. After all, extracting the dragon's soul is too troublesome. Leo misunderstood the instructions for making a Dracolic. It requires the body of a giant dragon. This is true, but it does not say that it must be a complete dragon body. An incomplete dragon body, or part of a dragon body, may also be able to successfully create a dragon. Who knows if the lich doesn't try? Leo, with me protecting you, why do you have to worry? Just as Leo was checking the Dracolic's instructions, Polition's voice rang out. It seemed that the red dragon interpreted his silence as worry about the upcoming battle. Leo didn't explain this. Strictly speaking, he was indeed a little worried. The undead army rushing towards Kumu village must have known that there was a red dragon beside them. Even with such information, they still killed it. What does this mean? This shows that the undead army is confident of dealing with Polition. Maybe it's using hatred to hold back the dragon like on the Solder Bridge. Or maybe it's some other way. After all, advanced undead creatures don't just have hatred. For example, banshees, death knights, and the like are also very difficult to deal with. Lao Pei. I have a feeling that this battle will be very difficult. They are both regular troops, but they have less than 3,000 men under their command, while the other side has 30,000 men. The difference in numbers is 10 times. If it were others, there would be no hope of victory at all. Only a multi-professional like Leo, who possesses multiple abilities and is good at group killing, will have the confidence to win. Parashion disagreed with Leo's words. Red Dragon Bull said coaxingly, "Aren't they just some moving corpses? Look at how Master Parashion burned them into ashes one by one." Leo, what's wrong with you? Sometimes someone else's unintentional words can burst out powerful inspiration in you. This is what happened to Leo now. Polition's unintentional words made a thunder explode in his mind. What are undead? They are a group of lifeless dead. But because their dead bodies have souls that have not yet been annihilated, they can act like ordinary people. However, whether they are advanced undead with self-awareness or low-level beings like skeleton zombies that are unconscious and only act on instinct, they are essentially the same. Just a moving corpse. Since they are corpses, the Necromancer's magical corpse explosion technique will definitely work on them. Who said corpse explosion can only be used on immobile corpses? Leo slapped his forehead hard. The annoyance on his face could not conceal the ecstasy from his heart. I must have been stupid while playing games. Why didn't I think of such a simple thing? I have been thinking that according to the situation in the game, the monster must be dead before the corpse explosion can be used. In reality, there is no such rule at all, as long as it is a corpse. You can use the corpse explosion technique. I'm a necromancer, an expert at playing with corpses. A group of undead came to trouble me. Isn't this asking for trouble? Haha. Lao Pei. You said it well. Aren't they just some moving corpses? If they don't stay well in the Undercity, they come all the way to find trouble for me. This is really asking for death. I can't wait to see it. The scene of corpse explosion exploding in the undead army. The scenery must be very bright. Leo suddenly burst out laughing, and Parashion was startled by his behavior. The red dragon looked at Leo strangely. He was confused about the situation, and had no idea what Leo was happy about. They are just bones with low strength. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? It seems that the way of thinking of human beings is indeed different from that of our dragons. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Polition compared the undead to bones with low strength. But the red dragon ignored the fact that the strong ones among the undead were no worse than him. And there were many who were stronger than him. Just like the undead stalker who failed to assassinate Leo. If his full strength was used, the red dragon might not be able to stop him. Wensk, you actually failed. Is the red dragon next to that human really that strong? Isn't it that he is just a growing little dragon? Among an undead army that was quickly heading towards Deadwood Village, an undead man dressed as a commander was looking at a companion next to him in surprise. If Leo were here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that the person next to the undead commander was the undead stalker who assassinated him in Deadwood Village. The reason why he can recognize each other at a glance is not because of Leo's strong eyesight and can distinguish the undead, who all look the same at a glance, but because of the dagger demon strike on the undead stalker. That red dragon? Huh. In fact, I didn't fight with that red dragon at all. Winsky snorted gloomily. Simon, do you think a red dragon that is just entering the epic list can stop me? It's not the red dragon. So there are other masters. Who are they? Simon, the undead officer, didn't pay attention to Winsky's tone when he spoke. He seemed to have been accustomed to his companion's attitude. The warlock named Leo split his soul and created a clone with epic strength. This epic clone is actually a paladin. I think you will be interested in fighting this paladin. When after saying this, Zika disappeared. He just told Simon the information he knew so that he wouldn't suffer a loss. Of course, it was also Vince's purpose to arouse Simon's interest in Leo. If Simon is targeting him, how can a human named Leo resist him? The battle between an epic paladin and a death knight who is also an epic powerhouse is really exciting. Wensk is such a weak soul. After all, I am also the commander of an army. Why don't you say a word when you want to leave? If my heart hadn't stopped beating long ago, I might have been scared out of my mind by him. He is so elusive. It's really nerve-wracking to have a guy who doesn't obey the rules. Simon complained softly at first, and then his fighting spirit began to burn again. An epic paladin? What a good opponent. Hee hee. I haven't been so excited since we captured Strongguard. I hope you won't let me. Leo still doesn't know that Vinsk, who failed to assassinate him, has booked a powerful opponent in advance for him. The epic Death Knight. Simon, the Holy Knight who represents the light and faith in the Holy Light. And the Death Knight, who has died and possesses the power of the dead. Once this light dims, what kind of heated scene will happen if these two knights, who are born to be enemies, meet in Deadwood Village? Does the Holy Light defeat death? Or does death swallow up the light? Chapter 208, Murderous Intent. In the dark cave, a pair of hateful eyes were hidden in the darkness, silently watching the busy Deadwood Village under the mountain. The cave was the former residence of Zalas and Nimmer, and it was also a place used by the trolls in Deadwood Village to hide part of their strength. After defeating the troll in Deadwood Village, Willie once led people into the cave to search, but found nothing valuable. Leo was upset because of the Stormwind Kingdom's attitude towards him, so he did not enter in person. Details determine success or failure. As the saying goes, Leo didn't know that it was because of his negligence that a troll escaped. This troll is none other than Nimmer the Slayer, who escaped from Parish Island. The homeland where he originally lived was occupied by humans, and all the people in the same village were killed by humans. Nimel's hatred for humans can be said to be unwashable by the endless sea water. Although he was seriously injured in the battle with the Red Dragon, Nimmer was unwilling to just run away. He kept wandering near Deadwood Village, looking for opportunities. Like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, it patiently waits for the enemy to reveal its flaw, then quickly pounces on it with its fangs exposed, delivering a fatal blow. It is very dangerous to be secretly watched by an enemy at the peak of the legendary realm. However, Leo does not know all this. He is still making plans for his future. It is too dangerous to just hang on the tree in the kingdom of Stormwind. Some of the nobles in the kingdom have united to kill themselves. And King Anduin Jr. does not support him. If he does not make plans early, he will really reach a critical moment and want to find him. I can't even find a Buddhist who wants to hug me. Dwarf? Forget it. Considering the relationship between Ironforge and Stormwind City, this is the least safe. Night Elf? You can try it. But you don't have much hope. Draenei? Well, it seems they haven't appeared yet. When will this race be revealed to the world? If I can't remember clearly, I can't count on them. This leaves only humans and werewolves. As for the human race, the Kingdom of Stormwind is the largest existing force. But the Kingdom of Arather cannot be underestimated. Even though Arather has now lost Stromgarde and is forced into the Valley of Refuge by the undead army, once they are allowed to catch their breath, the power that this country, the origin of many civilizations in human history, can unleash will definitely make the entire world tremble. Look sideways. Leo believes that if the strength of the Kingdom of Stormwind is unreliable among the human race, then embracing the Kingdom of Arather is the only way out. Not to mention that there is such a good opportunity in front of him now. It's easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide help when it's time. The Kingdom of Arather is at a critical juncture. If I can help them at this time, it will be easy to gain the favor of this kingdom. Maybe they won't fall out with the Kingdom of Storm, but it's not difficult to provide some help in private. As for the werewolves, they were too far away from the Kyrgyz kingdom, outside the Greymane Wall. If there was a chance, Leo would go deep into the Silver Pine Forest to take a look. But it would be impossible in the short term. If a person wants to gain recognition and acceptance from others, he must reflect his own value. If Leo wants to win the favor of the Arather kingdom, the first thing he has to do is to defend the Deadwood village during this attack against the undead army. Compared with living creatures, the undead have a big advantage. They will not feel tired. That is, the undead army led by Simon can march without stopping. Due to the fast marching speed of the undead army, Leo and the others only built very simple defenses in Deadwood village and had to prepare for battle. Because at this time, the undead were only half a day away from Deadwood village. The atmosphere in Witherwood village became tense as the undead army approached. The army of the undead is approaching. Leo will never wait for them to come knocking at your door. You undead can hit me if you want? How can such a good thing happen? Don't think that I won't dare to take action because there are so many of you. Just watch how I harass you. As a result, the undead army coming towards Kumu village was attacked more than 10 times in the past half day. Leo sent the Mad Wolf out and started the harassment tactics. Anyway, in his eyes, the Mad Wolf was just cannon fodder. He could just spend some magic power to summon it after it died. The Crazy Wolf, whose comprehensive strength is at the peak of high level, and whose actual attack power has reached the legendary level, killed hundreds of undead soldiers at an average cost of 15 deaths. Speaking of intentional sneak attacks, Mad Wolf's teleportation talent is really hard to guard against. Even the strongest in the legendary realm cannot guarantee that they will not be injured by Mad Wolf's sneak attack, let alone the undead soldiers whose strength has not even reached the high level. Simon was very angry as his troops were constantly being harassed. Those hateful white wolves are simply inexhaustible. They come in groups of 3 at a time and can always injure several or even a dozen soldiers at a time. If I hadn't stepped up my guard later, they would have killed more than 100 undead soldiers. Number. I heard that the human warlock named Leo had 3 white wolves as pets. And I guess they were these 3 wolves. I don't know what method this guy used to prevent these 3 white wolves from dying. This guy is so shameless about using pets as cannon fodder. Isn't he afraid that these 3 pets will really die or defect due to too many deaths? Simon didn't understand. But after being harassed by the Mad Wolf, he became interested in Leo. This method for human warlocks to bring pets back to life is so valuable. If I can get it and study it in depth, can I, who have already died, come back to life? Resurrection. Let yourself live again. This idea began to expand infinitely after it arose in Simon's mind. The Death Knight felt that his cold body seemed to have gained a little warmth due to being too excited. People who have never died will not know the wonderful feeling of being alive. They can feel the sunshine and feel cold. They feel hungry when they don't eat. They feel pain after being injured. Their heart beats loudly when they are emotionally excited. Everything like this made Simon extremely nostalgic. And he missed the days when he was alive. It's a pity that he is dead. He is just an undead now. And those days are destined to be just beautiful memories. If it had always been like this, Simon would have just made do with it. But now suddenly there was a hope of resurrection. And his heart that had stopped beating for a long time became active again. I must catch that human warlock named Leo. Even if I can't catch him alive, I must get his body. Maybe it's better to get his body than to catch a living person. If this guy becomes an undead after death, he will definitely continue to study this spell in order to resurrect himself. I just need to pay more attention to him. Thinking of this, Simon became murderous. In order to let me live again, human warlock, I will let you die once. Leo once again attracted attention. He never thought that just by sending crazy wolves to harass the undead marching, he actually aroused the murderous desire of an epic death knight. If someone told him this fact, he would definitely yell at the sky 3 times, "What a cheater! Lord Leo, all the things have been distributed." Leo looked at the panting Whaley and patted his shoulder with a hint of apology. "Whaley, this battle is very dangerous. I brought you into danger." Leo did not hide anything about the upcoming battle and the attitude of the Kingdom of Stormwind. He had already told Viri and the other 4 Master Chiefs after he got the news from Passonia. Anyway, this matter cannot be concealed. Instead of hiding it and incurring resentment from your subordinates, it is better to tell them the truth. If Leo wanted to take the blame for the top management of Stormwind Kingdom, there wouldn't even be a window, let alone a door. What made Leo feel gratified was that after knowing the truth of the matter, Willie and the others had no intention of complaining about him and continued to do their best as before. Their performance made Leo feel that he had a good eye for people, and he felt somewhat comforted. "Sir, you don't need to think so." A self-deprecating expression appeared on Willie's face. "We sergeants, to put it nicely, are officers. To put it worse, we do odd jobs for the noble officers in the army. Like us, such civilians can be sacrificed at any time in the eyes of the nobles. Therefore, when we joined the expeditionary force, we had not thought about returning alive. The world only noticed the dazzling achievements of the generals when they returned home. But few people noticed how many bones were buried under these dazzling achievements. Perhaps everyone actually noticed it, but just ignored it deliberately. Everyone thought that they must become a victorious general instead of a soul who died on the battlefield. But the fact is, more than 90% of people are dead souls on the battlefield, even if they are lucky enough to survive. Most of them are veterans who spent the rest of their lives in pain. Only less than 1 in 10,000 people can become a victorious general. This is reality. Very cruel, but very true. The conversation between Leo and Viri made Parashion very dissatisfied, and the red dragon showed its true form and roared loudly. "Aren't they just a bunch of rotten bones? There's nothing to worry about. Lord Parashion is here. Watch me burn them all into ashes." "Lao Pei, stop blowing. You've broken the dragon's skin." Leo sighed quietly, ignoring the sharp teeth the red dragon showed to him, pointing to the outside of the village and saying, "As long as you can kill the guy who takes the lead, I would be satisfied if it was burned to ashes." The red dragon looked in the direction pointed by Leo, only to see a large group of black dots appearing on the horizon in the distance. And these black dots were quickly approaching the Witheredwood village. "Who is it if it's not an army of the undead? The one who takes the lead?" Polishin fixed his sights on the undead knight, who was riding a skeleton horse and walking at the front of the entire army. The red dragon's movements paused for a moment. He is actually an epic undead powerhouse. "Leo, you underestimate me too much. Aren't you just an epic undead knight? You can watch carefully from behind and see how Lord Polishin dismantles his body." The red dragon sprayed out from its nostrils 2 hot breaths, said with great arrogance, Leo scratched his face and said weakly, "Aren't you going to burn him to ashes?" Chapter 209 Weird Means. As the Dragon Clan, Polishin has the capital to be proud. But pride does not mean stupidity. No matter how arrogant the red dragon is, he would not dare to burn an undead knight with epic combat power to ashes, let alone him. Through the aura induction between the strong men, I came to a very depressing conclusion. The undead riding the skeleton horse was slightly stronger than myself. With a weak opponent and a strong opponent, it is already good to win. Want to put your opponent to shame? This request really shouldn't be too much. Polishin did not answer Leo's words. The red dragon angrily blew out 2 hot air waves from its nostrils and flew up, targeting the undead army outside the village. Seeing the red dragon charging directly towards him, Simon snorted disdainfully. "He's just a red dragon still in the growing stage. Is he worthy of taking action against me? You go and play with this little dragon." Just when Parashion was about to fly above his head, Simon suddenly said these words. Whoosh! A figure jumped up from among the many undead soldiers and pounced towards the red dragon with the speed of pulling onions on dry land. It was not affected by the power of the red dragon at all. Judging from his pounce action, he has a hunting aura, hunting the red dragon as food. What the hell is this? Polition was startled, and the red dragon clearly felt the strength gap between itself and the enemy. The guy who came at me was actually stronger than Lord Polition, another arrogant and epic hero. Leo was also startled by the figure leaping out of the undead army at first. When did the epic warrior become a cabbage on the roadside? It was already scary to have an epic level strongman in an undead army of 30,000 people. But now there was another one jumping out of the army. This couldn't be described as scary. Undead. I know you want to kill us, but there is no need to be so cruel. Including the thief who assassinated me. There are already 3 epic heroes. How can I, a little magician in the legendary realm, bear this? However, when Leo saw the figure clearly, he felt relieved again. After working for a long time, he was a ghoul. In that case, the leader of the undead army opposite was a death knight. Ghouls who feed on corpses. If you want them to stay in harmony with the undead, no other profession can do it except the death knight. No wonder this undead army kept killing them after knowing that there was an epic red dragon beside them. It turned out that they were confident. After all, one epic death knight could serve as 2 epic warriors. Do you think I will just sit back and die if I use my ghouls to hold back Parashaion? Leo looked coldly at the approaching undead army. He couldn't wait to give the leading death knight a surprise. Simon didn't know what was wrong with him. The closer he got to Deadwood Village, the more panic he felt in his heart. Leo's cold eyes put a lot of pressure on him. What are you afraid of? He's just a little warlock at the legendary level. It's incredible that I, an epic death knight, would be afraid of him. It must be because I am too nervous. Rebirth? Can I live again? Simon's mind actually wandered when the battle was about to begin. It had to be said that the Death Knight was really out of shape. The more you focus on something, the more likely you are to screw it up. Entering the casting range. Just when Simon's mind wandered, he had already entered Leo's casting radius. Death Knight, I'll give you a greeting gift. Leo suddenly shouted at Simon. Simon, who was riding on the skeleton horse, felt a wave of waves emanating from his body. The Death Knight's body quickly expanded, like a balloon after being stimulated by this wave, and was about to burst. Once the body is broken, what awaits the Death Knight will definitely be shattered to pieces. At the critical moment of life and death, Simon exerted the strength expected of an epic strongman. He forcibly used his power to suppress the inexplicable fluctuations in his body. The Death Knight's originally balloon-like body quickly deflated. What did that warlock do to me? Simon was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat after saving his own life. If the undead could also sweat, he knows his body well. Even though he is fine now. In fact, in order to suppress the fluctuation in his body, he has consumed 1/10 of his combat power. Before the war actually started, his strength was weakened by the opponent through unknown means, and Simon's heart was cast into a shadow. This battle may not be as easy to fight as I thought. That Death Knight suppressed the corpse explosion. Leo frowned. It seemed that the Necromancer's magical skill was not omnipotent. It could not kill an epic-level expert with one blow. In fact, Leo is a little greedy. With his legendary-level strength, he wants to kill an epic-level expert in an instant. If he says it, he will definitely scare a lot of people. I didn't expect the corpse explosion technique to have such a restriction. It cannot be used on the same undead twice in a short period of time. Otherwise, I would just use the corpse explosion to kill the Death Knight. Leo curled his lips in displeasure and turned his attack target to other undead. If the east is not bright, the west is bright. Since I can't kill the leading Death Knight instantly, I will try my hand with the minions. The undead soldiers were in trouble now. The body of an undead soldier suddenly swelled up like Simon. As a soldier, it should be a happy thing to be treated like a general. However, if this treatment was a death blow from the enemy, it would be completely different. Can ordinary soldiers have the strength of Simon? Of course it's impossible, since he couldn't forcibly suppress the fluctuations of the corpse explosion technique like an epic powerhouse. He could only be a forcibly blown balloon that exploded with a bang. The corpse explosion technique is very destructive. The exploding undead soldiers blew up all his companions within a few meters of him. Suddenly, a piece was missing from the originally neat formation of the advancing undead army. The casualties of a dozen people were just a drop in the bucket of the 30,000 undead army. But its appearance shocked Simon. The cooldown time of the human warlock spell on the opposite side seems to be very short. If this is the case, it will be difficult. Before Simon could think about it carefully, banging sounds sounded one after another in the undead army. One after another. The undead soldiers exploded with a bang after their bodies expanded rapidly, blowing away their companions. Gaps appeared one after another in the neatly formed army of the undead. Within a few seconds, the neatly formed undead army looked as if they had been gnawed by dogs. It was a terrible scream. What to do? Simon was a little panicked. He had never thought that such a situation would happen. What kind of spell did the warlock named Leo use? It was just a weird method. Didn't he even need a cooldown time for the spell? Leo's corpse explosion technique put Simon into a dilemma of advancing or retreating. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Death Knight became fierce. With a wave of the spear in his hand, he directly issued the order for the entire army to attack. You want to explode? Right. I'll let you explode. I'll see how many of my people you can kill. I'll see if you dare to use this spell during a melee between the two sides. The undead army withstood the impact of Leo's corpse explosion technique and launched an attack on Deadwood Village like a surging tide. Seeing this, Leo cast the spell at his hand even more urgently. The Death Knight on the undead side was a ruthless person. He asked his men to launch a strong attack against my corpse explosion technique. He really didn't take the lives of his men seriously. Simon's approach was indeed ruthless, forcing the two sides into a melee despite the heavy casualties, which made Leo avoid using the corpse explosion technique at will. But, can his approach be successful? Get ready to throw. Just as the undead soldiers approached the Witheredwood village, Whaley's voice rang out, and all the human soldiers hiding behind the village wall raised their hands, and frost grenades drew arcs in the air, covering their heads and faces, and threw them at the undead soldiers. Snapped, snapped, snapped. The frost grenade exploded, blasting out rings of ice that turned the front of the Withertree village into a white mess. The damage caused when the grenade exploded caused the bodies of nearby undead soldiers to shake. The ice rings exploded and spread, freezing the legs of the undead soldiers. A thick layer of ice wrapped around the undead soldiers' legs. Their legs make it extremely difficult for them to lift their feet and take steps. I have long thought of launching a forceful attack by my soldiers without fear of casualties. The undead soldiers whose legs were frozen by the ice rings were simply living targets. Leo used the corpse explosion technique to name them one by one. Broken Bones and Carrion flew down together, and the number of casualties among the undead soldiers increased sharply. Nearly 5,000 soldiers were lost before they even touched the wall of Deadwood Village. And Simon was itching with hatred. However, he was still not intimidated, and the undead soldiers were still executing the attack orders he gave. Being emotionless is not a good thing for a person, but for an army, this is not necessarily a bad thing. At least soldiers without emotions do not know fear. They will not run away out of fear when the battle is unfavorable. Nor will they obey the orders of their superiors out of fear of death. Nor will they shrink back when the enemy is strong. The companions around them all died in extremely miserable conditions. If it were a human army, even the most elite troops would have their morale dampened. Although many people want to die in a spectacular way, few people are willing to die with a bang, intense to the point of breaking one's body into pieces. The undead soldiers are different. They turn a blind eye to the death of their companions, and still charge without any hesitation. Leo's corpse explosion technique is indeed very powerful, and the effect of using it to deal with the undead is natural. It is not an exaggeration to describe the corpse explosion technique as the nemesis of the undead. But the impact of the 30,000-strong army was really huge. How could he stop the undead army coming like a tide with his own strength? After the human soldiers in Deadwood Village threw 5 rounds of frost grenades, the undead army finally rushed outside the wall of Deadwood Village. There was a banging sound, and the wooden village wall that had just been renovated had to withstand the test again. But this time it was not the human army that tested it, but the undead soldiers. Chapter 210 Red Dragon vs. Ghoul. When it comes to offensive and defensive battles, the defending side uses the built fortifications to resist the attacking side. This is the most common mode, and it is also the mode that is most beneficial to the defending side. Therefore, it is not surprising that the human army guarding the Deadwood Village uses the wooden village walls of the Deadwood Village for defense. The undead generally thought so. So they hit the village wall with great force. Many undead soldiers gathered outside the village wall, constantly hitting the obstacles in front of them. The walls of Witheredwood Village groaned under the weight of the continuous impacts. It didn't take long for them to be knocked down by the undead. The human army wants to rely on the village wall to defend against the undead's attack. But this plan obviously doesn't work. Fortunately, Leo has never had confidence in the walls of Deadwood Village. Just imagine. How can a village wall that can be quickly knocked down by 2,000 human warriors withstand the attack of tens of thousands of undead? Seeing more and more undead under the village wall, Leo felt that the time was ripe. Who said that the defensive side must use fortifications to defend? I am a master of engineering. Do you understand? This is quite an arrogant existence. Undead? I'll give you a plane ride. Don't thank me too much. Boom! 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 The village wall that was about to collapse when being collided by the undead soldiers suddenly exploded. And huge explosions sounded one after another. The undead soldiers were shocked to find that the wooden village wall in front of them was like a detonated gunpowder magazine. A fierce one. The lethality of gunpowder is not very reliable in the eyes of the strong men in this world. The problem is that the undead soldiers, who are only mid-level warriors, are still far away from being strong. Gunpowder can cause them, the lethality is naturally not small. Let alone continuous explosions at close range. Amidst the huge explosion, the undead soldiers gathered under the wall of Deadwood Village were unlucky. The impact of the explosion tore their bodies into pieces. And pieces of rotten flesh and broken bones were like shooting bullets, splattered everywhere. The undead soldiers far away from the village wall were injured a lot by the broken parts of their comrades' bodies. The undead army that launched a strong attack against Leo's corpse explosion technique was once again reduced in number. This time, they lost at least 3,000 men in the explosion. The undead soldiers under Simon's command had already lost 8,000 to 9,000 people before they fought with the human army in Deadwood Village. Before the most intense close combat started, nearly 1/3 of the entire army was damaged. The Death Knight was so angry that he was filled with rage. Trembling. Damn it. I actually forgot that this guy has strong engineering abilities. It was my negligence. It seems that the information provided by the human being whom I used to make the abomination raw material was not entirely false. Fortunately, the village wall has been destroyed by continuous explosions, and a smooth road is shown in front of the undead soldiers. They only need to charge to kill the human army. The most intense close combat with the highest casualties is about to begin. Simon was very upset. But he didn't know that Leo was screaming in his heart that it was a pity. There is an item in engineering called bomb box. In Leo's opinion, this was a powerful explosive bag. And the continuous explosions on the village wall were the masterpiece of the bomb boxes piled under the wall. Bomb boxes are very effective against undead soldiers. But it is very time-consuming to make. Leo hurriedly only had time to do this on the village wall. If he was given enough time, he wouldn't mind. Make a few more explosions like this. A master of engineering. No matter how weak he is, as long as he is given enough materials and time, he can do even something as difficult as destroying a kingdom. Soldiers, move forward bravely. Willie shouted and took the lead in charging towards the incoming undead army. Behind him was a group of human soldiers who were shouting loudly. For the Alliance. They are warriors. They are the regular army of the Kingdom of Stormwind. And they dare to launch a frontal attack even when facing enemies several times their size. Compared with the slogan shouted by the human army, the undead are much weaker in terms of momentum. Their naturally gloomy voices are really not the material for shouting passionate slogans. For the Queen, the undead soldiers waved their weapons to fight against the oncoming human army. In the fierce close combat, I don't know how many people will die on the battlefield. The human and undead soldiers fought lively, and the red dragon and the ghoul also fought fiercely. Facing the attacking ghoul, Parashion opened his mouth wide and sprayed a thick pillar of fire towards the ghoul. The ghoul did not dodge the pillar of fire sprayed by the red dragon, and did not even defend himself. He reached for Parishion's neck with both hands, and the nails on his hands suddenly stretched out, bringing out 10 sharp cold lights. The thick pillar of fire engulfed the ghoul entirely, and the dragon's flames, which could melt gold and iron, threatened to burn it to ashes. Is this really the case? 10 points of cold light shot out from the dragon's flames, making a crisp clanging sound when it collided with the dragon's scales. Thick fire pillars and high-temperature dragon flames failed to stop the ghoul. It actually resisted Paliction's tried and tested dragon flame attacks by relying only on its body. The claw strikes of both hands failed to break through Paliction's defense. The ghoul opened its mouth wide. The mouth that was originally the same as that of a normal person suddenly became larger. It was so big that it could swallow a living person alive without any problem. Level of terror. Opening its mouth, the ghoul bit the red dragon in one bite, and then shook its head hard. With the forcibly torn dragon meat in its mouth, the dragon's blood flowed out from the corners of its mouth, dyeing its entire body bright red. Ouch! Being forcibly bitten off such a large piece of flesh made even the dragon's strong nerves scream in pain. The pain stimulated Parashion, and the red dragon covered the ghoul and slapped away an angry claw. If it were on the ground, Polition's claw would definitely not be able to hit the ghoul. But now it was in the air, and the ghoul had no way to dodge without any help. It was hit without any suspense. The power contained in the red dragon's angry claw was far beyond what the ghoul, who had nowhere to rely on, could withstand. Polition's claw struck the ghoul like a cannonball, and brought it with it. It hit the ground with a sharp whistling sound. Amidst the flying dust, a large hole with a depth of more than 10 meters appeared where the ghoul landed. One blow knocked the ghoul into the ground. But Polition's anger did not ease at all. The red dragon clearly felt that the ghoul's body curled up obviously when he hit the target. Shrinking. The damage caused by the force hitting the ghoul has been reduced by 50%. You humble scumbag. You, a lowly undead, have actually hurt the noble Lord Polition. I will tear you into pieces. The roar of the red dragon resounded across the sky. From the large hole in the ground, a hand stained with blood stretched out. And then the ghoul, which was knocked into the ground by the red dragon, emerged from the hole, looking up at the roaring Polition above. The ghoul's big mouth is constantly opening and closing, and the crunching and loud chewing sounds are accompanied by the up and down movements of the teeth. The ghoul uses practical actions to respond to Polition. The red dragon's anger burned to its peak in an instant. What is this lowly ghoul doing on the ground? How dare it eat Lord Polition's flesh? The red dragon immediately went berserk. Furious, Parashion no longer cared about the air superiority. His huge body quickly rushed towards the ghoul. At the same time, the red dragon's tail swung hard, like a thick siege log carrying it with him. The sound of roaring wind crashed into the ghoul. With a slight jump, the ghoul easily dodged the dragon's tail that was thrown at him. Before its feet touched the ground, the red dragon's tail suddenly changed direction and hit the ghoul's body with a snap, knocking it out. The whole thing flew up. Go to HL, you lowly undead. The ghoul's body was whipped by the dragon's tail and flew into the air. Parashion roared angrily and opened his mouth. The fangs in his mouth as tall as a person reflected the sunlight, making him look ferocious and terrifying. This lowly ghoul actually dares to eat my flesh. Watch as Lord Polition chews you up and swallows you whole. When it comes to revenge, Parashion is really not that ordinary. If he were bitten by Parashion, the ghoul would definitely not die, but would be seriously injured. The dragon's powerful bite force is no joke. But the ghoul in the air couldn't exert any force, and had nowhere to dodge. It could only watch helplessly, as the dragon's big mouth bit it into pieces. However, is this really the end of the matter? A ghoul stronger than Polition was bitten to death by a red dragon? No. Of course not. If Leo and Parashion join forces to fight the ghoul, he will definitely not let the red dragon do that. Because in addition to the 4 regular skills of jumping, claw attack, biting, and curling up, the ghoul also has there is one last trump card. And that is self-destruction. It's impossible for Parashion not to know the abilities of the ghoul. But he has completely lost his calmness during the rampage. The red dragon without anyone to remind him is destined to suffer a big loss. Bang! The chewed ghoul suddenly exploded. And it exploded in Polition's mouth. Ouch! The huge pain made the red dragon almost faint. How lethal can an epic ghoul's self-destruction be? Look at Parashion. The red dragon's big mouth was blown open, and the inside was a mess of blood and flesh. Only a few sparse fangs were left in the mouth. What's more terrible is that its lower body was gone. It was destroyed by the ghoul's self-explosion. A large amount of blood shot out from the red dragon's body, dyeing dozens of meters in radius bright red. What does it mean to bleed like a fountain? And what does it mean to gushing out like a fountain? This is the current situation of Parashion. The ghoul played this skill beautifully, and its self-destruction blow in the red dragon's mouth gave Parashion a fatal blow. If the red dragon cannot receive timely treatment, the excessive blood loss alone is enough to kill it. If it were just the self-destruction of the ghoul, Parashion would still have a chance to survive. However, in order to deal with the epic red dragon beside Leo, the tricks prepared by the undead were not just the self-destruction of the ghoul kind. With the massive loss of blood in the body, Polition's body became weak, and the weak body reduced the red dragon's resistance a lot. Green spots quietly appear on the weak red dragon. If you observe carefully enough, you will find that the places where these green spots appear are exactly where the red dragon was hit by the hated iron chain during the battle on the Solder Bridge place. In addition to beating people with chains, the abominations also have the ability to spread clouds of plague disease. Chapter 211 I Hate Engineering. Suffering from fatal injuries, and the plague breaking out in his body. Parashion is in danger. The red dragon knew that his current state was very bad. Although he was arrogant, he was not a stubborn creature. Polition's body began to rise into the air, and the red dragon was ready to fly away from the battlefield. However, can the undead, who spent so much effort to get the red dragon to this point, let him escape? There was a clanging sound of iron chains, and about 400 abominations dragged their heavy footsteps and approached the red dragon with ferocious smiles on their faces. Oh! The chains in the hands of the abominations all swung towards the red dragon. But there seemed to be a problem with their accuracy. The chains actually missed the target, and none of them touched Poliction's body. No. Wait! Chains of iron chains were drawn near the red dragon's body. Amidst the crashing sounds, the iron chains in the hands of the abominations were entangled with each other in the air, forming a large network of iron chains, covering the entire body of Poliction. Stand up. Roar! The red dragon, which was covered by the iron chain net, roared angrily. The massive blood loss and the raging plague virus in his body made him feel the danger and the danger of his life. The gradually disappearing strength and the increasingly weak body made the red dragon feel extremely bad. He knew that if he continued to fight with the undead, it would be him, Poliction, who died. Is Parashion willing to die? That was 100 unwillingnesses. Let alone die at the hands of the undead that he considered lowly. The red dragon struggled hard, and the large iron chain net covering his body was torn apart with a rattling sound. The 400 haters all tightened the chains in their hands and tried their best to stabilize themselves, preventing themselves from being thrown away by the force coming from the chains. 400 hatreds and an injured red dragon were wrestling. If it were an ordinary iron chain, it would be impossible to withstand the power of the red dragon. However, the iron chains in the hands of the abominations were reinforced by magic, and Poliction's power could keep it from being pulled. Since the chain net can't be pulled, the red dragon can't fly away. Despicable hatred! How dare you want to embarrass Lord Polition? The red dragon roared while struggling, but his words became muffled after his lower bones were blown away, making it difficult to hear them clearly. Trap this red dragon and don't let him fly away. His injuries are very serious, and he won't be able to withstand it for long. As long as we persist, victory will be ours. An undead, who seemed to have some status, cheered for the abominations. This guy's shouting attracted Parishion's attention. In a dangerous situation, the red dragon was already extremely violent, and now there was actually a fly chirping beside it. Isn't this looking for death? Ignoring his own injuries, Parashion forcibly spit out a thick pillar of fire, burning the screaming undead into a pile of ashes. The scorching dragon flames brought out the bad breath in Parishion's chest, but it also made his injuries more serious. The bloody mouth was burned to pieces by the sprayed dragon flames, and a smell of meat came from the burnt mouth, emitted from the wound. Injury upon injury. What the moment of pleasure brought about was more and more serious injuries, and the subsequent sequelae made the red dragon's body become weaker and weaker. Abomination, who was holding on to the iron chain, could clearly feel the force coming from the iron chain. Is weakening. Parashion is almost done. Human, your little red dragon is almost finished. Aren't you anxious? Simon smiled gloomily, and standing not far in front of him was Leo. It wasn't that Leo was willing to face Simon, an epic powerhouse, and play a very difficult game like Level Crossing Challenge, but he had to do this. How could Willie and the others resist an epic death knight? If Leo didn't stand up, the nearly 3,000 dragon blood soldiers under his command would soon die in Simon's hands. Some things should be done as they should, and don't talk about how you can do it later when you become stronger, because if you escape, you are escaping. If it were Leo when he first traveled through time, he would have definitely first thought about how to escape when encountering danger. But now, his first thought was how to kill Simon. Leo looked at Simon with a strange look on his face. Why should I be anxious? Or, do you want to see me anxious? Is he pretending to be calm? Simon shook his head secretly. It doesn't look like it. It really doesn't look like it. In other words, this human warlock named Leo really doesn't care about the life or death of the red dragon. Simon was puzzled. Whoever subdues a giant dragon would be treated as a treasure? Why doesn't this human take the dragon seriously? Seemingly aware of Simon's confusion, Leo spread his hands and said helplessly, if your ghoul doesn't completely obey you, would you feel it's a pity to abandon him when needed? Anyway, I won't. Simon's ghoul used self-destruction to inflict fatal injuries to Parashion. But this does not mean that the ghoul is really dead. In fact, the Death Knight's ghoul will not really die. This Death Knight was not killed. Of course, it will take some time for the ghoul to be summoned again after it explodes. Leo was stalling Simon with conversation in order to delay time. So why wasn't Simon doing the same? I thought this human being was so smart. But that's not the case. He was actually stupid enough to play a trick with me to delay time. Didn't he know that the longer the time went on, the more dangerous the red dragon would be? I was close to summoning the zombies again. The ghost is getting closer? No. This guy is definitely not that simple. Simon instinctively felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't find anything suspicious. Because Parashion really wanted to do it. Leo, save me quickly. The increasingly weak red dragon sent a message to Leo asking for help. And Simon, who noticed this, became cautiously alert. Now he can't help but fight with me. The Death Knight didn't understand why he felt at a disadvantage when he saw Leo's fearless performance. It seems that the corpse explosion technique that Leo gave him before the war left a shadow in his heart. Death Knight, how long until your ghouls come out again? Leo's performance once again surprised Simon. He ignored Parishion's plea for help and continued to delay time with Simon. This guy doesn't care about the life or death of that red dragon at all. He really can do it. Simon was completely shocked by Leo's performance. The Death Knight really couldn't understand what Leo was thinking. Leo, save me! Realizing that Leo had no intention of rescuing him, Parashion was really anxious. Although he knew that Leo was facing an epic-level strongman, the red dragon had confidence in Leo that he would be able to save his life if he wanted to. In fact, Parashion could only think so. Under Simon's careful precautions, Leo suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly letting go of anything he was worried about. His performance made Simon's heart suddenly sink. Okay, undead. The chatting time is over. Bang, bang, bang. A familiar sound sounded from the ground. It was the sound of a frost grenade exploding. A powerful force of frost erupted from the ground. And Simon, who was caught off guard, was instantly frozen. But he is not the focus here. The focus is on Polition. Almost at the same time that Simon was frozen, there was a popping sound under the feet of the abomination that trapped Parashion with a large iron chain net. The abomination, who was wrestling with the red dragon, never expected such a change. All 400 abominations were frozen by the power of frost rushing out of the ground. There were more than 400 temporary ice sculptures named Abomination on the ground. Without the pull of the abominations, Polition broke free from the entanglement of the iron chain net with a flick of his body. The extremely weak red dragon did not dare to delay, and quickly flew into the air, heading towards Leo's direction. In Polition's heart, there was no safer place in the entire battlefield than beside Leo. The epic dragon seeks refuge from a legendary human being. This scene is weird no matter how you look at it. Click, click, click. The ice on Simon's body cracked quickly, and the Death Knight quickly broke through the ice. Cunning guy, Simon cursed, knowing that he was still fooled. He had long heard that Leo had a plant-based pet that could burrow into the ground. He should have been prepared. But why was he so careless? Human, you are very smart. The combination of plant pets and engineering is really good. But some tricks are useless in the face of strong strength. Do you know what your biggest weakness is? That is that your own strength is too weakened, Simon said, and suddenly stretched out his hand and shook it in the air. Leo felt a huge force coming from the front, and his whole body was involuntarily sucked in. Come here and die. It's the Death Knight's skill, Death Grip. This guy wants to use his strength to overwhelm me because he is an epic powerhouse. He couldn't control his body, but Leo's mind was very clear, and he activated the spell Reflector without hesitation. At the same time, the degradation ray also shot towards Simon. Suck me? Suck yourself. The spell Reflector was really sharp. Even though Simon was an epic powerhouse, he was still affected and had to forcibly interrupt the Death Grip. The degradation ray weakened Simon's strength again. Even though it was only a very small part, it still made the Death Knight feel very uncomfortable. A large net was thrown towards Simon. It was the dwarf net spreader. There are so many bits and pieces in this kid. Simon waved the spear in his hand and flew away the big net. But before he could take a breath, another magical light came. What is it if it's not a dwarf chicken transformer? What makes Leo feel regretful is that the dwarf chicken transformer cannot turn the Death Knight into a chicken. All it can do is consume some of the Death Knight's runic energy. There is actually one. The Death Knight feels crazy. What else? Use it all. Simon rushed towards Leo quickly. Since you said so, wouldn't it be unkind of me not to satisfy you? Two flames flashed under Leo's feet, and the powerful propulsion of the goblin rocket boots made him move extremely fast. A legendary thief of the same level would not be able to catch up with him if he did not start sprinting. Simon was depressed. He was obviously chasing Leo, but the distance between them was getting farther and farther. The Death Knight really wants to shout, "I hate engineering." Chapter 212, Leo vs. Simon. Death Knight. This is a profession with a very domineering name. Of course, the strength of Death Knight is indeed very bad. But this profession has a very big weakness. That is, it does not have stunning skills such as Hammer of Punishment. Nor does it have the ability to immediately change the distance between the two parties such as Flash. It is commonly known as short legs. Simon was very depressed now. After Leo activated the goblin rocket boots, he couldn't catch up at all. He could only watch helplessly as the black-haired warlock retreated while throwing curse spells at him, weakening his strength again. Under the combination of aging, reduced resistance and other curses, Simon felt that his strength had dropped by more than 10%. Didn't the intelligence say that this warlock was following the path of destroying tyrants? Why is the curse spell so powerful? No matter how I feel, the curses of the Curse Master are not as good as his. Simon was puzzled. As a warlock, it was inevitable that Leo would study curses, but his research might have gone too far. As the subject of a curse, the Death Knight could clearly feel the curse on himself. Spells have a wide variety of effects, and even an epic curse master may not be able to cast so many curses. Speaking of curses, the Necromancer is an expert, and the Warlock's curses are really not as versatile as him. This is also the reason why Leo did not choose the path of Curse Master. With the ability of a Necromancer, even if he chooses to choose Curse Master, his strength will be limited. Using the goblin rocket boots to successfully distance himself from Simon, Leo began to kite against Simon. It's not like Leo has never fought against the Death Knight before, although he only did this in the game before time travel. This does not prevent him from knowing the weaknesses of the Death Knight. Without the help of ghouls, Death Grip is on cooldown again. Let's see if you have any other ways to deal with kiting tactics. After the curse spell was cast, a lot of negative status skills were added to Simon. And naturally the next step was the attack spells. A green fireball the size of a basketball was shot towards Simon. It was the soul poison flame mixed with poison in the soul fire. Leo had a narrow expression on his face, as if he was saying to Simon, "Come and silence me, dear." Ever since he was almost caused to self-destruct by the corpse explosion technique, Simon had always been cautious about Leo's spells. When he saw a green fireball that was different from ordinary soul fire, Simon quickly got out of the way. This warlock spells are very special, so try not to let him cast them. With this idea, the Death Knight used strangulation before Leo used the next spell to attack. Being strangled by Simon, Leo felt that the connection between himself and the magical elements was suddenly interrupted, and he could not cast any spells. At the same time, a dark element began to erode his body. The real function of the Death Knight's strangulation is to make the target unable to cast spells for a period of time. The shadow damage is just an additional effect, and the damage is really limited. Besides, Leo wasn't worried at all about the erosion of dark elements. His shadow protection barrier came in handy. After strangling Leo, Simon, who didn't have to worry about the opponent's spell attack, relaxed and rushed toward Leo. Unexpectedly, a mortar suddenly appeared in Leo's hand. Boom! The goblin mortar in Leo's hand is quite destructive. It is comparable to the full-strength attack of a legendary powerhouse. Even an epic powerhouse like Simon does not dare to underestimate it. As a last resort, the Death Knight had no choice but to dodge again. Unable to cast spells, the goblin mortar has been used again, and the frost grenade has no effect on the prepared Death Knight. Leo seems dangerous, but the actual situation is very safe, because the fuel in the goblin rocket boots has not burned yet. Even though, with Simon's speed, he couldn't catch up with him. He led Simon in circles in the Deadwood village with a smile on his face. Simon was furious when he saw Leo pulling him in circles. "Are you a dog walker?" Especially the smile on Leo's face made the Death Knight unable to calm down. Simon felt that Leo was laughing at him. Don't think that it's safe to have engineering shoes with acceleration. I'll let you know how powerful the Death Knight is. An ice chain was pulled out from Simon's hand and slapped on Leo's body with a swipe, locking him up as he ran like crazy. Leo, who was locked by the ice chain and could barely move, had no look of panic on his face. He had known that the Death Knight had this skill for a long time. Didn't he lead Simon to run wildly just to induce the Death Knight to use this skill? "Come!" There is a distance of tens of meters between you and the Death Knight as a buffer, which is much better than being hit by the opponent after rushing to your side. Seeing that Leo was stopped by the ice chain, Simon did not dare to neglect. He knew that the ice chain could lock the target for a limited time. If he did not seize this opportunity and rush to Leo, once he broke free, this skill would be in vain. But rushing after rushing, Simon didn't do nothing. Leo found that the dark elements around him suddenly became restless, and the land with a radius of tens of meters was rapidly corrupted by the corrosion of the dark elements. At the same time, a mysterious force is trying to erode his body and destroy his vitality. Is this death and decay? Leo didn't dare to underestimate Simon's move. He didn't want to use his own body to verify whether the famous death and decay could turn people into a pile of withered bones. As soon as his mind moved, the magic armor that blessed him suddenly shattered and turned into a shield to protect him inside. It was the void enchantment of the warlock's destruction system. Seeing Leo using the void barrier, Simon secretly thought to himself, the information is correct. This kid is indeed on the path to destroy the tyrant. With a void barrier that specifically protects against magic damage, Simon's death and withering could not hurt Leo at all for a while, and even the damage caused suddenly decreased. The reason for this is because Leo not only selected the void barrier in the destruction talent, but also completely activated the void protection extended by it. The effect of void protection is not small. When there is a void barrier, it can reduce the damage caused by spells to the protected person by nearly 1/3. Rushing desperately, Simon finally rushed to Leo before the ice chain failed. Once the Death Knight, a powerful melee fighter, got close, Simon's strength was fully unleashed. Just as Leo was able to move, a cold wind hit him, and the frost plague infected him. It was the cold touch of the Death Knight. Immediately afterwards, Simon waved the spear in his hand, and the gun body covered with light green plague virus whipped towards Leo with a roar. Snapped. The 3 bone shields of the bone armor flashed out of the void, and were instantly shattered by Simon's spear. The appearance of the bone shield gave Simon a sudden shock. Wasn't it my eyesight just now? That human actually had a bone shield that only the Death Knight, who specializes in evil abilities, had on his body. As a Death Knight, Simon knows it all too well. It is impossible to use protective skills like the bone shield without mastering the power of death. But if you want to master the power of death, is this warlock named Leo a dead man? But there was clearly no aura of the dead about him. This boy was just as real as a living person. Simon, who was shocked, slowed down his hand. Leo seized this opportunity and first counterattacked with Poison Flame Nova, and then used Death Coil. A ring of green poisonous flames and a skull made of dark green mist both attacked Simon. Death Coil? I can do it too. Simon jumped lightly, avoiding the poisonous Flame Nova, and at the same time shot an identical green skull at the following skull, and used Death Coil to fight off the Death Coil. Roar! A huge grizzly bear roared and appeared in front of Leo, like a tank with full power ramming into Simon. The Death Knight in the air swung his spear continuously as his arms vibrated, and dozens of gun shadows roared. The sound of breaking wind struck fiercely at the huge grizzly bear that was approaching. The body of the spear was bright red, covering the entire spear with a layer of blood. The spear that was thrust into the grizzly bear already bore the blood of the Death Knight. A legendary beast dares to show its claws to an epic warrior. Huh? Really desperate. Simon snorted secretly, and was about to kill the giant grizzly bear in one fell swoop when 2 strong winds struck him from behind. Huma and Terrorclaw teleported behind Simon and took advantage of the Death Knight's opportunity to attack the grizzly bear. Simon snorted coldly. He had already known that Leo had 3 legendary beast pets, so how could he not be prepared? A green plague air suddenly spread out from Simon's body and enveloped all 3 legendary beasts. It was the fever spread by the Death Knight. The 3 beasts infected by the fever did not pause at all. They only knew to complete the instructions given by their master Leo. The grizzly bear collided with Simon's spear. Its high defense was of little use against the epic warrior. More than 10 bloody holes were stabbed into its body by the spear, and it was seriously injured by the Death Knight in just one encounter. However, the grizzly bear's efforts also paid off. Simon's attacks were all caught by it, and Huma and Terror Clamps won the opportunity to attack. The Lion King Huma's claw strike combined with the natural pain technique, the powerful bite of the Terror Pincer, and the 2 legendary realm pets joined forces to attack. Even though Simon was a strong man in the epic realm, he still suffered minor injuries. Since it is a minor injury, it will naturally not hinder Simon's battle. However, Simon still felt angry in his heart after being injured by two legendary beasts. Two damn beasts. Another bloody mist emitted from Simon's body. Huma and Terraclaw screamed, and disgusting spots appeared on their bodies. This was a sign of the outbreak of plague. The spirits of the two legendary beasts suddenly became much weaker. The grizzly bear, which was already seriously injured, was even more unbearable. After groaning feebly, it fell to the ground with a thud. Completely lifeless. Leo was not surprised by the death of the grizzly bear. He originally used the bear as cannon fodder to create opportunities for the other two beasts. Unfortunately, Simon's defense was too high and his body was too hard. The combined attack of Huma and Terraclamp failed to seriously injure him. Chapter 213 is something is out of the ordinary. You become a monster. If I read it correctly, the Death Knight just used blood boil? Could it be that this guy is a Death Knight who specializes in the power of blood? Among the three Death Knights of blood, Frost, and Evil, blood-based Death Knights are the hardest to kill because they have the most life-saving skills. It seems that it is not easy to kill this undead. But I just like to do difficult things. A person's morale will be high if he has a trump card. If he is in the ordinary legendary realm and can escape with his life when faced with the pursuit of an epic powerhouse, it would be good. Who dares to say that he can kill this epic powerhouse? Two streaks of green mist are being generated in Leo's hand, which are the chaos arrows of the destruction warlock. In Leo's hands, the chaos arrow was formed quickly. He only needed about a second to complete it. But a second also took time. Spells that were not instantaneous could easily be interrupted by enemies spying on them. Just when the chaos arrow was about to be completed, the connection between Leo and the magic element was abruptly cut off again. The chaos arrow that was about to be completed was interrupted, and the two green mists that had formed disappeared instantly. In the undead army, Yakis, who was dressed as a soldier, smiled gloomily. The ice necromancer hiding in the army plotted against Leo. Silence. Leo's heart sank slightly. The only person who could seize the opportunity so accurately and at the same time use silence to affect him was at least a legendary mage. There is at least one legendary master hidden in the undead army. With the silence spell added, Leo can only cast some instant spells. But Yakis has already taken action. Will the Death Knight Simon be silent? An extremely cold feeling arose in his heart. Leo's entire brain almost stopped functioning under the impact of this cold current. He was mentally shocked, and his whole body was stunned. The magic he was originally preparing to cast it was not released. The mage's silence spell combined with the Death Knight's soul freezing. Leo was completely restrained. What is a crisis? This is the case now. Warlock, go to H.L. The spear in Simon's hand was pointed directly at Leo. The body of the spear was as red as blood, and the tip of the spear pierced Leo's heart with a bloody cold light. The Death Knight wanted to give Leo a heart attack with a heart attack. Seeing that their master was in danger, Huma and Terraclamp used their remaining strength and pounced towards Simon. Terraclamp even used a gut-breaking roar. Unfortunately, their actions had no effect. Simon relied on his high defense and didn't pay attention to the two legendary beasts behind him. His gut-breaking roar failed to affect the Death Knight's mind. The sharp spear still hit Leo's head. Heart. Just when Simon was about to succeed, the Iron Stone Demon appeared. In the Death Knight's shocked eyes, an Iron Man stood up in front of Leo and protected him completely behind him. Clang. The spear penetrated deeply into the body of the Steel Stone Demon, and the tip of the spear penetrated from the back of the Steel Stone Demon. Simon's shot penetrated the Stone Demon and almost injured Leo. Damn it. It's the Halo of Thorns. Simon's body was shaking again and again, and he suffered a big loss from the damage caused by the Steel Stone Demon. The Stone Demon's talent was really harmful when used to instigate people. With a flick of the spear in his hand, Simon threw out the Steel Stone Demon hanging on the gun, and Simon swung the gun again. At this time, Leo had just broken free from the mental freeze. Dark Conviction. Blood Vengeance. Warlock. Suffer death. The spear stabbed again, and this time the Death Knight vowed to kill the target on the spot. Condemned? What qualifications do you have to convict me? A figure whose body was burning with blazing holy light rushed out of Leo's body, and the bloody sword in his hand struck with a dazzling holy light against the spear thrust by the Death Knight. Torture of faith. Conquest. Undead. Except the blow from the Holy Crusaders. The blood-blade sword with a cross-shaped holy light struck hard at the tip of the spear. The sword and the spear bounced away after a slight pause. Leo's paladin clone and Simon were tied this time. And the two seemed to be relatively close in strength. Paladin who shouts justice. The Death Knight who calls himself the Dark Guardian. Huh? Paladins and Death Knights, one light and one dark, have opposing power attributes that make them natural enemies. Vince didn't lie to me. This human warlock really has an epic paladin clone. Which is interesting. Simon twisted the wrist holding the gun. Fighting spirit burning. Paladin. Your breaking light doesn't work on me. Simon provoked. The paladin clone sneered. With disdain on his face. You'll know if you try it? I think so too. Follow me. The paladin clone tilted his head and motioned for Simon to follow him. The Death Knight did not hesitate and decisively abandoned Leo and followed the paladin clone to the other end of the battlefield to start the fight. Well, is he really going along? Leo looked at Simon leaving and scratched his face in confusion. This Death Knight is really an interesting person. Just as he was thinking about it, a dagger appeared from behind him, stabbing him quickly and silently in the back of the heart. A strong sense of crisis appeared again. And Leo, who had already known about this situation, forced himself not to dodge, because he knows that he is safe. The dagger that stabbed Leo's back suddenly paused, then quickly changed direction and stabbed in Ling Yi's direction. Ding! The crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Two vague figures vaguely appeared in the void, and then disappeared immediately after a startling glance. It was as if nothing had happened behind Leo. The crisp impact was like an auditory hallucination. But the battle hidden in the void had already begun. Leo breathed a sigh of relief knowing that Pasonia had stopped the undead stalker hiding in the dark. Pasonia did not disappoint me. With her here, I really don't have to worry about the undead stalker's sneak attack. It feels really uncomfortable to know that an attack that could kill you is coming, but you force yourself to control your body and not dodge. The Death Knight was lured away by the paladin clone. And the undead stalker was also lured away by Pasonia. No one in the attacking undead army should be able to stop me. By the way, we also need to find out the guy who plotted against me just now. It is indeed not an easy task to find a person who deliberately hides himself in a chaotic battlefield. But Leo has his own way. Want to hide? Let me see how long you can hide it. Green mushrooms burst out of the ground. And Leo let the poisonous flower vine take action. Mushrooms appeared under their feet. Naturally, no one on the fighting sides paid attention to them. One after another, the mushrooms were trampled to pieces. A large amount of gray-green gas was emitted, and soon it enveloped the entire battlefield. The unstable mushrooms of the poisonous flower vine are an extremely powerful weapon for killing small groups of soldiers. If the legendary mage hidden among the undead soldiers does not take action, it will not take long for these mushrooms to cause a large number of casualties to the undead. Without the cover of the undead soldiers, this legendary necromancer will eventually be exposed. As soon as the unstable mushroom appears, the mage hiding in the undead army will either take the initiative or be caught by Leo. Anyway, he will be exposed no matter what he does. What is conspiracy? The opponent knows your purpose, but has no choice but to do what you want. This is called conspiracy. As the saying goes, smart people play tricks, and great wise men use conspiracy. Now Leo also felt the feeling of being a wise man. Well, this is actually someone being narcissistic. The cold frost air emanated from the undead body, dressed as a soldier, and spread quickly to the surroundings. The cold air froze all the green mushrooms emerging from the ground. The gray-green gas filling the air also began to fade and disappeared. It seems that area magic is indeed the nemesis of unstable mushrooms. Whether it is fire or ice, this spell can be easily broken. Got you. The guy who plotted against me. The necromancer took the initiative to expose himself. But Leo was not polite to him at all. A series of curses passed, followed closely by a chaos arrow. Yaki's was already prepared for Leo's attack, and the necromancer had already blessed himself with a mana shield and an ice shield. When Leo's chaos arrow shot at him, an ice arrow hit the terror clamp. Yaki's wanted to implement the strategy of cutting off one of his fingers rather than injuring 10 of them, and took advantage of the fact that Huma and Terror were sluggish from the fever virus to kill these two legendary beasts first. Kill my pet. This guy is not so naive as to think that my pet only has one life. Leo laughed. It seemed that the necromancer hadn't realized the nature of Huma and Terror Clamp, and thought they were wild pets with only one life, rather than summoned creatures with unlimited lives until their owners died. If you want to kill, I will let you kill. When you kill my pet, I will take the opportunity to kill you. Another chaos arrow was fired from Leo's hand, and the target was still Yaki's. At this time, The Necromancer had successfully killed Huma, and his attack target was changed to Terror Clamp. Seeing Leo's attitude, Yaquis regretted it. From the other party's attitude of not caring about Huma and Terror Clamp, the Necromancer already knew that his previous judgment was wrong. The Black Lion and Swamp Crocodile were not wild pets, but capable animals. Summoned creatures that can be summoned unlimited times. What a mistake! Yaquis cursed secretly. But the ice arrow in his hand still shot towards the Terror Claw. Since he had already killed one, he decided to kill the second one as well. With the strength of the human warlock, the two summoned creatures of the legendary realm cannot be summoned at will. After killing them, he will not have pets as helpers in a short period of time. At this point, Yaquis saw clearly. After the death of Huma and Terror Clamp, Leo did have to wait for a while before summoning them again. The ice arrows arrived, and Terror Clamp, who was suffering from the fever virus, died. Yaquis successfully killed two of Leo's legendary pets. The price he paid was that the ice shield and mana shield that protected him were broken, and half of his body was broken. The body disappeared under the arrow of chaos. After inflicting heavy damage on the enemy, Leo's face showed no joy. Yaquis' reaction made him feel very wrong. The Necromancer's reaction was very strange. He would rather kill his helper at the risk of serious injury. This was very unusual. Something out of the ordinary is a monster. Chapter 214, Summoning the Bone Dragon. The grizzly bear died under Simon's gun. Huma and Terror Claw were killed by Yaquis' ice arrow, and Leo temporarily lost the help of the three powerful legendary beast pets. Just as he was secretly wondering about Yaquis' behavior, his connection with the magical element was cut off again. Silence! Silence again! The Dark Priest who had teamed up with Yaquis revealed his whereabouts with a proud look on his face. And the combination of the Necromancer and the Dark Priest once again faced Leo. It's these two guys. They always appear in pairs, which really makes people doubt their relationship. Leo's thoughts became evil, and he obviously thought of some scenes that were inappropriate for children. It turns out you two were the losers. Why? You were unconvinced after losing last time, and now you're here to get beaten? Leo curled his lips and looked disdainful. Last time, Leo fought 1 against 2, and at the end, he killed a companion who was also in the legendary realm. This battle has always been regarded as a lifelong shame by Yaquis and the Dark Priest. Now that Leo has opened the scar, one can imagine the anger in their hearts. Human, you are about to die, and you don't know it yet. The Dark Priest laughed gloomily at Leo. Seeing the other party's expression, Leo felt something bad in his heart. The undead really had a conspiracy. A big hand suddenly stretched out from the ground under Leo's feet and grabbed his ankle before Leo could react. Immediately afterwards, an ugly head emerged from the ground. What was it if it wasn't a ghoul being plotted by the undead? Seeing the ghoul emerging from the ground, Leo knew that he had been tricked by the other party. Although the Death Knight Simon followed the paladin clone to the other end of the battlefield to fight, this guy was not an easy person after all, and he had quietly summoned the ghoul before he left. His seemingly inconsistent actions actually had a purpose, which was to distract the paladin clone so that he would not be able to rush to Leo's aid in time when something unexpected happened. Yaquis took the initiative to expose himself before. One was because of the pressure brought by the unstable mushrooms of the poisonous flower vine, and the other was to attract Leo's attention so that the ghoul could quietly sneak under Leo's feet to carry out a sneak attack. As expected, none of these old ghosts are simple goods. Leo, who was successfully plotted by the other party, cursed in his heart. His ankle was firmly grasped by the ghoul, and he couldn't break free at all. The human being held in his hand is restless, and the ghoul certainly won't. You little human being. Do you still want to run away if you fall into the hands of the uncle? You try to resist, and see if I don't eat you in one bite. The ghoul pulled hard with his hand, apparently trying to lift Leo upside down. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit Leo's waist viciously. How good are the ghoul's teeth? Polishen has used his body to prove it. Even a red dragon covered in hard scales can tear off a large piece of meat. How can Leo's body stop it? As long as you are bitten by a ghoul, you will be considered lucky if you don't die on the spot. If you can't block it, then don't block it. Leo doesn't think that the ghoul can bite him. He is so confident that he doesn't even open the limited invincibility belt. Don't forget who this guy has offended before. Everyone seems to have forgotten about the seriously injured Polishen. Even if he is injured, he is still a strong epic. A thick black shadow like a siege log quickly hit them, and a roaring huge black shadow jumped down from the sky above Leo and the ghoul, Parashilan, who had been wandering in the sky and not daring to go down to the ground. went crazy after seeing the ghoul. The red dragon was extremely angry at the ghoul's plot against him. This despicable ghoul actually dares to go to Lord Polition's mouth and play with self-destruction. Just to see if I can beat him to death with my tail. The furious red dragon used its maximum strength to swipe its tail, and immediately hit the ghoul like a golf ball, creating a free trapeze. What made Leo feel depressed was that although the ghoul was whipped away by Parashion, his hand did not relax at all, and was still holding Leo's ankle tightly. Leo was led by the ghoul, and played the trapeze game with him. It feels bad to be forced to fly. Some people may like the feeling of flying in the air, but Leo is not among these people. Therefore, he glared at the ghoul hatefully, and used Shadow Burn, Poison Flame Nova, and Soul Poison Flame to hit the ghoul like a barrage of cannons while the two were in midair. Are Leo's attacks useful? Think about the fact that the ghoul can carry Polition's dragon flames to launch a strong attack, making the red dragon colorful. The result is that Leo's attack cannot cause any big damage to the ghoul. It's epic. A super ghoul is really not afraid of the attack of a legendary realm warlock like him. This guy's body is really tough. Especially his curling up skill that reduces damage by 50%. It's just a small shield wall. My magic attack power can't hurt him at all. Leo felt very depressed. He was a legendary warlock. Looking at the whole world, he was worthy of the word strong. However, he met a ghoul with epic combat power, and was caught by the opponent. How sad it is to play trapeze with your ankles. Lao Pei, can you be more reliable in your work? Leo protested bitterly to Parashion. The red dragon's attitude towards this was to simply ignore it. The ghoul's self-destruction gave him fatal injuries, causing the red dragon to have to ask Leo for help again and again, which seriously hurt Polition's self-esteem. It's really embarrassing for a powerful dragon clan to ask other people for help. The saying that enemies are extremely jealous when they meet one is referring to this situation. The furious Parashion couldn't care less about Leo. He only knew that he must let the ghoul learn a lesson. At the same time, Parashion didn't mind teaching Leo a lesson. Who told him to ignore him when he asked for help the first 2 times? The red dragon believed that Leo had betrayed the agreement between his partners. Polition didn't know that it was his performance that strengthened Leo's determination. Lao Pei. Lao Pei. It's not that I didn't give you a chance. It's that you didn't grasp it. Leo sighed silently in his heart. If possible, he would still not be willing to treat Parashion like this. But there was something wrong with the red dragon's attitude. To put it nicely, it was because he had his own way of doing things. But to put it badly, Polition didn't take Leo seriously at all. For a companion who often ignored Leo's instructions, what did Leo want him to do? If Polition has legendary strength, well, you are strong enough and have the capital to act petty. So Leo will tolerate it. But you are just an epic growth stage red dragon. What capital do you have to act arrogant? Polition's dragon tail swipe hit him again. The ghoul in the air had no way to dodge, and actually pulled Leo over with a wave of his hand as a shield. Faced with this situation, Polition didn't do anything. Without hesitation, he still lashed out with his tail. What is Parashion doing? This was obviously an excuse to kill Leo and the ghoul together because he was too angry and out of control after being injured. If the ghoul was so beaten, then he couldn't hold on and committed suicide again. Would Leo, who was captured by him, survive? Leo gritted his teeth in hatred. Okay. Lao Pei, I really didn't realize that you have a dark heart. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Polition, don't think that I won't have the means to protect myself without you. The red dragon's behavior completely angered Leo. He didn't even look at the powerfully drawn dragon tail, but stared at Polition's somewhat evasive eyes and sneered. Hold head high. A high-pitched dragon roar suddenly sounded, and a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Leo. The huge skeleton reflecting little bits of light under the sun. The faint ghost fire shining in the skull. The body made of unknown metal. The top undead creature that looks like a mechanical bone dragon on the outside, but is actually an authentic bone dragon inside appears in thunder. After Ao's death, as soon as the bone dragon appeared, a dragon claw quickly stretched forward, using a divine dragon's clawing style to forcefully grab the dragon's tail swept by Parashion in its claws. At the same time, a dragon power that was different from Polition enveloped the entire battlefield. This was the very famous undead dragon power. What is this? Parashion opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he saw. Although he knew that Leo had magical abilities, he never imagined that Leo was so capable. He actually created a mechanical bone dragon with epic combat power. What's even more frightening is that this mechanical bone dragon can actually exude an aura similar to dragon power. When did the tricks played by ugly little things, like goblins and gnomes, become so powerful that they can even create epic mechanical creatures? If this thing could be mass-produced, wouldn't it be possible to give birth to epic heroes in large numbers? As a result, the entire world situation will change. Change because of engineering. Parashion was shocked. Yakis was shocked. The Dark Priest was shocked. Simon, who fought against the Paladin clone, was also shocked. Even the undead stalker and Passonia, who were fighting in the void, stopped fighting because of the extreme shock in their hearts. All the strongmen present silently stared at the bone dragon behind Leo, with various calculations running rapidly in their minds. Kill that human. Don't let him live. Yaki shouted hysterically at Simon. He couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen if humans possessed this kind of technology. Can the Undercity, which is hostile to humans, survive an attack by an army composed of epic heroes? Supported in the middle? Simon was obviously aware of this problem. He ignored the entanglement with the Paladin clone and directly gave the order to self-destruct to the ghoul holding Leo's ankle. The Death Knight's ghoul's execution rate of orders is absolutely 100%, and there will be no discount at all, even if he is asked to die. After receiving Simon's instructions, the ghoul immediately started self-destruction. Boom! The ghoul with epic strength exploded, and violent energy raged in the air. What will happen to Leo in this self-destruction that can fatally inflict pollution? In other words, can he save his own life? Chapter 215 New Skills. Lord Leo. The explosion in the sky attracted everyone's attention. Willie raised his head, his face full of worry and anxiety. The adults will be fine, right? To be honest, no matter how confident Viri was in Leo, he didn't think that Leo would be unscathed. Just look at Parashion, who is now extremely weak. Even the body is powerful, as the red dragon was destroyed by the ghoul's self-destruction. They all suffered fatal injuries. Not to mention Leo, who was a human. Under such an attack, it would be hard for Leo to save his life. The self-destruction trick that Simon asked the ghoul to play was indeed terrifying. Under the sudden explosion of powerful energy, Leo's protective spell was no better than a piece of yellowing brill paper. The void barrier is shattered. Bone armor. Shattered. The magic armor that was added was still in pieces. The protective cover of the limited invincibility belt is still broken. Even the shield that the Void Walker, who was hidden in the dark by Leo, sacrificed himself to give him a blessing, was still in pieces. The powerful and crazy energy exploded towards Leo with an unstoppable force, trying to tear his entire body into pieces. The energy generated when the ghoul self-destructs is so fierce that Leo has no way to resist it with his current abilities. In fact, if Pollution hadn't suddenly attacked him, Leo would not have summoned the Bone Dragon before getting rid of the ghoul. What to do? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Leo's mind like lightning. Simon gave instructions to the ghoul faster than he could move. Before he could summon a second Bone Dragon to attack the ghoul, he grabbed the food on his ankle. The ghoul exploded. Am I really going to die here? Isn't this kid Leo really dead? While Passonia was guarding against the undead stalkers who were fighting him, she still took the time to check the situation in the sky, thinking that Leo would probably die in the ghoul's self-destruction. Passonia's mood became very bad. The self-destructed ghoul blew himself into powder. As the energy exploded, a line of smoke was formed, covering everyone's sight. The energy generated after the self-destruction raged in the air, blocking the induction of the powerful people below. No one can find out Leo's specific situation until the smoke disperses and the energy subsides. Danger! Danger! The host encounters an irresistible attack. Life enters the cordon. The response capability is being searched. The violent energy tore Leo's body crazily. Just when he couldn't resist, a voice appeared in his mind, and he grasped at straws to save his life. You must use your golden fingers when you travel through time. Equipment skill, Energy Shield. Activate. A defensive barrier composed of mana energy emitted from Leo's body, protecting him entirely inside. Under the violent energy impact, this defensive barrier did not shatter. It held up. Energy Shield is a witch's protective spell in the world of Diablo. Its principle is the same as the mage's mana shield. It uses spell energy to build a protective shield and sacrifices magic value to resist damage. Its effect is equivalent to a famous protective ring for the magician in the game Legend. The appearance of the energy shield gave Leo hope of survival. He felt that his magic power was being consumed crazily, and he did not dare to neglect it. A bottle of vitality potion worth 20,000 gold coins, and a limited distribution was drank by him without hesitation. Dry. Under the influence of the potion, most of the magic power that was about to fall to the bottom was instantly replenished. with sufficient magic power as a backing. The defensive barrier constructed by the energy shield became extremely strong. However, the violent energy did not give up. It was still impacting crazily, and the magic power Leo added was rapidly decreasing. Dark red vines as thick as one person suddenly emerged from the ground. The top of the vines opened and quickly devoured the corpses on the ground as if they were eating. This red vine is the corpse-eating vine that has not been seen for a long time. As a warlock, Leo will have magic power as long as he has physical strength. If his own magic power is not enough, he can use life diversion to exchange for physical strength. And the corpse-eating vine can just replenish Leo's physical strength by devouring corpses. With the continuous replenishment of the defensive barrier built by the energy shield, it will have enough capital to fight the violent energy generated by the ghoul's self-destruction. Leo's magic power kept rising and falling between the defense and attack of the two. Even riding a roller coaster was not that enjoyable. One is water with a source, and the other is a tree without roots. The result of the tug-of-war is self-evident. After the smoke and dust in the sky cleared, Leo, still protected by a weak energy shield, appeared in everyone's sight. The Lord is not dead. Wei Li and the human soldiers below were overjoyed. This kid survived. Pasonia breathed a sigh of relief and was in a good mood. Contrary to the mood of humans, the mood of the undead is extremely bad. This won't kill him. Yakis no longer knew what to say, and he couldn't even kill Leo with the epic ghoul self-destruction. Simon was even more shocked. As the master of the ghoul, he knew best the damage caused by the self-destruction of the ghoul. Even a strong human epic might not be able to save his life in such a situation. But Leo, a human warlock in the legendary realm, did it. This situation can only be described as a miracle. After all calculations, we did not expect that this human warlock could actually use mana shield. We underestimated him. However, he was still seriously injured. We had a chance to kill him. Yakis exchanged glances with the dark priest beside him, and the two nodded slightly, with murderous intent flashing in their eyes. They only waited for Leo, who was pushed high into the sky by the violent energy after the ghoul's self-destruction, to fall down before they launched their attack. After successfully blocking the self-destruction of the ghoul, Leo felt relieved, and before he knew it, he broke into a cold sweat. Although what I just said is a lot. In fact, the whole process will not take more than 15 seconds. A narrow escape from death. Yes, a narrow escape from death is indeed the most appropriate word to describe Leo's previous experience. If the golden finger-like existence in his head hadn't suddenly given him the ability to shield himself with energy, he would have definitely been killed by the ghoul's self-explosion. At the thought of this, boundless anger ignited in Leo's chest. Want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Hold head high. There was another high-pitched dragon roar, and the second bone dragon appeared. The pupils of all the powerful people present, whether they were humans or undead, suddenly shrank when the second bone dragon appeared. The appearance of this bone dragon confirmed their suspicions that Leo indeed had the ability to mass-produce epic warriors. A thought kept appearing in the minds of Yakis and the Dark Priest. Kill him. He must be killed. If this human warlock named Leo is not killed, the Undercity will encounter a big crisis. But what should we use to kill him? The two legendary undead warriors sighed in despair. They were both in the legendary realm. Why was this human warlock so perverted? Heaven is unfair. The bone dragon stretched out its claws to help Leo, and then gently placed him on top of his head. Standing on top of the bone dragon, with his feet on the bone dragon's skull, blood dripping from his body, and a murderous look on his face, Leo smiled solemnly at Polition, who was flying away. Old Pei, don't be in a hurry. Let's go. As a former partner, aren't you going to leave something behind? For example, your life. Parashion didn't reply, but his flying speed became a little faster. The red dragon wanted to escape, but it was not that easy. The bone dragon that had previously blocked the tail sweep of Polition for Leo blocked the red dragon's way. Polition, who suffered fatal injuries, was obviously not as fast as the bone dragon, so it was expected that he would be caught up, facing the bone dragon that was twice as big as himself. Parashion was filled with despair. The red dragon regretted that he should not have done evil to Leo. Leo, I should have known. With your character, how could you not spare a hand? Damn Hundan. Even if I die, I won't let you go easy. Don't think that such a piece of junk can kill me. Polition roared angrily, and the red dragon mustered up its last strength to fight with the charging bone dragon. What I hate the most is that my own people have done evil things to me. Lao Pei, When things develop to this point, you can only blame yourself for your bad intentions. You can't blame me. Dragon Knight? Humph. This is all nonsense. The arrogant dragons are willing to surrender to humans who are weak in their eyes. Isn't this as absurd as a person willing to be the slave of an ant? Even if he surrenders temporarily due to the situation, he will find a good reason to kill his so-called human master without any psychological burden. After saying that, Leo ignored Polition. Even if the red dragon was at its peak, it could not defeat the bone dragon, let alone now that it had suffered fatal injuries. The outcome of the battle between the bone dragon and the red dragon was known as early as the moment the fight started. Death Knight. I admit that I was careless, and I accidentally got tricked by you. Leo stared at Simon. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. I don't have any measure, so just die again. Before Leo could finish his words, the clone of the paladin had already charged towards him with his bloody sword. Simon had to deal with his attack with all his strength. Human. You want to kill me? It depends on whether you have the strength. The Death Knight waved his spear to withstand the attack of the paladin's clone. He was saying unyielding words, but secretly he was planning to run away. Once the battle between the two dragons in the sky was over, and the bone dragon, who had defeated the red dragon, joined forces with the paladin, Simon asked himself whether he could still fight 1 against 2. Instead of panicking and running away when the time comes, it's better to prepare now and run away as early as possible. While Leo and Simon were talking, a portal quietly appeared, and Yakis pulled the Dark Priest and ran towards the portal leading to the Undercity. Although Leo was seriously injured now, Yakis and the Dark Priest asked themselves that they had no ability to kill him, let alone kill Leo. Even if they stayed, they would not be able to save their lives. The bone dragon under Leo's feet was not just kidding. This is a truly epic warrior, fighting against epic with the strength of the legendary realm. Yakis and Dark Priest felt that they were not that strong yet. If they were strong men who had just entered the epic palace, they might still give it a try to see if they had a chance to kill Leo. But that bone dragon, which was 100 meters long, was obviously not the case. The appearance of the portal immediately caught Leo's attention. When he saw 2 undead in the legendary realm trying to run away, how could he let them go? The bone dragon roared and pounced on them. But Leo was high in the sky and too far away. How could he stop the 2 from leaving? Just when Yakis and the Dark Priest were about to enter the portal, a dark red vine as thick as a person broke out of the ground, blocking the entrance to the portal. At this time, the corpse-eating vine became the biggest obstacle to Yakis and the Dark Priest's escape. Chapter 216. If you can't fight, call your parents. The portal opened by the mage is usually only 4 or 5 meters away from him, and it only takes a few seconds to cross such a small distance. At other times, these few seconds are indeed nothing, but in a life-or-death situation, these few seconds of delay can be fatal. Seeing that they were about to enter the portal and escape successfully, but Chung Yaojin, a corpse-eating vine, suddenly appeared. Yakis and the Dark Priest were filled with hatred. In the sky, Leo was driving the bone dragon to rush down quickly. The 2 undead did not dare to waste even a second. The magic power in their bodies was running, and their feet did not stop, heading towards the corpse-eating vines blocking the road. The ability of the corpse-eating vine is to eat corpses, and it does an auxiliary job. It is not a combat pet like the poisonous flower vine. It is also a last resort to use it to block Yakis and the Dark Priest Leo. However, aside from special abilities, the corpse vine also possesses the strength of the legendary realm, so it may not be impossible to stop Yakis and the Dark Priest. The forward-moving Yakis waved his staff, and dozens of fist-sized ice picks shot out from the top of the staff. The target was the corpse-eating vine blocking the portal. The Dark Priest's body instantly turned into half-energy and entered the shadow form. He raised his hand and struck a shadow word, Death Strike, on the corpse-eating vine. The 2 legendary realm powerhouses joined forces to attack, following Leo's instructions. The corpse-eating vine that firmly blocked the entrance to the portal resisted. The price paid was a large hole that almost cut it in half and dark elements. The body is almost withered under the corrosion. The corpse-eating vine paid a high price to block Yakis and the Dark Priest, but it did so after all. One blow failed to destroy the corpse-eating vine blocking the way, and Yakis and the Dark Priest screamed in their hearts that it was bad. At this time, Leo had already rushed down with the bone dragon. A dragon claw slammed down with strong wind pressure. If the 2 undead did not dodge, they would be beaten to pieces by the dragon claw. But if they dodge, they will never have a chance to rush into the portal. The bone dragon will definitely use its dragon claws to cover the entrance to the portal. If they rush into the portal from the Bone Dragon, they might as well try to turn around and escape. At least this way, they have a greater chance of success. If possible, Yakis and the Dark Priest are absolutely unwilling to give in. They will fight to kill the corpse-eating vine before the Bone Dragon's claws are captured. But this is only if. The reality is cruel. Don't look at the corpse-eating vine, which is exhausted and looks like it may fall to death at any time. As the saying goes, even a broken ship has 3 pounds of nails. Just like a great god's book. No matter how good it is, it cannot be matched by ordinary people. After all, the corpse-eating vine with the strength of the legendary realm. It is not that easy to kill it. In desperation, Yakis and the Dark Priest had no choice but to give in to avoid the Bone Dragon's claw. Just when the 2 legendary undead souls had given up entering the portal, something strange happened at the portal. A big hand shrouded in black energy suddenly stretched out from the portal. The corpse-eating vine blocking the portal turned into a pile of fly ash the moment it was touched by the black energy. This was caused by the powerful power of dark elements. Corroded away, the big hand stretched out, and the Bone Dragon's claws were also photographed at this time. The dragon claws with strong wind pressure were extremely powerful and irresistible. But when the dragon's claw hit the big hand shrouded in black air, a surprising scene happened. The Bone Dragon's claws suddenly turned pitch black, and then turned into a pile of fly ash like a corpse-eating vine. The big hand stretched out from the portal leading to the Undercity. The corrosive power of the dark element carried by the black energy lingering around it is extremely shocking. Leo, who was standing on top of the Bone Dragon, was startled. Whose was that big black hand? It was so powerful, being able to turn the Bone Dragon's claws into powder so easily. The owner of this big hand is definitely a legendary powerhouse. Leo couldn't help but shudder when he thought of this. Could it be that the portal opened by the Necromancer was a trap? And that I, the stupid goose, was just waiting to crash into it? Leo, who quickly commanded the Bone Dragon to fly away, felt extremely aggrieved. I am just a little warlock in the legendary realm. You said 2 epic-level strong men to chase me. I can't bear it. An epic-level ghoul is captured. I admit it even if I am playing with self-destruction. Why is it that even the legendary fierce man has taken action now? Isn't this clear-cut bullying? Even with my current strength, I can't defeat the legendary fierce man with just one hand. This game is not fun at all. For the sake of my own life, I will not play with you. The sudden change made Arquis and the Dark Priest overjoyed. They never expected that the situation would change like this. Arquis quickly shouted, Lord Varamathras, please take action to kill this human being. Varamathras? Isn't he the Dread Lord who surrendered to Sylvanas? His strength is definitely legendary. I said, if you can't defeat the Necromancer, then you can call the parents? Without your way of playing, how could you be more shameless? Yaki's words made Leo feel horrified. A legendary fierce man. Even if he stretched out a hand through the portal, he still couldn't resist even if he used all his cards. Seeing that the hand seemed to be trying to attack him, Leo suddenly shouted with great joy, Varamathras, if I don't die, I will definitely be in big trouble in the Undercity. Then I'll wait for you, human. An arrogant roar came from the portal, and then the big hand shrouded in black energy retracted, and Varamathras gave up on killing Leo. Yakis and the Dark Priest were both angry and helpless at the result. The 2 undead angrily cursed cunning guys, and quickly got into the portal. Leo patted his chest, terrified. If the name Varamathras hadn't evoked some of his memories, he would have really been doomed this time. On the surface, Varamathras' words aroused the arrogance in him as a stronger man because of Leo's words. He said, I am quite confident in myself. I will give you a chance, kid, and I will wait for you to come to me. Troublesome and arrogant. In fact, this is not the case at all. The inside story is that Leo remembered that Varamathras in the mountain pass had always had second thoughts about Sylvanas. And he also seized the opportunity to betray Sylvanas and take over the Undercity, which led him to finally die at the hands of the Horde Alliance led by Sylvanas and Thrall. Although this world is slightly different from Yamaguchi Mountain, many situations are the same. Leo said that he would cause trouble for the Undercity. In fact, he was betting that Varamathras really had 2 intentions, because only in this way, the Dread Lord would let him go out of the desire to leave an enemy in the Undercity. The result was already obvious. Leo's bet was right. Varamathras was not truly loyal to the Banshee King Sylvanas. The cunning Dread Lord plays a trick called stealth in the Undercity. Fortunately, the glass shards did not fool me. Leo, who was thankful that he had escaped, turned his attention to Simon, who was running away quickly after getting rid of the entanglement of the paladin clone. There was another evidence of Varimathra's double-mindedness. That is, he did not rescue the Death Knight. It is to let the Death Knight fall into crisis and let him fend for himself. The younger brother, who was abandoned by his superiors, really cannot afford to be hurt. I don't know if it was because Simon's current situation was very similar to his own. But Leo suddenly felt a little sympathetic to the Death Knight. But sympathy was sympathy. And he would not let an epic enemy slip away from him just because of sympathy. Follow me. Riding the bone dragon that was missing one of its claws, Leo began to hunt Simon. At this time, the time for the paladin's clone to exist has also come. And he returned to Leo's body as a golden holy light. Simon was helpless. The bone dragon was flying in the sky, and he was riding a skeleton horse on the ground. One was flying, and the other was running. How could these speeds be compared? Besides, the skeleton horse is not on the same level as the bone dragon. Death Knight, where are you going? The bone dragon quickly surpassed the skeleton horse, and Leo drove it to the ground, blocking Simon's way. It's not polite to reciprocate. You asked the ghoul to give me such a big gift. Wouldn't I be sorry if I didn't reciprocate? Return gift? Simon smiled bitterly. I don't want your return gift. Human, don't push me too hard. Even if you have such an engineering puppet. A puppet is just a puppet. You don't think you can kill me? A truly epic warrior. With it. Leo shrugged, with a curious look on his face. How do you know if you don't try this kind of thing? Whether this thing can kill a real epic? I'm very curious. If it doesn't make sense, then fight. Simon mobilized the skeleton horse, raised the knight's spear, and made a charge. The Death Knight wanted to use his horse power to charge, but Leo wouldn't give him this chance. The bone dragon's tail swung, bringing out a blurry afterimage in the air and hitting Simon. The dragon's tail struck. Simon moved his spear horizontally and blocked it with all his strength. With a clanging sound, the dragon's tail struck hard, and the Death Knight flew away from the skeleton horse. Seeing the Death Knight being flown away, Leo didn't even have the slightest hint of joy on his face. As an epic strongman, Simon cannot be so fragile. The bone dragon knocked him flying with one tail. This is too exaggerated, I said. Can't you even act? Leo was right. Simon was indeed acting. The bone dragon's dragon tail sweep is very powerful, but it is not enough to knock him away from the block. The reason for doing this is that Simon just wants to use the power of the bone dragon to stay away from Leo. Warlock, don't take your battle with the Death Knight lightly. Simon smiled proudly, and after landing, he turned around and ran away. The bone dragon was about to give chase when dozens of hands suddenly appeared from the ground and grabbed his hind legs firmly. Upon seeing this, Leo scolded Simon for being cunning. The Death Knight must have used Army of the Dead while he was talking to him just now and summoned dozens of ghouls. Leo suddenly felt a chill in his heart when he thought of ghouls. Fly quickly. But when Bone Dragon carried out his order, it was still a step too late. Bang bang bang. There was a series of explosions, and the group of ghouls summoned by Simon through the Army of the Dead exploded without hesitation. Chapter 217, The First Dragon Lich. A circle of mist-like vortex enveloped Parashion. The red dragon's only trace of consciousness made him want to struggle. However, he could not move his seriously injured body now. He could only watch himself being destroyed by the mist. A whirlpool-like shape was sucked into Leo's personal space. What awaits the red dragon will be an unknown fate. The reason why Pelixion was kept in his private space was because he didn't want others to see how Dracolic was born. The golden finger he brought during time travel was Leo's biggest secret, and he would never let anyone else know about it. I want to create a Dracolic, Leo shouted in his heart. And Goldfinger immediately responded to him. The materials are confirmed. The Dracolic is being generated. Closing his eyes, Leo could clearly feel what was happening to Parashion. The red dragon's body is melting rapidly. Yes, it is melting. Melting under an unknown force. First came the dragon scales on the body, then the flesh and blood, and then the internal organs. Finally, only a dragon bone with a golden luster was left. When it finally took shape, the Dragon Lich, which looked the same as a bone dragon, was born. However, there are purple-black light spots in the bone dragon's eye sockets, while this Dracolic has red highlights. Is this the Dracolic? Why does it look the same as a bone dragon? This was Leo's first impression of the Dragon Lich. But after checking the attributes of the Dragon Lich, he deeply understood what it means to be a dragon beyond its appearance. The appearance of a Dracolic is no different from that of a bone dragon, but its content is quite different. In addition to retaining the dragon's ability to breathe dragon fire and breath, Dracolic also has the special abilities of paralyzing touch and paralyzing gaze, as well as a powerful will save that makes him immune to various control skills, as well as some other to-be-developed abilities. Developed capabilities. Compared to the Bone Dragon, which relies solely on physical attacks to kill enemies, the Dracolic's methods are limited. Although his physical damage capability is far inferior to that of the Bone Dragon, this does not prevent Leo from liking him. This thing is really not too powerful. Not to mention other things. The 2 paralysis abilities alone are enough to make him walk sideways. After seeing the abilities of the Dracolic, Leo had the urge to transform Ectora's body into a Dracolic. Summoning the freshly baked Dracolic, Leo tilted his head and looked at it. He decided to give his first Dracolic a name. After 5 seconds of thinking, someone decides to be lazy. Speaking of which, naming is a very painful thing for me. Since you were transformed from Lao Pei's body, I'd better call you Polition. Absorbing a complete dragon soul. Do you want to create a life box? Another new thing. Will Leo choose it? Of course not. What is a phylactery? The phylactery is the place where the Dracolic's soul belongs after it dies, or its physical form is destroyed. It allows the Dracolic's soul to return directly to the phylactery regardless of the distance. As long as a suitable corpse is found, the Dracolic can be resurrected. Of course, Leo would definitely not do anything like resurrecting a dead Dracolic. He could transform into a new Dracolic with the corpse of a giant dragon. If the phylactery only had this function, Leo wouldn't take it seriously at all. But if the Dracolic's abilities were still there, even if he changed his body to a skeleton, it would be completely different. Even if the Dragon Lich with a phylactery has his current dragon skeleton destroyed, Leo's replacement with a skeleton body will still not damage the Dragon Lich's strength. Think about it. What would it be like if an inconspicuous skeleton suddenly launched an attack that only an epic powerhouse could have? Really, don't be too deceptive. Leo had a sinister smile on his face that made people's hair stand on end. And he was still praising in his mouth. He looked like he deserved as much beating as he deserved. He said he deserved a beating. But some people really dared to do so. Snapped. Oops. A loud bang hit his forehead, causing someone to scream in pain. Passonia came to Leo at some point. Leo touched his forehead and looked at Passonia with an innocent face. He really had nothing to do with this woman. He didn't know if he had a psychological shadow during his time in Stormwind City. Seeing Passonia, Yadilio always felt guilty. Sister, I know you are a stalker, and you know how to sneak. But don't behave like this. You will be like a monster in a horror movie. Appearing all of a sudden, then disappearing, and then running out again. This is so torturous. Never stop until you scare people. Passonia raised her eyebrows, raised her hand, and knocked Leo hard again. The female thief said with anger, Leo, I really didn't notice you. You hit it deep enough. Leo laughed sarcastically. He could see that Passonia was not really angry. She was just venting her frustration. What is Passonia depressed about? She has worked hard for so many years to become an epic powerhouse. But what about Leo? Isn't Passonia clear to others? This guy was just a stupid boy who didn't understand anything 2.5 years ago. But now, he is a legendary realm warlock. Putting aside his 4 legendary realm pets, his own strength alone is enough to kill the strong man at the peak of the legendary realm. Not to mention, this kid has only been exposed to engineering for 1.5 years. And as a result, he actually created 3 mechanical puppets that are as powerful as epic heroes. It's really annoying to compare people to each other. I want to ask, can Passonia not feel depressed? As the saying goes, if you are wandering in the rivers and lakes, how can you avoid getting stabbed? In order to avoid getting stabbed, I found a way to make these 3 mechanical puppets. I hope they can still fall into your eyes. Leo's words sounded to Passonia's ears as something extraordinary. 3 mechanical puppets who are comparable to epic heroes have wronged you? Looking at your kid's smug expression, can your words be less fake? She glared at Leo fiercely, and with the latter's flattering fake smile, Passonia spoke, Leo, I won't ask you if you make these 3 mechanical puppets. But that doesn't mean that others won't. You will be asked, and you have to decide for yourself how to answer. Other people? Leo curled his lips with disdain on his face. He would have been embarrassed if Passonia wanted to get to the bottom of it. But he would have been equally embarrassed by anyone else. What? You ask me how I made the mechanical puppet with epic combat power? Oops. This problem is very difficult. I don't know. I just fiddled with it and figured it out. You do not believe? What does that have to do with me? Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Isn't that the end of it? One thing about the Bone Dragon and Dracolic that made Leo happy was that their appearance was so deceptive. No one would regard them as bone products. The shiny metallic appearance already spoke for itself. This is a mechanical puppet made with engineering. Pasonia understood Leo's expression. He clearly had a perfunctory attitude of ignoring anyone, and just talking nonsense when asked. But the people in Stormwind City are not fools. How can they not hear it if you make it up? The method of mass-producing epic-level combat power is an ability that can change the situation of the entire world. In order to obtain the method of manufacturing epic-level mechanical puppets, the kingdom may not know how it will react. He is such a troublesome guy. If he gets into too much trouble with the kingdom, even I won't be able to protect him. A feeling of powerlessness arose in the female thief's heart. Leo's ability to cause trouble was too powerful. Even if he was as strong as her, he couldn't bear it. Although MI7 is powerful, it is not the kind of organization that can dominate the world with one hand. Pasonia is quite familiar with Leo's character. This kid might have been weak and easy to bully before. The kind of coward who could be intimidated by flashing a sword. But it's completely different now. Unless he wants to say something, there's really no way you can get anything useful out of him. Little King Anduin compromised with some nobles, but did not send troops to aid the Deadwood village even though he clearly had the conditions. He allowed Leo and his soldiers to fend for themselves in the Deadwood village. This approach has made Leo have a negative attitude toward the kingdom of Stormwind. Dissatisfied? How would he react if the kingdom forced him again? Thinking of this, Pasonia was a little frightened. Will Leo break with the kingdom? Leo, think carefully before doing anything. Don't be too impulsive. Pasonia rubbed her eyebrows. That undead stalker is about the same strength as me. I didn't keep him. But you have these 3 machines. Puppet protection. As long as you are careful, your safety is guaranteed. I can't stay here forever. So please pay more attention. After saying that, Pasonia took out the positioning teleportation scroll and teleported away, leaving only Leo with a strange look on his face. Pasonia said that the undead stalker who dual-wields Demon Strike is a master of the same level as her. But why don't I feel it? If Pasonia were to sneak attack me with Devil Strike, I wouldn't be able to block it. Could it be that the undead didn't try his best when he attacked me last time? No wonder he said he underestimated me. You are so careless in killing people. This undead stalker really has no future. Seeing that the conversation between Leo and Pasonia was over, Willie, who had been standing aside for a long time, came up. At this time, Willie was covered with injuries. The armor on his body was broken in several places, and there was a deep mark on his face. The scars visible on the bones show how hard the battle was. Lord Leo, we defended the Witheredwood village, but the brothers suffered heavy casualties, and less than 500 people survived. Willie's voice was full of sadness. 5 sergeants, except for me, all 4 of them died. The 3,000 dragon blood warriors under his command were maimed in this way. After the battle with the undead army, less than 500 of them survived. Of the 5 chiefs, only Willie was left dead. Leo sighed silently. This is war. The nobles and the king of Stormwind City kept talking, making a good compromise for everyone, shouting for the stability of the kingdom, but under the righteous slogan. It was a group of brave soldiers who fought for the country who sacrificed their lives. Okay. Very good. The souls of Stormwind City. The nobles of the kingdom? His Majesty the King? Bah! You are all disgusting scum. Leo was very angry. It felt bad to be plotted against. And it felt even worse to be used as cannon fodder. It was even more indifferent to be forced to sacrifice for so-called righteousness. His teeth were clenching and his fists were clenched tightly. A ball of anger burned in his chest. And Leo forced himself to suppress his emotions. It was too early to formally break with the Kingdom of Stormwind. Once the breakup occurred, it would be easy for him to just slap his butt and run away. Anyway, he could go anywhere in the world. But what about Willie and the others? Leo was sure that once he broke with Stormwind City at this time, what awaited Viri and the others would definitely not be a good thing. As a person, you can't just care about yourself. You must also consider the soldiers who follow me. They are trying their best to fight against the undead army, and they cannot fail to achieve a good result. Taking a long breath, Leo decided to suppress the bad breath for the time being. The reality is sometimes like this. No matter how cheating you are, you must learn one thing, and that is patience. Whaley, you give these potions to the brothers to treat their injuries, and I will contact Stormwind City. We have defended the Witheredwood village, and now it is time for the kingdom to send reinforcements. Chapter 218, I don't want to serve you anymore. In Deadwood Village, groups of human soldiers were teleported from the Kingdom of Stormwind to the Arthi Highlands through the erected positioning magic array. These soldiers were all selected from the regular army of the Kingdom of Stormwind, and their combat effectiveness was no better than the battle with the undead on the Solder Bridge. The Storm Expedition troops faced off against each other. Since they are regular troops, military discipline is strict. But these soldiers will cause a big commotion when they step out of the teleportation array. It wasn't the soldiers who made a fuss, but because they saw a dragon when they stepped out of the teleportation array. A red dragon about 50 meters long. A legendary dragon appears alive in front of you. How can you not make the soldiers marvel? Even the officers in the team look sideways at the red dragon. How could they stop their soldiers? Leo stood on the head of the Dracolic named Peliction, with no expression on his face. But he felt a little proud in his heart. The Dracolic has a special ability called Illusion Dance. In Leo's opinion, this is an illusion that can create a visual illusion for other creatures. Although this ability has no effect on opponents of similar strength, it is an unsolvable skill for human soldiers, who are no more powerful than mid-level warriors. Leo didn't come here out of boredom to show off the Dracolic's abilities. He had a purpose. MI7 informed him that someone wanted to use Parisian's incident to make a fuss, spreading the news that he had killed a red dragon, and attracting the Red Dragon clan to hunt him down. Of course, with Leo's current strength, it was impossible to fight against the Red Dragon clan. So he came up with this method to respond. Don't you want to spread the news that I killed Parashion? I will let you know now that this red dragon is still alive and well, and his relationship with me is still close. These are just tricks to intrigue with the nobles in Stormwind City. As far as Deadwood Village is concerned, there is still trouble waiting for Leo. What's the matter with you guys? Are you all mute? Don't you know how to call me, sir? An officer with the rank of Knight Lieutenant was scolding a group of soldiers. This group of soldiers was none other than the dragons, who once belonged to Leo. Blood Warrior. Ever belonged to? Yes. It was just once. According to the kingdom's orders, the soldiers who survived the recently concluded battle of Deadwood Village, including Viri, have been assigned other tasks. In other words, they were no longer soldiers under Leo. The young aristocratic officer with the rank of Knight Lieutenant was the new leader of this force. Leo said nothing to this order. He watched this scene like a spectator. Some things are not just what you think is the right thing to do. You can make choices for others. What the person involved thinks, and what he is willing to do, is what is most important, even if his choice seems stupid to you. Looking at the so-called new boss, the look in the eyes of Viri and the dragon blood soldiers made the Knight Lieutenant very angry. These civilians actually treated me like a clown. What a bunch of bastards. When did commoners dare to look down on nobles? You despicable commoners. Lieutenant Knight finally couldn't help but started to curse, and immediately fired the map cannon. His scolding immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many soldiers. After all, there are only a very small number of nobles in the army, and the vast majority are from civilian backgrounds. Before the Knight Lieutenant could finish cursing, a long sword struck him head-on with endless murderous intent. Although the Knight Lieutenant had the strength of a high-level warrior, he was a warrior of the same class as the owner of the sword. The momentum is completely different. The Knight Lieutenant only had the strength of a high-level warrior. In addition to his strength, the owner of the sword had actually fought for his life on the battlefield. The sword filled with bloody murderous intent shocked the Knight Lieutenant and made him forget in fear. Pulled the sword. If this sword had been struck by an enemy, Lieutenant Knight would definitely have died on the spot. Fortunately, there were no enemies here, so he survived this sword attack. When the long sword was about to hit the Knight Lieutenant's head, it changed from a chop to a slap. The sword struck the Knight Lieutenant's helmet heavily, making the noble officer dizzy. When I was fighting the undead in Witherwood Village, you were still nursing in Stormwind City, the owner of the long sword said, and kicked the noble officer to the ground. How dare you openly attack the commander? The Knight Lieutenant looked at the Master Chief, who was slowly approaching him with a long sword, his face full of shock. In any case, he would never have imagined that a little sergeant would dare to draw his sword at him. Attack, sir? The sergeant commander who came forward with a long sword smiled disdainfully, and the terrifying scar on his face made his expression look very ferocious. I don't dare attack, sir. I'm just challenging you to a duel. Duel? The noble officer felt guilty. What a joke. This guy was full of murderous intent and had a terrifying scar on his face. It looked like he had killed not only 1,000 but also hundreds of people. Although they are both high-level warriors, how can a newcomer like him, who is entering the battlefield for the first time, Compared to a veteran like him? Do not make jokes. Although the noble officer was arrogant, he was not a fool. He knew that as long as he agreed to the other party, the Scarface sergeant named Willie would have a legitimate reason to kill him. Reason told him to refuse. But he was used to relying on his status as a noble to be arrogant in front of civilians. He always looked down on civilians, and was unwilling to give in front of Willie. So emotions prevented him from making the right decision. No wonder no one else is willing to take over this army. It turns out that this army is so unruly. The noble officer felt depressed. If he had known, he would have chosen another team. Now he was dealt a hot potato. Seeing that the noble officer didn't reply, Willie sneered and ignored him. Just a coward. Why did Stormwind City put this kind of thing into the army? Maybe this guy can become a qualified officer after experiencing several wars. But that will be in the future. Definitely not now. To actually regard the battlefield with the undead army as a training ground for novices is really the most ridiculous thing in the world. I wonder how many of these noble officers, who are newcomers to the battlefield, will survive in the end. Willie didn't pay attention to teaching his new commander a lesson. This commander was just an appointment from Stormwind City, and he didn't take it seriously at all. Leo, who was standing on Polition's head, yawned at this time and said with a playful look, "It's really boring to be idle like this. After all, I am also a major of the kingdom now. Why not get my own wife? Guards for fun? Major? Yes." Leo was promoted again. He annihilated the 30,000 undead army with 3,000 soldiers in Witheredwood Village, successfully reducing the pressure on the Refuge Valley. And the Kingdom of Stormwind had to reward him. Anyway, with Leo's abilities, it was certain that he would become a major in the Storm Expeditionary Force. So it would be better to take advantage of this opportunity and give him the rank. Leo's words seemed to be spoken to himself. But in fact they reached the ears of every soldier very clearly. The new soldiers looked confused. They still couldn't figure out the situation. But Whaley and the dragon-blooded soldiers were different. After hearing Leo's words, their faces showed ecstasy. With a swish sound, Willie and the dragon-blooded soldiers knelt down in the direction of Leo and shouted loudly, "I am willing to serve you." The guards are equivalent to the private soldiers of certain senior officers, although they are also affiliated with the kingdom's army. Their command is in the hands of the officers. With Leo's current position of major, it is not illegal to recruit a personal guard of 400 to 500 people. Rules are used to restrain people, but if used well, they can become their own strength. Well, the Knight Lieutenant was dumbfounded. These people are his subordinates. What should I do if they run away? Am I no longer the polished commander? Looking at Leo standing on top of Polition, and then at the dragon-blooded soldiers who ignored him, the young noble officer lost his voice. One is a strong man who can stand on the head of a giant dragon, and the other is a murderous veteran of hundreds of battles. No matter which side he is on, he can't settle it now. What else can he do except remain silent? Boy, let me give you a piece of advice. First go to Ridge Mountain to practice your courage with the jackals. When passing by Lieutenant Knight, Willie dropped this sentence to him. Go to Ridge Mountains to practice courage with the gnolls? Is this guy mocking me for being timid? The Knight Lieutenant was a little angry, but then he calmed down. There was no mocking tone when Willie spoke, and it could be seen that he was really giving him directions. Maybe this guy is trying to reduce trouble. After all, I am their nominal commander. If I insist on this, these soldiers who want to become the major's personal guard will inevitably encounter obstacles. If I take the initiative to lead the expeditionary force, these obstacles will naturally disappear. Thinking of this, Lieutenant Knight couldn't help but curse secretly. This cunning veteran. This guy Willie. Standing on top of Polition. Leo shook his head in a funny way. Virus' mind was still so flexible. In doing so, he not only gave the noble officer a step down, but also sold him a favor and also reduced his income. It's a great way to eliminate trouble and kill 3 birds with 1 stone. But, do I need it? Yes. Does Leo need it? A small noble officer's favor. A small noble officer's trouble. If you can't even deal with this, what does it mean to me? A legendary strong man? Leo really didn't mind that this noble officer came to cause trouble for him. He was just trying to scare the monkeys. Stormwind City first sat back and watched him fight with the undead army. And now it tried to use a transfer order to transfer his dragon blood soldiers away right after the war. What does this mean? If this isn't Hongwugwa's slap in the face, what is it? Do you really think you can do whatever you want to me? Do you really think of me as the Silent Lamb? Then you have made a wrong calculation. It's not Leo's character to be patient all the time. He doesn't believe in repaying evil with kindness. He believes in repaying evil with straightness. You can be patient as a human being, but you can't endure it all the time. You're not a teenage mutant ninja turtle. To describe Leo's current thoughts in one sentence. That is, if you piss me off, you'll do it to your mother. The actions of the kingdom made Leo constantly disappointed. King Anduin Jr. allowed the nobles to deal with him, which also made Leo completely lose hope in the top management of the Kingdom of Stormwind. It was their indulgence that made some nobles go further and further, and also made the rift between Leo and Stormwind City wider and wider. Even with the relationship of Passonia, it could no longer prevent Leo from leaving the Kingdom of Stormwind. Determined, the east is not bright, and the west is bright. This world is not covered by your Storm Kingdom. I don't believe it. I can't survive without your Storm Kingdom. Standing on top of Polition's head, Leo couldn't help but sneer. I don't want to serve you anymore. Sirs of the Kingdom of Stormwind. Chapter 219 Changing Courts. Decisions have to be made. Small calculations have to be made. And things still have to be done. Sometimes things in the world are like this. Leo has clearly made up his mind not to serve the nobles of Stormwind City. But if the King of Stormwind City coincides with his wishes, Leo doesn't mind following their wishes. Make a handful. Lord Leo, I really don't understand why you are still angry with those nobles. Willie asked Leo in a low voice in a marching team. Willie's mind is very flexible. There is no doubt about this based on his previous performance. This soldier who climbed from a civilian soldier to the position of Sergeant Chief has already seen the contradiction between Leo and the nobles. And even the conflict between Leo and the nobles. The conflict between Ao and the Kingdom of Stormwind. First, they let Leo fall into a dead end in Deadwood Village, leading less than 3,000 soldiers to fight against an army of 30,000 undead. Then they wanted to deprive Leo of his military power and make him a major in name only. Doesn't this mean that the relationship between Leo and Stormwind City is deteriorating? What's more, there is now an irrefutable proof. That is, Stormwind City actually asked Leo to take the 500 personal guards he formed to rush to the Rescue Valley that was besieged by the main force of the undead army. 500 people rushed to the Rescue Valley. Who do you think these 500 people were? 500 epic level strong men or 500 legendary level strong men? This order was ridiculous, and its sinister intentions were obvious. Anyone with a normal IQ would not be able to understand it. Willie couldn't believe it when he heard this order. What exactly did Stormwind City want to do? Doesn't this mean that Leo is forced to leave the Kingdom of Stormwind? What made Willie even more unbelievable was that just when he was waiting for Leo to get angry on the spot, the Major actually agreed to the order without saying a word. What is happening? Being offended? I'm not. Leo knew what Willie wanted to ask. After the Bone Dragon was exposed, even Leo knew what would happen next. Whether it is little Anduin, the King of Stormwind Kingdom, or the noble forces with ulterior motives in the kingdom, none of them would not want to possess the so-called technology to create epic heroes. Using the ability of engineering to create a mechanical bone dragon with epic combat power is an ability that can change the world. Whether you are ambitious or not, you will find a way to get this method. The most critical problem is that this method is completely illusory. Leo couldn't hand it over even if he wanted to, unless he exposed the secret of Goldfinger. If it weren't for the fact that Leo might not only have the three-headed skeleton dragon around him, but also that Passonia was helping him deal with things in the Kingdom of Stormwind, I'm afraid he would have been invited to a certain place using some special methods. He was sent with 500 soldiers to support the Refuge Valley. On the surface, it seemed that some people who wanted to deal with Leo deliberately made things difficult for him, so that Leo would take drastic actions, and thus have an excuse to use the dirty tricks he did. But in fact this was the result of Passonia using her personal power to save him. If Leo still clings to the tree of the Kingdom of Stormwind, he really feels that he has not died quickly enough. Only by breaking away from the control of the Kingdom of Stormwind can he regain his life. It may seem dangerous to go to the Valley of Refuge, but for me, it's like a tiger entering the mountains and a dragon returning to the sea. From now on, the nobles in Stormwind City have nothing to do with me. Leo laughed and said to Willie, I will be outside, and I will not accept your order. You will be outside, and your orders will not be accepted? Willie's eyes lit up. Master Leo's words were really high level. In fact, if you leave the main camp of the Storm Expeditionary Army, Arthy Highlands is really a good battlefield for free play. But Lord Leo seems to have always done this, such as deciding to attack Deadwood Village without authorization. Sir, should we go to the Refuge Valley? Go! Why don't you go? If you don't go, won't the people of the Arather Kingdom not be able to see our sincerity? Willie was surprised by Leo's words. And the Master Chief noticed something. Could it be that Lord Leo is planning to abandon the kingdom of Stormwind and change his court to enter Arather? Regardless of the fact that the kingdom of Arather is in a state of disarray. In fact, anyone with any discernment knows that once this kingdom recovers from the sudden fall of Stromgarde, what awaits the world will definitely be the astonishing power that this ancient human kingdom will burst out. The amazing power that makes the whole world look at it. Whaley didn't know this idiom, but he understood the truth. If you can help the Arather kingdom during its most difficult time, it is a good way to gain the friendship of this ancient kingdom as quickly as possible. 500 people attacked the undead army besieging the refuge valley. If it were anyone else, Willie would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. If you want to die on your own, don't drag me with you. But it was Leo who took the lead, and the Master Chief's thoughts immediately changed in the opposite direction. If it is Master Leo, there is no doubt that he can do this. I have to say that sometimes people's thoughts are really strange. It's obviously the same thing, but if different people do it, their attitude will be completely different. If you want the kingdom of Arather to accept you despite the pressure from the kingdom of Stormwind, you must show enough value for them to take it seriously. This value is equivalent to combat effectiveness for the Arather kingdom, which is now eager to regain its lost territory. To show combat effectiveness, it is not enough to just rely on your own 2 words to brag. The most intuitive impression is to rely on fighting. But for Leo, even if he wants to fight against the undead army, he must pay attention to strategy and timing. Let him directly lead the 500 personal guards to fight the unknown army of undead. Leo would not dare to do so. I just accepted the task of supporting the refuge valley, and I didn't say how long it would take to complete it. You just wait patiently. Under the guidance of this kind of thinking, Leo quietly returned to the Stone Fist Hall after leaving the Witheredwood village and started his plan. A large amount of dragon blood was extracted from Ektora's body. Leo's plan was very simple, which was to soak his personal guards with enough dragon blood to enhance their strength. Polition once told Leo before that as long as there is enough dragon blood, even ordinary human warriors will gain powerful abilities. Leo had no doubts about the Red Dragon's words, because at that time, Parashion had no need to lie to him. Whaley and the others were really overjoyed now. They were allowed to soak in the precious dragon blood, which greatly improved their strength. After all, they had been soaked in dragon blood before, and felt the powerful defense enhancement that dragon blood brought to their bodies. They knew that although this stuff smelled fishy and unpleasant, the actual effect was indeed not that strong. Become stronger, and no one will refuse. After soaking in dragon blood for 3 days in the Stone Fist Hall, something happened that made Leo happy. The guards soaked in dragon's blood have greatly improved in strength, and the effect of dragon's blood has changed from enhancing defense to increasing strength. The increase in strength means an increase in attack power for the guardsmen who rely on their bodies for food. The dragon's blood forcibly increases their strength to a quasi-legendary level, which means that their attacks have also entered a quasi-legendary level. List: an army composed of 500 quasi-legendary warriors. Can the undead army stop them? The answer is no. Therefore, when Leo and his team appeared outside the refuge valley, something happened that made the commander of the undead army extremely depressed, but also made the Arather coalition in the refuge valley extremely excited. An army composed of about 500 quasi-legendary humans. This is completely impossible in the eyes of others. It was the commander of the undead army who felt that this would not happen. So there are no prepared measures. This caused Leo and his dragon-blooded guards to disrupt the formation of the undead army the moment they launched their attack. Fight into the Valley of Refuge, Whaley shouted loudly. And with 500 dragon blood guards, he gave the undead army a knife from behind, possessing the attack power of a quasi-legendary powerhouse. The dragon blood bodyguards faced off against the undead soldiers, who were only mid-level warriors. This scene could only be described as overwhelming. Chopping melons and vegetables. The attack from behind caught the undead by surprise. Before the undead commander mobilized his troops to respond, the dragon blood guards had already penetrated into the core of their formation. 500 humans? Just 500 humans. They actually entered our core area without dying. What are you doing? An undead man dressed as an officer scolded, and at the same time, he led his men to stop them. On the way forward of the dragon blood guards. Hold head high. Just as the undead army was killing in the direction of the dragon blood guards, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and a red dragon about 50 meters long appeared in the sky. A human stood on the head of the red dragon, looking at the undead on the ground with the eyes of a superior looking down on the weak. This man and one dragon are Leo and his first dragon lich, Parashion. Parashylan, who was blessed with the magic of illusion dance, looked just like a living red dragon. No one realized that this dragon actually only had a skeleton left to support the scene. Polishen's big mouth opened, and a thick pillar of fire spurted out from his mouth. Under the hot dragon flames, a group of undead blocking the direction of the dragon blood guards were burned to death by the pillar of fire ejected from Polishen's mouth. Fly ashes. This group of unlucky undead is exactly the undead officer and his men who scolded his men before. Therefore, you really can't act like a hero on the battlefield. Otherwise you may be the one who is put to shame in the next second. The appearance of Polishen made the commanders of the undead army understand the reason why these 500 human soldiers dared to come to trouble them. It turned out that there was a giant dragon supporting them, somewhere in the undead army. The undead commander who commanded this army looked at Parashylan, who was spitting out dragon flames in the sky, with a trace of killing intent flashing on his face. The epic red dragon, it seems, is still a young dragon that has just entered the growth stage. With such strength, it dares to run into the army under my command to cause trouble. Does this mean that it doesn't know anything at all? Do you really dislike me? Surround us. It's just an epic red dragon. What are you afraid of? Stop the humans on the ground, and the red dragon will have its own strong men to deal with it. The undead commander issued an order to the undead army under his command. Under his order, groups of undead began to madly attack the dragon-blooded guards, who were rushing forward. Even if Polishen's pillar of fire opened the way, Viri still remained, feeling heavy pressure. The forward momentum of the 500 dragon blood guards gradually slowed down in the continuous offensive of the undead soldiers, who were not afraid of death. When facing the undead army, who are not afraid of death, you have to be prepared to be attacked to death by them. The situation on the ground was like this. Parashylan, who was spitting fire happily in the sky, was also in big trouble. A group of nearly 1,000 huge bats surrounded it. At a glance, it was clear that they were going to fight Red Dragon, on the ground and in the air. As soon as the counterattack of the undead army started, they used a two-pronged approach to block the impact of the dragon-blooded guards and Parashylan. After the initial surprise effect passed, a fierce head-on confrontation began. Chapter 220: The Arrogant Leo. The giant bats in the Undercity exist side by side with the human griffins, the dwarf mechanical aircraft, the orc griffins, and the elven hippogriffs. They are usually man-flying tools, and in wartime, they are aerial formations for combat. Thousands of huge bats rose into the sky together, and the bat swarm with wings spread out to be 10 meters wide could really block out the sky and the sun. Looking up from the ground, there was a feeling of black clouds, and the sky of the battlefield was covered with them. Covered a large area. Even an epic-level dragon will feel helpless when facing nearly 1,000 giant bats, because although these bats are not strong enough to be high-level, the combat power they can exert in aerial combat is definitely that of the legendary level. The movements of the giant bats in aerial combat are so flexible that individual attacks are almost impossible to hit them, and even group attack spells are often dodged by them. Looking at the black cloud rising from the ground, Leo, standing above Parashylan, felt no pressure at all. If it were a griffin or a hippogriff, he would still find it difficult to deal with. But giant bats, hey, it's really not easy to deal with them. Thanks to the animal world that traveled through the former imperial court, Leo learned a lot of things, including bats. Magical civilization has the benefits of magical civilization, and technological civilization also has the strengths of technological civilization. For example, have people in magical civilization studied biology in depth? The reason why bats can avoid all kinds of incoming attacks in time is not because their eyesight is good enough, but because of sound waves. Coincidentally, Parashylan, who became a Dracolic, had an ability against sound waves. People who were about to watch a battle between a group of bats and a red dragon discovered something strange. The group of bats flying towards the red dragon suddenly went into chaos. The giant bats that usually flew without incident suddenly seemed crazy. It seemed like they bumped into each other one by one. They collided with each other while flying at full speed. Even the giant bats' bodies were very strong and couldn't bear it. For a while, the sky dropped like dumplings, and the dizzy big bats fell one after another. The bat swarm composed of nearly 1,000 giant bats was almost wiped out in a passionate collision before they even got close to the red dragon. It seemed that the game of duel was really not suitable for playing in the air. Leo is very satisfied with Polishen's masterpiece. He found that the special abilities of the Dracolic are really easy to use, compared with the Bone Dragon, which only has physical attack capabilities. The Dracolic with multiple special abilities is much more powerful. Although the Dragon Lich may not be able to win against a bone dragon of the same level. Is this the bat swarm in the Undercity? It's too little. Is there anything more exciting? The arrogant look on the person standing on top of Parashion really made people want to kill him immediately. The commander of the undead army had a solemn look on his face. The giant bats were the aerial power of the Undercity that fought righteously against the human Griffin Brigade. The human who controlled the giant dragon used some weird method to kill nearly 1,000 of them so easily. Giant bats. If this method can spread, the air power of the Undercity will suffer a devastating blow. However, this idea was rejected in the next second. If the method of dealing with giant bats can really spread, then humans have not used it long ago. So why wait until now? So, this human being is the only one who can use strange means to deal with giant bats. Of course, maybe it's his red dragon mount. And no one knows whether the Dragon Clan has some special secret methods for dealing with giant bats. The undead commander's guess is infinitely close to the truth. This method of dealing with giant bats is indeed only in Leo's hands, because only he can create the Dracolic. Leo asked Parashion, who became a Dracolic, to disguise himself as a real red dragon, using the Dracolic's special ability, Illusion Dance. This illusion dance technique is not only used to cause other people's visual illusions in terms of light, but also involves sound. Strictly speaking, the illusion dance technique should be a combination of phantom sound technique and dancing light technique. Dancing lights deals with light, while phantom sound deals with sound waves. In this way, it is really too easy to deal with bats that cannot see well and rely on sound waves. Parashion just used a small method to interfere with the sound waves emitted by giant bats, turning these giant bats into headless flies. Collision everywhere, and eventually the group is destroyed. An undead army without giant bats is equivalent to an army without air force support. They can only do nothing in the face of Polition soaring in the sky. The dragon flame spewed down from the sky by Polition continued to clear the obstacles in front of the dragon-blooded guards below, making their way forward smoother. His subordinates were fighting. And Leo was not idle either. Curses such as aging and deepening damage were sprinkled one after another. Each time the curse fell, the strength of a large group of undead soldiers was weakened. With the help of one man and one dragon, the 500 dragon-blooded guards led by Whaley broke through the layers of interceptions of the undead army and quickly approached the refuge valley. The battle outside was so lively, and it was naturally impossible for the Arathur coalition forces in the refuge valley not to see it. In fact, the Arathur coalition forces in the valley already knew about the situation as early as the moment the undead army caused a commotion. An army of 500 people actually dared to attack the undead army. The first reaction of the soldiers of the Arathur coalition when they heard the news was, "They are crazy." The second reaction is, "Reinforcements have arrived." Who is the leader of this support army? Prince Galen, who was in charge of the overall situation in the valley, was also shocked by what happened outside the valley. The current heir of the Arathur kingdom couldn't help but sigh. What a crazy guy. Prince, do you need to send troops to meet them? The person who spoke was the commander of Refuge Valley Amaran. Although Amaran only possesses high-level peak strength, she is Prince Galen's right-hand man. After the fall of Stromgard, the Arathur coalition forces that retreated to the Valley of Refuge stabilized their position under the leadership of this female warrior. It was also her proper command that allowed the Valley of Refuge to block the crazy attacks of the undead army. Yes, Amaran. The reinforcements outside the valley are here to help us. Arathur cannot sit idly by and ignore those who help us. This time I will personally go into battle. Galen and Amaran actually knew that even if they sent out troops to rescue, it would be in vain. There was no way that the team of 500 people could reach the Refuge Valley under the layers of obstruction of the undead army. I'm afraid that as soon as I send troops to rescue them, they will all be killed by the undead army. You know. There are some things you have to do. The army outside the valley came to help those who were surrounded in the Refuge Valley. Now this army is fighting the undead army, while the Arathur coalition is huddled in the Refuge Valley. How can it be justified? Galen is a responsible person. Even though he knows that this rescue is in vain, he will still do it. This prince, who led the remaining people of the kingdom of Arathur to fight hard in adversity, indeed had a certain determination to do what he should. And this is exactly the quality that a qualified leader must possess. Going to war can be dangerous, especially for Galen. He is the pillar of the Refuge Valley, and the first target of the undead army. When he goes to the battlefield, he will definitely attract a crazy attack from the undead army. Then, let Marshal Oslet accompany you. Your Highness, please be careful. Knowing that it was dangerous for Galen to go to the battlefield, Amarin did not object aloud, because she knew that even if she objected, it would be useless. Prince Galen was trying to show his sincerity that he really wanted to rescue the people outside the valley. A troop. For this reason, Galen even risked his own life and used himself as bait to lure the undead army to attack, in order to help the supporting army reduce the pressure. However, the development of the situation on the battlefield was completely beyond Galen's expectations. Just when Prince Galen and Marshal Oslet were leading their men to fight out of the refuge valley, Leo appeared in the air stepping on Perish Island. Seeing the red dragon appear, Galen and Oslet were stunned for a moment. And then they were very happy. A red dragon and a strong man who controlled the red dragon appeared. No wonder the commander of that army dared to attack the undead army with only 500 people. With the help of these two powerful forces, it was really impossible for them to advance into the refuge valley. Small, brave warriors of Arathar. Our friends are fighting. Let us fight and fight with them. Troops were sent out in the Valley of Refuge. Leo, who was at a high altitude, could see clearly. In fact, the reason why he did not directly reveal the Dracolic and Bone Dragon as soon as the war started was to test the leader of the Arathar kingdom. Don't think that Leo will not test the surrendered kingdom of Arathar because he is ready to defect to the party. If the response of the kingdom of Arathar cannot satisfy him, he will consider defecting to other forces. This is just like the workplace in the society before time travel. People without ability are naturally selected by the company. But people with ability can choose the company. If the Arathar coalition saw 500 dragon-blooded guards attacking the undead army, thinking that rescue was useless and not sending troops, Leo would definitely get out of the way immediately. No matter how great the potential of such a force, it is impossible to realize it. And if the potential cannot be turned into strength, what is the difference between it and nothing? The leaders of the Arathar coalition simply passed his test, and they sent troops to rescue. Not only that, Leo also discovered an important message from the mobilization of the undead army. There must be a very important figure among the people who led the troops to rescue. Otherwise, the undead army would not relax its obstruction of the dragon-blooded guards and turn to attack the supporting soldiers with all your strength. The leader of the kingdom of Arathar is so courageous. He actually sent a big shot to lead the army despite knowing that there was little hope. Leo held his chin and looked at Arathar in amusement as he was dealing with the crazy attack of the undead army. With his mind, he couldn't see the purpose of the Arathar coalition. It was clearly to reduce the pressure on their support army. He holds a high position, but dares to take risks. If he were not a simple-minded fool, then this person would be very interesting. Who will you be? I really want to meet you. The Arathar coalition passed its own test, and Leo knew that it was time for him to show his strength. If you want the Arathar coalition to take you seriously, you must show off your strong muscles and tell the leaders of these coalition forces, who are in urgent need of strong men, look, I am a very powerful man, and having me join you will definitely make you stronger. So, no matter what the attitude of Stormwind Kingdom is, let their dissatisfaction go to H.L. Hold head high. Hold head high. Amidst two high-pitched dragon roars, a bone dragon with metallic luster all over its body appeared from behind Leo. A powerful force emanated from the bone dragon, suppressing the strength of the undead soldiers. Undead? Let's taste the power of the bone dragon's natural ability. The undead dragon. Undead? I can enter the Valley of Refuge whenever I want. You can't stop me. Ha ha ha. Leo's arrogant laughter echoed over the battlefield. And with Perish Island at his feet, and the two bone dragons behind him, he looked very ugly. Chapter 221 Conspiracies are everywhere. There's a saying that goes well. If a person with strength pretends to be cheating, that is called cheating. And if a person without strength pretends to be cheating, that is pure stupid cheating. Leo is so arrogant. The undead below naturally want to chop him into pieces and throw him into a meat grinder to use as raw materials for making hatred. However, this guy is protected by 3 epic level strongmen, and he is at high altitude and cannot fly. The tens of thousands of undead soldiers could only stare below. The two bone dragons caused quite a shock. Both the commander of the undead army and Prince Galen of the Arathar Alliance had already determined that the person coming was Leo when they saw the bone dragons. Needless to say, the undead side, Yakis and the Dark Priest, who fled back to the Undercity, will naturally report the news. And the source of the news for the Arathar coalition is Stormwind City. Perhaps the senior leaders of the Kingdom of Storm thought the news was very secretive, because Passonia reported it directly to the highest level of the kingdom, and it was impossible for non-core members of the kingdom to know about it. However, there is no airtight wall in the world, And a secret known by the second person is no longer a secret. The news still flows into the hands of Prince Galen of the Kingdom of Arather through certain channels. As a prince, who is determined to restore the former glory of the Kingdom of Arather, Galen became very interested in Leo after learning the news. After learning about Leo's relationship with the Kingdom of Stormwind, the Prince of Arather was greatly moved. Excited? If this warlock named Leo can be brought over, and let him serve the Kingdom of Arather, the kingdom's revival will be just around the corner. But to dig into the Kingdom of Stormwind, this was not something he could achieve just by thinking about it. He had to find an entry point. And Leo had a big conflict with the nobles of the Stormwind Kingdom because he defeated Earl Greg. This was his opportunity for Galen. And it was also an opportunity for the Kingdom of Arather. Galen was 100% sure that the Stormwind Kingdom's approach of letting Leo fight against the undead army alone in Witherwood Village would definitely make him dissatisfied. However, Galen knew that he might not be able to successfully recruit Leo just like this. He felt that the fire was not burning strong enough. So the Prince of Arather decided to add 2 more bundles of firewood to make the fire really burn. The relationship between the Kingdom of Arather and the Kingdom of Stormwind is just like the relationship between various noble families. Words such as intricate and complex cannot describe it. Although the Kingdom of Arather is now in decline, there are many nobles in the Kingdom of Stormwind who are very happy to serve Prince Galen. After all, the Kingdom of Arather has had a great impact on human history. It is the first kingdom established by humans. What the nobles are talking about is the foundation and accumulation. This situation became more common after Varian, the former king of Stormwind Kingdom, disappeared, and there was a child sitting on the king's throne. Can a child convince a crowd? Obviously not. It would be easier to make a group of nobles fall in love with a child than to let the sun rise in the west. The people below him have not yet returned to their hearts, and are generally waiting to see his performance with suspicion. Little Anduin often has to make compromises. Even if Little Anduin has the full support of Grand Duke Bolvar, it is useless. It is not that simple for a kingdom to keep running. Besides, the real power of the kingdom is still in the hands of the nobles. The power in the hands of the nobles overshadows that of the Little Anduin. Anduin's kingship. Young Anduin's plan was to maintain the stability of the kingdom first, and then take back his power after he was officially crowned as an adult. There was nothing wrong with this approach. But he had wronged Leo by compromising like this. Is Leo a person who can endure injustice? He is a time traveler, not an aboriginal brainwashed by the idea of royal power in this world. Words such as heroic sacrifice for His Majesty, the King, can make many people in this world accept injustice regardless of personal gains and losses. But it cannot have the slightest influence on Leo. As a result, the result of things developing was that Leo changed jobs. Your Highness, that person is Leo. It seems that the rumors are correct. He is indeed not an obedient guy. Beside Galen, a paladin holding a sledgehammer and wrapped in a layer of golden light looked at the air. Leo, who looked arrogant, said. Galen looked at Leo with burning eyes, his face full of confidence. It's okay, Oslet, as long as he can help me revive the Kingdom of Arather. Leo, after confirming that you can create a mechanical puppet with epic combat power, I spent a lot of effort to let the idiots in Stormwind City continue to deal with you. I didn't expect that such an idiot would work hard enough to send you on such an almost certain death mission. It's a pity that they who are not at the core level of Stormwind Kingdom don't know how valuable you are. Galen was a little proud. If the king of the Kingdom of Stormwind hadn't been a child, and the nobles of the kingdom didn't have much respect for the child king, how could he have influenced the core leaders of the kingdom? So that the Kingdom of Stormwind would have to decide how to treat Leo? The issue has been put off again and again. Unable to make a decision. It's time and destiny. God has destined that the Kingdom of Arather will be revived in my hands. Galen, and you, Leo, are the opportunity for the kingdom's revival. Poor Leo. He didn't know that the interesting big man he wanted to meet for a while was the culprit that accelerated his break with Stormwind City. If Prince Galen hadn't been tampering secretly, the military wouldn't have given Leo the ridiculous task of leading 500 people to support the Refuge Valley. When dealing with nobles, you really have to be prepared to be tricked at any time, because they have been exposed to politics since childhood, and their intrigues will become ubiquitous. Of course, conspiracies and tricks will not work in the face of absolute strength. Compared to the undead army underground, the Bone Dragon has absolute strength, with a huge body and epic combat power. The Bone Dragon kills undead soldiers at an astonishing speed after landing. The number of undead soldiers killed with each attack is in double digits. Before the strong men in the undead army arrived, they had already cleared a path to the Refuge Valley for the 500 Dragon Blood Guards. Seeing that the road ahead was cleared, Whaley quickly led his dragon-blooded guards forward, regardless of the bone dragon's commotion. Once the strong men in the undead army arrived, the battle would become very difficult. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, if you rush over it this time, you won't have such a good opportunity next time. The bone dragon cleared the way in front, and Viri followed closely with 500 dragon blood guards. Before the strong men in the undead army arrived, they had already joined the Arathar coalition led by Prince Galen, and the two teams quickly withdrew for refuge in the valley. Thun. Just let them in like this? Next to the commander of the undead army, a knight riding a skeleton horse asked as he looked at the two armies retreating into the refuge valley. Who is this knight if not Simon, who was defeated by Leo in Deadwood Village? Thun is the name of the undead commander. Let them have fun first, and then kill them as soon as the target arrives. These humans really think that we can't break through their temporary defense line. If it weren't for the purpose of executing the Queen's order, I would have led people to kill them. They killed them all. Thun's reaction to his army being wiped out by a 500-man human army was completely opposite to his previous angry performance. What he said was even more shocking. It turned out that the undead army under his command was not unable to conquer the refuge valley, but had other plans. Well, you're the commander. It's your business what to do. When Thun mentioned the word queen, Simon's expression changed slightly, but others did not notice it. It's time for the Lothar family, which has been inherited for a long time, to come to an end. Her Majesty the Queen is not willing to see the birth of a legendary human being. Especially this human being is a paladin, Thun said with a gloomy smile. Little come on, girl. I can't wait. The little girl of the Lothar family is also a paladin. Who is it if not Scarlet? It seems that the undead in the Undercity are also planning something. The undead are plotting against Scarlet. What is this female paladin, who has accepted the secret method inherited from the legendary strongman doing? The female paladin of Arathar Kingdom has really decided? In Stormwind City, in the residence of Countess Presto, the countess with black hair and black eyes was asking someone standing in front of her. The face of the person being questioned was full of flattering smiles, and the flattering mentality on his face was so unbearable. However, these people obviously did not include Countess Presto, who completely turned a blind eye to this. Yes, several great mages from the Magicians Guild have been invited. It is estimated that the teleportation circle will be established in the next few days. Very good. A faint smile appeared on the face of the Countess. As a member of the Lothar family, she is naturally responsible for the troubles in the Kingdom of Arathar. As the Kingdom of Stormwind is an ally of Arathar, we should be considerate of her. Try to make it as convenient as possible for her. Miss Presto, you are right. If the Banshee of the Undercity had not blocked the space of the Refuge Valley with magic, preventing large-scale teleportation, our Kingdom of Stormwind would definitely send troops to the Refuge Valley to help the friendly forces of the Kingdom of Arathar. The Countess did not answer the man's words. She changed the topic and talked about another thing. What happened to the warlock named Leo? I heard that the army gave him a strange order. It couldn't have been done by your people. Speaking of Leo, the flattery on the man's face immediately turned into indignation. He just heard him say Leo. This kid relies on the fact that he is a member of MI7 and has Passonia to support him. And he actually ignores the kingdom. He has no military discipline and goes to the Refuge Valley with his personal guards. It is really lawless. If such a person is not severely punished, how can the kingdom's military discipline be maintained? I have said before that such a civilian should not be given to him at all. So that's it. I know. I will explain this to His Majesty the Kingdom. It seems that MI7 is suspected of covering up Leo. Their report to His Majesty the King actually said that Leo went to the Refuge Valley because of a military order to deceive His Majesty the King. This matter needs to be investigated carefully. Lord Earl, you must be careful. Don't let them find any false evidence. Countess Presto spoke in an understatement, and the Earl next to her understood it. There was a tacit feeling between the two Earls of Stormwind Kingdom, a female and a male, with a strong sense of conspiracy mixed in. What Miss Presto said is that His Majesty the King is young now. Some people think that the king is young and can be bullied, so they can shelter his subordinates and trample on the laws of the kingdom. It is really hateful. We loyal ministers must serve the kingdom eliminate this cancer. The Countess smiled softly, and a sense of pride that could not be detected by outsiders flashed across her face. My dear brother, compared to you who can only rely on brute force, my method is 100 times better. The so-called Storm Kingdom, the most powerful kingdom in the human race, is not easily manipulated by me. Just watch. It won't be long before I turn this kingdom upside down. Of course, I have to clear out some of the little things that get in the way. Love? Passonia? Ridiculous MI7. A group of humble human epics. As long as Bolvar doesn't take action. Who in Stormwind City can stop me? Chapter 222 Dragon Egg. The Real Refuge Valley is very different from the one seen in the game Yamaguchi Mountain. The Refuge Valley in reality is very large. Big enough to build a big city, but in Yamaguchi Mountain, it only takes 2 or 3 minutes to run from one end to the other. It's just time. But games, of course, are different from reality. Standing on Polition's head, Leo, who flew to the Refuge Valley, compared it with the Yamaguchi Mountain he had played before. From the perspective of Yamaguchi Mountain, the Arather coalition that entered the Refuge Valley was completely trapped in a desperate situation. As long as they blocked both ends of the valley and attacked from a high position on both sides of the valley, the Arather coalition forces taking refuge in the valley will inevitably suffer heavy casualties. But based on the actual situation of the Refuge Valley, it is quite good to use it as a temporary shelter because the valley floor is wide enough. Jumping down from Polition's head, Leo's eyes fell on a young knight with purple hair. He had only seen Scarlet with purple hair. This obvious feature made him immediately know the identity of this young knight. Is this Prince Galen Trobane? Leo looked at the smiling purple-haired knight. For some reason, he always felt that the other person didn't make him feel that good. This kid had previously put himself in danger and took the initiative to go out of the valley to attract the attack of the undead army. Just to rescue hundreds of reinforcements who might break through the obstacles of the undead army. Logically speaking, he should be a good person. But why do I vaguely reject him? Could this be the legendary displeasure with him? Suppressing the slight feeling of rejection towards Galen in his heart, Leo stepped forward and saluted the Prince of Arather, and introduced himself. His Royal Highness Prince Galen. Leo is polite. Introducing yourself is a science. And there are many tricks in it. The smile on Galen's face became bright after hearing Leo's words. Leo didn't mention the Kingdom of Storms when he introduced himself. Doesn't this explain the problem? It's worth all the effort I put into it. The rift between Leo and the Kingdom of Stormwind is irreparable. Now it's up to us, the Kingdom of Arather, to see if we can let him stay. Prince Galen was very confident about keeping Leo and letting him fall into the arms of the Kingdom of Arather. As a prince who leads the kingdom's subjects against adversity, Galen has always had confidence in himself. And he must also have confidence in himself. If he, the prince, loses his confidence, what do you want others to do? Having confidence is a good thing. But being able to do it is another matter. In order to win over Leo, Galen worked hard in the next few days, making all kinds of inquiries, all kinds of vague hints, all kinds of insinuations, and so on. Leo, on the other hand, was secretly amused while constantly expressing his gratitude to His Highness, the Prince, for being so courteous, and hinting from time to time that his favor for the Kingdom of Arather was increasing. Galen and Leo. These two guys obviously have something on their minds. But they just don't explain it clearly. A person who is eager to win over Leo and wants Leo to change his family and become the Kingdom of Arather. A person who is willing in every possible way, but always has to show his reserve and not let the other party think that he is the kind of person who has no principles when he sees the benefits. People, what they did was really unsatisfactory. Someone with a slightly more impatient personality would have made it clear earlier. It's a pity that both Galen and Leo are calm guys. Why couldn't Sun Wukong kill the bone demon with one stick? Just because the monkey is anxious. Therefore, the most important thing in life is to be stable. Just when Leo was secretly hooking up with Prince Galen, the appearance of a person surprised him. Looking at the beautiful female knight with purple hair and purple eyes who came with Galen, Leo scratched his face with a puzzled expression. Why did Scarlet, a tough girl, end up in the Refuge Valley? It's not that Leo made a fuss, but that he really didn't understand. The banshees in the Undercity have used spells to seal off the Refuge Valley and the nearby space, making it impossible to rely on teleportation arrays to teleport a large number of troops to help the Arather coalition. Now that space has been blocked, how did Scarlet get here? There are doubts in his heart. But Leo will not ask. There are many magics in this world that he does not know. Scarlet should have used some special method to break through the space blockade of the Banshee and teleport to the Refuge Valley. Since it is a special method, there must be limitations. This can be seen from the fact that only Scarlet was teleported in from the outside world in the Valley of Refuge. If large-scale teleportation was possible, The Storm Expeditionary Force would not have to confront the undead at the Solder Bridge. Wouldn't it be more convenient to directly transfer to the Valley of Refuge to join the battle? By the way, why do you feel like you are forcing a pass at a toll station? What an unexpected reunion. Leo first said low to Prince Galen, and then shrugged at Scarlet, with a hint of joking in his words. What surprised Leo was that Scarlet didn't say anything this time, completely subverting his image of a tough girl. I haven't seen this girl for a while. Has she changed her gender? Or is she trying to pretend to be a lady in front of the people of Arather Kingdom? The former is unlikely, but the latter is much more likely. If so, it would be fun. Someone laughed inwardly and started to have bad ideas. Compared with Scarlet's expressionless expression, Prince Galen was much more enthusiastic. He said to Leo with a smile on his face, Leo, this is Scarlet. I think you already know each other. Someone got somehow about dragon eggs. Do you want to try them? Well, what was Galen saying just now? Dragon eggs? Leo couldn't help but pick his ears vigorously to make sure that there was no error in his hearing, and that he was not hearing an auditory hallucination just now. Who is so powerful? He actually got the dragon eggs. It sounds like a lot of them. Leo did not hide his inner thoughts at all, and there was an obvious look of shock on Leo's face. But you just got the dragon eggs like this, don't you think there's anything wrong with eating here? Galen was a little confused. What was Leo's expression like? Aren't they just some dragon eggs? It's worth all the fuss. With his strength, wouldn't it be quite simple to get them? It's just some dragon eggs. Leo, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just some dragon eggs. That's all. Well, you are the prince of the kingdom of Arather. You are awesome. I, an ordinary person, cannot compare with you. Leo's expression looked like I'm convinced, which made Prince Galen feel even more strange. At this time, Scarlet's voice intervened, and the female knight said lightly, they are some velociraptor eggs, not giant dragons. Let me check it out. That's what it is. Leo rolled his eyes. Prince Galen, please speak clearly. You really shocked me. This time it was Galen's turn to be speechless. In other words, it's up to you to decide if it were really a dragon egg laid by a giant dragon. Even if we could get it, we wouldn't be able to use it as food. We are not crazy enough to provoke the Dragon Clan's wrath. Ignoring Prince Galen's expression, Leo raised his eyebrows at Scarlet with an ambiguous expression. Young girl, you better understand me. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in her chest to prevent it from showing up, Scarlet snorted heavily and turned around to leave. She was afraid that she would burst out if she stayed with Leo for too long. Didn't we want to have dinner together? Why did you leave? Leo blinked, looking like I was an innocent person. Prince Galen stood aside, looked at Leo with a smile on his face, and then turned to look at Scarlet, who was walking away. Prince Arather's eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning. Leo suddenly shuddered. He looked up at the sky that was about to get dark, and cursed in his heart, who else is plotting against me? Leo, let's go together. The dragon eggs baked by Amryn are very good. Is it Commander Amaran's craftsmanship? Then I have to try it. Of course, Leo would not refuse Prince Galen's invitation. The two guys, with smiles on their faces but their own agendas, were walking side by side in the Valley of Refuge in a harmonious manner. The scene was as harmonious as it could be. Galen is planning how to break through the last layer of window paper with Leo and recruit him into the kingdom of Arather. What is Leo planning? Leo's shock when he heard the word dragon egg was not fake. Don't forget that among the materials needed to make a bone dragon, what is the most difficult thing for Leo to obtain now? Yes, that's right. Dragon eggs. It takes 100 dragon eggs to make a bone dragon. 100 may not seem like a big number, but you have to look at what is behind it. Not to mention 100 dragon eggs. Even one dragon egg is extremely difficult to obtain. Of course, the dragon eggs here refer to the dragon eggs. There are tons of dragon eggs underground in grim battle. But the question is, does he dare to go? Leo found that his thinking seemed to have gone into a misunderstanding. The material for making a bone dragon mentioned dragon eggs, which was true, but it did not say that dragon eggs must be used. Velociraptor also brought a dragon, a beast that was extremely fast and not weak in strength. Well, in fact, dinosaurs are beasts in the eyes of people in this world. They also have the blood of dragons. Why not try using their eggs to create bone dragons? Thinking of this, Leo really wished he could give himself a slap in the face. You idiot. You didn't even think of this. You just stared at the dragon. But it's not too late to react now. If the eggs of the velociraptor can really replace the eggs of the giant dragon to make bone dragons, then as long as there are enough corpses in the future, won't I be able to create an army of bone dragons? As the only necromancer in this world, is it too cheap to lead an army of skeletons? You have to pull out an army of bone dragons to be worthy of my unique time traveler. Right? In the future, if you see someone who is unhappy, you can get a group of bone dragons to kill him. Only then will you lose face. Leo couldn't help but feel hot at the thought of forming an army of bone dragons to replace the current army of skeletons. Prince Galen. I can't wait to taste the dragon eggs roasted by Commander Almarin. Chapter 223, with dragon eggs in hand. The bone dragon has no worries. In the Valley of Refuge in the Arthi Highlands, a red dragon swaggered directly from the head of the undead army into the distance. Its arrogant attitude really made people, make the undead angry. On the head of the red dragon, a human with black hair and black eyes stood on it. He held his chin in one hand and had a silly smile on his face that made people look at him. The dragon is the Dracolic Parashion, and the man is Leo, the master of the Dracolic. Don't tell Leo that his smile is silly. He will tell you that it is not a silly smile, but a happy silly smile. Only when you are so happy that you laugh like this. Why is Leo like this? Of course, it's because of a good thing. A huge good thing is that the eggs of Velociraptor have been confirmed. This thing can indeed be used to make bone dragons. Velociraptor eggs can be used to replace dragon eggs. What is the concept? This means that the biggest obstacle to mass production of bone dragons has been eliminated, and achieving an army of bone dragons is no longer just a dream. It is very difficult to obtain dragon eggs, but Velociraptor eggs are completely different. As Galen thought, with Leo's current strength, it is really easy to obtain Velociraptor eggs. If there were 100 raptors before Leo traveled through time, he might not be able to kill one. But now, he can easily kill a group of them. Leo going out alone to find Velociraptor eggs may arouse the dissatisfaction of some people, saying that he is not doing business. But for Leo, finding a large number of Velociraptor eggs to make bone dragons is business. Everything else is empty. Only when the power you control is strong enough can you be truly strong. To find Velociraptor eggs, you naturally need to know where Velociraptors gather. If Leo relies on his own knowledge to find them, it may still be a bit troublesome. But with the help of Prince Galen and the others, it will become extremely easy. Where can Velociraptors be found in the Arthi Highlands? Who knows the dragon better than Galen and the others? Coincidentally, there is a place near the Refuge Valley where Velociraptors often hang out, which is why people from the Arathar Coalition were able to obtain Velociraptor eggs before. Since it is near the Refuge Valley, the distance is not too far. Of course Leo should go and take a look. Anyway, flying at full speed at Polition's speed can fly back and forth in an hour or two. And he is not afraid of flying back and forth during his absence. Something happened. With the strength of the Arathar Coalition, they can sustain it for a day or two no matter what. To be honest, getting the Velociraptor eggs couldn't be easier for Leo now. On the contrary, finding the Velociraptor's nest is the most time-consuming. The Highland Velociraptors, which can easily kill even high-level warriors, have no ability to resist when facing Leo, the egg thief. He doesn't even need to take action at all. As long as the bone dragon shows the power of the undead dragon, you can scare them to the ground without daring to resist at all. In less than half a day, Leo collected more than 500 Velociraptor eggs. This was because he did not conduct a thorough sweep for the sake of a long stream of water. He only collected 50% of the Velociraptor eggs from each group of Velociraptor nests. Otherwise the eggs with the number has already exceeded 1,000. Do you even need to ask what you can do with more than 500 Velociraptor eggs? Naturally. With the dragon eggs in hand, the bone dragon has no worries. It's time to go back, Polition, and avoid the Valley of Trouble. After receiving Leo's instructions, the Dracolic turned around and flew towards the Refuge Valley, followed closely by the two bone dragons. It wasn't that Leo didn't want to look for more Velociraptor eggs, but it was getting darker if he continued to look for them. Driving in the wild in the dark night sounded awesome, but in fact it felt uncomfortable. Besides, he is indeed quite far away from the Refuge Valley now. If something urgent happens, it will be very troublesome for him to get help in time. I have almost 20,000 corpses on hand. These two corpses should be kept as spares. Maybe they will be used again. Anyway, Velociraptor eggs are not difficult to obtain, and there is no rush. As Leo returned to the Valley of Refuge, he silently calculated his wealth in his mind. Was his calculation wrong? Based on the number of corpses he obtained from many battles, This boy's remaining corpses should be around 40,000. Not the current 20,000. Unless he also created a bone dragon or Dracolic. Instead of having to constantly stare at the ground and simply return to the refuge valley. Perish Island can naturally fly at full speed. And the speed of returning to the refuge valley is naturally several times faster than when he came. The refuge valley had already appeared in Leo's sight before it got dark. But what surprised him was that the refuge valley at this time was completely different from when he came out in the morning. Bursts of shouts of killing penetrated the sky. The armies of humans and the undead had fought against each other at some point. And a fierce battle was taking place in the Valley of Refuge. What's going on? What medicine did the undead army take? Looking at the fighting on the ground, Leo couldn't help but frown. The undead army's attacks on the Valley of Refuge were almost every day. Leo, who had been in the valley for a while, was already used to it. But this time it was obviously different. The undead army surrounding the Refuge Valley was not just a certain unit attacking like before. This time, they actually mobilized the entire army and launched a general attack on the Refuge Valley, making a show of vowing not to give up until the Refuge Valley was taken down. Posture. Although Leo didn't understand what the commander of the undead army was thinking, he knew that this time the Arather coalition in the Refuge Valley was really in crisis. What the hell? Could it be that the undead army was stimulated by me during the day and felt that it had lost face? So it was looking for a balance with the Arather coalition. Leo scratched his face speechlessly. He felt that the idea is still very reliable. Driving the Dracolic, he flew through the fierce battlefield and entered the Valley of Refuge. Since the Arather coalition knew that the Red Dragon was Leo's car, Polition was not attacked when he landed. Leo, my friend, you are back. The smile that often hung on Prince Galen's face was no longer there, replaced by a look of solemnity, which made Leo feel that the situation was not good. Your Highness, how is the situation? I think the undead army seems to have made up its mind to take over the Valley of Refuge. The situation was tense. So Leo stopped playing tricks with Galen and went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Prince Galen didn't say anything nonsense when he heard what Leo said. In fact, Galen was not in that mood now. The situation in the Refuge Valley was really not good. As you said, there are unknown changes in the undead army, and their attack methods have changed. Before, these undead's intention was to slowly consume our strength. But now they directly launched a general attack. And the battle started in the morning until now. The attack of the undead army has not stopped for a moment. And we have suffered heavy casualties. Has the battle started since the morning? Leo looked at Galen and nodded imperceptibly. Since the undead army had launched an offensive since the morning, the battle had indeed lasted a long time. During this period of time, Galen did not disturb himself, but chose to let his army resist the attack of the undead. This alone was not something ordinary people could do. Many people think that it is very foolish to have strong reinforcements outside but to bear the enemy's attack alone. But things can't just be taken at face value. Galen's behavior shows that he is a responsible person, because resisting the attack of the undead army is originally the matter of the kingdom of Arather. Leo was just here to help. Since he was just helping, he had no obligation to guard the Refuge Valley. When he was about to leave for something, he was attacked by the undead army. Since your Arather coalition could withstand it, there was no need for Leo to come back for support. Galen is a bit arrogant. Faced with the massive attack of the undead, he didn't immediately cry for help like most people. I found that I admired him more and more. Galen's performance earned him extra points in Leo's heart. Leo rubbed his chin and said to Galen, Your Highness, is there anything I can do for you? Leo, if you can, please go to the south and help a bunch of Amaran. There are 2 entrances and exits to the Refuge Valley, one from the south and one from the north. In the north of the valley, Marshal Oslet of the Kingdom of Arather is commanding, so there won't be any problems for the time being. But to the south where Amaran is, things are going to be very bad. Amaran's commanding ability is undoubted, but her strength is really not that good, and the Kingdom of Arather does lack strong people to sit in command and cannot give her strong support. This has caused the southern battlefield of Refuge Valley to be very difficult. It's tight. Perhaps seeing the weakness of the southern front, the undead army launched a very fierce offensive on the southern front of Refuge Valley, with 70% of its troops concentrated there. This made the battlefield on the southern front of Refuge Valley even worse. When I came back, I did see fierce fighting on the southern front battlefield in Refuge Valley. If I read it correctly, that tough girl Scarlet was also defending on the southern front. Nodding to Prince Galen, Leo jumped on top of Perish Island and directed the Dracolic and the two bone dragons hovering in the air towards the south of the refuge valley. The battle is so fierce this time, and I don't know how many corpses I can absorb. It seems that my skeleton reserve will increase again. Helping Arathar's coalition forces in the Valley of Refuge fight against the undead is one aspect, and building up Arathar's reputation is one aspect. Mixing energy and corpses is another aspect. It can help both others and yourself. How can you not do such a good thing? Leo drove Parashion and took the two bone dragons back to the Valley of Refuge. How could the undead, who were so large, not see it? Before he rushed to the battlefield on the southern front of Refuge Valley, the undead army was already ready to deal with him. Thun, that human warlock is back, and there's a difficult guy to deal with, Simon said to Thun next to him. Thun, who commanded the undead army, laughed. He had expected Leo to return to the Valley of Refuge to help the Arathar coalition. The undead commander was very confident. Isn't it better this way, Simon? Now that he's back, let's kill him here together. By the way, remember to leave him a whole body. I don't want to have to look for his broken body everywhere after the battle. Queen, I am very interested in that boy's engineering ability, and the undead transformation ritual has been prepared for him. Simon didn't know where Thun got his confidence from. Leo was not easy to deal with. The red dragon under his feet, and the two mechanical puppets beside him were not ordinary things. They were both epic existences. Since you are sure, then I will wait and see. Chapter 224. I have the corpse explosion technique. You are all useless. Amryn is now the busiest person in the entire Refuge Valley, because the southern defense line she commands is very tight under the attack of the undead army. As the defense commander of the Refuge Valley, she had set all the teams in her hands, but she still could not stop the undead army's offensive. The female warrior's face was full of anxiety. Compared with living creatures, undead have a great advantage. That is, they do not know what fatigue is. The battle lasted from morning to evening. The Arathar coalition forces in the Refuge Valley were very tired, but the undead army was not affected at all. Their attacks were still fierce, and their offensive was still fierce. If this situation develops, the collapse of the southern valley mouth of the Refuge Valley is inevitable. Drive away the evil. The paladin used this skill specifically to target undead creatures. Under a flash of golden holy light, a small-scale chaos suddenly occurred in the attack formation of the undead army. The skill of dispelling evil is very lethal to undead creatures. More importantly, it can cause fearless undead creatures to panic and make a series of out-of-control behaviors. Scarlet's body was burning with scorching holy light, and she charged into the undead army with a big sword. This was the 5th time that she had disrupted the formation of the undead army. Whenever the defense line of the Arathar coalition is about to be unable to withstand it, the female knight will lead the people to charge hard for a while, disrupting the attacks of the undead and giving Amryn time to redefense. This means that there have been 5 crises on the southern defense line of Refuge Valley. Turning the tide in a critical moment may seem very arrogant, but in fact, I'm afraid not many people are willing to encounter such a situation. Since it is a violent wave, it is naturally very difficult to save it. If you fail, you will be drowned. Scarlet led people to kill 5 times, facing the inexhaustible army of undead. Even if she was a legendary powerhouse with close to epic strength, she still couldn't bear it. The holy light burning on the female knight's body had weakened compared to the beginning. More than half. This happened not because Scarlet wasted her strength in unnecessary places, but because the undead army's offensive was too fierce. Whenever she retreated to rest, the undead army had already organized a new wave of offensive. She was forced to fight with her sword again without getting enough rest. If I don't get it, if I keep fighting like this, I won't be able to hold on until dawn at most. After once again repelling the attack of the undead army, there was no trace of joy on Scarlet's face. The female knight knew in her heart that the fall of the Refuge Valley was inevitable if the battle continued like this. If the Refuge Valley falls, where will the people of the Arathar kingdom go? How many people will die tragically under the pursuit of the undead army? Thinking of the result of the Valley of Refuge being captured by the undead army, Scarlet quickly stopped herself. She was afraid that her imagination would become reality, and the female knight did not dare to think about it anymore. What to do? What do I do? The kingdom of Arathar is facing such a crisis. What should I do? The female paladin's originally determined eyes turned confused, because she really couldn't think of how to resolve the crisis in front of her. It is simply unrealistic to expect that a large group of reinforcements will suddenly appear, or that the undead army will retreat on its own under a good situation. Hold head high. At this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and a powerful force rose from the Arather coalition. The strength of the attacking undead soldiers suddenly dropped a lot under the suppression of this force. A red dragon appeared in the sky, followed by 2 bone dragons. A human with black hair and black eyes stood on the head of the red dragon. He stretched out his index finger at the undead army and shook it gently. The meaning was clearly saying, "You can't do it. I have the corpse explosion technique, and you are all weak." Before he finished speaking, banging sounds rang out one after another in the undead army. One after another, the undead soldiers suddenly turned into ignited explosive bags and exploded with a banging sound. This explosion not only made him play with himself. After that, even his companion standing near him also died. Amidst a series of explosions, the ferocious offensive of the undead army was interrupted, because all their forward troops were killed in a very short period of time. "It's Leo!" There was a break in the attack of the undead army, and the Arather coalition forces on the southern defense line finally had a chance to breathe. Scarlet looked up at the arrogant Leo in the sky, and she suddenly realized that this guy was not that indifferent. Corpse explosion? Damn humans. The Forsaken are undead, not corpses. An undead officer holding a meat-cleaving axe in one hand and a diamond-shaped shield in the other protested to Leo. "Wow! An epic warrior." Leo whistled and let out an exclamation that felt strange to him. Duvel the Slaughterer. I challenge you. Human. Do you dare to accept it?" The undead officer pointed his axe at Leo and issued a challenge. "An epic warrior challenged me. A legendary warlock. And I said, can you be more shameless? Don't you think you are simply embarrassing the Undercity?" Sorry. I mean, forget you. It's not a human being at all. Just an undead spirit." Leo shrugged with contempt on his face. The undead officer named Duvel ignored Leo's sarcasm at all. He continued to ask Leo, "Human. Do you dare? Slaughterer. TSK. That sounds really scary." Leo looked like, "I'm so scared." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and said coldly, "Kill him." A bone dragon quickly charged towards Duvel. The battle between the epic bone dragon and the epic undead warrior was a must-win. Leo had just thrown a few curse spells on Duvel's head, but before he could gather his magic power to cast powerful spells to attack the undead warriors, the undead army came back to kill them. Bang, bang, bang. There was another explosion like firecrackers, and the advancing undead army was destroyed again. "I will kill as many soldiers as they come. It depends on how many of them you let me explode." Leo, who was standing on top of Polition, had a smile on his face, because after dealing with this wave of undead soldiers, his level had been improved, and he was now at level 50. After going through the battle in Deadwood Village and the initial battle in Refuge Valley, Leo finally gathered enough energy and upgraded during the battle. His upgrade immediately attracted the attention of powerful people, both overt and covert. He actually improved his soul level during the battle. Scarlet felt something called powerlessness rising in her heart. With Leo's rapid improvement, it was inevitable to surpass her. The female knight felt very frustrated when she thought of being surpassed by Leo. Are naturally awakened people really that strong? Scarlet was frustrated when she saw Leo's strength improving, and the strong man in the undead army was jealous. Can you not be jealous? In the eyes of the undead masters, Leo just killed some cannon fodder soldiers, and his strength was actually improved. This is simply unreasonable. When did it become as easy as drinking water and eating to improve the strength of a legendary level expert? Some people lose their composure because of jealousy. Whoosh! A small knife was as fast as an arrow, and it hit Leo's forehead. The bone dragon behind Leo stretched out a claw in time to protect its master. Clang! There were fierce sparks between the knife and the bone dragon's claws. The blade failed to penetrate the bone dragon's claws, and was bounced aside. An undead holding 2 daggers became the object of Leo's attention. Leo couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this undead. Surprised by the strength of this undead. He is actually another epic strongman. There were really crouching tigers, hidden dragons in the army of the undead. But within a short time, 2 epic level strongmen appeared. In terms of strength, the Arather coalition really couldn't match them. No wonder the Undercity has always had the upper hand in the war with Arather. The Forsaken are powerful, as long as they don't make mistakes. It is only a matter of time before they can defeat the Arather coalition. How dare you sneak attack me? Who are you? Standing above Polition's head, Leo looked down at the undead on the ground, quite like the strong looking at the weak. As a legendary realm warlock looking down at an epic undead, Leo is really not ordinary arrogant. Seeing Leo's attitude of claiming to be a strong man, the undead was very unhappy. You are just a little guy in the legendary realm. How dare you treat an epic-level powerhouse with this attitude? I am Bowie, the blood guard of the undead. Boy, do you dare to fight me? Another epic challenge for me. Leo scratched his face with a depressed look on his face. I asked you, are you done yet? Do you still know how to write the word shame? Could it be that the legendary realm is synonymous with being stupid and easy to bully in your eyes? Leo didn't bother to say anything at this time. He directly gave the bone dragon an order to kill him and fight with blood guard Bowie. Duvel and Bowie diverted a bone dragon alone. As a result, the only epic combat power around Leo was Parashion at his feet. And his protective power was suddenly weakened a lot. And this is exactly the effect that interested people want to see. I asked, do you still want to challenge me? Who is the next epic to appear? Standing on top of Polition, Leo was still as arrogant as before, with no intention of restraining himself. His remark actually had an effect, and someone responded to him. I'm next. A gloomy voice reached Leo's ears, causing the latter's expression to change suddenly, because the sound came from behind Scarlet. Scarlet is in danger. Before Leo could react, a seemingly ordinary dagger quietly appeared from behind the female paladin. What is this dagger if it's not Vinsky's demon strike? Winsky's strength was affirmed by Pasonia. The head of MI7 said that Winsky was a strong person on the same level as her. For such a powerful person, if he doesn't take it lightly, Scarlet's strength will not be able to escape his assassination. Go to HL. Paladin chick. The devil strike stabbed Scarlet without any suspense. The location where the dagger stabbed was right at Scarlet's back. If this critical position were hit, even if she did not die on the spot, there would be no way to save her. Winsk's sneak attack hit Scarlet in the back with a backstab. And was he just successful? Chapter 225. Became a living dead? The devil strike pierced Scarlet's vest. Under an epic stalker's deliberate sneak attack, the female knight didn't even have time to activate the holy shield. Leo was shocked when he saw this scene. Scarlet, a tough girl, wouldn't just let it go. Just hang up like this. At the moment when Lei was distracted, a jet black light shot out from the undead army silently, and a black sharp arrow appeared in the sky like lightning, and shot in front of Leo in an instant. Bang bang bang. There were several slight explosions that were almost indistinguishable. Leo's protective magic armor and bone armor were all shattered, and the black arrow shot directly through his chest. I was attacked. Looking at the bloody arrow shooting out of his chest, Leo's mind went blank for a moment. Seeing this scene, the dragon blood guards, who accompanied Leo in the battle, were filled with jealousy. Lord Leo's chest was pierced by an arrow. What happened to him? Ha 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 ha. Alina did such a beautiful job. Thun laughed. In his opinion, a person who had a big hole shot in his chest was definitely dead. Simon, grab his body. Thun gave the order to Simon beside him, who immediately urged the skeleton war horse to rush forward. As long as the Death Knight got close to Leo at a certain distance, he could use the death grip to suck his body into his hands. Normally, Simon would have to be careful when using death grip on Leo. But is it still necessary now? It's just a freshly baked corpse. How careful should you be? First, they used 2 epic level warriors to distract the 2 bone dragons guarding Leo, and then asked Vince to sneak attack Scarlet, and then took advantage of Leo's distraction to carry out a sneak attack, killing 2 human geniuses and undead in one fell swoop. This double kill is very beautiful. In fact, with the speed of the black arrow, even if the bone dragon beside Leo was not lured away, it would be impossible to stop it, because it was too fast. Not only was Leo unable to react, but even Parashion could not react, didn't respond in time. Feeling that the strength of his body was rapidly draining with the blood spurting out of his chest, Leo felt a wave of coldness and sleepiness coming over him, and he had a vague feeling of gradually sliding towards the bottomless abyss. My cheating life has just begun. Is it going to end? No. Am I really the cup on the coffee table? And I have never lost the title of a hard-working young man? No. I'm not willing to give in. There must be some way to save me. Yes, there must be a way to save myself. If there is really no way to resist the golden finger in my mind, I will definitely react. Just like when I encounter a ghoul that self-destructs. I am very confident about the golden finger Leo the first brought during my time travel. Since this thing doesn't respond, it proves that I haven't reached the real critical moment of life and death yet. Human beings are very strange creatures. If they lose confidence, they will collapse quickly. But once they have confidence, they can withstand even the most difficult situations. His body was obviously no longer well. But Leo's spirit was surprisingly good. His mind was spinning quickly, and he began to quickly search for things that could deal with the current crisis. The master was attacked by surprise, and the two bone dragons and Parashion went berserk. Duvel and Bowie were surprised to find that their opponent's combat power suddenly soared after Leo was sneak attacked, and the combat index suddenly surpassed their own. The originally offensive and defensive battle turned into one side suppressing the other and fighting fiercely. Seeing the abnormal performance of the bone dragon, everyone who had been paying attention to the battle between the four epic warriors was moved in their hearts. Do these two mechanical puppets with epic combat power created by Leo have their own intelligence? He is not a pure puppet who only knows how to act according to orders, but has his own wisdom and can judge how to act on his own. Leo's weight in the hearts of the powerful men suddenly increased several times. The bone dragon with self-awareness was obviously several times more powerful than a pure puppet. They are also epic-level strong men. One has intelligence and the other has no intelligence. How can they be the same? When the two bone dragons were furious, Pelixion also launched an attack. The Dracolica's big mouth opened, and a thick pillar of fire fell from the sky and went straight to the direction where the black sharp arrow was shot. Thick pillars of fire swept past, and groups of undead souls turned into flying ashes. A dexterous figure ran quickly on the ground, avoiding the swept pillars of fire. It's this guy. Seeing this figure, Parashion immediately locked her tightly. Although Dracolic did not see this person take action, the dark bow and arrow in her hand, and the momentum that belongs to an epic powerhouse have revealed her identity. She was the one who attacked Leo. This person should be the Olina that Thun mentioned. Parashion was only focused on chasing Arena, but it did not notice an undead knight riding a skeleton horse galloping quickly, looking for an opportunity to close the distance between the two parties. Simon waited patiently, waiting for the Dracolic to lower its flying height. The Death Knight's death grip was already ready for Leo's body. Just when everyone thought Leo was dead, a voice floated from Pelicius's head. Old Pay, don't be so excited. It's just a hole in the chest. You can't still have me. Isn't it just? A hole was shot in the chest. This bull was blown so much that it broke not only the cow's skin, but also the dragon's skin. The appearance of this voice caused the rhythm of the entire battlefield to stop for a moment. Simon and other strong men looked up and saw a human man with black hair and black eyes standing above Pelicius. But it was neither Leo nor who? This guy was clearly hit by an arrow in the chest. How could he be fine? The undead warriors were suddenly very surprised. They clearly saw that Leo's chest was still bleeding, but this guy was not affected at all. No matter his actions or the momentum he displayed, he did not look like an injured person. Thun and the others asked themselves that they still had good eyesight. They could still tell whether Leo was pretending to be fine or whether he was really unaffected by the arrow wound. Human, it seems that you have a lot of secrets. I am really becoming more and more interested in you. Thun looked at Leo and murmured in a low voice. The undead commander's interest was completely piqued. Compared with the strong men of the undead, Viri and the dragon-blooded bodyguards naturally did not have such good eyesight. They could only see Leo standing intact on Pelicius's head. Based on what they saw, they made a judgment. Lord Leo is fine. Is Leo really okay? How can this be? Why don't you try to see if you'll be fine after being shot through the chest with an arrow? Strange. Why can't I feel the breath of a living person from him? The strong men who were paying attention to Leo quickly discovered the problem. They discovered a shocking phenomenon. The aura of the living in Leo's body disappeared. And now he was like a corpse that could move and speak. Being able to move, speak, and have self-awareness. But the body is dead. What is the difference between the undead? Could it be that Leo, who had an arrow in his chest, knew that he had no hope of survival and turned himself into an undead out of panic? Oh my god. This is incredible. Standing on Pelicius's head, Leo looked down at the entire battlefield. He really didn't expect that Abercrombie's fake death potion would be of great use in this situation. It turned out that just when his body was about to fail, Leo suddenly saw several bottles of potions that he had left aside for a long time without paying attention to them. These potions were exactly the ones he got on Crow Ridge. The potions of suspended animation prepared by the poor and tragic genius Dr. Abercrombie. In order to resurrect his dead wife, Abercrombie racked his brains to come up with a fake death potion. After taking this potion, Abercrombie could survive even if his own heart was dug out. Compared with it, Leo's arrow injury was really insignificant and not worth mentioning. After taking the suspended animation potion, Leo deeply felt the genius of Abercrombie. The effect of this medicine was very fast. In less than 10 seconds, the medicine had spread to every cell in the body. Under the effect of the suspended animation medicine, Leo felt that every cell in his body had stopped functioning. All body functions have stopped. Except for the fact that the brain is still very clear. The body sensations are disappearing rapidly. A body that has lost sensation is like nothing. I don't feel it. Have I become a living dead? Or, this is what it feels like to become an undead. Only the consciousness is awake. But the body is stiff and cold. Undead? You gave me such a big gift. It's rude to come back without reciprocating. If I don't thank you, wouldn't it look like I'm very uneducated? Leo's cold voice echoed over the battlefield. And the anger contained in that cold voice could be felt personally. Someone shot a hole in his chest, and his life was almost over. If Leo could hold back from exploding, he would really become a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Amidst the high-pitched dragon roar, 5 huge skeletons appeared from behind Leo. The huge skeleton, which was about 50 meters long and shone with metallic luster, fell heavily to the ground. The extremely heavy impact killed many of the undead soldiers underneath. What? This is what ordinary soldiers would ask after seeing these 5 skeletons. 5 epic metal puppets. The strong men on both sides of the war exclaimed. Everyone had speculated how many mechanical puppets Leo made, and whether there were only 2. Now their guesses were answered. There were really more than 2 mechanical puppets made by Leo. And he has more puppets with epic combat power. The 5 bone dragons, which resembled the skeleton of a Highland velociraptor, roared loudly after landing, and started wreaking havoc among the undead army. Similar to the Highland velociraptor? Yes. In fact, to be precise, in terms of appearance, there is really no difference between them and the skeleton of the Highland velociraptor. This is the bone dragon created by Leo from velociraptor eggs. It seems that due to the different materials used, the shapes of these 5 bone dragons are completely different from the first 2 made from twilight dragon eggs. They only have the ability to fight on land and cannot soar in the sky like the first 2. More importantly, the light in their eyes is very dull. When compared with the bone dragons made from twilight dragon eggs, it gives people a feeling of innate lack of intelligence. Regarding this point, Leo can only sigh. You get what you pay for. The ancients never deceive me. Chapter 226. The Dark Ranger will slip away even if he reaches his mouth. 5 bone dragons made from velociraptor eggs were like 5 huge killing machines raging among the undead army, killing the undead soldiers in groups, using their epic strength to deal with a group of small soldiers. The result could only be massacre. Standing on Polition's head, Leo looked down at the battlefield. From his perspective, the figure carrying a black bow and arrow being chased by the Dracolic was just one of the undead beings he was looking down on. If you want to kill me, you have to pay for what you did. Olina was avoiding the pillar of fire spewed out by Parashion. But a strong wind suddenly blew beside her, and a big tail with shining metallic luster was whipping towards her like a whip whipping at high speed. As you can imagine from the momentum generated when this big tail was drawn, Olina would definitely not be happy if she was drawn. The body fell forward quickly, and the whole person changed from standing up and running straight to sliding close to the ground. Olina narrowly avoided the whipping tail. After escaping the attack, she discovered that a mechanical puppet shaped like a raptor had approached her at some point. Originally, this didn't matter. A bone dragon. Olina could easily get rid of it with her speed and flexibility. But what if 5 bone dragons surrounded it? Olina, who sneak attacked Leo, found herself suddenly in danger. When she was avoiding Parishion's dragon flame pillar, 5 bone dragons had quietly completed the siege of her. It is not something Olina can do to resist the siege of 5 bone dragons on her own. Not to mention that she must always be on guard against Polition hovering in the air. Faced with such a situation, Olina did not panic at all. She continued to rush forward without changing her speed. A bone dragon that cut off her retreat from behind was about to pursue her. A force of ice element suddenly burst out, and a streak of ice, the blue cold current, hit the bone dragon. And the ice instantly spread to the bone dragon's body, freezing it into a big lump of ice. This is obviously a freezing trap triggered by the bone dragon. An epic bone dragon was frozen by a freezing trap, using the trap to freeze an epic. This shows how powerful Olina's trap is. A hunter? Leo was a little strange. Is there such a profession as an undead hunter? No. This is not a hunter. This is a ranger. Is it the Ranger General Sylvanus Windrunner, who continues to follow them after death? And is the Dark Ranger of the current Banshee King Sylvanus? It seems that the guy who attacked me has quite a lot of background. But so what if the background is not small? If you dare to kill me, I will kill you too. Leo stretched out his finger towards Olina, and the aging curse was imposed on the Dark Ranger, who was preparing to avoid the bone dragon's tail sweep. The aging curse was added, and Olina's movements immediately stopped and slowed down. At this critical moment, her speed a sudden drop can be fatal. Snapped. Olina was whipped, and the huge force from the dragon's tail whipped her legs off the ground, causing her body to fly away. Seeing this opportunity, the other 3 raptors would not miss it. The 3 dragon tails swept from 3 directions. The strong wind brought by the dragon tails swept away a layer of soil on the ground. In the air, Olina had nowhere to use her strength. But she didn't panic at all. The Dark Ranger twisted her waist and did a backflip, avoiding the dragon's tail that was swept first. When sweeping from under her body, she held up one hand with one hand. With the help of this support, her whole body quickly rose up. And then the 2 dragon tails narrowly swept under her feet. One of the bone dragons was being frozen, and she dodged the attacks of 3 of them. Where was the other bone dragon? A big mouth bit towards Olina. It was the 5th bone dragon that was watching from the side. Seizing the opportunity, the bone dragon wanted to bite Olina to death with the sharp teeth in its mouth. Faced with the bone dragon's bite, the Dark Ranger's body suddenly tensed upright. Under this tension, her body rose again at a faster speed, and the bone dragon's bite hit the empty space. Whoosh! Whoosh! After evading the attacks of 5 bone dragons in a row, Olina suddenly drew her bow and shot diagonally. 2 sharp black arrows pierced the air and struck out, targeting Leo. She actually wanted to kill me under such circumstances, which was really bold. Leo sneered. A sharp sound broke through the air, and 2 bone spears met the 2 sharp arrows shot by the Dark Ranger. The 2 bone spears were shot into 4 by black sharp arrows. But the sharp arrows that collided with the bone spears also lost their strength and fell diagonally towards the ground. This is the advantage of taking advantage of the location. If it were on flat ground, Leo would have to add 2 bone spear skills to deal with these 2 arrows. But he was at high altitude, and Olina could only attack him by shooting arrows from behind. After the arrow is fired, the attack power will naturally be compromised. Seeing that Olina dared to attack Leo again, Pelijan was angry. This dark game actually ignored him again and again, really treating the Dracolic as a dragon. Parashion quickly pounced towards Arena. The dragon's mouth opened wide, revealing a mouth full of terrifying fangs. The terrifying sharp teeth coupled with a powerful bite force. If it bites Olina, her body will be broken on the spot. Just like Simon's ghoul, he was bitten to pieces. But the ghoul will self-destruct. It was to lure Parashion to bite him. But Olina obviously does not have this ability. The Dark Ranger twisted her waist again and prepared to dodge. But Parashion, who had already seen what she was doing, could not let her dodge again. A light flashed in Dracolica's eyes, and Olina, who was being looked at by him, felt her body suddenly stiffen and completely lose her control. By the time Dark Ranger regained control of his body, it was already too late. Oops. The moment the dragon's mouth closed, this was the only thought that flashed through Olina's mind. Eat it. There was a crisp sound as the teeth collided with each other in Pelijan's mouth. And the Dracolica's bite was actually empty. It turns out that not only can the duck that reaches its mouth fly, but the Dark Ranger that reaches its mouth can also slip away. Death Knight. It's you again. Leo turned around and saw Simon riding a skeleton horse. It was he who saved the Dark Ranger's life when Olina was in danger. The death grip originally prepared by the Death Knight to ingest Leo's body pulled Olina out of the dragon's mouth. The death grip is actually used to save people, which is really a good use. Seeing Simon appear, Parashin's eyes turned red. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Well, in fact, the Dracolica's eyes were originally red. Who owes him what he is now? Didn't it start with the self-destruction of Simon's ghoul in his mouth? Of course, the culprit was actually Leo. But the Dracolic did not dare to have the slightest resistance to the master who controlled his life box. So he transferred all his anger to Simon. Human, I didn't expect you to survive. However, your chest was shot through by Olina. How long can you hold on? Simon began to test Leo. The Death Knight felt that Leo might have used some secret method now. Must. You'll know how long I can last, you just try it. Leo wasn't going to talk nonsense with Simon. It was just a few words with this guy last time that gave him the time to summon the army of the dead. He couldn't suffer the same loss again. The regrouped 5 bone dragons charged towards Simon and Olina with a roaring sound. When Simon saw this, he did not dare to neglect. Although in his eyes, they were only 5 mechanical puppets killed. They were 5 mechanical puppets with epic combat power after all. He hurriedly summoned the ghouls to share his pressure. With the addition of an epic ghoul, with 3 against 5, the Death Knight and Dark Ranger can still hold on. But don't forget, there are Parashion and Leo in the sky. Leo's magic power fluctuated, and many negative skills such as Aging Curse, Damage Aggravation, and Weakness Curse were all thrown at Simon and Olina, causing their strength to drop by more than 10%. Polition kept hovering in the air, looking for opportunities. So Simon and the others had to leave 1 or 2 forces to guard against the threat from above, and could not concentrate on resisting the attack of the 5 bone dragons. Originally there were fewer enemies than many, but now they were unable to concentrate their full strength. Simon's side quickly fell into a disadvantage, seeing that his bone dragon and Dracolic worked together to suppress the opponent. Leo had time to pay attention to Scarlet's direction. He really wanted to know whether Scarlet, a tough girl, was successfully attacked by an epic undead stalker. Turning his attention to the other corner of the battlefield, Leo couldn't help but frown. The undead stalker's sneak attack failed to kill Scarlet, and the gorgeous magic armor on the female knight blocked her from Vinsk's backstab. Vinsk's confident full blow was blocked by Scarlet's armor, which was able to block the attack of the Devil's Strike. It seems that the armor on the female knight is also extraordinary, because only epic armor can prevent the Devil's Strike, although the armor blocked the demon's attack. How could the attack of an epic strongman be so easy to bear? The force of the Devil's Strike attack was transmitted from the armor to the body. The powerful force made the female knight spit out blood. She was so shocked that she suffered internal injuries. Killing Scarlet was the order of the Banshee King. This female paladin who inherited the secret method of the legendary strong must die. Although the attack failed, Winsky was surprised but did not stop. Since the sneak attack failed, he attacked with force. As an epic strongman, Winsky did not find it difficult to deal with an injured legendary female paladin. For people of the same generation, Scarlet is indeed very strong. But for Winsk, this little human girl is not very strong. Vinsk, who went up with the Devil's Strike, quickly gained the upper hand. When Leo looked over, Scarlet could only parry under Winsk's onslaught. If the Holy Knight's holy light had not restrained the undead to a certain extent, she would have been killed by Winsk long ago. It seems that even with Scarlet's ability, she can't fight against an epic strongman alone. Fortunately, I have a strong golden finger. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to cope with it this time. The undead in the Undercity really think highly of me, and they actually sent 4 epic heroes to deal with me. Am I that strong in your hearts? Chapter 227 Fragile Balance. Scarlet can't defeat the undead stalker. Should I go over and help that tough girl? Although this girl and I have no dealings with each other, she is still a comrade at any rate, and we cannot ignore her. Leo was a little hesitant, seeing that Scarlet didn't seem to be able to hold on for long. He had the idea of helping her. Whoosh! A sharp black arrow shot towards Leo as fast as a shooting star. Orina saw Leo distracted again and launched another attack. The Dark Ranger's attack was very fast this time, and even though Parashion was on guard, she almost hurt Leo. Damn Dark Ranger. You really don't regard Dracolic as a dragon. Parashion was angry. Olina's actions were just a slap in his face. This was Hongwood's disregard for him. The Dracolic conveyed a strong intention to Leo through mental fluctuations, and he wanted to kill Olina. Leo was also startled by the sharp black arrow shot past his shoulder, and he brought his thoughts back. With Olina, a Dark Ranger who is good at long-range attacks and killings, I really don't dare to be distracted. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you actually dare to sneak attack on me again. Since you can't wait to seek death, then I will help you. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes, which was a sign that he was going to kill someone. Polition suddenly pounced downwards, and Simon, who was dealing with the Bone Dragon's attack, felt like he was in danger, because the Bone Dragon was attacking him. Do you want to solve this problem so that I can get rid of 2 epic opponents by myself? It's not that easy. Simon mobilized the skeleton horse, while dealing with the Bone Dragon and preparing for Polition's attack. Parashion, who quickly jumped down, suddenly turned around, and the thick dragon tail whipped the air crackling, and swept towards Simon with a strong wind. Wouldn't such an attack defeat me? The Death Knight's arms vibrated, and dozens of gun shadows pierced the dragon's tail that was thrown towards him. At this moment, Simon saw a scene that made him very angry. Olina's body suddenly stiffened, and she was unable to prevent the Dark Ranger from being hit by the 2 dragon tails thrown from her head. Under the impact of the huge force, Olina's legs sank into the ground. Before she could do anything, without any reaction, 2 more dragon tails swung over and nailed her entire lower body into the ground. With half of her body sunk into the ground, the Dark Ranger could not use her speed at all. Her entire body was exposed to the bone dragon's attack radius like a wooden stake. Damn it. I was fooled. The real target is not me, but Olina. Simon was furious. Pellection's attack confused him, and the Death Knight felt that he had been fooled. But to hate him, he couldn't rescue Olina, because for some reason, Simon felt that his body was a little out of control, and a stiffness he hadn't experienced in a long time hindered his actions. What is Parashion? He is no longer a red dragon, but a Dracolic. If you fight a Dracolic the same way you fight a red dragon, Polythian will definitely give you an ugly death. What made Olina's body suddenly stiffen was the paralyzing gaze. What made Simon's body unruly was the paralyzing touch. Under Leo's command, Parisian's tactics of attacking east and west, combined with 2 special abilities, immediately broke this place. The stalemate of the battle. Olina is in danger. Thun was no longer calm at this time. He did not expect that the situation would change so quickly, and Olina suddenly fell into a critical situation. By the time he found out, it was too late to provide support. Olina knew that she was in a bad situation. She struggled with all her strength to break free from the ground, but the bone dragon didn't give her this chance at all. The strong wind blew against her face, and the 4 dragon tails kept lashing at her, forcing her to deal with it with all her strength and unable to spare any energy to do other things. Seeing that Olina was showing signs of being unable to hold on under the joint attack of the 4 bone dragons, Simon didn't care about anything else. He quickly used his ability to press the bottom of the box to summon the army of the dead. Pairs of withered human hands broke out of the earth, and dozens of ghouls emerged from the earth, frantically rushing towards the 4 bone dragons besieging Olina. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions sounded like lit firecrackers that exploded dozens of times in succession. The ghouls that emerged immediately launched themselves into self-destruction after rushing to the bone dragon. The successive self-destructions of the ghouls had a considerable impact on the bone dragon. During the impact of the explosion, the bone dragon's attack speed slowed down a lot, and their attacks were interrupted. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by the ghouls, Olina successfully got rid of her life as a stake. However, before she could celebrate that she was out of danger, a big sword shining with golden holy light came to cut her in the middle. Giving the darkness, the ranger made a gorgeous cut in the waist. The clone of the Holy Knight, holding a bloody sword and burning with a layer of hot holy light, appeared on the stage. This guy still had a very unpleasant tone of being a sage. Guilty heretic. This is the Templar verdict. After saying that, the blood-blade sword was swung again, and a cross made of golden holy light appeared on the tip of the sword. This crusader blow completely defeated Orina's body. Dark Ranger Olina was attacked and killed by Leo's paladin clone. Thun was stunned. Olina was actually killed. Despicable paladin. You actually made a sneak attack. Thun was angry. If someone else had attacked Olina, he wouldn't have felt anything. However, the paladin, who has always been upright and above board, actually did a sneak attack. It's really embarrassing. Not angry. Paladins can also sneak attacks. Is there any sense of security in this world? Simon's army of the dead collectively self-destructed, holding back the bone dragon. He originally thought that this would save Orina, but to his surprise, Leo's fatal kill was not the bone dragon, but his paladin clone. The army of the dead. The self-destruction did not achieve the purpose he expected at all. After killing Orina, the paladin turned around and looked at Simon and said slowly, "Death Knight, this Dark Ranger has been punished. Now it is time for you to accept trial. You want to judge me. Do you think you can do it?" Simon was very disdainful of the paladin clone's words. If it was just a one-on-one fight, the paladin clone would not be able to do anything to Simon. But now it was not a one-on-one fight, and there was no need to talk about so many rules on the battlefield. The paladin clone held up the bloody sword and killed Simon. In the past, behind him were 4 bone dragons, who shifted their attack targets to the Death Knights. If the fight continues like this, the situation will be very bad. When Thun saw Simon being besieged, he couldn't stay any longer. The death of one Orina was already a big loss. If anything happened to Simon again, this battle would not be fought. As a commander, he no longer dared to stay behind. After handing over the responsibility of commanding the troops to his deputy, Thun rushed forward wielding a big axe. Stop the undead. The bone dragon rushed towards Thun, and something surprised Leo happened. Facing an epic bone dragon, Thun had no intention of giving in, and there was a hint of contempt in his expression. A mechanical puppet also wants to stop me? A fatal blow, Thun shouted, and the big axe in his hand turned into a bright white blade, and struck the tail swept by the bone dragon with a clang. A section of the dragon's tail that shone with metallic luster flew out, and Thun's axe actually cut off a section of the bone dragon's tail. It was really cruel. Being able to sit in the position of commander of the entire army. Thun really has two skills. This undead is a bit fierce, and a bone dragon can't stop him. Leo did not dare to hesitate when he saw this, and the two bone dragons rushed towards Thun. The number of bone dragons surrounding the undead commander reached 3. One bone dragon, Thun, could easily be dealt with, but he had to be cautious when 3-headed bone dragons joined forces. The undead commander's steps to rescue Simon were delayed. This is the advantage of having more thugs. If one can't deal with you, I'll use 2. If 2 can't deal with you, I'll use 3. See how far you can cheat. Thun separated the 3-headed bone dragon, and Simon's pressure suddenly dropped a lot. But the Death Knight still did not dare to be careless at all. No one knew whether Leo would summon another, or even more bone dragons. Besides, he didn't have the capital to be careless. Just one Parashylon made Simon feel uncomfortable. Dracula's paralyzing touch gives his physical attacks the ability to paralyze opponents. It is this ability that makes Simon miserable. Every time the Death Knight blocks the Dracula's attack, his body will become disobedient. This situation made his next movements always slowed down by 1 beat. Simon was slow, but the bone dragon that attacked him was not. Not long after the battle, the armor on the Death Knight was cracked, and fine cracks appeared on it. It seemed that it would turn into a monster in just a few attacks. Piles of debris. What Simon was wearing was no ordinary thing. It was armor that could be equipped by a Death Knight. It was sophisticated magic equipment. Even equipment like this was almost broken into pieces. One can imagine how violently Simon was attacked. Standing on top of Polition's head, Leo was busy right now. The magic power on his body was constantly fluctuating, and he was throwing out curses one after another, targeting the undead epic level powerhouse. Simon, Thun, Duvel, Bowie, and even Winsky, who beat Scarlet into a state of disarray, were cursed by him several times. As a legendary level warlock, Leo always felt like he was outclassed by a group of epic level strong men, since he was inferior to them by a large level in strength. The damage of his spell attacks to these people was very limited. At this time, the power of the curse became apparent. The curse of the Necromancer plus the curse of the Warlock. Weakness, attack backlash, aging, reduced resistance, life-stealing and other negative states are constantly superimposed. Even an epic strongman who is a large level higher than him has the strength, will be significantly weakened. Seeing that the curse spells were very effective, Leo simply built a curse casting machine, constantly throwing curse spells on his opponents to ensure that the strength of each undead powerhouse was always weakened. The battle continued like this, and the scene temporarily maintained a fragile balance. Chapter 228 Say H, Low to the Lich King for me. The southern defense line of Refuge Valley is undergoing fierce fighting, but compared to the north, it is much more balanced. This calm refers to the fact that there are few fights between strong men, but the battles between soldiers are still fierce. As the Marshal of the Kingdom of Arathor, Oslet was one of the 3 epic heroes who followed Prince Galen to break out after the fall of Stromgarde. With him on the northern defense line, there was no need to worry. However, Oslet, who was commanding the army to resist the undead attack, had an unstoppable look of worry on his face. The Marshal was worried. Prince Galen withdrew 2 epic-level warriors from supporting the southern front, and let the young man named Leo fight alone on the southern defense line. This way, he could test the specific value of the mechanical puppet made by Leo. But the battle in the end, it is inevitable that the other party will not be dissatisfied, which is somewhat worth the loss. Having such an idea is not because Oslet thinks that Prince Galen's actions are inappropriate. After all, if Leo is really accepted, the relationship between the Arathor Alliance and Stormwind City will definitely be affected. This will be very important to the Arathor Kingdom, which is in desperate need of allies. This is very bad news. So some people who are still hesitant must understand Leo's true value, and let them support Prince Galen's decision to win over Leo. Because no one will do a loss-making transaction. But judging from Oslet's contact with Leo these days, the Marshal felt that instead of doing various tests, it would be better to have a frank talk with this young man. The effect would definitely be better, and it would not arouse the other party's resentment. But he is just a subordinate. Once the prince makes up his mind, he cannot object. Besides, Prince Galen's performance has always been worthy of the word wise. Leo's value has been proven by facts. Several undead epic warriors who attacked the southern defense line of Refuge Valley were defeated by him alone. And another one was successfully killed by him. Such a record is definitely worth the urgent need to strengthen it now. The Kingdom of Arather, who joined the party, vigorously wooed him. Galen, who didn't know when he arrived at the battlefield in the southern part of Refuge Valley, looked at Leo, his eyes shining brightly. Such talents should belong to Arather. Galen, and different from the bureaucratic nobles in the Kingdom of Stormwind. I will not reject you because of your commoner background. Nor will I deliberately suppress you just because you deal with a noble. You will definitely come to my Kingdom of Arather. There is a stage for you to perform. Your Highness, Scarlet is in danger. Beside Galen, a man dressed as a mage spoke. This is the magician Cavan among the 3 epic powerful men in the Refuge Valley. He, Marshal Oslet, and another epic warrior Niaz are the 3 pillars of the Refuge Valley. It is precisely because of the existence of these 3 that Refuge the Valley has been able to support the attack of the undead army until now. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that the undead army has never used its full strength. After all, if Scarlet is not caught, the army in the Undercity will not be able to close the net so easily. The war between the undead and humans cannot be said to be right or wrong. It is just an inevitable battle between 2 races. Since it is a race war, killing the genius of the other side will kill those who may become our own powerful enemies in the future before they can grow up. Death. This is simply a common thing. Anyone who may become a strong enemy will receive this treatment. So Scarlet, a female paladin who has accepted the secret method inherited by the legendary strongman and will inevitably become a strong enemy in the future, is even more of a target for the undead to kill. If it weren't for Scarlet, with the strength displayed by the undead army now, how could the Refuge Valley with only 3 epic heroes have been able to sustain itself until now? Caven, go help her. Galen saw that Scarlet really couldn't hold on any longer. So he immediately asked Calvin to go up and help her. He has been letting Scarlet challenge Winsk in a single fight in order to stimulate Scarlet's potential. But he does not really intend to stand by and watch. In a life and death fight with an epic level strongman, the secret power inherited from the Lothar family in her body should be stimulated a lot after this battle. I don't know if it will be enough for her to hit the epic level. If she can succeed, the strength of the Arather kingdom will be greatly enhanced. Have you finally taken action? There was a playful smile on Leo's lips that could not be detected by outsiders as he stood on top of Polishan. Shortly after killing Alina, he noticed the arrival of Galen and his party, and found that there were 2 epic heroes behind Galen. Leo immediately gave up his thoughts on rescuing Scarlet. He pretended to be busy throwing curses at a group of epic undead warriors. In fact, he was just waiting to see how long Prince Galen could endure it. Just take action. I am in the front fighting the epic strongmen of the undead for the Kingdom of Arather. As the Prince of Arather, you are watching from the back with 2 epic strong men. If Scarlet is not in danger, are you ready to continue watching? I said you are a prince after all, not a soy sauce prince. Leo snorted secretly. He understood that Galen did this just because he wanted to know his specific value. For Galen, it was understandable to do this. But for Leo, it felt very uncomfortable to be treated like a monkey. Good. These princes and kings are all very unhappy in their work. They are also the royal family of Arather. Galen's method of doing things is not as direct as that of Scarlet. Although Scarlet and I don't compete very well. This girl doesn't have so much scheming. It would be much easier if she was in charge of Arather's affairs. Wait, what should I do if Scarlet, a tough girl, becomes Arather's queen? Leo shook his head, put aside the random thoughts in his mind, and continued to deal with several strong undead men. Scarlet wants to become the queen of the Kingdom of Arather, unless Prince Galen dies. But I heard that there is an heir to the throne after Galen dies. In other words, if you want Scarlet to become the queen, the Prince of Arather will you have to win 2 in a row. The odds are harder than winning the lottery. With Calvin taking action, it becomes extremely difficult for Vince to kill Scarlet. It is too difficult for Vince to kill a legendary paladin whose strength is close to epic under the attack of an epic magician. Calvin is a veteran epic strongman. Even if one-on-one against Vince, he is not sure of winning. The mission looked like it was going to fail, and Winsky wanted to quit. He is a stalker who carries out assassinations, not a warrior, and his endurance in frontal combat is always a weakness. I can't kill that paladin girl this time. I'll just look for her slowly in the future. A stalker of the same level wanted to escape, but there were only a few people who could successfully stop him. Vinsk wanted to escape. When Kevin saw this, he was about to give up helplessly. Unexpectedly, Vinsk's body suddenly stopped, and a red dragon stopped him. Before, undead, do you think you can run away in front of me, Lord Ectors? The great master Leo said that he wants your life. Ectos was the poor red dragon whose dragon soul was taken away by Leo and hid in his body to make a dragon blood-making machine. The reason why he is said to be bitter is because before Leo came to the Valley of Refuge, in order to provide enough dragon blood for the dragon blood guards in a short time, he cruelly drained his blood and turned the dragon body into a dragon corpse, and later used golden fingers to aggregate all the dragon soul fragments into a phylactery. And thus, the second Dracolic in this world was born. Another red dragon. The appearance of Ectos gave Thun and the others a shocking feeling. The undead strongmen hated Leo so much that they gnashed their teeth. Is this kid addicted to catching red dragons? If one is not enough, there is a second one. When did the red dragon rise to catch one and get one free? The war is going badly. Retreat quickly. There were two more epic warriors on the human side. The fragile balance between the two warring parties was instantly destroyed. Thun did not dare to fight. He roared and retreated while fighting. Retreat? Can you retreat? Leo smiled coldly, murderous intent bursting out on his face. I have spent a lot of effort to lure you undead warriors, who only pretend to be soldiers from time to time. After a pause and looking at the injury on his chest, Leo continued, although there was a little accident, overall everything went smoothly. And this injury gave me an unexpected surprise. Don't even think about running away. You all have to risk your lives. With the strength of the legendary realm, he actually promised to kill 5 epic level experts. Leo's attitude could not be described as arrogant, but he had the capital to be so arrogant. 7 bone dragons, 2 dragon liches, 9 against 5. It is not bragging to say that he can do it. Duvel and Bowie were held back by 2 flying bone dragons. Thun was also unable to leave the battlefield under the siege of 3 land-based bone dragons. And Vinsk was flanked by Ectors and Kevin. Several strong undead men couldn't escape at all for a while. And Leo could concentrate on directing Parashion and a bone dragon to surround Simon with all their strength. Death Knight, you look like you are a blood type. Aren't you worried about the ghouls' battle time? Leo laughed evilly. And Simon was suddenly shocked. This warlock seemed to know a lot about the Death Knight. However, the Death Knight did not answer. He did not dare to be distracted under the attacks of Polition and Bone Dragon. Seeing that the other party was silent, Leo suddenly sent a message to Simon with mental fluctuations. Let me tell you, His Highness Arthas's puppet. Do you have a good time playing lurking in the Undercity? Or should I go directly to sitting on the ice through you? Say H, low to the Lich King on the throne? Simon was shocked. He looked up at Leo with an incredible expression on his face. There is no room for distraction during the battle. This is not a game. You can light a cigarette or drink a Coke while fighting the boss. Simon forgot his movements due to shock, and the Death Knight's flaw was exposed. Of course, Polition and Bone Dragon couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. The Bone Dragon's tail sweep hit Simon's back with a bang, and the huge force knocked the undefended Death Knight away from the skeleton horse. At this time, Polition's big mouth stretched out, and its eyes fixed on Simon. Paralyzing stare. Click. With a mouth full of sharp teeth and a terrifying bite force. Simon, whose body was frozen by the paralyzed gaze, was unable to mount an effective defense. He and his armor were bitten into several pieces by Polition. Roar! Having avenged himself, the Dracolic roared to the sky to vent his joy. Chapter 229, I decided to kill you all. Simon died, and a trace of pride appeared on Leo's face. Death Knight. Do you think I'm stupid? Leo had not yet reacted when he was fighting Simon in Deadwood Village. But he had already noticed something was wrong during the days of marching after the battle. If the Death Knight succeeded in bringing order to the chaos, then there should be a Death Knight appearing in the Kingdom of Stormwind. But the fact is that there is not one in Stormwind City. This situation can only mean one thing. That is, the Ebon Fortress incident has not happened yet. Before the events of Ebon Keep, Death Knights were puppets of the Lich King. Since he has not yet escaped the control of the Lich King, the purpose of Simon appearing among the forces in the Undercity is very questionable. Leo had doubts in his heart but kept silent, in order to speak out at the critical moment to shock Simon. Sure enough, the Death Knight reacted really fiercely after hearing his words, and Leo's plan was successful. The double-minded Varamathras, the Lich King's puppet Death Knight, and Sylvanas Undercity seemed to have many problems. It's no wonder that the Undercity was taken away in the history of Yamaguchi Mountain. When Simon died, the ghouls he summoned also died. The combat power of Parashion and the two bone dragons were instantly released. Leo's eyes swept across the battlefield, including Duvel, Bowie, Vinsk, Thun. Who are you going to kill next? The two bone dragons rushed towards Thun. Leo's next target was Thun, the strongest among the 4 undead epic warriors present. Thun was very strong. Even when facing the 3-headed bone dragon, he still played both offensively and defensively, and even struck a fatal blow from time to time to reduce the burden on the bone dragon. The bone dragon may not be able to keep him if he fights like this. Of course, Leo will kill this undead warrior first. The number of bone dragons that besieged him changed from 3 to 5. Even if Thun was considered a strong man among the epic heroes, he couldn't be strong when 1 against 5. And his own strength was weakened by various curses. The siege of the 5-headed bone dragon changed the undead commander's previous mutual attack and defense into a purely defensive battle. Seeing that there were 2 more bone dragons besieging him, Thun knew that he was probably Leo's next target, which made him have to be careful. The successive deaths of Alina and Simon allowed him to see some clues. The red dragon that Leo used as a mount seemed to have some special secrets. Whenever his eyes flashed with red light, he could be beaten by him. The target of the gaze exerts certain effects, causing the person being gazed to appear in a state similar to being knocked unconscious. Thun didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Alina and Simon, but he didn't know that Leo couldn't pay attention to him yet. Killed Dark Ranger Alina. Failed to extract magic equipment. Absorbing ability. Obtain transferable ability. Shadow escape. Do you want to absorb it? Killing Death Knight Simon. Failed to extract magic equipment. Absorbing ability. Obtain transferable ability. Strangulation. Do you want to absorb it? A shadow escape and a strangulation. This is Leo's biggest gain after killing 2 epic heroes in a row, except for a large amount of upgrade energy. Shadow escape. This is the talent of the night elves in the Yamako Mountains. It allows you to enter the stealth state like a stalker, but you cannot move. It is equivalent to a weakened version of disappearance. In reality, the function of shadow escape is not that simple. It can also hide the aura. It seems that Alina avoided Polition's induction and quietly approached Leo, relying on the function of shadow escape. Strangulation. A skill that makes the target unable to cast spells for a period of time. Has no need to elaborate on its effect on Leo. The additional shadow damage ability of strangulation may only be considered useless in the hands of a Death Knight, but in the hands of a warlock who plays with the power of shadow, it is completely different. It is another powerful killing skill. 2 nice abilities. Golden Finger absorbed 2 abilities from Leo that others could not see, but they did not know anything. The strong men on the battlefield were surprised to find that, after killing 2 epic-level strong men, Leo's strength suddenly increased by a small level. A small step up? Yes. The energy provided by the 2 epic heroes made his level rise again, reaching 51. The energy gained from killing the epic warrior is indeed enough. However, in just half a day, Leo actually improved by 2 small steps. Such a rapid improvement was really frightening. Whether it was Prince Galen or the undead strongmen like Thun, they all began to doubt their own senses. How could a strong man in the legendary realm improve so fast? Is there something wrong with my senses? However, their thoughts were shattered by Leo's words. Haha. Epic opponents are good. Fighting with you has really benefited me a lot. Leo, who stood on top of Polition, had a look of relief on his face. The energy he collected from killing the 2 epic warriors allowed him to have a lot left after he leveled up. If he killed all the remaining 4 undead epics, it is estimated that his level can be raised to around level 53 or 4. Leo would never refuse to quickly upgrade his level and strengthen his own strength. In fact, it wasn't that Leo wanted to be so arrogant and had to tell him about his level improvement again, but that even if he didn't tell the powerful people present, they could sense it with his aura. Since it's the same whether you say it or not, it's better to be arrogant and feel free. To express my gratitude, I decided to kill you all. Polition carried Leo and jumped down from the sky. The Dracolic opened his mouth wide, and his eyes flashed red. Thun, who had been paying attention to the top of his head, hurriedly put on a defensive posture. He had been guarding against Dracolic's move when he flew over from Parashion. Under the numb gaze, Thun felt that his body suddenly stiffened and his movements suddenly stopped. It was this ability that plotted against Orina and Simon. After being hit by the paralyzing gaze, Thun confirmed his guess. The red dragon used by Leo as a mount indeed knew a secret method that could affect the opponent's actions. Although the secret method is powerful, If you are prepared, you can only use it in time. If you take good defense, the impact will not be too great. Thun thinks so. But will the reality be what he thinks? King's Blessing. Inquisition. A figure shining with golden light rushed out from behind a bone dragon holding a big sword, blessing himself while running. Seeing this figure, Thun screamed in his heart that it was bad. Under the pressure of the 5 bone dragons and Polition, he had no time to take care of this epic paladin. Now the opponent found the opportunity. This paladin is the killer move prepared by the opponent to kill him. The sword's head was slashed down, and the sword's body was burning with blazing light. Command Seal. When the big sword passed by, one of Thun's arms flew out. If the undead commander hadn't already taken a defensive posture, this sword would not only have cut off one of his hands. Freed from the paralyzing gaze, Thun ran back crazily, with only one hand left, and his combat effectiveness dropped a lot. But losing a hand is better than losing a life. For him, he is an undead anyway, so having his hands and feet broken is really not a problem. As long as he returns to the Undercity, someone will replace him with a new one. The question is, can Thun escape? In other words, will Leo give him this opportunity? Go to HL. Undead. Thun, who ran back, was shocked to find that a big mouth full of fangs was waiting for him to come to the door. The undead commander changed his steps and was about to dodge. Unexpectedly, a thick green vine suddenly emerged from the ground and wrapped one of his legs, while his other leg was pulled tightly by 2 large khaki hands. Live. The claystone demon and the poisonous flower vine stumbled Thun at the critical moment, and his legs were pulled. With Thun's strength, he could get rid of it with just a hard effort, which only took a second or two. At other times, a second or two would be nothing, but at this critical moment, it would cost Thun his life. Parishan's big mouth bit down at this moment. If his hands were intact, Thun could still give it a try and see if he could hold up the dragon's jaws so that he couldn't bite them off. But the terrible thing is that he is missing one hand, and the undead commander can only watch his world suddenly turn black unwillingly. It wasn't until he died that he realized that the epic paladin's move was not a killing move at all. The fundamental purpose of the paladin's attack was just to weaken his strength. What really killed him was Polition's big mouth. The dragon's bite force is already very terrifying, not to mention the Dracolica's additional fierce bite. Even a bone dragon may not be able to resist the full force bite of Polition's big mouth. Of course, the premise is that you can bite the target. The magic equipment was extracted successfully, and the weapon was obtained, Khan the Beheader. Do you want to extract it? Leo rubbed his chin in frustration, because this time he failed to get any skills from the opponent, and only got an epic axe, Khan the Beheader. Leo was actually depressed after getting an epic weapon. If he told anyone about it, countless people would definitely want to hold him down and beat him up. Thun was killed, and the situation on the field became more unfavorable to the undead. Without Thun's restraint, Leo's 5 bone dragons began to look for targets again. A Dracolic, 5 bone dragons, an epic paladin. 7 epic warriors are on this battlefield to catch and destroy whoever they can. Duvel and Bowie kept complaining when they saw this. Before the war, they never expected that such a situation would occur. I originally thought that with the 6 epic powerhouses, I would not be able to deal with the struggling Valley of Refuge. Who would have expected that Leo would hide so deeply? He even hid a red dragon and 5 epic puppets in the dark. If he hadn't been attacked by Olina and almost died, he might not have known how long he would have been hiding. The task assigned by the queen was not completed, and the female paladin named Scarlet was not killed. Judging from the current situation, most of the epic heroes who accompanied the army will be trapped here. Complete defeat. This time the attack on the Refuge Valley was completely defeated by the Arather coalition, just because of the addition of Leo, a variable. Thinking of this, the 2 undead epic heroes couldn't help but feel more bitter in their hearts. It seems that the Undercity will have one more target to pay attention to in the future. In addition to the female paladin named Scarlet, Leo must also be added to the list. Chapter 230, you should be able to kill a super god. Right? The battle is still going on, but the situation on the entire battlefield has undergone a fundamental reversal. The death of the 3 epic heroes made the undead army inevitably slide towards the abyss of defeat, especially after the death of the undead commander Thun. The undead army, knowing that nothing could be done, began to retreat. Leo had no time to pay attention to the retreating undead army. There were still 3 epic undead warriors that he had not killed yet. Compared with the energy provided by these 3 people, the undead soldiers were trivial. As long as you were not a fool, you would know how to choose, knowing that they were doomed. Duvel and Bowie acted like bachelors. Instead of escaping, they used all their fighting power to fight against the bone dragon to buy time for the retreating soldiers. It stands to reason that when the two sides are fighting, one side retreats, and the other side should send troops to pursue it. However, the Arather coalition forces in the Refuge Valley were already exhausted and unable to pursue them. The undead army was able to retreat quickly. This scene made Prince Galen frown. Wrinkle. Faced with the siege of several epic powerhouses, Bowie and Duel could not hold out for long before the undead army completely left Leo's sight. These two epic undead powerhouses were both killed by the bone dragon. Under siege. After killing these two epic heroes, Leo's level was improved again. But this time no one noticed it, because the existence of the shadow escape ability concealed his aura, and outsiders could not easily detect Leo's specific situation. The existence of shadow escape made Leo breathe a sigh of relief. As a strong man in the legendary realm, being promoted to 2 levels in a row in a battle is already very scary. If he was promoted to 4 levels like now, it would not be scary, but it arouses suspicion. Shadow escape is a skill that comes at the right time. A good thing like this that hides aura is a must-have for Een people. After solving Bowie and Duvel, Winsky can now be said to be alone. However, the undead stalker was not worried about his own survival. His mind was on Leo. After using shadow escape, Leo's aura became weaker due to the concealment effect of shadow escape. This was normal in Leo's opinion. But in the eyes of others, it was a sign that Leo was about to lose his strength. This human warlock was hit by Arena's arrow in the chest. He probably can't hold on anymore. So I have a chance to kill him. Vinsk's mind came to life. And the undead stalker's murderous intention was still there. Since he couldn't assassinate Scarlet, killing Leo would be a big gain. Vinsk wanted to kill Leo. Why didn't Leo want to get rid of Vinsk? Not to mention killing a killer who was spying on him in the dark. Leo would not let him go just for the 2 devil strikes in the hands of the undead stalker. It is the common man's fault for carrying the jade without any guilt. Undead, I have taken a fancy to your 2 daggers. If you hand them over, I will spare you. The words were passed over before the Leo people arrived. Calvin was non-committal about this. He could hear that the real person Leo was talking about was not Vinsk but him. Leo was clearly telling him, I am interested in the weapon in the hands of this undead stalker. Give it to me. Don't compete with me for face. Want my demon strike? Come and get it yourself if you have the ability. Vinsk was not angered. The undead stalker gave Leo a provocative look and began to counter-provoke. Seemingly irritated by Winsk's attitude, perhaps because Leo felt that his side had the absolute upper hand, he drove 5 bone dragons to rush forward. And he drove Polition to join the ranks besieging Winsk. As for the paladin clone, this guy had already turned into a golden light and returned to Leo's body when he killed Bowie and Duvel. Polition joined in. And with Ektoz there were 2 Dracolics. Even if Vinsk had a skill like Shadow Cloak that greatly improved spell resistance, he could not avoid the fate of being attacked. First, Ektoz used his paralyzing gaze to consume Vinsk's Cloak of Shadow. When the effect of the Cloak of Shadow wore off, Parishan's eyes turned red, and a second paralyzing gaze was applied. Boom! After being hit by the paralyzing gaze, Vinsk, whose body was stiff, was whipped by 5 dragon tails and flew up. Polition flew down from high altitude, opened his big mouth, and bit Vinsk. It seemed that the Dracolic bite had already begun. The bite is addictive. Eat it! The sound of violent clashing of teeth came from Polition's mouth, and the Dracolic bit into the air. Just when Polition's big mouth was about to bite the target, Vinsk suddenly disappeared. At the same time, an undead stalker holding a devil strike appeared behind Leo. Humans, go to H.L. Winsky stabbed him with a dagger. But Leo couldn't dodge and was stabbed in the head. Vinsk should have been happy after stabbing the target. But the undead stalker was full of uneasiness because Leo acted too calmly after being stabbed. And what's even more strange is that not a drop of blood came out of his wound. Come blood. If Leo hadn't turned around and stared at him fiercely, Vinsk would have doubted whether the person he stabbed was a dummy. Shadow walking is a good way to sneak attack. Let me ask you, have you stabbed enough? It turned out that while Leo was talking, Winsky, who was unwilling to give up, stabbed him in the stomach again. How is this possible? My attack has no effect on him. Is his body really unconscious? Did this human warlock really become an undead? Very good. If you stab me twice, I will confiscate these 2 devil strikes. Leo grabbed Vinsk's hand. If it were a mage, he wouldn't be able to hold Vinsk at all. But the warlock was completely different. The physique of the warlock, which was comparable to that of a warrior of the same level, showed its effect at this time. Winsky tried hard twice, but failed to break free. The undead stalker couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn warlock. Why do you have to be so strong when you have nothing to do? Winsky still wanted to earn more. But time no longer allowed him to compete with Leo anymore. Polition's attack had already struck. Under the protection of Lord Polition, this undead stalker actually hurt his master. It is unforgivable. Polition's big mouth bit at Vinsk again. And the undead stalker had no choice at this time. He would either be bitten to pieces by Polition, or give up the demon strike and look for another opportunity. But after giving up the demon strike, would he still have another chance to hurt Leo? Thinking of this, Vinsk became cruel and tried to break Leo's body even though he was bitten into a pile of broken bones by Parashion. He suddenly exerted force on his hands and pulled the hands holding the devil's strike to the side. A deep wound appeared on Leo's body. Regarding this wound, Leo, who had taken the fake death potion, was not affected at all. This guy really made his body undead. Seeing this, Winsky no longer had any doubts. He could see that Leo was not forcing himself to support himself, but that his body really had no feeling at all. The body is unconscious, and only the consciousness controls its actions. This situation obviously only occurs in the undead. However, before Vince could think any more, Polition's big mouth bit him, and the world of the undead stalker instantly darkened. Click! It can be heard from this sound that Parashion did not bite empty this time, and Vince was bitten into a pile of broken bones by his sharp teeth. Another epic hero fell. Finally solved. After taking out the 2 devil strikes from his body, Leo breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 devil strikes did not fall into the hands of others. Find a suitable opportunity to give it to Passonia in the future. Without Passonia, Leo would not be what he is today. As a person who appreciates kindness, he must give something in return. Of course, if Passonia gets excited after receiving the devil's attack and sends a sweet kiss or even promises her, we can't go against her will. Can we? I killed 6 powerful enemies at once. In Dota, I should have become a super god. Alas, a powerful life is really lonely as snow. Someone was playing with the devil's strike in his hand. Tut-tutang, with an expression on his face that was extremely in need of a beating. It really made people want to rush over and stomp on his face. Seeing that the battle was over, Leo had no intention of driving the red dragon to chase the undead army. Galen walked up. He pointed at Leo's body and asked, "Leo, is your body okay?" Rolling his eyes, Leo was speechless. "Prince Galen, am I the kind of person who insists on saying it's not a problem even though he's seriously injured? I asked you, can you help me find a more powerful paladin?" Galen was not angry at Leo's slightly dissatisfied words. He knew that Leo was resentful that Arather had hidden 2 epic heroes during the battle, and Galen simply ignored it. The prince said to Leo with a smile, "Leo, I will ask Scarlet to treat your injury." Leo scratched his face and swallowed these words back into his stomach. If Scarlet comes to treat my injury, will it make it worse with more treatment? As a paladin in the legendary realm, Scarlet's holy light technique is not a guarantee. Leo's body actually gradually healed under the influence of the holy light technique. Under the influence of the suspended death potion, his body was able to heal slowly. Holy light indeed has its own unique side. Seeing that Leo's body could accept the treatment of the holy light, Scarlet felt relieved. For some reason, the female knight was really afraid that Leo would turn his body into an undead. Turn the body into undead? Leo wouldn't do that even if he died. Turning into an undead seems to have existed for a long time, which is very unfair. However, the most critical question is, can you still be strong after becoming an undead? Wouldn't this be like a living eunuch who would become immortal all of a sudden? In a life without sexual happiness, who can afford to be hurt? Baby girl, are you scared by my strength? The injuries on his body healed under the treatment of the holy light. Leo blinked at Scarlet, who was tired and sweating profusely, and received a cry from the latter. A hum and a short answer, boring. What do you mean by this? Are you envious or jealous? Hey, you haven't answered my question yet. Don't leave in a hurry. Chapter 231 First Aid Skills Activated. Watching Scarlet's back walking further and further away, Leo gently rubbed his chin with his hand. A proud smile actually appeared on his face. I don't know what bad things this kid did. Did teasing the female paladin really give him such a sense of accomplishment? Ektoz, Peliction, withdraw the illusion. The 2 creatures, which appeared to be red dragons, but were actually Dracolics, quietly removed a certain skill after hearing this. In addition to the scar shot by Olina, and a small scar left on Leo's body, He was shot by the devil. There was no abnormality at all in the two places where he was struck. Do you really think I'm a fool for not knowing the famous trick to guard against stalkers? Shadow step? Poor Vinsk. He didn't know at all that the Leo he stabbed was just an illusion in the illusion. This involves another special ability of the Dragon Lich, illusion. Illusion, as the name suggests, is to create an illusion to blind people's senses and cause various illusions. Creating an illusion sounds great, but in fact this illusion has many limitations. Even if Ektas and Polition join forces, they can only create a small illusion within a radius of 5 meters around them. And this illusion cannot be too exaggerated. The biggest function of the illusion is to provide a layer of protection for the Dracolic, causing the opponent's attack accuracy to deviate slightly when fighting the Dracolic, at the level of Polition and the others, let alone a deviation of 5 meters. Even if this data is divided by 1,000, 10,000 can affect the outcome of a battle. But when this ability is used in Leo's hands, it becomes a means for him to lure whence to attack and cover up certain things. Therefore, if the same ability is used differently, its effects will be different. The battle between strong men is not just a competition of combat power. If we only compete for combat power, then we just have to see who has higher attributes and whose equipment is better. Right? What else is there to do? In addition to the hard indicator of combat effectiveness, there is also a contest of combat wisdom. In order to defeat a strong enemy, sometimes you not only have to learn to play tricks, but also learn to act. Any top strong person has acting skills comparable to those of an actor in battle. How can you seduce your opponent if your acting skills are not good? Obviously, Vinsk lost in the contest with Leo, and the undead stalker fell into Leo's trap. Not only was the demon strike in his hand taken away by Leo, but he himself also fell on the spot. If he knew that Dracolic had the ability to create an environment, Vinsk would definitely be on guard. How could he be tricked so easily? Unfortunately, there are no ifs in reality, so those who deserve to die must die. As for the living guys, just keep going. It is precisely because Dracolic has this ability that Leo will always stand on top of Polition during the battle. It is just because he was too arrogant at the beginning of the battle and did not let Dracolic open the illusion. Only then did Olina succeed. The lesson from the successful sneak attack by the Dark Ranger once again taught Leo that he should not be careless at any time, as a deadly cold arrow might be shot from somewhere. After the undead army retreated this time, the siege of the Refuge Valley has been lifted. Next, Galen will definitely send troops to expand outward in an attempt to gather other forces that were scattered in the Arthi Highlands after the fall of Stromgarde, and bring these forces that originally belonged to the kingdom of Arathor together. Reintegrating the power is not a simple matter. But this has nothing to do with Leo. Even if Galen wants to see Leo for something, he can use the excuse of being injured to recuperate. After replacing the coat that was shot to pieces during the battle, Leo was about to throw it away, but the golden finger in his mind suddenly reacted. First aid skills are activated. The host can use corresponding materials to make bandages, types of bandages, linen bandages, wool bandages, silk bandages. First aid skills appear at this time. Scratching his face, Leo felt very surprised. First aid is a very good skill. The bandages made with this skill can play a life-saving role at critical moments. However, in the game, you can just click the mouse to start tying a bandage to increase your health. Can it be so convenient in reality? Who will give you the time to tie a bandage on yourself during a battle? By the way, tie it with a bow tie. Isn't that cheating? Leo felt that this skill was nonsense in reality, and could only be used for quick healing after battle. But as soon as his mind changed, a creepy evil smile appeared on his face again. The first aid skill was developed at the right time. A golden finger is a golden finger. It's really urgent for me. With a tearing sound, the coat that was about to be discarded turned into a bandage wrapped around Leo's chest and abdomen. The blood stains on the coat caused dark red blood spots to appear on the bandage. Unknowingly, when people saw it, they thought Leo was really seriously injured. Leo, you? Prince Galen looked at Leo, who was bandaged, and looked seriously injured and was speechless. Even if you have to pretend to be injured, you have to pretend to be a little bit like you. Is there such a lively and energetic injured person as you? Besides, Scarlet used holy light to treat your injuries. Are you wearing this bandage to mock the paladins, saying that their holy light is not good? What makes Galen even more speechless is that you said it didn't matter if you pretended to be seriously injured, but you couldn't get it right. You pretended to be seriously injured while saying you wanted to run out to see the situation in Arthi Highlands. Isn't this an insult to everyone's intelligence? You know. But what can Galen do? Facing Leo, who has a clear attitude of I don't want to contribute to you yet. What can Galen do? What else could he do but let him go? The reason why he ran out in a hurry was because Leo was going to find more Velociraptor eggs. It is true that the bone dragons made from Velociraptor eggs are not as powerful as those made from dragon eggs. But in any case, they also have epic combat power. And any one of them is a powerful help that cannot be ignored. In the Battle of Refuge Valley that just ended, Leo absorbed a lot of corpses. And the stock of corpses in Golden Finger was enough to create 2 more bone dragons. After the battle in Refuge Valley, the new bone dragon named Swift Bone Dragon by Leo had gained his approval. And he decided to create it. Death Wish. How do I deal with it? Lying on a luxurious recliner, Leo half squinted his eyes, pretending to be embarrassed even though he was obviously very comfortable. He was really a model of pretense. To say that he is cheating is not nonsense. Because this luxurious recliner is made of gold supplemented by mithril and other magic materials. It is inlaid with gold and silver. And it is an exaggeration to say that it is jewel-like. What is more important is that this luxurious recliner where it was placed. It was placed on the head of a giant dragon. Put a deck chair on the head of a giant dragon. And the whole person is lying on it at a 45-degree angle, looking up at the sky innocently, with a touch of sadness on his face. If it is a beautiful woman, this picture is quite eye-catching. But if it is placed, what is it if Leo isn't pretending to be cheating? The 2 major props of Leo's outfit, the luxurious recliner, were blackmail from Greg, and the dragon that worked as a coolie was Parashion, who was turned into a Dracolic. However, isn't this guy here to look for Velociraptor eggs? What's going on with him lying like this? If you put your eyes on the ground, you can know what's going on. Huma, Terraclaw, and Crazy Wolf. These 6 poor beasts are working hard to search for the Velociraptor lair for their unscrupulous masters. What? You said Leo abused animals? I'm here to exploit you. You don't even understand such a simple truth? My child, you have such a conscience. It seems that the position of leader is really not suitable for you. Death Wish. This is a skill of the warrior. After turning on this skill, you will not feel fear during the duration of the skill. Nonsense. The only way to survive hardships is to die since ancient times. If you are not afraid of death, what else are you afraid of? And the physical attack power will be greatly improved. But the injuries suffered when being hit will be more serious than usual. Naturally, Leo would not keep the skill he got from killing Duvel, when the situation was so critical that he, a warlock, needed to fight hand to hand. The result would be the same with or without this skill. So, the question becomes, to whom should the Death Wish be transferred? Huma, Terraclaw, and Giant Grizzly Bear. These 3 are all masters with strong physical attack power, and they look suitable for anyone. After much deliberation, Leo finally gave it to Huma. Grizzly Bear focuses on high defense. Death Wish adds attack and reduces defense. This is weakening its strengths. It is the way of heaven to learn from each other's strengths and make up for weaknesses. Leo, as a person, naturally follows the way of man. The way of man. Lose what is not enough. There is more than enough to offer. As for Terraclamp, well, Leo is actually biased. And he likes Huma, the Lion King, more. Pretending to be a cheat on Polition. Waiting for the boys to find the Velociraptor's nest, and then collect the Velociraptor eggs. Such a small life is indeed very comfortable. But the comfortable life will never last too long. Especially in the already chaotic earthy highlands. Leo, who was lying on the luxurious lounge chair, suddenly sat up. A mad wolf was killed. The crazy wolf was one of the pets he set out to find the Velociraptor's lair. Now that it was killed, Leo could not remain indifferent. However, because his attention was not on the mad wolf before, he didn't know exactly what happened, and he had to send a pet to investigate. A crow flew over the place where the mad wolf happened, croaking strangely, and a group of ogres came into Leo's sight. I didn't expect that someone would accidentally come to Bodger. Poor Stone Fist Ogre. Why did you meet me? Could it be that we are destined? Leo scratched his face. Since we are so destined, I'd be embarrassed if I didn't give you something. A group of small stone-fisted ogres actually dared to kill a mad wolf. Isn't this a move on Tai Sui's head and a tiger's head swatting flies? What a courageous person. If you don't teach them a lesson, they really don't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. As Leo's thoughts turned, Huma and other pets, who received his order, quickly surrounded the group of ogres who killed the mad wolf. At the same time, 2 Velociraptor bone dragons were released by Leo. The 50-meter-long velociraptor bone dragon headed straight towards Bodger with a murderous roar that made the earth tremble. The name of what Leo wants to send to the Stonefist Ogres is very simple. With only 2 words, die. Send them to death. Chapter 232 Potential Stop Geomancer Flintag. The Stonefist Ogres of Bodger would never have thought that just surrounding and killing a wild wolf with white fur would bring disaster to the entire tribe. If there are only a few beasts like Huma and Terrorclaw, the ogres can deal with them together. If poisonous flower vines are added to the mix, the ogre's situation will be very bad. But the situation they have to face is not just this level. The addition of 2 fierce bone dragons has completely given up hope for the Stonefist Ogres. Facing 2 epic opponents, they not only have no ability to fight back, they even have no choice but to escape. Less than. There were 2 giant skeletal dragons pressing down on the formation, and the battle on the ground could only be described in one word: massacre. A massacre of few against many was going on the ground, and a red dragon kept circling in the sky. There is a lounge chair placed above the head of the red dragon. It is inlaid with gold and silver and is full of jewels. It is so luxurious. Lying on the reclining chair, Leo crossed his legs and was looking at the situation underground through the vision shared with him by the crow. There is nothing wrong with pretending to be bad, picking up girls when you have time, and stepping on people by the way. This is the life a time traveler should live. If you dare to touch my mad wolf, you must be prepared to be killed by me. His pets are showing off the bloody cruelty on the Stonefist Ogre. But Leo, as the owner, is lying on a luxurious recliner and watching as if watching a show. To be honest, he looks like a faker now. The essence of a playboy watching his evil slaves beating people. You ogres just stay in Bodger's cave. Why do you come here to mess with me? Isn't this asking for death? Leo said with a helpless look on his mouth. His expression didn't know how much he had been wronged. As the saying goes, the blue dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Ahem. I said it wrong. The injustice has its owner, and the dead has its owner. If you offend me, I will let you know what it means. Kneel down and sing Conquest. It's really pretending to be cheating. And it's good to pretend to be cheating. Don't blame Leo for being like this. He was venting his frustration because Goldfinger gave him a message just now. Killing Korvac failed to absorb magic equipment, absorbing ability failed to absorb. After killing a special monster recognized by Goldfinger, but getting nothing in terms of equipment or skills. Can Leo not feel depressed? Compared to the situation where you get something by killing an epic strongman in Refuge Valley. Isn't it depressing that you get nothing by killing the leader of the Bodger Stonefist Ogres? Korvac? Thinking of this, Leo suddenly grasped a clue. With his current legendary level strength, killing an epic strongman would be a reward for each kill. Either he would get additional equipment or skills, and killing someone like Korvac, who had not yet reached the legendary level, would be a reward. The enemy got nothing. Reminiscent of the situation during the wetland battle, Leo realized, when dealing with an enemy with lower strength than yourself, the chance of obtaining additional gains is very small. When the opponent is stronger than yourself, the chance of obtaining additional gains such as equipment or skills is very, very high. Doesn't this force me to take on a higher level challenge? Leo couldn't help but complain. It seemed that his golden finger was not an innocent existence. If he hadn't done something in grim battle and accidentally obtained some dragon eggs from Deathwing, he would have been summoning skeletons, and summoning skeleton mages have undergone changes, and they have the ability to summon bone dragons and Dracolics. Not to mention killing several epics in a row like the battle in Refuge Valley. Even dealing with just one epic is enough to give you a headache. The bone dragon, Huma, and other pets were slaughtered wildly. The Stonefist Ogres couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing that they couldn't escape, they actually turned around and ran back to their home, and went into Bodger's cave. How could the size of the Velociraptor bone dragon burrow into the cave where the ogre lived? It would be very dangerous if just a few beasts like Huma and Terrorclaw chased in. So Leo ordered the pets to stop at the entrance of the cave. Leo, who now needs corpses to build a Velociraptor bone dragon, doesn't intend to use the poisonous flower vine's unstable mushrooms casually. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in my lair? Leo curled his lips. These stone-fisted ogres don't know my origins yet. I come from a place where the bird's language is called demolition. When it comes to demolishing people's houses, although I have never done it myself, I have watched a lot. I still have some experience, especially the forced demolition. The Stonefist Ogre's cave is located on a hill about 400 meters high. It is not a big problem for the 50-meter-long Velociraptor bone dragon to demolish it. especially after Leo released 3 more Velociraptor bone dragons. After the dragon, the 5 Velociraptor bone dragons relied on their strong bodies to start the extremely violent work of demolishing the house. The Velociraptor bone dragons took turns to attack, causing the whole hill to roar. For a while, dust flew up and the ground shook. It was really a busy and lively scene. Chirp! The hill was hit and a big crack opened, and short figures ran out of the crack in embarrassment. It's actually a group of kobolds. What's happening here? The stone fist ogre didn't come out, but instead a group of kobolds came out, rubbing his chin. Leo said arrogantly, "Kill him." So the fate of this group of kobolds was decided. In a world where the strong is respected, when the weak meets the strong, their fate is only worthy of this sentence. Even if you have done nothing, even if you are just the victim of a seedling and a fish in a pond, but you are the weak, you are guilty. Since you are guilty, let's wait for the strong man's judgment. The kobolds are very innocent. They have done nothing, and they are still going to be killed. This is exactly what happens when people sit at home and disasters come from the sky. Killing Geomancer Flintag, failed to absorb magic equipment, absorbing ability, failed to absorb ability. He got nothing again. Logically speaking, Leo should be depressed. But there was no trace of annoyance on his face. Kobolds and Geomancers. Don't you think they're familiar? Leo suddenly thought of the big scam called Geomancer. The Kobold Geomancer was inconspicuous. But what if he had the potential to become a racial hero Geomancer? Leo suddenly became interested. If the Geomancer Flintag was resurrected and then slowly cultivated, would there be one more kobold hero in the world? Don't say it's impossible. You must know how to divination and divination. You must first know how to divination before you can predict. Kobolds seem to be a race that can be encountered in many places. But Geomancers are as rare as a phoenix. To encounter one by accident is simply a matter of luck for Leo. Of course, Leo's good luck meant Flintag's bad luck. Poor Flintag. He was hiding in the doghouse and sleeping beautifully. Who knew he would encounter something like this? The kobold was really unlucky. Should I use resurrection on Flintag? Leo thought about it. Although the resurrection of the Necromancer can be used unlimited times, every resurrection is risky. Once the resurrection is unsuccessful, Leo will suffer the backlash of the spell. This heaven-defying skill is backlash. The force is so strong that even Leo, a strong man in the legendary realm, will be seriously injured. If the resurrected Flintog can successfully evolve into the kobold heroic Geomancer, Leo will naturally make a lot of money. But what if the evolution fails? Or even the resurrection fails? You will definitely lose everything. Is it worth the risk? Leo's fingers gently touched the armrests of the luxurious lounge chair. Whether he did it or not was all in his mind. After thinking about it for a while, Leo finally gritted his teeth and did it for his dream. Well, Geomancer, the kobold hero in Dota. He is an existence that masters use to torture rookies. And rookies used to be tortured. Obviously, Leo is an abused rookie. One day I will use Geomancer to torture people. This was Leo's dream. It's really ambitious. Summoning Ektas and the 2 Twilight Bone Dragons made from Twilight Dragon eggs, Leo ordered them to guard him, while also covering his entire body, so that no one could see him even if he was nearby. Not sure what he was doing. An obscure, but powerful wave condensed in Leo's hand, and a dark purple mist appeared from the palm of his hand. The eternal laws of heaven and earth were changing in Leo's palm. Invisible and insubstantial but indeed existing. The huge pressure pressed on Leo, and big beads of sweat kept appearing from his forehead, and flowed down his cheeks, soaking all his clothes. On the ground, the body of a kobold suddenly moved, and then the kobold jumped up. The kobold Geomancer Flintag was successfully resurrected by Leo. After successfully resurrecting Flintag, Leo immediately stopped using the resurrection technique, and the abnormality in his palm disappeared immediately. The whole process of resurrecting the Geomancer took no more than 10 seconds. However, in this short period of time, the sweat flowing out of Leo's body had turned him into a drowned rat. He looked like he had just been fished out of the water. It's normal. My hair and clothes are all dripping. But Leo couldn't care about this. He still wanted to check Flintag's ability. After all, he spent so much effort to resurrect the Geomancer. He didn't know what Flintag's ability was. I wonder what kind of surprise this kobold Geomancer will bring me. Leo went to check it out with great expectation. But the results he got made him extremely disappointed. Geomancer Flintag's strength is only high level. So forget it. After all, he is a piece of goods that was wiped out by the Swift Bone Dragon. You can't expect him to be very strong. Leo has been mentally prepared for this. But you can't even have weak skills. You said that you are a Geomancer. But you have the potential to advance to a Geomancer. As a potential stock, how can you only have one fireball skill? How dare you only have one fireball technique? Judging from the current situation, Leo made a huge loss on this transaction. But what will happen in the future cannot be determined now. As long as I'm careful, it shouldn't be a problem to raise Geomancer Flintag into the Kobold Hero Geomancer. In this way, the fate of a little Kobold Geomagus Flintag was once again rewritten from a small piece of shit that died innocently to a big piece of shit in the hands of an unscrupulous time-traveling man. They are all cups anyway, so the size doesn't matter. The most important point is, under Leo's hands, will a hero emerge from the Kobold clan? Chapter 233 Gold Mines and Trading. One sword conquers China. Invincibility is the loneliest. This song really fits my current situation. Looking at the hill that was almost razed to the ground by 5 swift-boned dragons, Leo's face was full of joy. No wonder there are always bullies like this, and that dude. It still feels good to do things like this once in a while to ravage the weak. Not bad. But has this kid gone too far? It's the loneliest thing to sing about being invincible after killing a bunch of little stone-fisted ogres. And it really makes people sweat for him. Besides, even if you want to conquer China with one sword, you must have a sword. And an ordinary sword is not enough. It must be a peerless sword. In fact, a peerless sword should be better. Otherwise, how can we control China? The most humble is invincible. Polition and Ektoz were very surprised. The Dracula couldn't figure out why his master was so happy. Wasn't he just killing a group of little ogres? If the two Draculics could see Leo's paladin clone, they would understand why Leo was happy. At this time, the paladin clone is no longer level 60, but level 61. This epic the level clone has been upgraded. The clone has been promoted to a level and looks normal. Why is Leo so happy? Because the significance of this level of improvement is extremely extraordinary. In this world, those below level 45 are low dash, middle dash, and high level warriors, and those who reach level 45 can enter the legendary palace and become a strong person in the legendary realm. The higher level is the epic breakthrough to the legendary advancement. Advancing to the epic is certainly worthy of congratulations. But after entering the epic powerhouse, there will be a natural chasm that everyone has to face. And that is to break the single-digit 0 after advancing to the epic, and achieve a breakthrough of 0. More than 90% of the epic masters are stuck at this step. After advancing to the epic level, they are always at level 60. And they have spent their entire lives unable to achieve any breakthrough. Cultivation is like filling the container of the body with water. And breaking through the shackles of the epic level is like expanding the capacity of the container. If they are both epics, one still has a lot of room for filling water, but the other has already reached the full bottle. It is clear who is more valuable. From level 60 to level 61, this level difference determines two fates. The former is only the epic powerhouse, such as Simon, Alina and others who were killed by Leo. The latter is still an epic powerhouse, but it is an epic that is expected to be promoted to a legendary powerhouse, such as Vinsk and Passonia. The one level difference is like a heavy shackle, weighing down countless epics. It is a powerful shackle that makes many epic heroes despair. Now, this shackles has been broken by the paladin clone. From then on, he opened the door to a stronger person. Faced with such good news, how could Leo be embarrassed? Although the upgrade of the paladin's clone seems to be very late compared to his continuously upgraded original. Exceptionally late? TBC? Is there anyone in the Burning Crusade? I'll stop you. Leo, who was full of resentment after thinking of something, used magic power to draw 9 symbols in the air that no one else could understand, and then raised the symbol fiercely. Thumbs up the middle finger. Polition and Ektoz looked at each other, and both Draculics sensed a thought called incomprehension from the other's mental fluctuations. Why do these 9 symbols drawn by the owner look like biscuits that have been chewed by a dog? What secret does this symbol contain? Is it a secret rune? We have to write it down carefully. By the way, the last gesture made by the master is not simple either. Write it down. Write it all down. After cleaning up the stone-fist ogre who had offended him, Leo was about to leave Bodger to continue his egg-grabbing journey. But Geomancer Flintag stopped him. Great master. There is a vein of gold beneath this mountain. That's what the kobold told Leo. Gold mine. After slapping his forehead hard, Leo finally remembered that with the kobold's habits, there must be mineral veins where they live in groups. If you look closely, You will see something different is revealed under the flattened hill. How big is this gold mine? Leo had seen a lot of gold coins, but he had never seen a gold mine before. Hearing Flintag's words, he couldn't help but become interested. After thinking about it carefully, Flintag's hands made wild gestures, conveying this meaning to Leo. It's big. Leo covered his face when he saw this. I actually asked such a question to a kobold. It really hit my head. Do I still expect him to tell me how much gold there is in this mine, and whether it is rich or poor? Haha. I smell gold. At this moment, a high-pitched voice reached Leo's ears. It's a goblin. As soon as he heard this unique high-pitched voice, Leo knew who the owner of the voice was. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a stone giant about 40 meters tall walking towards Bodger. At the feet of the stone giant, a little guy with green skin and a large backpack was the owner of the voice just now. He is a traveling goblin merchant who wanders around the world, selling various goods. Of course, they are also intelligence collectors for the Blackwater conglomerate. Gold? I swear on the name of gold coins. I smell a lot of gold. The goblin businessman rushed up with bright eyes. With his small stature of about 1 meter, he actually ran faster than the stone giant, who was about 40 meters tall. It made people sigh that the charm of money was indeed huge. Goblin. This is the wealth of Flintag's great master Leo. What do you want to do with it? Flintag was angry. Bodger's gold mine was something he wanted to please his master. How could he let someone who didn't relate goblin involvement? Because when Leo resurrected Flintag, he simply resurrected him. He did not split his soul, but used his own magic power as the core of his resurrection. Therefore, apart from being loyal to Leo, Flintag has no relationship with before. Difference. The sudden appearance of Flintag made the goblin traveling merchant wake up. Seeing the menacing kobold goblin merchant, he was not afraid at all. He pointed at the stone giant behind and said, Kobold, I will take that big guy with me. Here we go. Where's the reward we agreed on? Reward? Do you still want reward? Flintag waved his hands bitterly, and the kobold pointed at the flattened hill behind him and said, What's the point of bringing him here now? The great master has already brought him here. Killed all those damn ogres. Can Flintag and the other kobolds get along well with the Stonefist ogres who live in the same mountain? With the character of ogres eating everything, kobolds are naturally one of their foods. If the two can get along well, it would be more practical to let sows climb trees. With the strength of the kobolds, they are no match for the ogres. But if they can't defeat them themselves, they can hire foreign aid. The goblin traveling merchant accepted this commission. Unfortunately, he arrived a step too late. When this guy finally deceived a powerful thug, Bodger's ogres had already been wiped out by Leo. Seeing that Flintag wanted to renege on the bill, the goblin traveling merchant quit his job and tricked a stone giant into being a thug. This is not an easy task. You actually want to renege on the bill and refuse to pay. How can this be done? The goblin traveling merchant wanted to get angry, but the 5 velociraptor bone dragons that surrounded him prevented him from getting angry. The goblin's eyes kept turning on the velociraptor bone dragon. The velociraptor, which looks like a mechanical golem, attracts all the attention of the traveling goblin merchant. Goblin, let's make a deal. What do you think? A voice came from the sky, seemingly asking, but the tone of the words left no room for doubt. The goblin traveling businessman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, because a murderous aura was firmly locked on him. The aura of an epic powerhouse made him a goblin with only intermediate strength. Want to kneel to the ground? I can help connect the Blackwater conglomerate and the Arather kingdom. You can discuss how to deal with this gold mine. But I have a condition. I will buy various materials from you. The Blackwater consortium cannot refuse if it is able. What condition is this? The goblin merchant was very confused. It's not like you didn't pay for the materials. Why would you refuse if you were making money? With the current situation of the Arather kingdom, can they still guarantee our ownership of this mineral vein? Although he was hard-pressed by the momentum, out of a businessman's bargaining instinct, the goblin still spoke. Leo sneered and shook his head at the goblin, who was suppressed by Polition's momentum. The Blackwater conglomerate only needs a legitimate name to mine the mineral veins. As for whether it can guarantee the ownership of the mineral veins, that is not what we have to consider. The problem. Even though the Blackwater conglomerate is inconspicuous, in fact its power hidden in the dark is very small. Who would mess with such a powerful force that has always adhered to neutrality? Arthie Highland still belongs to the kingdom of Arather in name, as long as it occupies this orthodox position. The power of the Blackwater conglomerate can naturally exclude others. If it had been before the Battle of Refuge Valley, the goblins would have scoffed at Leo's words. Even if you can't protect yourself, you still want to sell the mineral veins. This is simply writing a bad check. But now, the Arathur coalition led by Prince Galen has repelled the attack of the undead army, forcing the undead to shrink back to Hammerfell. And the situation is suddenly very different. The kingdom of Arathur has survived the crisis after the fall of Stromgarde, and the possibility of reclaiming the entire Arthi Highlands has increased infinitely. Bodger, which is not far from the Valley of Refuge, will soon plant the flag of the Arathur alliance again. Once Bodger is taken back by the Arathur coalition, humans will definitely mine the underground gold mines. At that time, all the income will belong to humans, and the Blackwater conglomerate will not get half a gold coin. The goblin businessman was very confused as to why he had to share a piece of the money he could earn with others. Are these humans stupid? Understand? If the kingdom of Arathur wants to regain its lost territory, it must fight. Fighting requires a lot of equipment. Others can support some of these equipment, but the most important thing is that they have to rely on themselves. And who is the fastest and most convenient person to buy and sell bulk items? Who else besides goblins? But you have to have money to buy things. After the fall of Stromgarde, how much money could the Arathur coalition spend to buy supplies? The Blackwater conglomerate wants to obtain the processing rights of the Bodger gold mine. What will it use in exchange for the kingdom of Arathur? The first choice is naturally the various supplies that the other party needs most. So the Alezo coalition does not have to worry about money. These humans are quite shrewd enough to directly exchange a mine vein for a large amount of armaments. Chapter 234, Spellcaster's Nemesis. Gnomeregan. This was once a city of technological miracles renowned throughout the world. And it was also the former main city of the dwarves. Of course, this was only in the past. Now it is just an abandoned radiation city. Apart from the Trogs, the only living creatures in it are leopard dwarfs. Although the leader of the dwarfs, Mekatork, the great craftsman, has been thinking about how to recapture Gnomeregan, he still has no good way. Today, a man appeared outside the abandoned city of Gnomeregan. A young man with black hair and black eyes. I didn't expect that the Blackwater conglomerate actually asked me to come to Gnomeregan to help them find things and earn money from the goblins. It's really interesting. The young man with black hair and black eyes is Leo. Leo, who discovered a gold vein beneath Bodger in the Arthi Highlands, proposed a deal with the Blackwater conglomerate. His conditions were agreed to. But the other party also made a request that interested Leo. Let him help explore Gnomeregan. Goblins and gnomes. These are the two races in the world that are most proficient in engineering research. If you listen to the branches of engineering, you will know goblin engineering and dwarf engineering. The Blackwater conglomerate formed by the goblins is naturally very interested in the dwarfs' former main city. Of course, if you are interested in going to Gnomeregan, you can't do it. If you don't have enough strength, you can rush in and there will be nothing more than giving Gnomeregan an extra race called leopard goblins. But strength alone is not enough. Gnomeregan is known as the City of Technological Miracles. If you want to explore it in depth, it will be completely difficult for you to do it without being proficient in engineering to a certain extent. With strong strength and proficiency in engineering. Isn't Leo just right? Leo really couldn't refuse the Blackwater conglomerate's request. He couldn't tell the other party that it was good that I was strong. But my engineering skills were only half-baked. Those bone dragons that looked like mechanical puppets were just made by Golden Finger. Come out. Besides, he was also very curious about the city of Gnomeregan. Maybe you can find something interesting in there. With this thought, Leo accepted the request of the Blackwater conglomerate. Anyway, he just went in to take a look. If it was impossible, he could withdraw. After putting away the goblin teleporter obtained from the Blackwater conglomerate, Leo thought to himself, the goblins of the Blackwater conglomerate are really not a good thing. They secretly built a teleportation array next to Gnomeregan. This is obvious. They are coveting some of the dwarf's technologies. If you want to enter Gnomeregan, the first obstacle is not the trogs outside the city, but radiation. Gnomeregan's radiation is fatal to people below the legendary realm, but it has little impact on the powerful people in the legendary realm. It is not a problem for the legendary powerful people to stay there for 10.5 days. It was this difficulty that kept the dwarves and goblins out. After all, engineering was just a foreign object, when their own hard power was needed. The goblins and gnomes had no choice but to look at Gnomeregan silently and sigh. As soon as they entered Gnomeregan, a group of trogs rushed up like flies that had smelled the fishy smell. Looking at these trogs who all had the strength of high-level warriors after being exposed to radiation, Leo curled his lips rather disdainfully. They were just a group of trogs with the strength of high-level warriors. It wasn't that Leo didn't want to kill them. It was just that he was too lazy to do it. I am good at everything. But I have one shortcoming. I am too lazy. Sitting on the back of the grizzly bear. Someone sighed helplessly. Just because Leo didn't take action didn't mean that his pets wouldn't take action. Huma, Terror Claw, and Poisonous Flower Vine. These 3 legendary pets plus Crazy Wolf, Steel Stone Demon, and Geomancer Flintag came to surround them. The trogs who tried to attack Leo started killing like crazy. In terms of strength, the trogs can't even defeat Flintag in a one-on-one fight. Even if they have more people, it's useless. 200 to 300 trogs facing 3 legendary opponents are far from being able to achieve a qualitative change due to quantitative changes. Degree? Leo sat on the back of the grizzly bear, holding a map made of parchment to guide the way. In reality, the roads in Nomarigan are very complicated. Without the map provided by the goblins, Leo would have been sure to get lost by running it alone. With such a small number of trogs, Nomarigan would have been recaptured by the dwarfs long ago if it were not for the radiation. If it's just to this extent, this trip to Nomarigan is really relaxing and enjoyable. Sitting on the back of a grizzly bear and looking at the map, he earned energy in corpses. Leo's little life was indeed pleasant. I don't know if it's because his smile is so unflattering that he's looking for trouble. Leo, who was directing the grizzly bear to explore the depths of Nomarigan, suddenly found himself surrounded by water and mud. Water was the water of irradiated water elemental creatures, and the mud was the mud of mud monsters. Forget about radiating water elements. The mud monsters pollute the vision too much. A bunch of soft mud squirming on the ground is already very disgusting. But that's not all. It actually contains the corpses of some creatures. Most people will definitely vomit when they see these rotting corpses. I'm here to kill Nomarigan alone. Not to be disgusted. Leo got mad, and he gave an order to the poisonous flower vines. Kill them. The forms of radiant water elements and mud monsters make ordinary physical attacks almost useless against them. If you don't understand, try to think about the scene of punching into water or mud, and you will understand. For these powers, it is just the mid-level monster Leo didn't want to take action. So the unstable mushroom of the poisonous flower vine became the best way to deal with it. As for Geomancer Flintag, the kobolds follow Leo to gain experience. Can you expect a Geomancer who can cast a fireball in 3 seconds to kill a large group of opponents? Even if the strength of these opponents is much higher than him. Poisonous flower vines swam away quickly, and groups of green mushrooms grew out of the ground. If you saw the scene, any intelligent creature would definitely be alert. But monsters, like radiant water elements and mud monsters, that act on instinct can't. Is it related to the word wisdom? They stepped into the mushroom field without hesitation and continued to approach Leo. Then something strange happened. A group of radioactive water elements and mud monsters shrunk as they walked, while the green mushrooms on their bodies kept getting bigger. In the end, the green mushrooms that were originally the size of a palm became half a person tall. And the mud monsters and the radiation water element was completely missing, leaving only puddles of fine powder on the ground. Killed the sticky radiation dust, the magic equipment was successfully extracted. The host obtained the magic equipment, Water Vine. Do you want to absorb it? Leo scratched his face in surprise. He actually killed a boss-level monster. It was really surprising. He has also heard about the magic wand of Water Vine. The properties of this wand are not very good, but it has a very evil effect. That is, the person who holds it can gain the ability to breathe underwater. This ability is priceless for people with special needs. But for warlocks with magic breath, this ability is not exactly the same. He casually threw the water vine to Flintag, who was looking at him eagerly, making the kobold Geomancer giggle with joy. Leo looked at him and shook his head helplessly. With such an IQ, even if he advanced to the heroic Geomancer who defeated the kobolds is still a good guy. Is the transaction I made this time destined to lose money? Alarm. Intruder found. Alarm. A piercing siren hit Leo's ears, and a flashing red light came from the corner. It turned out that there was a patrol alarm robot hiding there. A mad wolf teleported over and knocked it to the ground with a claw. But by this time, it was already too late. Click. Click. Buzzing. The friction sound of mechanical action was heard. In the corner where the patrol alarm robot was, a large circular hole suddenly opened in the thick steel wall, and rows of 2-meter-tall humanoid machines came out of it. Seeing this group of humanoid machines, Leo's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that this thing was a spellcaster nemesis developed by the dwarf, one of the Blackwater cartel's entrustments to him. specifically to deal with legal warriors. Spellcaster's nemesis. This thing's name is so ridiculous that Leo, as a magician warrior, wants to see it. The magic power on his body fluctuated, and he tried to throw a lifesteal on the heads of these caster nemesis. But the result? Nothing happened. What does it mean? Isn't it the nemesis of spellcasters? I've already used spells, and you don't give me any reaction? Leo scratched his face. He really had no impression of Nomorigan. As a tribe player, he was really unfamiliar with this place. Okay. Since there is no response, I will continue to use spells until you respond. Curse of Aging. No movement. Attack Backlash. Still no movement. Lower resistance. Still no movement. Leo is popular. Don't give face. Then just like you always have the taste of Shadow Arrow. Several Shadow Arrows hit the caster's nemesis. And now these robots finally reacted. The caster nemesis, who was rushing towards Leo, suddenly opened something like a protective shield. The Shadow Arrow that hit the shield suddenly changed its direction and returned along the original path. Spell reflection? But just wanting to become the nemesis of a spellcaster is a bit too much. After all, your protective shield won't be open for long, and it will have to be recharged after a few seconds. Leo is right to think so. If there is only one caster nemesis, this is indeed a fatal weakness. But this is a group of caster nemesis. Although their number is only 50, it is enough to turn the shield like a relay, passed on one after another like a race. Holding his chin and looking at the group of caster nemesis coming towards him, Leo became very interested in this setting of the dwarf. If this thing could be used in group battles, it would definitely give the magicians a big headache. Before Leo could give orders to his pets, the caster nemesis showed off another of its abilities. Group clearing. All the curses Leo had placed on them disappeared in an instant. Why did that scene just now look like the great dispersion of the priest to me? 2 swift bone dragons were summoned by Leo. He pointed at the caster's nemesis and gave an order to his pets. Break their hands and feet. Chapter 235 News. There is such a kind of existence. What they love most is to yell at people they don't like, break their hands and feet, and then watch a group of thugs rush over and beat the opponent into a pig's head. This kind of existence has a nickname. It is called Evil Young Master. Leo now has the temperament of a bad boy. He yelled at the target caster nemesis that he didn't like and broke their hands and feet. So 2 powerful thugs, the swift bone dragon, rushed forward. Spellcaster nemesis is specially used to deal with spellcasters facing physical attack experts like Bone Dragon. Their effect is weakened to the extreme. If this team of caster nemesis was controlled by a dwarf, they could still fight against the swiftness for a period of time. But without the dwarf control, they would only know how to execute the program, and they would end up like now, being knocked to the ground in less than 5 minutes. Expanding his private space and collecting all these caster nemesis, Leo continued to explore inward. After all, this was the strange Nomorigan. It was not a safe place. So how could he calm down and study it? I got 50 caster nemesis. This trip to Nomorigan is not in vain. I wonder what will be waiting for me next. Gnomes, keep some good things in Nomorigan. Speaking of good things, Nomorigan, the main city of the dwarves, does have a lot of them, such as a combat tool called a walking tank. When the leopard dwarf drove a group of walking tanks to block Leo, a fierce firefight began. The walking tank is said to be a tank, but in fact it is basically equivalent to 2 moving heavy machine guns. A ball of fire lights up at the muzzle, and the sound keeps ringing. This is how a fire blockade composed of bullets is formed. Seeing this kind of mechanical, Leo's eyes light up. The dwarfs really know how to use good things to arm themselves first. The muskets spread abroad are still in the age of blunderbuss. And here is already the world of heavy machine guns. Leopard dwarfs. It's such a waste to have such a thing in your hands. It's a complete extortion of nature. In order to let these good things see the light of day again, you all have to play tricks. The 2 swift bone dragons attacked the walking tank under Leo's instructions. It wasn't that Leo didn't want to send more bone dragons out, but that the space was so big that it couldn't accommodate more bone dragons. After all, the city is not as good as the open wilderness, especially in a city like Nomorigan built in the heart of a mountain. The space is even more limited. The bullets fired by the machine gun hit the Velociraptor bone dragon, causing little flying sparks. The Velociraptor bone dragon's body made a crisp clanging sound. Hundreds of walking tanks and more than 200 heavy machine guns were roaring. Such firepower, it was indeed terrifying. But when faced with a behemoth like the Velociraptor bone dragon, an attack of this magnitude seemed pale. The bullet hit the Velociraptor bone dragon with such force that it couldn't even make it tremble. This level of technological weapons was too powerless in the face of epic heroes. Rushing into the tank group, the Velociraptor Bone Dragon began an unreasonable rampage. The huge impact knocked the walking tanks flying out, and then fell heavily to the ground. The weak body of the leopard dwarf in the tank, how could they withstand such an impact? They all died in the cockpit. Looking at the broken walking tank, Leo scratched his head in distress. Even if it could be used as a repair robot, repairing that thing still requires materials. And that's all money. Hey! Just when the walking tank group was about to be wiped out by the Velociraptor Bone Dragon, a thick lightning stream hit a Velociraptor Bone Dragon. The epic Velociraptor Bone Dragon was actually beaten back several steps. When it stopped, by that time, its skull, which was struck by lightning, had a hole as big as the mouth of a bowl. A leopard dwarf drove a black walking tank and appeared behind the tank group. It is also a walking tank. Other tanks are equipped with 2 heavy machine guns, but this one is equipped with 2 thick electric shock tubes. From time to time, a white light as thick as a thumb lights up on the electric shock tube. This is obviously because of the strong current flowing on it. It can actually hurt the epic level Velociraptor Bone Dragon. This black walking tank is worth a lot of money. Take it. The 2 swift bone dragons that received the master's instructions collided with the black walking tank, trying to deal with it in the same way as other walking tanks. If they were hit by the bone dragon, the leopard dwarf in the black walking tank would definitely be killed on the spot. Facing the 2 velociraptors that collided, the leopard dwarf driving the black walking tank calmly pressed a button. The 2 thick electric shock tubes at the front of the tank suddenly emitted a bright white light. And then, dazzling the electric light dazzled everyone's eyes. There was a buzzing sound on the electric shock tube, and an electric grid covered the 2 swift bone dragons. This is the black walking tank's killer weapon, the Megavolt. 1,000,000 volts of electric current was applied to him, and even someone as strong as the Velociraptor Bone Dragon was electrocuted and unable to move. Just being paralyzed is not a bad thing. This is because the Velociraptor Bone Dragon only has bones and no internal organs and other body organs. If a living creature is hit by this blow, it will be seriously injured even if it does not die. Even an epic warrior is no exception. Even epic heroes can injure or even kill. The dwarf's technology is indeed very powerful. But you have one biggest weakness. A flash of light flashed from Leo's hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm, which was then closed by him. With 5 fingers pinched, a scream came from the black walking tank. The leopard dwarf, who was standing in a black walking tank, was bleeding from all his orifices, and was directly shocked to death by the momentum generated by the burning. At this time, the second half of Leo's words came out faintly. Your fragile body is your biggest flaw. Defeat the electrocution device type 6000, failed to extract magic equipment, failed to absorb skills. 2 more failures in succession. This news not only made Leo depressed, but also made him know the name of the black walking tank. It turned out to be another boss-level existence. The electrocution device is exactly what its name suggests. It is a high-power discharger. After putting away the electrocution device, Leo hesitated as he looked at the obvious fault ahead. According to the map given by the goblin, this was only the 2nd floor of Nomarigan. The most important and powerful defense machinery was at the top, the 3rd floor below. If Leo is strong enough, he will naturally kill without saying a word. The question is, does he have enough strength to deal with the more ferocious city defense machinery? An electrocution device that can hurt the Velociraptor Bone Dragon has already appeared on the 2nd level. So can the more powerful existence on the 3rd level compete with Leo's current strength? Even Leo had no idea about this question. Why don't we let it go for now? Since Nomarigan is here anyway, and it doesn't have long legs, so it can't escape. Just as Leo was hesitating, his magic communication stone rang, and the person contacting him was Passonia. Don't ever go back to Stormwind City. After saying these 7 words, Passonia took the initiative to cut off contact with him. Passonia actually told me not to return to Stormwind City. It seems that the situation has become so severe that even MI7 cannot contain it. The combined power of the nobles is really powerful. Leo could figure out the reason even if he thought with his toes. The nobles of Stormwind Kingdom must have made a conclusion on how to deal with this little commoner baron. And whether this result is good or bad has already been revealed from Passonia, as the answer is found in that sentence. After knowing that I have 10 epic level combat powers that can be mobilized, you still want to deal with me? Are the nobles of the Kingdom of Storm so repulsive to people of commoner origin? They don't want my method of making epic level mechanical puppets. Did it happen? Or, they had other big gains? Speaking of big gains, Stormwind Kingdom does have one. But it's not the method of making epic puppets that Leo thought. It's the victory of the Storm Expeditionary Army, and the retreat of the undead army they faced at Sodder Bridge. The Stormwind Kingdom's army begins enter the Earthy Highlands. The Kingdom's army has entered the Earthy Highlands, which means that they can support their ally, the Arather Kingdom. Isn't this something worthy of happiness and celebration? Compared with this news, which is widely known to everyone. Few outsiders know the news that Leo helped the Arather Kingdom defeat the undead army in the Battle of Refuge Valley, and killed 6 epic heroes on the spot. The nobles selectively forgot about it, and also selectively did not talk about their opinions on the matter. Leo? He is just a commoner boy who got lucky. So what if he was promoted to Baron of the Kingdom? Compared with us real nobles, who have been around for many years, he is just a country bumpkin. No matter what he does. The nobles were celebrating the kingdom's army's arrival in the Earthy Highlands. But little Anduin, the king of the kingdom, had a look of helplessness on his face. If I were older, if I were an adult, I wouldn't let these stupid and short-sighted guys do such a bastard thing. These idiots will lead the kingdom to a dead end sooner or later. Upon hearing what little Anduin said, Grand Duke Bolvar said nothing, while Countess Presto laughed softly. Count Presto, what do you want? The Countess of Presto relies heavily on Anduin Jr. after the disappearance of the previous King Varian. It was the Countess's strong advocacy that made Anduin sit on the throne. Giving the fearful Stormwind Kingdom, I took a reassurance. Later, she took the initiative to contact Ironforge and persuaded the dwarves and gnomes to work together to build an underground passage so that Ironforge and Stormwind could help each other. If either side was in trouble, the other side could rush there quickly. Help. Hearing little Anduin's question, Countess Presto smiled softly. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry about these people. They will be cleaned up slowly after your coronation. But I didn't expect that Leo would actually be with my brother. They have the same hobby. They all like to create powerful puppets. Hearing Countess Presto talk about her brother, it was the first time for Bolvar and little Anduin to hear her talk openly about their family, both showing expressions of interest. It's just that my brother's preference is different from Leo's. He prefers to make human puppets. And he even named him Shadow Flame Puppet. Chapter 236, Let the Skeleton Army Exist in the Sun. At the bottom of Gnomeregan, where no normal person had been for an unknown amount of time, fierce collisions were heard from time to time, mixed with the continuous firing of heavy machine guns, breaking the original silence of this abandoned city. The news from Passonia made Leo finally make up his mind to continue exploring Gnomeregan. Obviously, the combined strength of the nobles of Stormwind Kingdom is too great, and they are extremely stubborn. Even if Leo shows extraordinary power, he still cannot make these people look at each other. In this case, Leo will also completely given up. Now that he was about to say goodbye to the Kingdom of Storm, Leo felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. No matter how strong his support was, it was not as good as a sword in his hand. The only one he could rely on most at the critical moment was himself. If you want to be reliable, you must be strong enough. With Leo's current legendary level of cultivation, it is not easy to get promoted. There are not so many epic heroes in this world for him to ravage, since it is not easy to improve one's own strength, then improve external objects. After all, good equipment can be considered a type of strength. To improve foreign objects, an opportunity was right in front of Leo, and that was the engineering knowledge left by the dwarves in Gnomeregan. In the game Yamaguchi Mountain, there is naturally nothing to find in Gnomeregan, because the games are all programs set by programmers. But the reality is different. Maybe there are some interesting drawings that can be found somewhere in this abandoned city. This idea is Leo's motivation to continue. The ideal is very full, but the reality is very skinny. Leo's idea was good and his approach was correct, but there was no gain. It took 3 days to turn over the upper 2 floors of Gnomeregan, but Leo didn't get any useful drawings. He couldn't find the various engineering materials and tools that the dwarfs didn't have time to take away when they evacuated. Come out less. There are still a lot of abandoned walker tanks. Leo used the things he found to make a dozen repair robots. This kind of repair robot produced by time travel Golden Finger can repair anything, provided you give him enough materials. Of course Leo had the materials, and there were quite a lot of them. With the jingling repairs of the repair robots, a total of more than 400 walking tanks were repaired. In Gnomeregan, a place where it was almost impossible to meet other people, Leo had no worries. The skeleton army of the Necromancer began to appear, and more than 400 skeleton warriors were summoned by Leo. To be honest, with just over 400 skeleton warriors, The skeleton army's debut in this world is really embarrassing. More than 400 skeleton warriors, who may not even be able to defeat the mid-level warriors in a duel, are used as the premier of the skeleton army. Don't you think it is a disgrace to the Necromancer, who has the magical skill of summoning skeletons? Even if you have a summoned bone dragon, you can't be so messy. Leo will definitely not mess around. In order to find more valuable items, Leo, who is determined to break into the lowest level of Nomorigan, certainly cannot randomly summon some skeleton warriors. The role of these skeleton warriors, it was driving those more than 400 walking tanks. Leo had to thank the dwarf for his design concept. Although the production of the walking tank was extremely complex, its operation was extremely simple. It only required a few simple buttons to move forward, attack, left and right, evade and so on. Although the skeleton warriors have no intelligence, they can execute simple orders. As long as Leo has a thought, they can execute the orders. In this way, the next thing happened naturally. The Velociraptor bone dragon was at the forefront, using extremely violent methods to forcefully break through various defense facilities in Nomorigan, followed by more than 400 walking tanks controlled by skeleton warriors. This formation is a mechanized army of bones. At the end of the team were Leo, Huma, and several other pets sitting on the back of the grizzly bear. Using skeleton warriors to drive walking tanks was Leo's sudden idea after seeing the extremely simple control room of the walking tank. The skeleton army plus mechanized chariots. TSK. The Necromancer has to keep pace with the times. Right? Someone sitting on the back of a grizzly bear is very pleased with his handiwork. The skeleton army has never been dared to be used. This is Leo's biggest worry. He obviously has powerful power, but has always been limited. Isn't this the same as the pig's feet in traditional YY novels, which are all bitter and bitter? Now, there is a direction that looks good in front of Leo, which is to combine the skeleton army with engineering chariots, so that the skeleton army can exist under the sun. But, how can it be combined? It definitely won't work like this. The skeleton driving the chariot is still a skeleton. If Leo takes out the skeleton army like this, there may be many people who will come and kill them in the name of annihilating this lackey of the Scourge Legion. Woolen cloth. It would be great if all the skeleton army could be coated with a layer of metallic luster iron vest like the bone dragon. This idea made Leo a little depressed, because he didn't know the specific conditions for summoning skeletons to mutate. After putting walking tanks, skeletons, and Twilight Dragon eggs together to call for Goldfinger, he got no response. Leo had to pay other attention. Sometimes people are really forced out. While thinking hard, Leo suddenly thought of a magic circle. Passonia, I love you so much. Someone who was holding a magic notebook suddenly stood up from the back of the grizzly bear. The dancing look looked like he was going crazy. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce the magic notebook that Leo held in his hand. It was the Dark Soul Binder's notebook given to Leo by Gacoin, known as the Dark Soul Binder. Gacoin, known as the Dark Soul Binder, has taken the path of a master of demonology. What is a master of demonology good at? It is slavery and control. Even powerful demonic creatures have to accept their slavery and obey their control. These methods of enslavement and control are all kinds of strange and require different conditions. There are very few methods recorded in Gacoin's notes to Leo, but there happens to be one that Leo just needs to use a dark magic circle with harsh conditions. The reason why the conditions are harsh is because the caster must be much stronger than the person being fused, and the person being fused must not be willing to resist in the slightest, so that the transformation can be successful. The first condition is easy to achieve, but the second condition is extremely difficult. Anyone who is forcibly fused with other objects and becomes a different person from then on will resist it, even if it is not visible on the surface. There will definitely be a feeling of resistance deep inside. No matter how small the resistance is, it ultimately exists. So the probability of successful fusion of this magic circle is infinitely close to zero. This was Gacoin's early research on how to fuse powerful demonic creatures. It was just a failed work for him. Moreover, many spellcasters with strong magical attainments can create this kind of magic circle. That is, it didn't become a big secret, so he gave it to Leo as basic knowledge. For a caster like Gacoin, who has a deep knowledge of magic, it is basic knowledge. But in Leo's eyes, it has become advanced knowledge. This is like the knowledge gap between a university professor with real materials and a primary school student. Knowledge that is not worth mentioning in the eyes of a university professor is extremely profound to this primary school student. Walking tanks are dead objects, and of course they will not resist. However, The skeleton warrior is absolutely 100% loyal to Leo, who is a necromancer. He will do whatever Leo tells him to do. Under such circumstances, there is no way how could the formation fail. Following the same pattern, the mechanized skeleton army that can truly be displayed in the sun has taken its initial shape. The bottom layer of Gnomerigan is a testing ground to test its specific combat power. Not long after entering the third floor of Gnomerigan, a large group of humanoid machines poured out from both sides of the road. The number was definitely more than 2,000. This is the powered security armor of Gnomerigan. It can automatically attack intruders. Like the caster Nemesis, it is an unmanned robot type. However, without the dwarf command and dispatch, they just don't know how to adapt and can only execute programs. It's just a guard machine. If Leo takes action, these powered security armors will definitely be dismantled into a pile of broken parts within 10 minutes. Because Morrigan's third-level space is very wide, enough to accommodate Leo to release 5 Velociraptor bone dragons to fight. But Leo wanted to test the combat effectiveness of the mechanical skeleton army, so the battle scene was completely different. I don't know if it was because of the effect of the coin's dark magic circle that the mechanical skeletons that were fused with the walking tanks actually had a certain amount of combat intelligence. When the powered security armors rushed out, they opened fire automatically before Leo gave an order. Flames erupted from the muzzles of the 2 heavy machine guns of the walking tank. Amid the sound of strafing, a barrage of countless bullets intertwined formed a powerful blockade. The powered security armor rushing in the front row was smashed into sieves the moment the barrage appeared, and then exploded with a bang under the successive attacks, exploding into a ball of fire. Leo, who was sitting on the back of the grizzly bear, nodded secretly when he saw this. The skeleton army combined with walking tanks had very powerful firepower. The defensive power of the powered security armor was definitely comparable to that of high-level combatants. However, this kind of defense power was not enough in the skeleton army. They couldn't hold on for even a second under the barrage. If they were moved to the battlefield, they would definitely be like a group of meat grinders. It seems that after merging the skeleton warriors, the walking tank's attack power has also been strengthened. Otherwise it would never be possible to launch such a strong attack. The fused skeleton warriors are so powerful. So what if the fused skeleton warriors, or even the skeleton generals, will be so powerful? How powerful will the attack power of this skeleton army be? Strong men in the legendary realm. Strong men at the epic level. Can they withstand such an army of skeletons? That's great. I must get the manufacturing blueprints for the walking tank. Leo licked his lips. He found that his little life could still be wonderful even without the support of the Storm Kingdom. Young men, come on here. Even if you turn Gnomerigan over, you still have to find the blueprint. Chapter 237 Who Cheats Whom in This World? Everything. The sound of heavy machine gun fire echoed in the empty Gnomerigan, and the barrage of countless bullets formed a strong blockade, blasting all the powered security armors that tried to cross here one by one, leaving them all in a brilliant state, turned into a pile of scrap metal in the explosion. What beautiful fireworks! It's a pity that I don't have a girl to watch them with me. Leo, who was sitting on the back of the grizzly bear, looked regretful. More than 400 skeleton walking tanks represent more than 800 heavy machine guns. This kind of firepower is no joke. Even if the regular army composed of combat workers is in the position of powered security armor, there may not be anything they can do. The exploded powered security armor will not only injure nearby companions, but also create obstacles for subsequent companions to move forward. Within 30 seconds after the two sides started fighting, a defensive line burning with blazing fire was erected. This defensive line is composed of power security armors that were exploded one after another. These destroyed armors hindered the movement of subsequent companions, and also blocked the range of the skeleton walking tanks. Seeing this, Leo gave instructions to the Velociraptor bone dragon. The huge and fierce bone dragon began to move. Its long and thick dragon tail swung like a huge whip, and the bone dragon flicked its tail and swept away the blasted armors, like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Amidst the banging sound, the armor that was swept away knocked over many companions. After they were swept away, the barrage without obstruction extended outward again, once again turning the powered security armor into balls of brilliant fire. 2,000 powered security armors encountered Leo's skeleton walking tank, and were tragically suppressed to death by the powerful firepower. Under the escort of the swift bone dragon, they were beaten to death before they even reached the edge of the skeleton walking tank. A ball of fire. If Leo hadn't deliberately left some armor with broken limbs for future research, there would have been hundreds more fireballs burning here. I wonder what the price of selling the powered security armor to goblins is. Thinking about it, it wouldn't be much lower. After all, it is a fully automatic combat robot. You good guy. I hope you won't let me do business at a loss. Looking at Flintag, who looked stupid, Leo began to plan how to get benefits from the goblin. The Kobold Geomancer looked at his master with an innocent face. With his intelligence, he really didn't understand why Leo said he was a good guy. Geomagus Flintag is a wise man of the Kobold clan. If Leo wants to train Flintag into a heroic Geomancer of the Kobold tribe, he must be willing to spend a lot of money in order for Flintag to advance. In addition to gradually increasing his combat effectiveness, he must also be fed a large amount of companion minerals. The so-called associated minerals are magical materials with special uses that are obtained during mining, such as tiger eye stone. These materials are very rare compared to the entire mineral vein. It can be said that the total amount of associated minerals obtained during mining will never exceed 1/10,000th of the mineral vein, but its value is worth 1/3 of the entire mineral vein. This is an astonishing ratio. The reason why the Kobold clan settled in places with mineral veins was for these associated minerals. Because only by eating enough associated minerals could they have the possibility to advance. Purchasing associated minerals on your own is definitely a thankless task, because associated minerals are really difficult to collect. But if it is done by the Blackwater conglomerate, the world's largest chain group, it is not difficult. The amount of associated minerals collected by a single city is indeed pitiful, but the total amount collected by every city in the world is terrifying. With the Blackwater conglomerate taking action, they were not worried about not having enough associated mines. What they were worried about was that Leo would not have the money to buy them. Leo can make money slowly, but the Blackwater conglomerate is not so easy to help you. Especially Leo once destroyed a certain plan of the Blackwater Consortium in the West Wilds. So he asked the Blackwater Consortium in Bodger put forward such conditions. Facts have proved that goblins are indeed qualified businessmen. As long as they make big profits, they will directly abandon their previous grudges and cooperate with you. With Leo's current financial resources, if he loses everything, and if Flintag is good enough, the Kobold Geomagus can barely enter the legendary realm. But what will happen if Flintag enters the epic realm? That huge amount of wealth is something he can't afford now. After living in another world for so long, I still have to work for money, which makes me very unhappy when I think about it. Leo glared at Flintag hatefully. The Kobold could only look up at his master at a 45-degree angle, looking as innocent as he could. Why the hell did I find myself a freeloader? Isn't this looking for trouble? Leo, who was depressed, wanted to find a target to vent to. But luckily, the target for him to vent appeared at the right time. A 10-meter-tall large robot slowly walked out of the channel from which the powered security armor emerged. This was a great gift prepared by the dwarfs for the intruders. A group striker. Hey, such a big guy looks like he should be able to play twice. Leo chuckled. And the dark elements began to invade the SHL of the group striker under the influence of corrosion. The skeleton walking tanks all aimed their attacks at the new big guy, and the 800 heavy machine guns roared once again. Ding ding ding. Little sparks flashed on the group attacker's body, and the bullets hit his SHL with a crisp sound. Such an attack seemed very powerful, but it did not slow down the group attacker's actions at all. The defense is very high. If I throw another one to increase the damage, can you still withstand it? Leo threw another curse spell, but it still had no effect, and the group attackers continued to approach. This big guy would look great as the leader of an army of skeletons. Leo snapped his fingers, pointed at the group striker, and the two swift bone dragons collided with each other menacingly. The 10-meter-tall height of the masked striker is considered huge by the dwarfs, but compared with the velociraptor skeleton, which is 50 meters long and about 30 meters tall, it is not enough. What do you think of the scene where the velociraptor skeleton crashes into the masked striker? Like an adult hitting a child. Boom! 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 The two swift bone dragons collided with each other, and the group attacker fell to the ground. The hard SHL of this large robot also had cracks under this powerful impact. Just beat it until it can't take care of itself. But don't tear it into pieces. With the size of the group striker, if it were to be broken into pieces, there would be a lot of materials to repair it. Naturally, Leo was not willing to spend this wasted money. He also had to make money to raise a pet dog. Okay. Actually a kobold. The group attacker fell to the ground, and the swift bone dragon's attack followed. Its thick tail slapped its SHL heavily with a crackling sound, and small cracks spread rapidly under such a slap. and has a tendency to gradually expand. The knockdown group striker tried to get up several times, but was destroyed by the Velociraptor bone dragon. Finding that there was no hope of getting up, the large robot launched its special skill group strike directly on the ground. The heavy mechanical arm hit the leg bone of the Velociraptor bone dragon. Even with the Velociraptor bone dragon's defense, a small piece of bone was shattered. The attack power of the group striker was extraordinary. Leo watched with secret joy. The more the group striker showed no weakness, the more interested he became. He is planning to fuse this big guy with a skeleton general after he gets it. In this way, its offensive and defensive capabilities will definitely be frightening, and it may even become an epic level combat power. If we could get the blueprints for this big guy, our trip to Nomorigan would be a huge profit. Thinking of this, Leo's heart suddenly became hot. And another swift bone dragon joined the ranks of the group of attackers. The group striker is a sharp weapon used by the dwarfs to deal with the invaders. But even if it is a sharp weapon, it cannot be used when it is besieged by 3 epic heroes. The Velociraptor bone dragon pinned it to the ground and beat it violently. It quickly completed Leo's order and beat the group attacker until it couldn't take care of itself. Looking at the large robot that was beaten to the point of losing its arms and legs, with sparks flying out of its body, Leo had a proud smile on his face. Defeat the group striker, the item was extracted successfully, and the host obtained the secret data access card. Do you want to read the drawings in the data card? This is why Leo is so proud. What is the secret data access card? That was the card where the dwarfs stored their data. And what Leo was looking for was in this card. It's true that you can't find anything without wearing iron shoes, and it doesn't take any effort to get it. I searched through the blueprints of the upper 2 floors of Nomorigan and found them in this way. It seems that the dwarves pay close attention to the blueprints. If it weren't for the golden finger, I would still be looking for it stupidly. What about the drawings that don't exist at all? After scratching his face, Leo immediately thought of a question. Cunning goblins. Do they know this secret? Otherwise, why would they pay a huge price for the combat machinery in Nomorigan? Thinking of this, Leo couldn't help but curse the Blackwater conglomerate. These goblin businessmen were indeed treacherous. He thought they needed samples for research, but he didn't expect that they were directly looking for technology. Buying samples and buying production technology are 2 completely different concepts. The goblins clearly want to buy gold at a cabbage price. If it weren't for the secret data access card extracted from the group attackers, Leo would still be happy that they had tricked him. Choosing to let Goldfinger read the card data, a mysterious connection emerged between Leo's brain and the data card, and the information recorded on the data card was rapidly decreasing. The host reads the secret data access card. Engineering gains new abilities. Walking chariot. Mechanical walker chariot. Spellcaster nemesis. Data extraction is completed. The durability of the secret data access card is reduced to the minimum. Should it be destroyed? Not destroyed. How can you trick the goblins after destroying this data card? The Blackwater conglomerate actually wants to trick me to see if I don't make you lose all your money. The east wind blows and the war drums beat. Who in this world is cheating whom? Chapter 238. There is actually a hand job. In Nomorigan, a battle between machines and machines is ongoing. After defeating the large-scale robot group attackers and obtaining a secret data access card from Goldfinger, Leo, who had made a lot of money, was very motivated. Goldfinger collected the information on the secret data access card and confirmed that his idea was feasible. The manufacturing methods of mechanical combat vehicles such as walking tanks are not available in the game. But it does not mean that they are not available in reality. If the game designer does not set up such an item in the game, the players will not be able to obtain it anyway. Even if you see such items placed everywhere in the game, you can see it and touch it, but you just can't get it. But the reality is different. How could a mechanical chariot that can be produced on a large scale not have a production method? There is a saying that people's hearts are not enough, and people's desires are endless. After tasting the sweetness, Leo will not give up easily. He wants to get more ways to make tanks, and he commands the skeleton mechanical army to continue to go deep into Nomorigan. Advance everywhere. Mechanical walker chariot. Leo, who obtained the production method, likes this combat machine very much because it can make up for the shortcomings of walking tanks. Wanting to make a batch of such chariots, even if Leo already knew the method, he could not complete such a project in a short period of time. So he turned to Nomorigan's defense system. As he expected, as they continued to march deeper into Nomorigan, thousands of mechanical walker chariots rushed out from both sides of the avenue. In the midst of a crackling sound, The thick steel walls on both sides of the avenue suddenly cracked with countless large holes, and groups of mechanical walker chariots revealed their silhouettes in the frost and flames. These are the mechanical frost walkers, and the mechanical fire walkers made by the gnomes. And they are now being piloted by a group of leper gnomes. Leo, who was sitting on the back of a grizzly bear, was attacked from both sides. On the left side of the avenue are 500 mechanical flame walkers that spit out flames. 2 pipes protrude from the front end of this chariot. The flames ejected from the pipe mouth are more than 10 meters long. Wherever the flames pass, they can dissolve iron and gold. The high temperature caused the air to distort. The 2 velociraptor bone dragons walking on the far left turned red under the attack of 500 mechanical flame walkers, showing a distinctive black and red style. Even if they were as powerful as the epic velociraptor bone dragons, even the strong ones feel overwhelmed by the siege of the flame walkers. Opposite the flames on the left, there are 500 mechanical frost walkers on the right. They spray out streaks of ice, which spray on the 2 swift bone dragons closest to them. A thick layer of ice moves at a speed visible to the naked eye. It spread rapidly on the velociraptor bone dragon, and it seemed that it wouldn't take long to freeze the velociraptor bone dragon into an ice sculpture. In the face of such an offensive, the skeleton walking tank was helpless. Although the heavy machine gun kept roaring, the bullets fired either turned into a pool of molten iron under the flames, or were frozen into small ice particles under the frost. You can't even touch the enemy's side, let alone hurt the enemy. A single mechanical walker chariot is indeed no match for the skeleton walking tank. But when their number reaches a certain level, the skeleton walking tank will only be defeated when facing them. Very powerful. This is Leo's evaluation of the mechanical walker chariot. The guard machines made by the dwarfs cannot be underestimated. Those who are attacked by them are the velociraptor bone dragons. If it were replaced by other epic powerhouses, even Passonia level strong people will also be injured. Boom! Boom! As inanimate beings, the swift bone dragons could neither feel the biting cold of the frost nor the scorching heat of the flames. They rushed towards the opponent against the frost flame spewed by the mechanical walker chariot. The sound of snapping came from the mechanical frost walker, and the ice rings rushed towards the swift bone dragon like waves in the sea. Under the continuous impact of the cold ice rings, the swift bone dragon's legs were completely frozen. Although they struggled hard, they could not shake the thickening ice layer at all. As early as when they designed the mechanical frost walker, the dwarves had anticipated that strong men would forcefully charge into the formation. So these smart dwarves added an ability called Ice Explosion to their tanks. The same thing between Ice Explosion and the Mage's Frost Nova is that they both freeze the enemy, making them unable to move. The difference is that Frost Nova focuses on freezing, and Ice Explosion strengthens the damage of frost on this basis. However, Frost Nova is an instant spell, and Ice Explosion requires about 2 seconds to accumulate energy. Mechanical frost walkers have a way to deal with the strong, and the mechanical flame walkers are naturally not much worse. The 2 swift bone dragons that rushed towards them encountered similar situations to their companions on the other side. The difference was that the force that struck them was it is a ring of fire with powerful thrust. This is a copycat version of Fire Mage Shockwave's Fire Nova. But in Leo's eyes, this is the mechanical guard version of Fire Nova Totem. The thrust of the rings of fire actually prevented the velociraptor bone dragon from moving forward, and the scorching heat of the flame nova caused considerable damage to the velociraptor bone dragon. The epic level swift bone dragon actually had fine cracks on its body under the attack of the flame walker, and it looked like it had been burned apart. The mechanical walker chariot actually blocked the velociraptor bone dragon. This result surprised Leo. A group of mechanical walker chariots that could defeat even mid-level warriors in a single duel actually blocked the swift bone dragon with epic combat power, with only 500 of them. The same number of mid-level warriors simply cannot do this. The technology of the dwarves cannot be underestimated. No wonder they are among the most powerful races in the world. It's difficult to storm the array of mechanical walker chariots from the ground. But what about attacking from the air? 2 red dragons appeared in Nomarigan, and Leo summoned the Dracolic Peliction and Ektas. Mechanical walker chariots are very powerful against enemies on the ground, but they have no anti-air weapons. In other words, their defense against attacks from the sky is almost zero. But would the smart dwarves leave such a big flaw? As the most heavily guarded and strongest base of Nomarigan, how could the dwarves make it so easy for the invaders? Not long after Pelition and Ektas took off into the air, the Dracolic had just sprayed a few puffs of dragon flames when a buzzing roar rang out. Hearing this roar, which he was tired of hearing in war movies, Leo was stunned for a moment, and then cursed, "Holy crap! There's actually a handgun. A group of leper gnomes rushed out of the depths of Nomorigan driving a machine similar to the biplane fighter planes used in World War II. These fighter jets, which were only 4 meters long, had 2 thumb-thick barrels protruding from the fuselage. Like light machine guns. There was a clicking sound when the button was pulled, and they took the initiative to attack the Dracolic. The 50-meter-long Ictorius and Pelagian fought against a fighter jet driven by a leper dwarf. It felt like a swarm of ants fighting an elephant. Leo was originally very worried when he saw the fighter jet piloted by the leper dwarf. But his worry disappeared after watching it for a few seconds. Although the machine guns on the fighter jets roared repeatedly, the bullets hitting the Dragon Lich had no effect at all except stirring up first-class sparks. An attack of this level could only scratch the Dragon Lich's itch. On the other hand, the Dracolic, Pelagian and Ekta's attacks were fast and fierce. Each of their attacks could destroy several fighter jets. And they even had time to spit out dragon flames to deal with the mechanical walker chariots on the ground. It is indeed admirable for dwarfs to develop technology to such an extent in a magical world. But in the face of the powerful dragon, the current technological level of dwarfs is far from enough. With 2 Dracolics joining in, the outcome of the battle was already determined. When the leper dwarf's fighter jets could not hurt the Dracolic, the outcome of the battle was no longer in suspense. Leo, who had just won, had no joy at all on his face, because he discovered a very serious problem. Combining the skeleton army with the mechanical technology of the dwarves has indeed improved their combat effectiveness and allowed the skeleton army to walk in the sun. But this has increased the cost many times. The advantage of the skeleton army is that the cost is very low. As long as they can enter the battlefield, the corpses on the battlefield are their source. And Leo does not need to spend half a penny. But mass manufacturing mechanical chariots is a costly business. Leo has the ability to manufacture certain mechanical chariots because of his golden finger, which saves manual labor costs. But doesn't the material for manufacturing chariots cost money? Even if there are enough materials, how many mechanical chariots can Leo build by himself even if he works around the clock? Not to mention these. Even if the newly born army of mechanical skeletons after the combination of skeletons and mechanical chariots has the ability to self-recover like summoned creatures and has very low requirements for logistics and maintenance. What about the ammunition when they attack the enemy? Let them go on the battlefield. And every battle will consume a huge amount of ammunition, which costs money. A lot of money. These questions gave Leo a headache. He rubbed his brows vigorously, his face full of depression. Since it is called an army, it must be of a large scale. And the mechanical skeletons are really weak in terms of individual combat power. If they are not large, they will be trampled by one person. However, the high consumption of mechanical chariots is destined to be very difficult for them. Large-scale equipment. This feature offsets the low cost of the skeleton army, making the mechanical skeleton army useless. Could it be that combining the skeleton army with mechanical chariots wouldn't work? We are both time travelers. Why can others catch and destroy everyone along the way? But I have to face one headache after another? Leo was very depressed. He felt that he was really miserable. He had obviously seen the bullishness. Hope but must face a huge problem. As a hard-working young man, he said he was under a lot of pressure. You are not afraid of drinking that Corvos, but you are afraid of opening the lid and getting another bottle as a prize. Who can withstand God's play like this? Chapter 239 Copying Insect. Damn dwarf. Why did you make the door so strong for nothing? In front of an iron gate in Nomorigan. Leo looked helpless. It's not correct to simply say it's an iron gate. To be precise, it's a large iron gate controlled by a matrix computer. Matrix computer. This is what Leo calls the console in front of the iron door. This thing looks very similar to an old-fashioned computer, and is as big as 2 houses. A person who is proficient in engineering might know some operation methods. But Leo is just a pseudo-engineering master. How could he do this? Without understanding how to control the matrix computer, the big iron door couldn't be opened, and Leo wouldn't be able to go deeper. He also tried brute force cracking. But when the Velociraptor bone dragon hit it, it had no other effect except a loud bang. The iron door didn't even move. But the faint magic halo flashed above it made lay. Ao knows that this iron gate is not simple. No wonder the goblin once said that in order to explore the secrets of Nomorigan, one must possess advanced engineering knowledge in addition to strong strength. For 10 minutes, 5 skeletal dragons took turns to attack. And after a full 10 minutes of collision, there was not even a dent on the iron door. Leo sighed. As expected, the manpower was sometimes scarce, and he decisively chose to give up. After abandoning Nomorigan, the dwarves did not send anyone to guard outside the city. and all of them retreated to Iron Forge. This alone shows their confidence in the defense power of Gnomerigan. If someone could get deep into the core of Gnomerigan so easily, the Blackwater conglomerate would have succeeded long ago. So where would it be his turn? Leo was about to evacuate when a flash of green suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. It's a poisonous flower vine. How could I have forgotten this? Why did the dwarves of Gnomerigan abandon their main city? Isn't it because the trogs that can dig holes invaded from the underground? And the dwarfs were unable to stop them, and were forced to open the radiation tank. The mountain where Gnomerigan is located is extremely hard, and it is not easy to dig a hole in the mountain that is harder than steel. However, this is only for others, and it is not a problem at all for Leo, who has poisonous flower vines. The poisonous flower vine is an expert at digging holes, and it has the strength of the legendary realm. It didn't take long to dig a tunnel, leading directly to the Iron Gate. Countless YY articles told Leo that it is not good to be careless when doing things. Such as a very bloody plot, a hard worker is working hard at the front to crack the mechanism. And when he is about to reap the rewards after going through all the hardships, some people follow behind to take advantage. Shirshiran appeared. And what happened next was just like their names. The hard-working people were still hard-working people. And those who picked up the bargains naturally found the big ones. Leo doesn't want to be that kind of tragic hero. Leo was careful when he commanded the poisonous flower vines to dig the tunnel. He chose a very secret corner and let the poisonous flower vines collapse the tunnel after he passed through. He would rather waste more time when entering and exiting. Leave opportunities for possible latecomers. I don't want to work hard myself and let others take advantage of me. The situation behind the big iron gate was no different from before. But Leo discovered the difference. That is, there was no dust here. With the IQ of a leper dwarf, how can he know how to ensure cleanliness? Is there still a dwarf who has not gone crazy living in the deepest part of Gnomerigan? Leo was suddenly shocked. The defense system controlled by gnomes, and the defense system without gnome control were completely different concepts. It was like fighting NPCs and killing players in the game. The difficulty level was not at the same level at all. Out of caution, Leo stopped his progress and sent the raven out, only to discover something that surprised him. There are indeed people deep in Gnomerigan, but they are not the dwarves Leo imagined, but dark iron dwarves. The dark iron dwarves actually control the core of Gnomerigan. Doesn't this mean that most of the dwarf's technology has been taken away by them? If the dwarf knew this, he would definitely go crazy. Leo held his chin and thought about it. What would happen if this news was sent to the hands of the great craftsman Mechatork? What benefits can I get from the dwarves? Can I use it to gain the friendship of the dwarf clan? The crows commanded by Leo were very cautious. Perhaps the dark iron dwarves were too confident in Gnomerigan's front-end defense, so the crows were never discovered by them, directing the crow to carefully explore around. Leo was a little disappointed. He found that there were no new types of guard machines in Gnomerigan, except for a chariot similar to a mechanical chocobo, as the core area of the entire city. Its guard machinery is no different from the outer layer. This situation can only show one thing. Although the dwarfs were in a hurry when they exited Gnomerigan, they did not have any of the core technology. So even if he fought in, he wouldn't get anything valuable. So Leo had the intention of retreating. He had no pressure to fight the dark iron dwarves. But it would be different if these dark iron dwarves could control Gnomerigan's defense system. As the saying goes, even a broken ship has 3 pounds of nails. The core defense of Gnomerigan is built with legendary strong men as imaginary enemies. Even if the powerful machine is taken away by the dwarfs, it will not be a small epic strongman when it is actually activated, able to break through forcefully. Leo would never do anything that was not worth the gain. Besides, he had another plan. The world doesn't pay attention to things that are too easy to get. And the same goes for dwarves. If Leo takes action to kill these black iron dwarves, the dwarfs who are no longer under pressure may not be very enthusiastic about him. And they may even doubt whether certain secret technologies were obtained from the core of Gnomerigan. It would be different if the dark iron dwarves were left behind. The dwarves would focus on these black dwarves, and would naturally be very polite to Leo, who could penetrate deep into Gnomerigan. And he would be able to manipulate them to gain benefits. The events he experienced in the Kingdom of Storms taught Leo that it is not safe to gain the reputation of a certain force alone. A person should make more good connections, have many friends and many paths. And the saying cunning rabbits have 3 holes is very reasonable. It is indeed good to make more friends and form more good relationships. But for some guys who have ulterior motives and want to take advantage of him, Leo doesn't mind cheating them. For example, the group of guys in front of Leo are the goblins of the Blackwater conglomerate. After coming out of Nomorigan, Leo quickly contacted the Blackwater conglomerate, and a large group of goblins began their transaction with Leo in a hidden corner. Hundreds of relatively complete powered security armors have become the focus of this transaction. The only thing Leo is willing to give to the goblins is this kind of object that he doesn't like. Walking tanks, mechanical walker chariots, caster nemesis, and fighter jets are not for sale. Leo wants to use them to create an army of mechanical skeletons. How can he sell them? Seeing that there was only powered security armor, the goblins were obviously dissatisfied. It's not like they didn't ask someone to go in and investigate. Leo's map was given to him by them. However, this dissatisfaction only lasted for a moment and was thrown out of the window, because Leo had an extra card in his hand. Secret Data Access Card. When the goblins' eyes landed on this card, they immediately sunk in and could no longer move away. Akito doesn't tell lies, and you all know what this is. So I think we can have a good talk about certain things, Leo said with a joking look on his face. The goblin's eyes kept turning. If it were someone else, he could fool him. But Leo standing in front of him was an engineering master who could make epic mechanical puppets. He absolutely knew the meaning of this data card. It was very clear that it was impossible to fool him. My friend, I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. The goblin smiled and spoke slowly to give himself more time to think. Misunderstanding? Leo interrupted the goblin directly. Don't treat me as a fool. I just ask you, as the largest chamber of commerce in the world, where is your integrity? Since you have no integrity, I think we have nothing to talk about. Come on. Don't think that the engineering of goblins and dwarves is the only thing in this world. You have to know who I am. Who is Leo? In addition to being a legendary warlock, he is also a master of engineering. As for his ability to make mechanical puppets, most of the engineers in the Blackwater conglomerate are incomparable. The goblin standing in front of Leo was very depressed. He could see that this human obviously wanted to take the initiative in the conversation in order to obtain greater benefits. Otherwise, how could he take out the data card? It was precisely because the goblin could see through Leo's purpose that he was depressed. He knew what the other party had planned, but he had to be led by him. How could he not be depressed? The Blackwater conglomerate was bound to win that data card. So Leo was the final nail in the coffin. After understanding his situation, the goblin spread his hands and said helplessly to Leo, "Okay, Mr. Leo, tell me your conditions." Leo smiled. This goblin was so straightforward. My conditions are very simple. The Blackwater conglomerate must try its best to help me acquire associated mines. In addition, I will be given a blueprint for making replicators and 100,000 replicators. The replicator is a kind of mechanical insect in Nomorigan. It is only the size of a fingernail. The dwarf originally created them to help them complete certain repetitive and tedious tasks. But the actual effect was very unsatisfactory. It takes 10 days to create 1,000 replicators. But the working life of these replicators is only 5 days. In other words, using replicators to help do things is not necessarily more efficient than doing it yourself. Leo accidentally discovered this small mechanical insect when he exited Nomorigan. After learning about the function of the replicator, he immediately became very interested. The lifespan of a pure mechanical replicator is very short. But what if it is fused with a skeleton? What about the lifespan of a skeleton replicating insect that has the ability to summon creatures? If you have a large number of skeleton replica insects and give them enough materials to make various parts of mechanical chariots, you only need to assemble them at the end, and the efficiency of manufacturing mechanical chariots will definitely increase 100 times. Chapter 240 Confinement Array. I am smiling triumphantly. I am smiling triumphantly. Humming an off-key song, Leo closed his eyes comfortably and reclined on a luxurious lounge chair inlaid with gold and silver. The chaise longue now became his special seat on Polition's head. The Dracolic Paraschion carried his master and flew towards the refuge valley together with his fellow Dracolic fellow sufferer Ektos. After completing the deal with the Blackwater conglomerate, they have returned to the Arthi Highlands. Due to the upper hand of the nobles in the kingdom of Stormwind, Leo knew that he could no longer stay there. The situation forced him to establish relations with the kingdom of Arathar as soon as possible. Just like a breakup between a man and a woman. If you know that you are going to break up, instead of letting the other party dump you, it is better to bring it up first, so that when you meet in the future, you can straighten your chest and say loudly, "I dumped you first." Prince Galen was very clear about the situation in Stormwind City. But when he saw Leo again, he did not hesitate, but remained as enthusiastic as ever. Leo discovered a gold mine in Bodger. using this gold mine as a link. The Kingdom of Arather and the Blackwater conglomerate were connected, which solved the urgent need of the Kingdom of Arather and freed Prince Galen from having to worry about armaments. It has already done him a huge favor. After this incident, Prince Galen valued him even more, thinking that Leo was his lucky star, and he was even more eager to win over Leo. So how could he show off to him? Stormwind City originally wanted to transfer Leo back, but Prince Galen blocked him on the grounds that the war was urgent and needed strong men. Faced with the determined Prince Arather, the nobles who did not want to offend him chose to compromise. It would be better to abandon Leo in the Kingdom of Arather, or leave this civilian in the distant Arthi Highlands, out of sight and out of mind, and let him fend for himself in the battle with the undead army. The Kingdom of Stormwind will not give him even a single gift, supported by half a copper plate. This attitude of the nobles is exactly what Leo and Prince Galen want. It's not good for everyone if they break up. Sometimes life is hard to be confused. Leo's troubles were solved, but Prince Galen's troubles came. This trouble came not from anyone else, but from the arrogant and fierce girl Scarlet. Scarlet went to Stromgarde alone? Leo's head was really dizzy. Was this girl stupid enough to go to Stromgarde to die? Or did she think she could conquer Stromgarde alone? Even though Scarlet is a legendary realm paladin who is making an epic impact, she is also an amazing strong person. But the title of strong is relative, compared to the epic strong. Those in the legendary realm are weak, and the epic warrior is indeed very strong in this mortal world. But what if his opponent is not from the mortal world? For example, the Burning Legion, the mastermind behind Kil'jaeden, the deceiver behind the Shadow Council that currently controls Stromgarde, has an epic combat power that is just beyond the scope of cannon fodder. Only the legendary strong ones can be considered truly powerful. If compared with Kil'jaeden, even a demigod is not good enough. In the eyes of Kil'jaeden, the legendary powerful Lich Kel'Thuzad was nothing more than a little lich who could be killed with one finger. That's all. Since the mastermind behind the Shadow Council is Kil'jaeden, even if this powerful demon cannot come to this world in person, it is not a problem at all to use his ability to create some epic powerful men. Leo could imagine that with Scarlet's legendary strength, she would be surrounded by a group of epic warriors when she ran to Stromgarde. To be honest, Leo didn't want to go to Stromgarde because that place was too dangerous. Who could guarantee that after the Shadow Council controlled by Kil'jaeden occupied Stromgarde, no legendary strongman would come and take charge? With the devil's cunning and insidiousness, even the devil himself would not believe it if they did not secretly cultivate legendary strongmen. Scarlet, you silly girl really gave me a problem. Leo sighed with emotion. He felt that he was destined to work hard all his life. He originally planned to rest in the Refuge Valley for a few days, and carefully planned how to shape the skeleton mechanical army, and how to quickly expand the skeleton mechanical army in the shortest time and at the lowest cost. On such a scale, I didn't expect that something like this would happen now, under Prince Galen's repeated requests. Leo, who was not very affectionate, had no choice but to go to Stromgarde. What the hell is this? I'm actually going to fight for a silly girl like Scarlet. Is there anything wrong with me? This silly girl has nothing to do but is cheating on her family. She's such a grown-up person, and is not mature at all. Leo scratched his face with a depressed look. There was no emotion in this matter. And there was absolutely no emotion in this matter. Why did I just agree? Considering how thick-skinned I am, I agreed to others out of sympathy, and then foolishly ran away and put myself in danger. How could such a thing happen to me? Could it be that the thick darkness has gone away from me, and I have begun to become pure? No, that's not a good sign. I want to be black. I strongly urge to be black, because being black is the precursor to abuse. Lao Pei, if one day I become pure, you must remind me that I was once thick and dark, lying on a luxurious recliner inlaid with gold and silver. Leo had a melancholy expression on his face, endless desolation between his brows, and his tone was full of emotion. Polition tilted his body, and the Dracolic fell violently to the ground, almost throwing Leo off his head. Great master, no offense to Polition, but I'm afraid it's really hard for you to have anything to do with the word purity. At this point, Dracolic flapped his wings and emphasized his tone. Didn't you say that yes? Being black is a lifelong matter. Leo was so embarrassed. Polition actually dared to dismantle him. The Dracolic was really courageous. Lao Pei, have I ever said this? Someone asked through gritted teeth. Did I really say that? Are you sure you remember correctly? Dracolic shuddered. And then he remembered that the master above him was not an innocent being. When it came to dealing with people, he had many tricks. So the poor Dracolic surrendered. And he said to his master with a flattering look on his face, "Great master, please forgive your humble servant. These words are definitely not what you said." "Careful." Before Leo could speak, Ektoz, who was watching on the side, suddenly roared angrily and spurted out a mouthful of dragon flame, melting a large stone that was thrown at him. "Someone is attacking." Leo looked down and saw a giant standing on the ground about 50 or 60 meters tall. The giant's body was covered with a thick layer of rock. 2 dragon liches were flying in the sky and roaring loudly. It looks like he is scolding the street. But the giant is actually provoking the dragon. An adult mountain giant. Leo quickly recognized the other party's identity. Because of their Titan bloodline. The giant clan is extremely hostile to giant dragons. If any giant dragon dares to fly over the giant's territory, there is a 1000% chance that they will be attacked by them. The only ones in the entire world who dare to openly challenge the dragon clan are the giant clan. Polishan roared twice in dissatisfaction. The mountain giant was clearly attacking him, so he should be the one to fight. However, Ektoz was one step ahead. The second Dracolic born in the world had already charged. He went down, and before Parashion could react, he fought with the mountain giant. The battle between the giant and the dragon was spectacular. The 2 behemoths struggled together, stirring up dust and gravel all over the sky. The earth groaned under the strain due to their fight. With huge pits setting off each other, the earth becomes increasingly miserable. This scene makes people sigh, as the lowest level. It is just a cup. No wonder you can see public servants coming from all over the world to take a rest at any time at beautiful health resorts. People are under great pressure at work. How can they serve the public if they don't travel or relax? Ektoz and the mountain giants fought fiercely. But Leo did not focus on them, because he found something more noteworthy. Looking down from a high altitude, the place where the mountain giant and Ektoz were was actually a large magic circle with a radius of nearly 10 miles. Although Leo's magic attainments were not very good, he could still tell that it was a confinement-type spell. Array. A large confinement circle with a radius of 10 miles. What exactly is this magic circle used to imprison? Leo's curiosity was aroused. He remembered that there were 4 major confinement formations in the Arthi Highlands, which were located in the east, west, north, and south directions of the entire highland. Leo remembered that this was a series of tasks in Yamaguchi Mountain. It would take half a day to complete this task without even thinking about it. Although he could no longer remember the specific process because so much time had passed, he still vaguely remembered it. What appeared at the end of this mission was a giantess or something like that. This is true in the game. But what about reality? Leo felt that it was very necessary for him to study the 4 major imprisonment circles in the Arthi Highlands. At the very least, he had to visit each of the circles. Not for anything else, but for the voice that sounded in his mind now. That voice that belongs to time travel Goldfinger. It was found that it can absorb homologous and heterogeneous energy. Will the host absorb it? When the sound of traveling through the golden finger sounded, a picture naturally appeared in Leo's mind. A picture with a stone tablet. Elwyn Forest. East Valley Lumber Camp. Stone Tablet Lake. A series of place names appeared. And a place that had almost been forgotten by Leo was remembered again by him. It was a place that once allowed him to upgrade several levels. The matter of absorbing energy and upgrading on the island in the middle of the Stone Tablet Lake had long been forgotten by Leo. He never expected that this matter would be revealed in the Arthi Highlands. The alien energy absorbed in the Stone Tablet Lake actually has the same origin as the 4 major confinement circles in Arthi Highlands. What is the relationship between them? What secrets are hidden in this? Rubbing his eyebrows vigorously, Leo complained a little. Why are there so many things? You said you were in the same world. Why do you keep so many secrets? Isn't this deliberately digging holes for people to crawl into? Chapter 241. Is it the ethereal mecha or Megatron? Adult mountain giants are very powerful. The Titan blood flowing in their bodies makes even the weakest of them possess epic strength, which is comparable to ordinary adult dragons. This is their confidence to fight against the giant dragons. The 2 sides are of similar strength, and Ektoz cannot defeat the mountain giant in a short time. This would of course be the case if there was only Ektoz as a dragon. But the fact is that there are also Parisian and Leo in the sky. More importantly, Leo was in a hurry, and had no time to play slowly with the mountain giant. Amidst 2 high-pitched dragon roars, 2 twilight bone dragons made by Leo using 200 twilight dragon eggs appeared. Quick victory. Leo pointed to the battle on the ground, and the 2 twilight bone dragons immediately pounced towards the mountain giant. 3 against 1. 3 epic dragons faced off against a mountain giant of the same level, and the battle on the ground became increasingly fierce. The mountain giant did not expect that such a situation would occur. The development of the matter was completely beyond his understanding. With the pride of the dragon, he would actually launch a group fight as soon as the fight started. Are these guys really dragons? You little brat. Don't think that just because you are a giant means you are great. If nothing happens, you can just lie down in your nest. If you dare to come and attack me, aren't you asking for a beating? Liu crossed his legs. Yu Pei said. Li Xiang made a posture on his head, as if he was moving a small bench to watch the whole thing. The 3 dragons on the ground were fighting with the mountain giant. But Liu in the sky had no intention of taking action. He didn't even cast a curse spell. It's not that he was banned and couldn't cast spells, but that he was too lazy to do anything. With 3 against 1 and having the air superiority, if the Twilight Bone Dragon and Ektos couldn't win, they would just find a piece of tofu and kill them head-on. Forget it. Save yourself the embarrassment. With the power Leo currently has, 3 or 5 epics alone are really not enough for him to ravage. And his group of powerful thugs are enough to deal with such an opponent. The mountain giant's defense is very high. His body is covered with a thick layer of hard rock. The attacks of Ectors and the Twilight Bone Dragon cannot hurt him at all before breaking this layer of rock. The sweep of the dragon's tail and the slap of the dragon's claws caused the gravel to burst. It looked very powerful, but the actual effect was not much. Except for slimming down the mountain giant. The battle won't be over until the mountain giant's rock armor is removed. It still takes a lot of time to fight like this. Leo rubbed his chin, moved his fingers slightly, and with 2 loud bangs of heavy objects falling to the ground, 2 swift bone dragons joined the battle group. 5 epic dragons surround a mountain giant and fight. With 1 against 5. The mountain giant could not withstand such a siege, no matter how hard he resisted. The layer of rock on his body gradually decreased with each impact, and his true body was slowly revealed. This guy's muscles are really strong. Leo looked at the mountain giant, who revealed his true form after the rock armor was knocked off, compared his own body, and came to a very painful conclusion. Humans really can't compete with giants in terms of muscles, due to the long-term combination of the body with the rock. The mountain giant's skin has been severely petrified. If the original outline of the sharp-edged muscles could not be seen, one would really think that he was made of stone. No matter how strong his muscles were, he couldn't withstand the 5-headed dragon's beatings in turn. After resisting hard for a while, the mountain giant finally couldn't hold on any longer. A collision between the 2 swift bone dragons knocked him to the ground. The fallen mountain giant was about to get up when Ectros and the Twilight Bone Dragon swarmed up to him. They held the opponent down and beat him severely. Bang bang bang. Amidst the huge collisions between the dragon and the giant in close combat, the wounds on the mountain giant gradually increased, and his resistance became weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the 5-headed dragon's momentum remained unabated, and its attacks were always fierce. In their group, the giant was beaten down the mountain and subdued. So what about mountain giants? It's not like I haven't killed epic heroes before. They came and attacked me for nothing. I'll let you know how to write the word death today. Leo looked at the mountain giant on the ground, who had lost the ability to resist. He did not let Ectors and the others stop. If he was not strong enough, he would definitely be defeated by the mountain giant now. This mountain giant would let go after defeating him. Pass him? If I am defeated, I will definitely be killed by this mountain giant. In that case, why should I let him go? Enemies and all. Just die. Let Ectorals kill the mountain giant. Leo gave the order without any hesitation. If he had thought about subduing the mountain giant before the Battle of Witheredwood Village, but after experiencing the betrayal of the Red Dragon, Leo had completely awakened. Powerful creatures such as dragon giants may be able to surrender to humans for a while, but they will never surrender for a lifetime. Instead of guarding against their betrayal at a critical moment, it is better to kill them directly from the beginning. An epic strongman gives a lot of energy. After the death of the mountain giant, Leo's level was 54. At level 54, Leo's accumulated talent points are just enough to fully activate the demonic Doomsday talent. This talent has no effect at this stage, but when Leo successfully advances to epic, he will be able to use the Curse of Doomsday Disaster. From now on, the situation will be completely different. If Leo can still be successfully promoted, when he successfully advances to the legendary powerhouse and has the ability to transform into a demon, the approaching Doomsday will give him new blessings. The body of a mountain giant cannot be wasted like this. Leo held his chin and looked at the body of the mountain giant on the ground. He couldn't bear to bear it. If you use Goldfinger's absorption ability, the mountain giant's corpse will just add 1 to the number of stored corpses, which is of no use at all if you use resurrection. Anyway, we already have Flintag as a great resource. 1 sheep can be driven, and 2 sheep can be herded. How about Leo suddenly paused when he said it, and he had a strange idea in his mind. It may or may not work. Another resurrection spell. Another heaven-defying act that broke the laws of the world. Leo created a mountain giant who was resurrected from the dead. Lying on the luxurious lounge chair, breathing heavily, Leo looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. I have changed. I have really changed. I would never have dared to do this before. Yes, Leo would never take risks casually in the past. But now, as his strength increases, he becomes more and more courageous. And he does many things as soon as he thinks of them, even if the risks are high. When resurrecting the mountain giant, Leo did not want to train him like Flintag. In fact, the potential of this mountain giant has been exhausted. Unless there is a big chance, there will be no further improvement in strength. Leo didn't have much time to take a mountain giant to meet a great opportunity. When he thought about it, instead of relying on luck to meet a great opportunity, he might as well create an opportunity for the mountain giant himself. A dark fusion magic circle was drawn, and the resurrected mountain giant followed Leo's command and stood in. After the mountain giant entered, a large robot that had stopped running was thrown into the magic circle. What happens when you combine a mountain giant with a group striker? Leo looked forward to it. He really wanted to know what kind of existence a mountain giant could create after merging with a large boss-level robot group striker from Nomorigan. Will it join forces, or become a completely abandoned product? The dark fusion array merged smoothly. One was a dead creature, and the other was a resurrected creature that completely obeyed Leo's instructions. As for the fused things, Leo's first reaction was, "Let me tell you, is this an ethereal mecha or Megatron? This is too damn powerful." A giant robot with a dark shiny metal SHL and a height of 60 meters broke through the light of the dark fusion circle and came out. Leo, who was less than 1.8 meters tall, suddenly felt very stressed standing at his feet. Judging by his appearance, he must have become stronger. Leo scratched his face. The giant robot that appeared after the fusion of the mountain giant and the group striker looked very stylish. It should have become a lot stronger from the outside. He had to test it in reality. Looking at it like this, Leo was shocked. He could actually do this. Interesting. So damn interesting. As Leo laughed, the 500 fighter jets he had collected from Nomorigan flew out. Leo used 500 skeleton warriors to fuse with them, turning them into 500 skeleton fighter jets. After the skeleton fighter appeared, skeleton walking tanks and skeleton mechanical walker chariots appeared on the ground. Leo actually summoned the skeleton mechanical army he now owned. What is he going to do? This question soon had an answer. Whether it was a skeleton fighter or a skeleton chariot, their first reaction after appearing was to crash into the giant robot that was a fusion of mountain giant and group striker at full speed. No, it is completely wrong to say that they collided. Although their speed was fast, their momentum was not ferocious. It felt like a suckling swallow returning to its nest or a tired bird jumping into the forest. It was as if the giant robot was their home and their warm nest. At this time, the giant robot showed a broad mind. Dozens of holes, with a diameter of 3 meters, appeared in his body. Leo's skeleton mechanical army entered the giant robot's body along these holes. Then these holes closed. The entire confinement circle has nothing but the standing robot, Leo and his bone dragon. If you don't know, you can't tell that there was a powerful skeleton mechanical army here just a minute ago. Watching this scene silently, Leo said nothing, and the excitement in his heart was simply indescribable. What kind of mutation happened after the fusion of the mountain giant and the group striker? It actually created a mutated space in his body. The so-called mutated space is a space with certain special abilities. The special abilities of the giant robot's mutated space are obviously related to the skeleton mechanical army. Chapter 242, The Weird Torrent Castle. Stromgard. As the first human capital in this world, its status among the human race naturally goes without saying. Its majesty and magnificence are its characteristics, and its modeled vicissitudes are its history. You don't need to get closer to take a closer look. Even from a distance, you can feel a strong and distant heritage through its outline. Dozens of miles away from Stromgard, 2 red dragons are soaring in the sky. A recliner is placed above one of the dragons. It is inlaid with gold and silver and is full of jewels. A human man with black hair and black eyes is sitting on the recliner. There was a strange expression on his face, and it seemed that he had encountered something that surprised him. This is Stromgarde occupied by the Shadow Council? Why doesn't it feel like it? Leo scratched his face. Through the vision shared by the crow, he saw the general situation of Stromgarde. A situation that surprised him. At this time, Stromgarde was a scene of people coming and going. And it was really lively with people and horses neighing. People and cars coming and going? Yes, that's right. Leo asked himself whether he would still regard other creatures as human beings. The common people were busy making a living, and the carriages of the nobles drove through the streets of the city from time to time. The annoying shouts of the carriage drivers made the common people dare not speak out. How could this scene look like it had been occupied by foreigners? When Leo saw the scene like this in Stromgarde, Leo's first reaction was, someone had cast illusion magic. However, through the confirmation of Polition and Ektas, this idea was denied. Since it is not illusion magic, is the prosperous scene of Stromgarde real? Or is it just an illusion deliberately created by some people? With doubts, Leo spread out the 5 crows and had a panoramic view of the entire Stromgarde. As expected, he quickly discovered the problem. From the main entrance of Stromgarde to the castle in the city center, there is indeed no problem in this part. But with the castle in the city center as the dividing line, the inner part of Stromgarde that was forcibly separated from the outside world by a group of human soldiers was completely different. In this part, you could only see a group of mysterious and sneaky orcs wearing black cloaks, and some big fat ogres equipped with iron weapons and armor. The iron equipment on the ogre was clearly made by human blacksmiths. This discovery made Leo frown, and he had a bad feeling. To actually let human blacksmiths make equipment for ogres. The person in charge of Stromgarde is definitely not on the side of humans, because Leo can clearly see that compared to the ogre's newly made iron equipment. To put it bluntly, many human soldiers don't even have enough leather armor. What happened in Stromgarde? And how could it become what it is now? Also, what happened to that silly girl Scarlet? Leo was observing the situation in Stromgarde, and what he saw next shocked him. A group of human soldiers escorted a group of ragged civilians into the interior of Stromgarde, where ogres and orcs lived. Those ragged civilians could tell at a glance that their lives were very difficult. They should have been implicated in the Arthi Highlands War. Homeless people. When Leo thought about it, these were a group of desperate refugees who came to seek a place to stay after learning about the situation in Stromgarde. The external part of Stromgarde is indeed very confusing. If the news is spread through interested people, the people at the bottom, who don't know what the situation is, will 100% be fooled. Seeing these refugees being taken to the isolated inner city, Leo had a bad feeling. Seeing the human refugees brought in, the orcs just glanced at them and went about their own business. But the ogres surrounded them at a speed completely inconsistent with their size. The refugees were trembling in fear at the alien race with ferocious faces. Leo's heart tightened when the ogres surrounded him. These ogres were not going to. There's something to eat again. A group of ogres laughed and dragged out the shivering refugees one by one. The refugees trembled and struggled, and the weapons in the hands of the ogres were knocked down. Hateful. Leo on top of Parashion was furious. And there was a click, and the golden armrest of the lounge chair was abruptly broken in his excitement. Asshole. Who is in charge of Stromgarde? I'm going to kill him. His chest rose and fell violently. The legendary powerhouse's magic power rippled, and Leo's face became terrifyingly gloomy. The person in charge of Stromgarde clearly regarded the attracted human refugees as food for the ogres. He created the illusion that Stromgarde was back in human hands, and deceived unidentified human refugees into entering Stromgarde. His intentions were simply sinister, extremely abominable. This trick was extremely insidious. Knowing that Stromgarde was back in human hands, the vast majority of human refugees who were homeless due to the war would choose to go to Stromgarde instead of the Refuge Valley. As a result, the Arathur coalition led by Prince Galen did not have enough troops to rapidly expand its army. The human refugees who entered Stromgarde not only fattened the ogre army in the city, but their large number of deaths also caused the human race to the number of Arthi Highlands has been greatly reduced. And human control over the entire highland has weakened, which makes it easier for other forces to control this place. This is to cut off human dominance over the Arthi Highlands and achieve the goal of taking this vast highland into its own hands. Those who could come up with such an insidious method must be those guys from the Shadow Council. Leo was very angry. Not because the orcs of the Shadow Council were insidious and cunning. Fighting between races was a common occurrence. The reason for his anger was the humans in Stromgarde. The human soldiers who drove the refugees in front of the ogres. The human soldiers who watched the ogres eat fellow human refugees and remained indifferent. And those who drove the carriages by but turned a blind eye. The human nobles. In his opinion, all deserve to die. Closing his eyes, Leo couldn't bear to look anymore. There were some children among the refugees, and he couldn't bear to see the end of these children. If Leo was close, he might still be able to rescue these refugees, but he was still dozens of miles away, and it would be too late for him to kill them. No wonder that silly girl Scarlet came to Stromgarde in a hurry. Prince Galen and the others must have gotten the news about Stromgarde, and Scarlet couldn't bear it. This silly girl is still too idealistic. If a legendary paladin comes to kill her alone, what's the use? She couldn't save anyone except herself. If Stromgarde could be breached, Prince Galen would have brought his army to kill him long ago. Was it her turn to take the risk? Polition. Ektoz. What should I do? Leo lay back heavily, with the weight of his entire body resting on it. He knew very well that in addition to the above-mentioned purposes, the person in charge of Stromgarde also had another purpose, which was to attract the strongest among humans to come to him. Throw yourself into a trap. Humans are treated as food and massacred to make rations for the ogres. There is also a group of humans who are working as tigers to help the aliens harm their own species. Can the strong human beings endure it? They must rush into Stromgarde to save people. But they don't know that the mastermind behind the Stromgarde incident is waiting for them. If you want me to put myself in danger and sneak into it even though I know it's a trap, don't I think I'm stupid? They are all aliens. They are just a group of NPCs. You know in your heart that this is a trap. But your emotions keep telling Leo that you should try to break out. No matter what. Some things cannot be escaped. Do I really want to watch humans being treated as alien food and do nothing? Leo sighed quietly. People from other worlds are also human beings. And compared to ogres and orcs, these human races can gain more recognition from him. Breaking into it, after knowing it was a trap, was definitely something a fool would do. But Leo found that no matter how he restrained himself, he still had the urge to be a fool. I really can't do anything. Many times, the most difficult thing for people is their own level. Just be stupid. It's imperative that I go to Stromgarde. Polition. Find a place where no one is, and let me go. Once he made up his mind, Leo would have to break into Stromgarde even if it was a dragon's pit or a tiger's den. However, he wouldn't just crash into it like a stupid green man. With the ability of the Shadow Council, Leo would definitely get blood all over his head if he bumped into it now. He couldn't save today's group of refugees. There was still a full day before the ogres would eat people the next day. He planned to enter Stromgarde to see what happened. Maybe he could get some important information. Of course, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. It is extremely difficult for strong people to enter Stromgarde silently. The Shadow Council definitely has a way to determine the strength of everyone who enters Stromgarde. Unless you use special methods to hide yourself, you will definitely be noticed as soon as you get close. This problem may be difficult for others, but it does not pose much trouble to Leo, who has the ability to escape from Shadow. The Shadow escape ability gained after killing Olina allows Leo to hide himself very well, making him look no different from ordinary people. And the only feature that can reveal his identity is black hair and black eyes. Using the simple makeup techniques he learned in MI7, he turned his hair blonde and put on a deliberately tattered black cloak. It is difficult for anyone to associate him with the recent legendary legend. Warlock Leo thought of it together. At least not the human guards guarding the gates of Stromgarde. Mixed in with the refugees pouring towards Stromgarde, Leo easily slipped in and entered this city that was once the pride of mankind, but was now manipulated by aliens to deal with humans. Although the refugees will be taken to a certain place by the guards to gather them after entering Stromgarde. But with the ability of these guards, how can they keep track of Leo who wants to escape? The guards with the strength of mid-level warriors were nothing but decorations in front of the legendary strongman who wanted to get rid of him. At a turning intersection, Leo quietly disappeared into the darkness. And the guards who were actually escorting the refugees in the name of protection did not care at all. Just didn't notice it at all. Now, all we have to do is wait for it to get dark. Chapter 243: A Bloody Plot. The dark moon kills people on a night, and the wind blows high and sets people on fire. Stromgarde is pitch black at night. In this war-torn world, the kingdoms have no concept of municipal construction or public facilities, so street lighting is naturally impossible. This situation is very inconvenient for the people living here, but it is exactly what they want for some guys who want to take advantage of the darkness. In front of the castle in the center of Stromgarde, a group of guards are dozing listlessly. This is a great temptation for those who want to explore the castle at night. Because this scene is clearly telling them, come on. If you want to touch it, act quickly. As long as you are quick with your hands and feet, we guarantee that we can't see you. Unfortunately, this trick is only suitable for novices, and it is unlikely to have much effect on cautious and experienced veterans. Putting the hope of successfully infiltrating the castle on the negligence of the guards is just a plot in a TV series. You don't really take it seriously, do you? Leo curled his lips in disdain. If you want to trap people with this level of trap, you are looking down on them. No one except a rookie will fall for it. What does MI7 do? Those are those who engage in assassination. When it comes to things like infiltration and assassination, the Stormwind City Assassin Group is undoubtedly the best in the world. Leo, who was trained by Pasonia herself, is very familiar with the techniques of defense against invasion and sneak assassination. It couldn't be any more familiar. It is completely impossible to deceive him with this little trick of the Stromgarde guards. Launching the dwarf invisibility device, Leo calmly walked in from the gate of the castle. As he passed by, he made a contemptuous gesture to a group of guards who were pretending to be asleep. Can you be more amateur? Have you ever seen a group of people falling asleep? No one moved for 2 whole hours. It was not professional at all. Entering the gate of Stromgarde, Leo suddenly stopped. He squatted down slightly and looked at the ground. A layer of black powder had quietly covered the 10-meter radius inside the gate. Leo cursed secretly when he saw this. These guys were really cunning. If he hadn't been careful, others would have been tricked. The guards at the door must have deliberately exposed a flaw that even veterans could see through, in order to relax the infiltrators' vigilance. When the infiltrators were secretly proud, could they still have discovered the black powder on the ground? Leo didn't know the specific purpose of the black powder on the ground, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing and should not be contaminated. After discovering these black powders, it was naturally impossible for Leo to walk over them. But he did not jump from the ground. Instead, he carefully retreated and let the poisonous flower vine dig a hole in a small corner not far from the castle. Typical. Since there are poisonous flower vines, why not use them before digging tunnels? Leo smiled and shook his head. Brother, don't you know there is such a thing as a magic barrier? The reason I entered the gate of Stromgarde before was to test whether anyone had set up an alarm-type magic barrier. Leo quietly sneaked into the castle through the tunnel dug by the poisonous flower vine. The castle was indeed tight on the outside and loose on the inside. There were insidious traps on the outside of the castle, but the inside of the castle was extremely safe. There are quite a few masters in this castle, hiding in the dark, using shadow escape to its limit, silently sensing the aura of the strong men in the castle. Leo was secretly frightened, not to mention the legendary masters. There are as many as 7 epic level experts. 7 epic heroes. This is not a small number. They are enough to establish a force in the mortal world. The Shadow Council controlled by Kil'jaeden is indeed powerful. The 7 epic heroes are indeed capable of cooperating with the undead army. Not to mention the 20 legendary masters. The status of legendary masters and epic powerhouses in the Shadow Council must not be too high. After all, they have Kil'jaeden's support behind the scenes. Even if epic powerhouses cannot be spawned in large numbers, the number will not be as high as the local forces in this world. So rare. Walking quietly through the rooms of the castle and exploring the situation inside the castle, Leo discovered a phenomenon. That is, the castle was inhabited by nobles. And these nobles all used the title prince when talking about the owner of the castle. Prince. Being called a prince by so many nobles of the Arather kingdom. This person's identity is about to be revealed. There are 2 princes in the kingdom of Arather. Prince Galen is taking refuge in the valley. The prince mentioned by these nobles is definitely not him. In this case, the prince can only be another person. Garen Trollbane. As the prince of the kingdom of Arather. How could Garen Trollbane treat the people of the kingdom of Arather like this? Leo instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this matter. In his opinion, this Prince Garen was probably just a puppet. A puppet controlled by the Shadow Council. His role was to fool humans on the table. It's just that a prince can be manipulated. But what about so many nobles in the kingdom of Arather? Doesn't anyone have any objection to sending human refugees as rations to the ogres? With doubts, Leo continued to explore the center of the castle, believing that he would get what he wanted to know there. Nearing the center of the castle, a conversation came to his ears. Father, are we just watching Faculous atrocities and doing nothing? The person who said this was a young nobleman. When he talked about Faculous, the young noble looked indignant. Silence. Opposite the young noble, a middle-aged man with a beard covered his mouth with fear on his face. This middle-aged man was the father of the young noble. The middle-aged man sighed and lowered his voice and said to his son, "Now that the syndicate formed by Duke Faculist and the group of people who followed him has taken control of the entire strong guard, what can we do? If we stand up oppose him, and we will become food for those ogres tomorrow." After saying that, the middle-aged man sighed again. "Child, be patient. The only thing we can do now is wait. When Prince Galen comes back with his army, Faculist and his lackeys will be punished as they deserve." Hearing this, Leo understood a lot. He knew about the syndicate organization. This was a group of guys fighting among themselves. They were very similar to some nobles in the kingdom of Stormwind. They were all controlled by a group of ambitious guys. However, after all, the nobles of the kingdom of Stormwind still belong to the kingdom system. And the syndicate has already broken with the royal family of Arather. Duke Faculist, it seems, is this guy who ordered refugees to be used as rations for the ogres. As a human being, he actually gave such an order. This guy must be a disaster if he stays in the world. Since it is a disaster, then it is better he did a good job. Leo was about to leave when the young noble spoke again. "Father, what should we do now? The situation of His Highness Scarlet and His Highness Garen is very dangerous. There is news about this silly girl Scarlet." The steps that were about to leave stopped. Isn't Leo's purpose of coming this time just for Scarlet? How could Leo leave now that he had news about her? Don't worry. Faculist just imprisoned them. They are not in much danger yet. I just hope Prince Galen can act quickly enough. Captivity? Leo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Scarlet was just arrested and nothing serious happened. There must be a place to imprison people. The place that was explored when coming in is definitely not the place where Scarlet is imprisoned. So the only thing left is, Leo thought as he cast his gaze deep into the castle. The place where Prince Garland and Scarlet are imprisoned must be tightly guarded. The most heavily guarded place in the entire castle is the core of the castle, which was originally the residence of the king of the kingdom of Arather. And it was also where Leo sensed the 7 epics. The position of the strong. The 7 epic strong men would not be able to fight against anyone else. But for Leo, if there are not more strong men in the castle, he really doesn't think there is anything to be afraid of. Isn't it just 7 epics? I can still bear it. If he really saw Scarlet, Leo wouldn't mind forcibly saving her from the hands of 7 epic heroes. Although the plot of a hero rescuing a beautiful woman is bloody, it always works for men. Although Scarlet is a bit fierce and has a bit of an arrogant personality, it is undeniable that she is indeed a beauty. And Leo doesn't mind saving her if he can. What's more, this boy has some ideas about the beautiful female knight in the castle, which was originally the residence of the king. A human man who looked very similar to Prince Galen was sitting on the ground with a defeated face. He held a sword tightly in his hand, and there were several words engraved on the sword, Tokarer. Next to the man holding the sword, a female paladin was burning with blazing golden light. She was trying to use the holy light to treat the man, but the all-powerful holy light lost its effect on the man holding the sword. Most of the day passed, and the man's face was still gloomy. His face was ashen, with sunken eye sockets and protruding cheekbones. More importantly, the luster in his eyes had completely dissipated. His body was cold, and there was no breath in his nose. However, he was still able to speak like a normal person. This was clearly not a person anymore, but an undead. The man holding the sword, who was being treated by the female paladin with the holy light, was clearly an undead. A female paladin, who believed in the holy light and took it as her duty to drive out evil creatures, actually wanted to use the holy light to help an undead. If people saw this scene, I don't know how many eyes would be broken. This scene is really ridiculous. This was what Leo saw when he used the dwarf invisibility device, and Shadow escaped to sneak into the room quietly under the noses of the 7 epic warriors surrounding the exits of the room. The man holding the sword, who had turned into an undead, must be Prince Garen Trollbane. The one who never gave up and kept trying to treat Prince Garen with holy light was Scarlet. Chapter 244 forced me to take action. Scarlet is really stupid? She actually tried to use holy light to heal an undead. Wouldn't this mean that the more treatment, the more damage she would get? Does she want to save people or kill people? Leo hid quietly and didn't speak. He didn't plan to show up until he figured out the situation. The situation between Prince Jolin and Scarlet is very strange. It stands to reason that the holy light of the female paladin will cause great harm to Prince Jolin, who has obviously become undead. But what happens to Prince Jolin under the shining of the holy light? Nothing happened. After observing for a while, Leo's eyes naturally fell on the sword in Prince Jolin's hand. If he guessed correctly, The reason why Prince Jolin was undead, but not harmed by the holy light, was definitely because of him. The sword he held tightly was working. That sword is famous. Leo's eyes stopped on the sword. Tokarl? I don't even have the slightest impression of what kind of sword this is. Well, Leo admitted. He was ignorant. It can protect an undead from being harmed by the holy light. This long sword with Tokarl engraved on the blade is by no means an ordinary thing. If the undead owns it, the power of the holy light will no longer restrain it. This attribute alone is already incredible. Scarlet, don't waste your efforts. It's useless. The unique gloomy tone of the undead came from Prince Galen's mouth. His words made the female paladin shake her head for a while. Scarlet ignored Galen, and still tried to use holy light to treat Prince Galen. I died in the battle when Stromgard fell. Unfortunately, Folkrest turned me into an undead. Scarlet, listen. Take this sword with you. Take Tokarl with you. Give it to Garen. The legendary sword passed down from generation to generation of Trollbane cannot fall into the hands of Folkrest. Garen, I won't leave. Scarlet shook her head vigorously. And the female paladin looked determined. With Tokarl guarding you, you will be fine. Believe me, the power of the holy light will definitely cure you. Galen waved his hand and hit Scarlet's hand with a snap, interrupting the female knight's spell. He only heard him say bitterly, I'm already dead. Don't be confused. It's better to waste your power on me. Leave it to protect Tokarl. Garen, I can't do it. I really can't do it. Scarlet's emotions were a little out of control, and 2 lines of crystal tears fell down from the corners of her eyes. They followed their respective trajectories on her face and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Cried. Leo, who was hiding aside, was shocked to find that Scarlet, a tough girl, actually cried. And cried very sadly? No. This tough girl can actually cry sadly? After rubbing his eyes vigorously, Leo was sure that the scene he saw was not an illusion. Be strong. Scarlet. Garen handed over the long sword in his hand. Faculus wants Tokarl's secret. We can't let him get his wish. This sword only belongs to the Trollbane family. Only members can use it. And you must hand him over to Galen. With this legendary sword in hand, Galen will surely be able to regain the glory of Arathor. Looking at the sword that Garen handed to her, Scarlet took it with trembling hands. The female paladin's eyes were already filled with tears. Mark my words. Take Tokarl and leave without delay. After finishing speaking, Prince Jolin's whole body surged with aura, showing the aura of a strong man in the legendary realm. He roared and rushed out of the house. How could he resist the 7 epic heroes outside the house with his legendary strength? This is typical death. Leo didn't know why the 7 epic heroes outside the house didn't rush in to seize the sword, but he knew that Garen must have alarmed many people. Can Scarlet, a tough girl, seize the fleeting opportunity to escape? Scarlet was not confused at the critical moment. The female knight had a look of reluctance on her face, but her movements were very agile. She pulled hard with both hands, and the floor of the room was actually pulled out by her by 2 meters. Looking at the round hole, this is obviously a secret passage for emergency escape. Leo was shocked at first when he saw this scene, and then he was horrified, because at the moment Scarlet stood up and jumped towards the secret passage, a heavy hammer suddenly struck out from the secret passage. Puff! She didn't expect that there would be an attack in the secret passage. Scarlet was unprepared and was accurately hit in the center by the heavy hammer. Her whole body was sent flying. The blood spurted from her mouth formed a colorful pattern in the air. Blood flower. A burly bald man holding a heavy hammer walked out of the secret passage. He looked at Scarlet, who was struggling to get up from the ground with a greedy look on his face, and couldn't help laughing. Otto, you hit too hard. It would be such a waste if you beat such a beautiful lady to death. After the bald man with a heavy hammer walked out of the secret passage, a masked man in a gorgeous robe suddenly walked out of the secret passage slowly. Faculist, it's you? Scarlet stood up tremblingly. But the bald man named Otto attacked her with a sneak attack and seriously injured her. That bald man was despicable enough. As an epic warrior, he unexpectedly attacked a legendary master who was a level lower than him. This was too shameless. Leo, who was hiding aside, secretly despised Otto. Hand over Tokarl, and you won't have to die, Faculus said to Scarlet, who was glaring at him angrily. His words sounded very powerful, making people want to believe him involuntarily. However, the evil look in his eyes revealed his innermost feelings. Really intend to. Tokarl? Don't even think about it. Scarlet looked at Faculus with hatred. She did not expect that this secret passage that should be unknown to outsiders would be known to Faculus. Only 3 people should know this secret passage in the king's palace. It is impossible for this secret to be leaked. Because apart from her, the other 2 people who know this secret passage are Prince Galen and Prince Garen. A prince will reveal secrets. Is it possible? You stupid woman who doesn't understand current affairs. Faculus snorted coldly and gave the order to the bald man Otto. Kill her and snatch Tokalo. Otto chuckled. And the bald man's eyes kept wandering over Scarlet. Your Majesty. It would be such a waste to kill her like this. Faculus looked impatient. Otto, if you want to play with this woman, you can grab Tokalo first and play with her as you wish. When you get tired of playing with her, remember to throw it into the inner city. The ogres will like it very much. This kind of food. Hee hee. Your Majesty the Duke. As you wish. Leo looked at Faculus speechlessly. Otto. The bald man's attitude towards Scarlet seemed to him to be normal. But what happened to Faculus? Is this guy still a man? With a beautiful girl like Scarlet in front of him. He actually said that he would throw her to the ogres for food. Did I hear that correctly? Because of Faculus' words. Leo was stunned for such a short moment. Scarlet's situation was very bad. Facing the attack of an epic strongman with the strength of the legendary realm. Not everyone can cross a large level to kill the opponent like Leo. What's more, Scarlet had consumed a large part of her strength by trying to treat Garen with the holy light, and was later seriously injured by Otto's sneak attack. How could she be Otto's opponent in such a state? Under Otto's fierce attack, Scarlet was forced to use the life-saving skill Holy Shield. Those who work for the tiger, all your attacks will be returned to you. An eye for an eye. Under the protection of the Holy Shield, Scarlet got a chance to breathe. The female paladin immediately fired an eye for an eye with a rebound attack. The golden holy light turned into a sharp blade and chopped off Otto's head. Giving the star the big bald head had a deep bloodstain on it. Reaching out and touching his painful head, Otto grinned ferociously at Scarlet. The female paladin's eye for an eye did not damage him much, but instead aroused his anger. Girl, that's it. I like fierce resistance. Only playing like this is fun enough. The bald man licked his lips and stared at Scarlet's face with even more greed. When you fall into my hands, I hope you can maintain this fierce resistance. The female knight clenched the sword in her hand, with an unyielding look on her face. Otto's words could not waver her resolve at all, and her fighting belief was extremely firm. Scarlet didn't respond, but Faculus on the side was impatient. In his opinion, using Otto's epic strength to deal with a seriously injured legendary opponent, he should win the opponent instantly, as now this dilly-dallying is a complete waste of time. Otto, stop talking nonsense and get Tokarl first. Hearing the Duke's impatience from Faculus' tone, Otto began to accumulate strength. When Scarlet's holy shield disappeared, he would immediately launch an attack. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the house, and then 7 figures rushed in. The 7 epic heroes who were originally guarding outside the house joined the ranks besieging Scarlet. Seeing these 7 people, Scarlet's face suddenly turned extremely pale, and she knew what this meant. Prince Garen was killed by them. Faculus saw the change in Scarlet's face, and the leader of the syndicate smiled proudly. Jolin, this idiot, actually dares to go against me. Don't think that I will let him go if he dies again. Ogres have a good appetite, and they won't mind as long as they can eat it. Scarlet went crazy when she heard this, and the female knight rushed towards Faculus regardless. Leo couldn't help but cover his face when he saw this. Silly girl. Please don't get irritated so easily. Okay. The masked man named Faculus obviously said this just to lure you over. Didn't you notice that your holy shield is about to disappear? To be honest, Leo only has 2 words to evaluate Scarlet's behavior. Silly girl. You can't beat the bald man Otto. And now there are 7 more epic heroes. Do you still want to kill the guy named Faculus under their siege? You are a legendary paladin. Not a legendary paladin. This is to force me to take action. Chapter 245. Let go of that silly girl. Before Scarlet could rush to Faculus' side, the aura created by the holy shield to protect her from harm had disappeared. At this moment, Otto and the other 7 epic warriors were watching eagerly. Arrive. 8 epic warriors join forces to strike, and Scarlet's legendary level of strength is certain to kill her. Leo cannot stand idly by in such a situation. Leo, who couldn't sit back and watch Scarlet being killed by Otto and the others, was about to take action when the Tokalo sword in the female knight's hand flashed with brilliance, and a powerful force spurted out. 8 people. including Otto. All the epic heroes were ejected. Tokal, this legendary sword is really extraordinary. Faculist's voice came. The leader of the syndicate, and the former Duke of Arather Kingdom did not even have his clothes lifted in the face of the power that could fly away 8 epic heroes. In Scarlet's shocked eyes, Faculist reached out and grabbed her wrist holding the sword. And there was a sound of bones breaking. I would still be a little wary if this sword was in Garen's hands. But in your hands, it won't be able to exert even half of its power. Just hand over the sword obediently. Leo, who was watching the battle from the side, had a solemn expression. The strength shown by Faculist had far exceeded the scope of an epic strongman. Could this guy be a legendary warrior? Do you want to know why I am in the secret passage? The wrist bones were crushed. But Scarlet's hand holding the sword did not let go. Seeing this, Faculist smiled sinisterly. This secret was told by the noble highness Galen himself. Mine. Scarlet was shocked in her heart, with a look of disbelief on her face. The hand that had been holding on to Tokal, with the support of her willpower, also loosened at this moment. At this moment, Valkyra snatched it away. And Tokal, the legendary sword passed down from generation to generation by the Trollbane family, changed hands. This silly girl is still so easily fooled. Leo couldn't help curling his lips when he saw this. As the saying goes, the authorities are obsessed with it. It concerns Galen and Garen. Scarlet's heart is already in confusion. She must be plotted by Faculist. How can she be like Leo? A bystander? See it clearly? Haha. The legendary sword Tokal. With you, I will soon become a true legendary strongman. Faculist's proud laughter echoed in the room of the former king of Arather Kingdom. Scarlet's eyes were spitting fire. However, she was not strong enough. Faculist quickly punched the female knight to the ground, unable to move. It turns out that this masked man is not a real legend yet. He has not broken the strong shackles between epics and legends. Judging from his skills, his strength should be stuck at the 70 level mark. Once he breaks through this epic and is promoted to the level of legend, 2 hurdles, give him enough time, and another legendary fierce man will be born in this world. After capturing Tokal and achieving his goal, Faculist no longer paid attention to Scarlet. Otto and the other 7 epic heroes surrounded the female paladin with a ferocious smile on their faces. Today we are going to taste what it is like to be a female paladin in the legendary realm. Tokal was taken away, and a trace of despair flashed in Scarlet's eyes. She really didn't expect Faculist to be so strong. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. What a bloody drama of usurping and seizing power. A young man with black hair and black eyes appeared from a corner of the room. He clapped his hands and his eyes were full of banter. A man who was trapped in a period of shackles. There are pseudo-legendary strong men, 8 epic figures, and a legendary heroine. The cast is really powerful. Who is this guy? When did he come here? Faculist frowned. The aura on Leo's body was very vague. He could only vaguely feel that he was a master of the legendary realm. But a little guy of the legendary realm could hide from his senses and come silently. Got here? An unpleasant premonition that things were out of control arose in Faculist's mind. Faculist didn't move. And neither did Otto or the others. Anyone who could be promoted to an epic powerhouse was not a fool. And they would not act recklessly against a mysterious man who appeared strangely. It's Leo! Seeing the young man with black hair and dark eyes, Scarlet felt relieved. Seeing a man coming to rescue her in despair, a subtle change occurred in the female knight's heart. Who are you? Leo waved his hand in Faculist's cold question, and said with a joking face, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want to tell you that beauties are meant to be hurt. And you are so honest that's too rude. Oh, and I fell in love with this silly girl first. So you can't touch her. A good reason. But do you have the strength? Faculist's voice was still cold. But Otto, who was familiar with him, knew that the Duke was ready to take action. Bald head. Let go of that silly girl. That's the woman I like. Leo shouted at Otto. And Otto suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. At the same time, a thick green vine came out of the ground, wrapped around Scarlet's waist, and pulled it with a whoosh. The female knight pulled down. Instant fear. Faculist's eyes suddenly shrank. He turned out to be a master of curses. And the magic power fluctuations on Leo's body also completely exposed his strength. A legendary level warlock. Kill him. The 8 epic heroes who felt that they had been deceived were angry. A small legendary warlock dared to cheat in front of the epic warriors. It was really outrageous. The 8 epics were furious and joined forces to attack a legendary realm warlock who was a level lower than them. No matter how they looked at it, They felt that Leo was in doom. At this moment, several high-pitched dragon roars came from behind Leo. And amid the violent collision, Otto's attack was blocked. 8 epic warriors are besieging me. A legendary warlock. You are still shameless. Leo looked indignant. After speaking, he patted his chest, looking like he was still frightened. Fortunately, my little brother, you are not worthy of carrying my shoes even if you are being beaten in a group. 7 mechanical puppets with epic combat power. Vaculist had a sinister look on his face, and looked at Leo with a venomous gaze. The 7-headed swift-boned dragon engraved with 1 mold let him know the identity of the legendary realm warlock opposite him. So you are Leo. Leo chuckled with a sheepish expression. This kid was actually shy. I didn't expect that someone would recognize me even though I have kept such a low profile. Okay. I take back what I just said. Leo is actually very introverted. Isn't there a saying, the other name of introversion is mensaw. The other name of mensaw is implicit. The other name of implicit is low-key. The other name of low-key is introversion. The other name of introversion is calm. The other name of calm is one name is pretending to be cheating. A girl once asked Leo, does my skin look like a peeled egg? Leo thought for a while and answered seriously, eggs. It can be seen from this that Leo is really a very introverted young man. The 8 epic heroes who were blocked by the 7 swift-boned dragons did not rush to attack because the room was collapsing. The room of the king of Arather Kingdom was actually very large. Leo visually estimated that it was over 1,000 square meters. However, when the 7 swift-boned dragons appeared, the room seemed very crowded. Just now, the 8 epic heroes and the 7 swift-boned dragons fought hard. The aftermath of the powerful collision directly shattered the 4 walls of the room. And the roof, which had lost its support, crashed down. Come! Vaculus didn't pay any attention to the falling roof. So Otto would naturally help him deal with it. The former Duke of Arather Kingdom looked at Leo with a proud expression. Boy, you came just in time. I was looking for you. After knowing your method of making mechanical puppets, who in the Arather Kingdom can stop me from entering to the throne? The 7-headed swift-boned dragon is not in the eyes of Vaculus at all. Although they are both epic heroes. How can the 60-level swift-boned dragon compare with the 70-level Vaculus? The Duke didn't take Leo's swift-boned dragon seriously at all. Vaculus is very confident. But so is Leo. If you were a true legendary powerhouse, I would still be afraid of you. But you are just a pseudo-legend trapped in the shackles period. Do you really think of yourself as a dish? The poisonous flower vine took Scarlet out of Leo's side. Leo pulled the female knight into his arms with a fierce pull. He jumped back with her in his arms. A huge dragon head appeared from under his feet. It was Parashion. And the Dracolic quickly lifted the 2 of them into the air. Don't try to escape. Vaculus immediately took action upon seeing this. The power of the 70-level pseudo-legendary master's attack was completely incomparable to that of the 60-level epic. Under the lock of his chi machine, Leo had a feeling of difficulty breathing. A level 70 pseudo-legendary warrior actually came to bully me. A level 54 legendary realm warlock. Do you think you are cheating? Right? Leo snorted coldly. And 3 more dragons appeared behind him. It was Ektoz and 2 twilight-bone dragons. Are the 4 level 60 dragons around me unable to deal with you? A level 70 pseudo-legend? Run away? Why should I run away? Don't think that the strong ones in fake legends are great. I'm here to test your strength today. Commanding 7 swift-boned dragons to entangle Otto and the others. Leo stood on Polition's head and launched a curse spell on Vaculus. There was a 16th level difference. Leo's curse spell had a very low hit rate when used against Vaculus, and its effect was weakened to the extreme. But it was better than nothing. A bunch of curse spells were thrown at him. Lester's strength has also been weakened a lot. Seeing that Leo had no intention of escaping, Vaculus was overjoyed. There were more epic thugs around this kid than him. If he really wanted to escape, Vaculus would not have the confidence to keep him. Boy, I will let you know how strong the epic warriors in the shackles period really are. Chapter 246. It's definitely an illusion. Call. A dragon tail as thick as a siege log swept towards him with strong wind. And a twilight-bone dragon launched a frontal attack on Vaculus. The other twilight-bone dragon that cooperated with him swung its tail and struck Vaculus on the back. Swinging the dragon's tail to attack the enemy is a natural skill of the dragon clan, Dragon Tail Sweep. The attacks of the 2 twilight-bone dragons were very powerful. The huge dragon tails brought up a vague afterimage in the air. A loud crackling sound appeared after the dragon tails swept across, as if the air could not bear their huge power. Vaculus did not panic when he saw this. He wanted to test the power of Tokalo. He tried to input a magic power into the long sword, hoping to activate the ability of this legendary sword. What surprised him was that Tokarel didn't react at all. How is this going? Before Faculus could think about it, the Twilight Bone Dragon's tails were already sweeping towards him one after another. He moved and was about to dodge when a red light flashed in Parisian's eyes, and he stared in paralysis. Draculica's special ability, the paralyzing gaze, would hit even a level 70 pseudo-legendary expert. Faculus' body went numb, and his movements slowed down for half a beat. Boom! The two dragon tails swept at the same time, attacking from the front and back, causing Faculus' body to shake violently, and the Duke's face turned pale for a moment. At this time, Leo's voice came over. Are you stupid? You can also control the heirloom sword of the Trollbane family? While eavesdropping, Leo heard what Garen said personally. Only people from the Trollbane family can use the power of Tokarel. Scarlet can use the power of this sword because of the relationship between the Lothar family and the Tolkol. Elbane had a marriage, but because the blood was not pure, Tokarel's effectiveness in her hands was limited. Folcrest obviously does not have the blood of the Trollbane family, so it is naturally impossible for him to drive this sword that knows what to do with others. Maybe he can decipher the secrets in the sword after some research. But not now. What about holding a legendary sword? If you can't use it to its fullest potential, what's the difference between using it and holding a piece of scrap metal? Faculus was so frustrated that he was defeated just after the fight. He raised his head to look at Leo, but suddenly found that the sky above his head had darkened. A big mouth full of sharp teeth was attacking him fiercely. Ektah's attack has arrived. The dragon's bite force is very powerful, and Facuris will naturally not challenge him. The pain caused by the two dragon tail swipes just now is not light, let alone this more severe bite. If Ektah's bites the bullet, even with his pseudo-legendary strength, he will definitely be injured. Faculus wanted to hide, but Ektah's eyes glowed red. His body stiffened again, and his movements slowed down again. Get away! Seeing that he was about to be injured under Ektah's mouth, Faculus burst out with the strength of a pseudo-legendary strongman. His momentum suddenly increased, and his clenched fist hit the Draculica's jaw with a loud bang. On the top, Ektah's faucet, which was as big as a house, was knocked sideways and hit the ground with a bang. The gravel splashed and cracks showed that the earth was very injured. Battle cry? Faculus is actually a warrior. Leo was a little surprised, seeing that Kureist had a face covered. Leo thought he was a thief. No wonder he was so strong that he could crush Scarlet's wrist bones in one go. Speaking of Scarlet, Leo suddenly thought that he was still holding the female knight and didn't let go. This girl actually didn't make any fuss. This situation was very abnormal. Isn't he accumulating energy to use his ultimate move to kill people instantly? Leo looked into his arms and saw Scarlet taking out a bottle of recovery potion and preparing to drink it. When Leo looked at her, the female knight was stunned and her movements became a little stiff. Leo was shocked to find that he actually saw an expression called shyness on this tough girl. Hallucination. This is definitely an illusion. Blinking, he suspected that there might be something wrong with his eyes. The so-called shyness should be insulated from Scarlet. Leo felt that it was better for him to concentrate on dealing with Faculus. After all, Scarlet had recovery potions, so he didn't have to worry about her injuries. In this world with magic potions, the other party was a paladin who could heal himself. Bone fractures, it's just something that can be cured in a few minutes. If he's missing an arm or a leg, it's not a serious injury. Turning his eyes to the ground again, the battle at this time had become very fierce. The battle between the 7 swift bone dragons and 8 epic heroes including Otto caused a loud noise. The sound of houses collapsing due to huge force spread far away in the silent night, and all the nobles living in the castle were alarmed. Got up, seeing the group of epic warriors engaged in a fierce battle, and the group of bone dragons besieging Facuris. Most of the nobles looked excited, while a few had uncertain expressions. Faculus and his 8 epic warriors were actually held back by a group of mechanical puppets. Judging from the inextricable fight between the two sides, their strengths were very similar. It was unclear who would win in the end. Victory. But no matter what the final result is, if he can create a mechanical puppet that can rival the epic powerhouse, this person is definitely one of the few powerhouses in the world. With the blessing of the Holy Light, a peerless strongman finally came to deal with this group of inhumane rebels. The nobles who were secretly angry at Faculus' use of human beings as food for the ogres secretly prayed. They sincerely hoped that the mechanical puppet could defeat Faculus and his lackeys who had lost their humanity. Look! It's Her Royal Highness Scarlet. A young noble pointed at Parashion and shouted. Others looked in the direction he pointed and saw Leo and Scarlet in his arms. Who is that young man? Is he Her Royal Highness Scarlet's lover? Or is he a strong supporter hired by her? A question arose in the minds of the nobles. When Prince Galen was in trouble, and Prince Galen was still trying to expand his strength in the Valley of Refuge, Scarlet broke into Stromgarde alone and brought powerful help to fight against Faculous' syndicate organization, leaving people in trouble. Stromgarde saw hope. This incident seemed to have no impact on Scarlet. It was her duty to save her subjects. But she did not know that in the hearts of many nobles of the kingdom of Arathor, her weight suddenly became heavier. A royal member who can bravely stand up to defend his subjects at critical moments is the king that many nobles really want to support. Some nobles secretly exchanged glances with each other after they regarded Leo and Scarlet as a pair of lovers. They counted the bone dragons who could fight against the syndicate organization into Scarlet's forces, and they had long been interested in Torbay. The Yen family lost Stromgarde and plunged the entire kingdom into crisis. The disappointed nobles saw new hope. Before the death of Archduke Lothar, the orthodox royal family of the kingdom of Arathor has always been the Lothar family. If the prince of the Trollbane family is not capable enough in order to revive the kingdom, do we need to let the Lothar family be in charge of Arathor again? A new voice emerged. Leo doesn't care what Arathor's nobles think. What he cares about is how to win the battle with Faculous. After suffering the loss of 2 paralyzing stares, Faculous became much more cautious. He would assume a defensive posture as soon as the eyes of Ektoz and Polition showed signs of redness. With his pseudo-legendary strength, it would be really difficult for the Bone Dragon, who was 10 levels below him, to hurt him while he was in a defensive posture. During the battle, 2 Twilight Bone Dragons suddenly pounced, and Faculous was secretly on guard. As he expected, Parishan's eyes suddenly turned red, and Faculous secretly thought, sure enough, it's here. The stiff feeling came over again, and Faculous felt that his body had once again become unruly. This ability of the Dracolic made him dare not let go and attack, for fear that he would expose his flaws and be caught by Leo. Seize the opportunity. As the leader of a rebel organization like the Syndicate, Faculous does have the courage to cause chaos. The strength of the pseudo-legendary strongman cannot be obtained by practicing alone. It can only be obtained by experiencing fierce life and death battles. To such an extent, precisely because of his rich combat experience, Faculous' defense was extremely tight. When he was alert, Leo observed for a long time, but did not find any opportunity to seriously injure him. It is right to defend yourself tightly, and not give the opponent a chance. But it is a pity that Faculous seems to have forgotten this sentence. If you have a chance, you must take it. And if you don't have a chance, you must take it if you create an opportunity. After his body stiffened, Faculous' expected attack did not come. Just when he relaxed due to shock, a skull made of green mist hit him. It's the Warlock's death coil. Faculous secretly said something bad. He had been fighting with the 4-headed dragon and ignored a dangerous person. That is Leo, who stood above Polition and never really attacked him. The death coil emitted by Leo's legendary level Warlock has an extremely limited effect on the pseudo-legendary Faculous. Not to mention the low kill effect of the death coil on Faculous. The fear effect that could be maintained for 3 seconds was also reduced to 1 second. 1 second is indeed very short. Just the blink of an eye. However, what Leo needs is exactly this opportunity in the blink of an eye. Although 1 second of fear was not much, it was enough for the frightened Faculous to give up part of his defense, exposing a flaw that allowed Leo to severely injure him. Roar! Ektoz roared angrily, and swallowed Faculous again with his big mouth. The huge dragon's mouth completely covered Faculous' body inside. The nobles who were watching the battle from a distance shouted when they saw this scene. The shouts were full of surprise and excitement, mixed with a little fear and panic. With the sharp teeth that are as tall as a person, combined with the dragon's powerful bite force and the Dracolic's ferocious talent of increasing bite damage, Ektoraz's bite can be said to be ruthless. Can this blow inflict serious damage to Faculous? Chapter 247. Look at your feet. There was a crisp sound in Ektoz's mouth. It seemed that he had bitten something. However, there was no joy on Leo's face because he knew that the bite of the Dracolic did not hit the target. Kureist. A long sword lay across the mouth of the Dracolic, pressing against his upper and lower jaws, opening a gap 2 people wide in the swallowed dragon's mouth. Faculous, who was the target of Ektoraz's attack, was live in this gap. Using the legendary sword Tokarl Faculous, he avoided Ektoz's fierce bite without any damage. Leo saw this scene and thought to himself that it was a pity. Although Tokarl's true power, Faculous, could not be used even half a point, This sword that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Trollbane family is a legendary sword after all. Its quality cannot be damaged even by Ekta's attack. Ekta's didn't hurt Faculist. And now it was Faculist's turn to fight back. A mere mechanical puppet wants to hurt me? Watch me tear you apart. Boom! The syndicate leader's fist hit Ektaraz hard on the jaw, cracking the Dracolica's mandible with finger-width cracks. The attack power of the pseudo-legendary warrior is evident. Boom! Another punch. Before Ektaz could take action, Faculist hit him hard on the jaw with another heavy punch. The already cracked jaw was shattered into a large piece by this punch. One by one, a wide hole emerged from Victoria's lower jaw. After receiving 2 heavy punches, Ektaraz shook his head crazily, trying to throw the god of plague out of his mouth. But how could Faculist make it happen? The leader of the syndicate grabbed the broken jaw in the dragon's mouth with one hand to stabilize his body, clenched his other hand into a fist, and beat Ektaraz violently. Boom! 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 In the shocked eyes of the onlookers, pieces of bone shattered, and most of Ektaz's mandible was broken. But at this time Faculist's body was also exposed. Seeing that Ektaz was beaten so badly, Parisian did not dare to neglect him. His eyes were red with a paralyzing gaze that made Faculist's body stiffen. Ektaz took the opportunity to throw it hard and finally got rid of it. This god of plague in his mouth. If Ektaz was a living red dragon, he would have been seriously injured by Fakrest's few punches. But now he is a Dracolic that looks like a mechanical puppet, with more than half of his mandible broken. It didn't have much impact on him, except that he couldn't bite people with his mouth. Leo was very glad that he was wise. After knowing that Faculist was a pseudo-legendary powerhouse, he did not let Polition and Ektaz use illusion dance to disguise himself as a red dragon. Otherwise, it would be easy for Faculist to see through, and it would be very difficult to face the current situation. You say you are a red dragon, and your mandible has been beaten almost to pieces. How can you continue to fight as if nothing is wrong? After being thrown away by Ektaz, Faculist was still in the air when the attacks from the 2 Twilight Bone Dragons came. Being in the air, the leader of the syndicate had nowhere to rely on. He could still block the tail sweep of the first Twilight Bone Dragon, but he could not block the tail of the second Twilight Bone Dragon. The huge impact from the dragon's tail swung from bottom to top, sent Faculist flying high into the air. Before he could recover, Ektaraz, who had regained his composure, pounced on him again. With a huge, the dragon's claw struck him from below. Clang! Faculist moved Tokarel downwards, and easily blocked Ektaz's slap with the help of this legendary sword. As the two collided, the Duke's body rose again. Before he had time to breathe, another dragon tail swept towards him. This time it was Parisian's attack. There was another sound of metal being hit hard, and Faculist's body flew higher. The Arathar nobles who were watching the battle from a distance found that it became more and more difficult for them as spectators to watch, because the battle location between Faculist and the 4-headed dragon-shaped mechanical puppet was gradually moving from the ground to high altitude, and he tilted his neck up and tried his best to see. In this dark night, it is not easy to see things in the sky clearly. It didn't take long for some nobles to find that their eyes were sore and their necks were in terrible pain. However, they did not dare to relax at all, because the outcome of the battle that had been moved to high altitude was crucial. Under Leo's command, Polition and Ektaz cooperated with the 2 Twilight Bone Dragons to baton-like, one after another, hitting Faculist higher into the sky. When Faculist felt something was wrong, he was already thousands of meters in the air. Leo was sneering. The battlefield had moved to the air, and now it was his world. Faculist had discovered something was wrong. But now, he was helpless. He was ready to fight back. But the paralyzing gazes of Polition and Ektaz combined with Leo's fear spell made him lose his best chance. The combination of 2 paralyzing gazes and 3 fear spells could only affect Faculist for a moment each time. But it was this moment that made Faculist's counterattack come to nothing. When Leo and Dracolica's control skills were exhausted, Faculist found himself at an altitude of 2,000 meters. His previous fighting experience reminded him that if Leo continued to fight like this, his situation would be very serious. Not good. But maybe it's because he has done too many bad things. Or maybe Leo's pig's foot aura has played a role. Dracolica's paralyzing touch talent has played a role at this time, and Faculist's body has been restored. Stiff for once. The sudden stiffness shocked the syndicate leader, because he did not see any of the dragon's eyes turn red. Nor did he notice Leo's mana fluctuations attacking him. Just when Faculist was secretly worried about whether Leo had other means, his body rose again, and the distance from the ground became larger again. We can't go on like this. We have to fight back. Faculus roared in his heart. But counterattack was not something he could just talk about. When the claws of the Twilight Bone Dragon came towards him, a shadow enveloped him. Shadow Fury. The dark element exploded with a bang, and the impact of the explosion affected Faculus' movements, causing him to be hit by the dragon's tail again. Faculus, who was hit in the body, glared at Leo. Leo curled his lips when he saw this, and a thick barrel appeared in his hand, holding the goblin mortar in one hand. Leo raised his eyebrows at Faculus. I'm here to help you. Boom! A magical impact comparable to a full-strength blow from a legendary-level powerhouse blasted out from the muzzle. When Faculus was dealing with the Twilight Bone Dragon and had no time to think about it, the cannon hit his left leg in preparation, causing the Duke let out a groan of pain. The pseudo-legendary strongman is different. The attack of the goblin mortar can only hurt him, but cannot injure him. Leo was a little helpless. Faculus' body was really hard. Just like stupidly hard. Looking down, they were less than 3,000 meters above the ground. Leo felt that this height was far from enough. Duke Faculus, how about we discuss it? Leo suddenly thought of Curist and spoke. Faculus, who was dealing with the bone dragon's attack, did not answer, but his attention was still distracted. The person who asked the question ignored him. But Leo was speaking eloquently. He continued, I am actually very opposed to violence. It's boring for everyone to fight. Why don't you give me Tokarel? Isn't it nice for everyone to be separate from each other? Faculus snorted coldly, and he rejected Leo directly. I won't give it to you, Torcal. I said you are a person who can easily discuss things with us. Right. Just as he was talking, Leo suddenly felt something strange in his arms. He turned his head and saw that Scarlet seemed to be trying to break free from his arms. Seeing Leo looking at him, Scarlet's cheeks turned a little red. Leo was surprised to find that this fierce girl actually exuded a sense of femininity. So he blinked and retracted his arms sharply. Let me go! Feeling that her waist was being hugged tightly, and her body was almost completely pressed against Leo, Scarlet was a little annoyed, and she began to struggle hard. Snapped. This is an intimate contact between the palm and a very curved part. Silly girl. Look at your feet and don't move. How dare this Hunden be so rude? Scarlet was extremely embarrassed. She had never encountered such a thing since she could remember. But she still moved her eyes, and she discovered something was wrong. What's that under your feet? Stromgard. Yes, there was Stromgard below. From Scarlet's point of view, the entire Stromgard had a panoramic view. Only then did the female knight realize that they had reached a height of 2,000 to 3,000 meters above Stromgard. It has already flown so high. Scarlet was slightly shocked. If she fell from such a height, even a strong person in a legendary realm would fall to pieces. No wonder Leo asked her to be careful where she steps. Of course, there are exceptions for those who have special skills such as slow falling and floating. However, it is impossible for Faculus, a pure warrior, to have such special skills. Is Leo going to? Thinking of this, Scarlet looked at Leo. The latter blinked at her and moved his mouth a few times, which clearly meant, throw him to death. Facing a pseudo-legendary strongman, Leo really couldn't kill him with the power he currently had. But this was a normal fight. If it was an abnormal fight, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Faculus is indeed strong, but he is a human after all, not a dragon. In other words, this pseudo-legendary warrior cannot fly. So Leo has a way to deal with him. Knowing Leo's method of dealing with Faculus, Scarlet was convinced that this was indeed a feasible method. But before the blush on the female knight's face became even stronger, she whispered, Leo, take your hand away. Chapter 248, Falling to Death, a Fake Legend. Faculus is dead. In line with the spirit of appearing in the dark even if there is no loud noise in the sky. This powerful pseudo-legendary free fall from an altitude of 10,000 meters in this dark night, making a self-made loud noise, and making his appearance in an over-the-top way, because he hit the ground face first. Before this, no one would have thought that two crows that were so weak that even mid-level warriors might not be able to defeat them could actually make Faculus a pseudo-legendary powerhouse. Blind, and he was given such a blow at the most critical moment. No enemy should be underestimated, because he might be the one who kills you. As long as the timing is right, an ant can kill a giant dragon. He died? Scarlet looked at the large pit tens of meters deep on the ground with a look of disbelief. Is Faculus dead like this? Did a pseudo-legendary powerhouse really die like that? Probably dead. Leo gave the above answer after carefully looking at the bloody object in the pit. If Faculist is still alive in that state, then Leo can only bow his hands to him and say, "Hello, Xiuqiang." A ball of light visible to the naked eye rose from the body of Faculist, which had been smashed to pieces, and quickly sank into Leo's body. Scarlet thought it was Faculist's attack, and the female knight looked nervous. He looked at Leo, who was shaken violently. Kill Faculist, the host level increases. The current level is 58. The energy I got from killing a level 70 pseudo-legend actually made me reach level 58. Leo opened his eyes. His eyes opened and closed with light, and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Not even Shadow Escape could completely cover it up as his aura surged. Scarlet, who was held in Leo's arms, looked at him in shock. The female knight was shocked to find that Leo's strength actually increased after killing Faculist. Judging from the momentum he showed, he was far away from him. Epic is very close. He is simply born for fighting. He can make breakthroughs every time he fights with strong people. The talent of the natural awakener is too strong. Scarlet felt very complicated in her heart. Leo's strength was growing so fast that she felt that she would never be able to catch up. It's actually level 58. The energy given by Faculist is really enough. I only need to upgrade 2 more levels to reach level 60 and successfully advance to Epic. Thinking that he was going to be promoted to Epic, Leo's eyes turned to Otto and the others who were fighting against the Swift Bone Dragon. These 8 guys are my guarantee for promotion to Epic. Kill them all. Leo snapped his fingers, and Ektoz and the 2 Twilight Bone Dragons rushed over and joined the fight between a group of epic heroes. With the addition of 3 more dragons, the Velociraptor Bone Dragon was overturned by Otto and the others with more and less. Now it was their turn to use more and less. The poisonous flower vine dragged Tokarel out of the pit. The legendary sword that Faculist wanted to seize revealed some extraordinary features. From Faculist smashed into meat pie, the long sword taken out of T's corpse did not have a trace of foreign matter on it, and was as bright as before. The so-called sword that kills people without staining blood is just that. Seeing the appearance of Tokarel, the Arathar nobles, who were still hesitant at first, cheered. They had seen Faculist holding this legendary sword fighting Leo's 4-headed dragon before. Now Tokarel was pulled out of the deep pit by a thick green vine. Who else was smashed into meat patties in the deep pit besides Faculist? Who made them hate him so much? Most of the Arathar nobles were cheering for Faculist's death. Only a small number of nobles were quietly retreating. Leo, who saw the scene, smiled coldly. He has long disliked the nobles, and today he just happened to kill a group of them for fun. Roar! Amidst the beast's roar, a huge grizzly bear suddenly shot out, like a tank at full power, hitting several nobles who were about to escape, breaking their muscles and bones. The nobles who were knocked out fell to the ground and couldn't help vomiting blood. It looked like he couldn't survive. Seeing this scene, the noble who wanted to escape screamed and prepared to scatter, trying to escape in different directions. However, several low roars came from the darkness, and several ferocious beasts walked out of the shadows with murderous intent, staring at them like predators, forcing these nobles to escape. Go back. 3 white wolves, a black lion, a swamp crocodile, and the big bear at the beginning. All of these 6 beasts have legendary level strength. The nobles were shocked. The 6 legendary beasts were approaching them in the shape of a fan. Facing these 6 ferocious beasts, the nobles wanted to step back, but they looked at Parashilan, who was grinning at them behind them. The man wisely stood where he was. They would rather face 6 legendary beasts than an epic dragon-shaped mechanical puppet, because the former at least gives them hope of survival. After Leo's level was raised to level 58, the strength of his pets naturally also increased. Huma and the others arrived, but the overall strength of the 3 mad wolves had improved most significantly, and they had already jumped to the legendary level. Kill these scum who have taken refuge in the Syndicate. The cheering nobles of Arathar then remembered that there was still a group of souls from the Syndicate who had not received the punishment they deserved. When Faculist died, and the other 8 epic heroes of the Syndicate were still struggling, Arathar the nobles no longer had any scruples. They were gearing up and wanted to use fighting to vent the anger they had suppressed in their chests. Leo looked at this scene with interest. Is this a dog-eat-dog fight between nobles? Because of the bastard nobles in Stormwind City, he didn't have a good impression of the so-called aristocracy. In his opinion, the more nobles died, the better. Sir, we were only forced by Faculist to join the Syndicate. If you can give us a chance, we are willing to serve you. Seeing being surrounded, a group of Syndicate nobles felt bad, start begging for mercy. In fact, their strength is not weak. They account for 15 of the 20 legendary masters in the castle. If they resist desperately, And if Leo does not let Polition participate in the battle, the nobles of Arather may not be able to destroy them. Drop them. Bah! You inhumane scum of the syndicate. A noble young man took a sip and turned to Leo and said, My lord, these scum of the syndicate actually use humans to feed the ogres. How can you please can't let them go? Will Leo let the syndicate nobles go? When he saw the soldiers under the control of the syndicate driving human refugees into the inner city to feed the ogres, he marked death in his heart for all members of the syndicate. Therefore, in the face of the syndicate nobles begging for mercy, he ruthlessly used his thumb to draw hard in front of his neck, which was a gesture of slitting his throat and demanding his life. Seeing Leo's actions, the nobles of the syndicate suddenly despaired, and the nobles of Arather dropped their hearts. They were really worried that Leo would let these scum go for the loyalty of the 15 legendary masters. If you don't let us live, we won't make it easy for you either. A syndicate noble gnashed his teeth and became cruel to Leo. His despair made people crazy, and he actually threatened Leo. Do you think you can scare people by saying a few harsh words? It's not like I'm scared. Leo curled his lips in disdain, and Leo didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. I don't have much, except for my epic level younger brothers. 15 legends are really of no use to me. Well, having said all that, you can go and die in peace. Leo snapped his fingers. He said softly, Send them on their way. Bang bang bang. A series of slight explosions sounded, and the ground where the syndicate nobles occupied suddenly exploded, and streaks of ice blue freezing air burst out. The biting ice froze their legs, and the cold air quickly traveled down their legs and feet, spread upward. A sudden attack by dozens of frost grenades would injure even a master at the legendary level, let alone a warrior below the legendary level. The moment the poisonous flower vine pulled the fuse, Grizzly Bear, Huma, and the others launched an attack. The giant grizzly bear's rampage knocked all the syndicate nobles into flying trapezes. They vomited blood after landing, and the weaker ones died on the spot. Huma and the others used their teleportation talent to kill 3 unlucky legendary masters the moment they launched the attack. How could the nobles of Arather stand idly by when they saw such a scene? Led by 5 legendary masters, they bravely rushed forward and joined the attack on the syndicate nobles. You're cheating? A sharp-eyed syndicate noble saw the poisonous flower vine that had completely drilled out of the deep pit. At this time, the tail of this thick vine was pulling something similar to a lead. Am I cheating? Leo shrugged and said to the syndicate nobles, who were blown away by the frost grenade and suffered heavy casualties in the ensuing attack. Even a fool can see that I am a master of engineering. If you are not prepared, you can only blame yourself for being stupid. Leo has a lot of experience in using grenades. He prepared a lot of grenade strings with fuses connected together. After all, the effect of a single grenade is very limited against powerful enemies. Only a series of explosions can create enough lethality. Let me go! Leo found that Scarlet was a little restless. It turned out that the appearance of Tokarel made her mood fluctuate a little. When she saw the sword, the female knight thought of the dead Prince Garen. He gave an order to the poisonous flower vine to pull Tokarel over. Just as Leo was about to speak, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. The incident happened suddenly, and the black shadow was extremely fast. Neither Leo nor Scarlet could react. When they came to their senses, they saw that the poisonous flower vine had been broken into several pieces by the black shadow's attack. The thin figure was smiling wildly with 2 big teeth as big as a baby's arms. Ha ha. The legendary sword Tokarel belongs to me. Chapter 249. Who should I send off first? Some people dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Leo didn't expect that after he killed a powerful pseudo-legendary like Faculist, someone would dare to fight for Tokarel. Wait. It's not correct to say that he is a human being. The guy who laughed maniacally at Carol was clearly a troll. Looking at the troll who was laughing proudly, Leo was very unhappy. But he didn't act rashly because of the troll's strength. The momentum of this troll is much worse than that of Faculist, but it is much stronger than ordinary epic warriors like Otto and others. A troll who has passed the first hurdle of the epic advancement legend, but has not yet become a powerful pseudo-legendary. Troll, who are you? Leo looked at the troll. This guy had to claim his name after robbing Tokarel. The troll grinned and announced his name, Sengu. Okay, Sengu. Leo curled his lips, opened his palms, and said to the troll, Bring it here. Sengu looked at Leo like he was a fool. Warlock, don't think that you can be rude to the strong by cheating and killing Faculist. I am not a fool like Faculist. Leo ignored Sengu's words. He just said lightly, Bring the sword. I won't kill you. Kill me? Sengu sneered. Warlock, your joke is not funny at all. No? Leo's face suddenly darkened. Then just go die. After Leo finished speaking, Sengu was about to sneer but suddenly stopped because the troll saw a huge creature appearing from behind Leo. Covered in darkness but reflecting the faint starlight. The 60-meter-tall body was covered in metal armor that weighed an unknown amount of tens of thousands of kilograms. This giant robot that appeared silently in the darkness made Sengu feel excited. A feeling of extreme danger. Call! A strong wind came from above. And the giant robot's huge palm, which was as big as several houses, slammed at Sengu with the force of a mountain. If such a powerful palm was hit, Sengu would probably not die. Will be seriously injured. This human warlock actually created such a powerful mechanical puppet. Sengu was shocked. If the giant mechanical puppet's attack power alone is enough to rival a real legendary powerhouse. No wonder this warlock is so confident. It turns out he has such a hidden skill. Feeling invincible, Sengu was about to dodge using his flexible speed. But unexpectedly, a golden sledgehammer made of holy light fell from the sky and hit his head. Does the hammer of punishment of a legendary paladin also want to affect my actions? Sengu looked at Scarlet with disdain. The female knight's hammer of punishment would have very little effect on him. But the troll's eyes froze at this moment. Because Scarlet didn't take action at all. The paladin shining with golden light was smiling at him with a big sword in his hand. And his smile was so bright that it was dazzling. How could a warlock use the power of the holy light? Sengu had many questions in his mind. But he had no time to figure it out. The hammer of sanctions hit him on the head. And the impact of the holy light made his mind buzz. His whole person was at a loss. And he was knocked unconscious. Two earth-yellow fists emerged from the ground. And the casserole-sized fists hit Sengu twice. The clay-stone demon planted slowness on Sengu again. At the same time, Leo's aging and other curse spells were also thrown on Sengu's head. After breaking free from the stunning effect of the hammer of punishment, Sengu saw a huge palm covering the night sky above his head. And the strong wind pressure made his skin ache. Originally, he could still escape in time with the speed of the troll. But the slowness of the clay-stone demon and Leo's curse greatly reduced his strength. And his speed was also reduced to an unbearable level. As soon as Sengu opened his legs, a feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. This feeling made him feel awe-inspiring and scream, "Oh no!" At this moment, the clone of the Holy Knight summoned by Leo swung his sword and struck out penitence. "Sinner, kneel down and repent." Confession hit Sengu. And the troll's legs weakened. And he fell to his knees involuntarily, looking at the sky with an unwilling face. At this time, the giant robot's big hand happened to catch it. Boom! Amidst the huge noise, a crack as thick as a person was centered on the place where the giant robot's palm fell, and quickly spread to the surroundings. In a short time, it spread to the entire castle. The stone wall slammed into the ground, and the house collapsed. The sound resounded throughout the entire strong guard. The giant robot slapped with all its strength, startling the sleeping strong guard, and the whole city became commotion. In a dark room in the inner city, a man hiding his body in a black cloak raised his head in surprise. Starlight shone into the room and reflected on his face. He was clearly an orc. Vaculus's aura has disappeared. And Sengu's aura has also disappeared. Can he kill these two guys in such a short period of time? Could it be that a legendary strongman has come? The orc pondered. Because he did not feel the aura of the legendary strongman. In any case, we have to move faster. Montrose, you go tell Fulberry that he is now allowed to take the ogres to the outer city to attack humans. Call, you come with me. Yes, Lord Nagaz. Two figures emerged from the darkness. Judging from their appearance, one was an orc with a sinister face, and the other was a rather pretty human sorceress wearing a magic robe. Call is the orc, but Montrose is the human sorceress. Now, the sorceress, who was originally a human, was asking the ogres to slaughter her people in the outer reaches of Stromgarde. The inner city of Stromgarde was alarmed. What was the culprit doing that alarmed them? Leo stood above Parish Island, looking at Sengu, who had been photographed like a pancake, curling his lips helplessly with a sighing expression on his face. Troll, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. If you dare to snatch things from my hands, your life is too long. Summoning the poisonous flower vine again and letting it pull Tokarel out of the ground. Leo looked around and asked in a questioning tone, Tokarel is here. Is there anything else you want to grab? A group of Arather nobles looked at him speechlessly. The peerless strongman Her Royal Highness Scarlet found was so strong. Kill Sengu, the host level increases, The current level is 59. Leo couldn't help but feel a little depressed after Asingu had just promoted him to a level. However, looking at the energy tank that was almost reaching full value, his mood improved again. If I kill a few more important guys, I'll be promoted to epic. Leo focused on the stunned syndicate nobles. At this time, these people had completely lost their fighting spirit due to the appearance of the giant robot. Originally, the syndicate nobles thought that those dragon-shaped mechanical puppets were Leo's limit, but they didn't expect that he actually had a giant robot with an attack power comparable to that of the legendary strongman. The gap was so huge that no matter how hard he resisted, it would be futile. There is a saying that says, you have to pick the weakest persimmons. How can it be easier to kill epic powerhouses like Otto and others than it is to kill the syndicate nobles? After a fierce battle, there were still 8 legendaries left among the syndicate nobles. After killing these 8 guys, Leo felt that it was enough to fill his energy tank. Being targeted by Leo, the remaining syndicate nobles turned blue. In their eyes, Leo was equated with the god of death. Can there be any good fruits to be had if one is targeted by the god of death? There was no need for the giant robot to take action, nor for Polition to take action. Leo's paladin clone had already charged forward wielding the bloody sword. My dear, after you upgrade to epic, I will be able to upgrade quickly. There will be no obstacles until you reach legend. The paladin clone brought such news to Leo, which made his eyes suddenly light up. If the paladin clone can have legendary combat power, Leo will have more confidence. Even if the kingdom of Aratha is unreliable, you can also create a force based on your own strength. With epic strength, he broke into the syndicate nobles. The paladin avatar was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With the cooperation of Huma and the others, in a dazzling golden light, the Bloodblade sword cut off the heads of the syndicate's legendary powerhouses one by one. Cut off. Actually almost. When all the syndicate nobles fell in panic, Leo scratched his face in frustration. The energy tank was 99% filled, but only the last bit of energy was not full, and he was only a tiny bit away from being promoted to the epic. Doesn't this force me to kill an epic? Leo looked at a group of epics fighting fiercely, frightening the 8 Cindy enhancers, who wanted to escape, but were entangled by Ectors and the others, and couldn't get away. You guys tell yourselves. Who should I send off first? There was murderous intent in Leo's words, and the 8 Cindy enhancers heard a hint of it in his tone. Leo would not leave them alive. He would kill all of them as well. How could it be that you killed the 8 epic heroes at your request? Otto and others exchanged glances with each other during the fierce battle with the bone dragon, and quickly reached a consensus. Even if it means death, we will drag you to death with us. In their hands, the 8 syndicate epic warriors shouted in unison. The bodies of 3 of them suddenly swelled up, and then exploded with a bang. Knowing that they were bound to die, the 3 epic warriors actually forced themselves to use the magic power of their bodies to engage in self-destruction. The damage caused by the epic strongman's self-destruction is extremely serious, especially now that 3 epics have self-destructed together. Powerful and violent energy is raging in the castle. The bone dragon closest to them keeps shaking under the impact of the energy, and is unstable. Keep your body moving backwards. The sacrifices of the 3 companions created an opportunity for the remaining 5 Ottos. Seizing this opportunity, the 5 Cindy enhancers rushed to Leo with all their strength and risked their lives. As long as you are close to us, even the giant mechanical puppet with legendary attack power cannot hope to save you. A mere legendary warlock. I wonder how you can withstand the self-destruction of the 5 epics. They fought so hard that they dared to pull down the Emperor. And they were talking about the 5 Ottos who knew they would die. How does Leo respond to the desperate attacks from 5 epic heroes? Chapter 250 War Fortress. Looking at the 5 syndicate epics rushing towards him desperately, Leo looked calm with a heavy sense of ridicule in his eyes. A bunch of stupid birds. They actually imitated ghouls and blew themselves up. After running desperately, Otto and the others quickly closed the distance with Leo. But at this time a shocking thing happened. Originally, Leo's momentum was limited to the legendary realm. But suddenly, his momentum suddenly surged, breaking through the realm of the legendary realm in one fell swoop. Epic warlock. Otto and the others' eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost fell from their sockets. Once a strongman takes action, it is difficult to hide his momentum from others. When he first started taking action, Leo's momentum was only at the peak of the legendary realm. As he killed Faculist, his momentum increased a lot, but still within the scope of the legendary realm. This situation can also be explained by his understanding after fighting with stronger people. But now, he has broken through, and he has reached an epic level. This is simply impossible. How could he achieve continuous breakthroughs? And also breakthroughs of a major level? Doubts arose in Otto's and the others' minds. A bunch of idiots who are willing to die. Let you be my sacrifice for promotion to the epic. The corners of Leo's mouth curved slightly. He was smiling. But in the eyes of Otto and others, this smile was no different than the sickle wielded by the god of death. Boom! Pointing his finger at the 5 syndicate epics who were charging towards them. A manic energy spurted out from the ground. Otto and the others were just above the deep pit created by Faculist. Necromancer's corpse explosion. Faculist was a pseudo-legendary strongman, and his corpse exploded with no less lethality than a blow from a legendary strongman. The 5 epic heroes who rushed towards Leo were turned into flesh and blood flying across the sky before they even had time to scream under such an eruption of power. The ritual of Leo's promotion to the epic warlock completed the first instant kill after the 5 syndicate epic warriors used their lives to complete Leo's promotion to the epic. Although they are not happy. Who cares? Ha ha ha. My lord. Well done. There is a chance that the paladin clone will be promoted to the legendary powerhouse. This guy laughed wildly. After Leo was promoted to epic, the time he could exist increased dozens of times. He could already exist for an hour, which was enough to support a fierce battle. This increased Leo's strength in disguise. Scarlet looked at Leo, and the female knight was not only shocked but also shocked. How could it be possible so quickly? How could his strength improve so quickly? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Scarlet wouldn't have believed that a legendary powerhouse could achieve a qualitative leap in a short period of time with a triple jump. She almost suspected that she was in a dream. But the reality told her she was not dreaming. All this was real. Is this the talent of a naturally awakened person? It's really terrifying. The speed at which the strength increases is really scary. This point about the naturally awakened person is naturally wrong. But the qualitative leap is true. Just like when a high-level warrior is promoted to a legendary powerhouse. Both in terms of body and combat power. He will reach another level. That is, a qualitative change will occur. The same is true for the promotion of a legend to an epic. After being promoted to epic, Leo felt that his feelings about the whole world had changed a lot. He could feel any subtle flow of magic power around him. The places where the magic power was blocked in the past were now unimpeded. Many of them were blocked. Spells that require time to gather magic power can also be formed with a wave of the hand, such as Chaos Arrow. Otto and other 5 epic heroes died from Leo's corpse explosion. All the Syndicate's strong men who could suppress the situation in Stromgarde have been killed. Your Highness Scarlet. My lord. The damn Fulcrest and his accomplices have been punished. Now there are only a group of unworthy minions left in Stromgarde. Now it is our turn to take back the Riptide. At the castle, an old noble came out of the crowd and said to Scarlet and Leo with excitement, "Please ask Her Royal Highness Scarlet and this gentleman to lead us to retake Stromgarde." A group of Arather nobles looked at him expectantly. And Leo felt a lot of pressure. Are these guys crazy? They treat the group of ogres and orcs in the inner city of Stromgarde like nothing? Faculist and his syndicate are just a tool in the hands of these guys. The real difficulty is the Shadow Council. With our strength, it is not easy to take back Stromgarde from the Shadow Council. Leo couldn't help but shook his head. The idea of taking back Stromgarde was very tempting. But it was difficult to achieve it. The Shadow Council, formed by Gul'dan and controlled by Kil'jaeden behind the scenes, is as powerful as a cloud. This is to put it lightly. To put it more seriously, it is not impossible that the epic is not as good as a dog. Leo, who was worried, forgot that the overall strength of the Shadow Council was indeed strong. But it was composed of several parts. If it were just a single organization, its strength would be much weaker. Looking at the hopeful nobles of the kingdom, Scarlet couldn't help but feel hot in her heart. The idea of recovering Stromgarde made her emotionally flustered. Fortunately, she was not carried away. The female knight looked at Leo, waiting for Leo to show his strength. Oh, make a decision. Leo had the intention to refuse. But when he thought of the human refugees who were used as food by the Syndicate and driven to the inner city as rations for the ogres, the words that came to his mouth became, "Try with all your strength. Fight hard." After receiving Leo's reply, Scarlet immediately beamed. Since Leo said he would give it a try, he would definitely try his best. Stromgarde might really be restored. Seeing the scene above Polition's head, the nobles of Arather exchanged glances with each other. We were indeed right. The relationship between Her Royal Highness Scarlet and this powerful man is really extraordinary. If Stromgarde can really be recovered, it would be really good for the Lothar family to succeed the Trollbane family and regain control of the kingdom of Arathar's choice. Unknown to Scarlet and Leo, they have stirred up an undercurrent surging in the kingdom of Arathar's. Scarlet, you organized them to clean up the remnants of the syndicate in the outer city. I will go to the inner city to take a look. Reluctantly moving his arms away from the slender and powerful waist of the female knight, Leo directed the bone dragon under his command to head towards the inner city of Stromgarde. There was a commotion in the outer city. There was no reason for the inner city not to know what the people of the Shadow Council were doing. They just let the syndicate be destroyed? Leo, who rushed to the inner city with questions, saw a scene that made him angry after leaving the castle in the city center. At this time, Stromgarde was in chaos, and ogres were frantically slaughtering the residents of the city. These fat men, equipped with weapons and armor made by human blacksmiths, were killing people with weapons made by human blacksmiths. Come humans. The elderly, women, children. These slow runners became the victims of the ogres' killing. The most hateful thing is that these fat men don't just kill people. They actually treat the humans they kill as food and eat them while killing them. The first ogre Leo saw was chewing a small arm in its mouth. The owner of the arm knew at a glance that it was a human child. The anger was instantly ignited, and strong murderous intent burst out from Leo's body, almost condensing into substance. Leo looked up to the sky and shouted, "1,000 kill ogres. If I don't kill you, I will take your surname." War Fortress. Release the army, leaving no one behind. War Fortress refers to the giant robot that Leo merged with the mountain giant and the group striker in the confinement circle. I don't know if it is because the alien energy in the confinement circle was absorbed for unknown reasons during the fusion. The fused giant robot has a separate space that can accommodate the skeleton mechanical army. To Leo, this was a living mobile war fortress. Since he didn't think it sounded good to call it a fortress, he named it a war fortress. After hearing Leo's order, dozens of large holes with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in the body of the war fortress amid a thin sound. A humming roar came from the war fortress. Skeleton mechanical fighter planes flew out from the cave entrance. They hovered in the sky. The 2 light machine guns on the fuselage were aimed at the ogres on the ground, who were slaughtering humans. A clicking sound. Some of the bullets hitting the ogre's armor sparks, while the other part hit the ogre smoothly, making the fat men scream in pain. Everything. The roar of the heavy machine gun rang out, and skeleton walking tanks joined the ranks of attacking the ogres. The gun barrels in the front of the tanks flashed with flames, and a fire net faced the ogres, killing each ogre. The demon was killed on the spot. After all, the heavy machine guns on the skeleton walking tanks are not comparable to the light machine guns on fighter planes. The bullets they shoot are more powerful and have stronger attack power. Even if the ogre is equipped with iron armor, it cannot take many shots. The appearance of the mechanical skeleton army caused the ogres to suffer. The ogres who were alarmed by the battle here saw these simple-minded fat men and became angry. They waved their weapons and attacked the skeleton mechanical army. The number of ogres in the inner city is definitely more than 10,000. After they are equipped with weapons and armor made of human iron armor, they already have combat power comparable to high-level warriors. The impact of high-level warriors cannot be underestimated. But in the face of an army of skeleton machines with sufficient ammunition and powerful firepower, such an impact is destined to be in vain. Under the firepower network composed of the heavy machine guns of the skeleton walking tanks and the light machine guns of the skeleton mechanical fighter planes, the charging ogres fell to the ground in pieces. Before they could reach the formation of the mechanical skeleton army, the ogres had already lost their lives. More than 3,000. Their own people kept dying, but their opponents kept their ferocious momentum. The ogres who had not charged forward after a fierce charge hesitated, and they began to retreat. At this time, a roar came from the ogre, and the ogre that was about to collapse regained its fighting spirit. Seeing this, Leo's eyes flashed with a cold light. Leader of the ogres, take your life. Chapter 251. Demigods are not out of reach. Boom! The big hand of the war fortress reached forward, and a heavy blow hit the top. Amidst the shocking sound of the impact, Stromgarde groaned in pain again. Kill Foolberry. Another boss-level opponent was killed. But Leo was already numb. Did he kill too many strongmen today? Not counting the 15 legendary masters in the syndicate. 10 of the epic masters alone have been killed, including the pseudo-legendary master Faculist, who was in the Shackles period. The war fortress killed Foolberry, the leader of the ogres, with one slap. The ogre's fighting spirit, which had been easily inspired, collapsed in an instant. The ogres collapsed when facing an opponent they could not defeat at all. These fat men who had massacred human beings before turned their clumsy bodies and began to run away desperately. Want to run? Can you run away? Leo's eyes were cold. In his eyes, these ogres, who not only killed people, but also ate people, must all die. Leave no one behind. The ruthless killings began. But this time the objects killed were no longer humans, but collapsed ogres. Everything. Duh. The roar of the machine guns became louder and louder, and the army of skeleton machines began to advance towards the inner city. At the speed of the ogres, they could not get rid of them, and they could only be chased and killed by them. The bullets hit the ogres, and each ogre was covered in bright red blood. The Sid corpses hit the ground with a thud, and a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Leo couldn't help but rub it. Nose. Not only are these rough people ugly, but the blood on their bodies is also so dirty. Well, if you want to say that a fat man like the ogre is not a rough man, but a slender man, that can only prove one thing. It's time for you to lose weight. Commanding the army to hunt down the ogres, Leo suddenly thought of a very serious problem. After killing so many strong men, why didn't Goldfinger prompt me to extract magic equipment and skills? Nothing will go wrong. Right? Leo's heart tightened secretly. Goldenfinger was his biggest supporter, and there was no room for any mistakes. You won't know if you don't check. But if you check, shocked, the host kills Faculist. The magic equipment is extracted successfully, and the host gets Tokarel. Do you want to absorb it? Tokarel was drawn. Blinking. Leo's mind was a little confused. Goldfinger extracted Tokarel for him. So what was he handed into Scarlet's hands before leaving the fortress? Scarlet's one is definitely authentic. So what is the one that Goldfinger drew? This is the heirloom sword of the Trollbane family. There is only one legendary sword in the world. It is not the Devil's Strike drawn when killing Vinsk. Others will not care too much if there are 2 or 3. The legendary sword Tokarel. Judging from the blow that Scarlet was able to knock away 8 epic heroes after holding it, this sword must be more harmful than the epic weapon. Leo has no idea. Even he himself didn't believe it. But could this sword see the light? Leo bets that as long as he takes out the Tokarel extracted by Goldenfinger and uses it, countless troubles will come to him like a tide. Why did Goldfinger draw me a piece of shit that would die in public? It's not over yet when Tokarel dies in the light. After all, he can still be used if he dies in the light. However, only those with the blood of the Trollbane family can use this sword to bring out its power. Leo is very undepressed. The legendary sword I got after killing Faculus not only dies at the sight of light, it's also a rip-off. After getting a legendary sword, Leo was still crying. He was really dissatisfied. Depressed as it is, you still have to take things. It would be nice to just leave a legendary sword without looking at it. Right? I don't know if it was because Tokarel was extracted that consumed a lot of character. Leo found that after the next 4 successes, the rest were all failures. Killing Senga gave Leo a skill that surprised him. This skill is the stealth skill of the stalker. Sneaking. This is a good skill for following beauties and torturing women, ahem. This is a good skill for sneak attacks and killing people. As for the remaining 3 times, one was disarming. The other was a sophisticated magic armor. And the last one was actually a slow fall spell. This time the Goldenfinger is really cheating. The only things that Leo can care about are disarming and sneaking. And the slow falling spell can also catch his eye. The sophisticated magic armor is directly ignored. Leo now has this level of items. I don't think much of it anymore. When a person's strength improves, his vision will naturally become picky. Looking at the series of failed prompts, Leo held his chin and thought, from killing Faculus to being promoted to an epic powerhouse. The epics killed during this period all had extra rewards. But once they were promoted to epics, they began to fail. From this point of view, after being promoted to epic, the chance of getting extra rewards by killing strong men of the same level becomes very small. The only way to kill enemies is to cross the level. Doesn't this force me to find a legendary strongman to fight for my life? Leo suddenly realized that a sudden increase in strength was not a good thing. A vague magic wave woke up Leo, who was checking the extra gains he got from Goldfinger. Only then did he realize that he, who was commanding the army of skeleton machines to hunt down the ogres, had already entered the depths of the inner city. This at that time. Only 2 or 3 kittens were left in the ogre army. After Fulberry's death, the ogre whose fighting spirit collapsed was chased by Leo's army of skeleton machines. The whole journey could only be described by words, like corpses strewn across the field and blood flowing all over the ground. Taking the castle in the center of Stromgard as the dividing line, the inner city is filled with the smelly blood that flowed out when ogres were killed. Tens of thousands of heavily armed ogres met Leo's army of skeleton machines, and were completely annihilated without causing even a trace of damage to the opponent. Fortunately, Leo had a golden finger to absorb corpses. Otherwise, the corpses thrown by the ogre along the way would definitely hinder his pursuit. The official debut of the mechanical skeleton army on the world stage was very perfect. It killed tens of thousands of enemies at the cost of 0 casualties. Just like the premiere of War Fortress, it announced the strength of this giant robot by killing Sengu with one slap. Come on stage. What ability did this human warlock use to actually turn the ogre's corpse into this state? A human woman wearing a black cloak appeared where Leo was walking. She squatted down regardless of the smelly blood on the ground. He got down and used his fingers to crush the crystal particles left behind after the ogre's body was absorbed. His face full of confusion. The human woman was waiting for closer inspection. But her body suddenly stopped because she found that she was surrounded. A human sorceress. And also an epic-level strongman. Madam, aren't you going to say something? Leo's voice came from the top of the human sorceress. He was sitting on Parishan's head. He was looking at the woman in black cloak, who was slowly getting up below. The human sorceress slowly raised her head, looked at Leo and said, "Hello, my lord. Montrose salutes you." Montrose? You? Before Leo finished speaking, the big hand of War Fortress was already covering it. Boom! In Montrose's horrified eyes, the huge palm of the War Fortress enveloped her with thunderous force. No! With a blow that was comparable to that of a legendary powerhouse. Montrose only left his last shrill scream. Go to H.L. At this time, the second half of Leo's words sounded faintly. Others don't know that I don't understand yet? Appearing in Strongard, also known as Montrose. She is also a sorceress. Isn't this Dable Montrose of the Shadow Council? Do you really think that my mountain pass is for nothing? Knowing the identity of the other party, Leo will naturally not hold back. And he will never spare those who deserve to be killed. Even if Montrose is quite handsome, he will not be able to make him relent in the slightest. Do the warlocks of the Shadow Council really think they are dying if they don't kill her as soon as they know her identity? Who knows what weird tricks Montrose has? If you strike first, you will be stronger. But if you strike later, you will suffer disaster. Killing Dable Montrose. Failed to extract magic equipment. Skills are being extracted. The host has gained a transferable ability, Life Siphon. Do you want to absorb it? Isn't this the innate ability of the Curse Master? Even this can be sucked. What a powerful golden finger. Things in the world are often so magical. You never know what will happen at the next moment. When Leo felt depressed because of consecutive failed draws, the God of Destiny gave him a surprise. The reason why it was a surprise was because Leo discovered that the Life Siphon mastered by Montrose was the most powerful version of the curse spell formed by the warlock alone, and was not a vassal effect like another version of the corrosion spell in Yamaguchi Mountain in later generations, drawing life energy from the cursed object to restore the caster. This is the function of the Life Siphon. If it is a vassal version of corrosion, the life vitality extracted by this spell depends on the damage of corrosion, and it is not 100% successful extraction. If it is formed independently, the right to determine how strong the Life Siphon effect is lies with Leo himself. Comparing the two cars, it's clear which one is better, and which one is worse. After getting the Life Siphon from Montrose, Leo couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Since killing the warlock can obtain the talents of other departments, wouldn't it be wrong if he killed a few more epic level or even higher curse masters? Can you be proficient in all talents? Become a full-scale warlock who combines the 3 talents of curse, demon, and destruction. This idea made Leo a little excited. If he could combine the 3 major talents into one and become a full-scale warlock, combined with the ability of the Necromancer, how strong would he be? Why didn't you think of this earlier? 3 talented all-series warlocks. Aren't these existences like Gul'dan and Nazul? Leo licked his lips, and a light flashed in his eyes. It seems that the powerful demigods are not out of reach. War Fortress. Release all the skeleton mechanical army. I want to destroy the inner city of Strongard. Warlocks of the Shadow Council. For my 3 series full talent, you will obediently sacrifice your lives and become a stepping stone for me to climb to the level of demigod. Chapter 252 The Hand of Gul'dan. Montrose's breath is gone. In the innermost corner of Strongard, Call, wearing a black cloak, said to Nagaz, who was busy. Nagaz's body paused slightly. He didn't say anything, but his movements obviously sped up a lot. Characters such as Montrose and Call have special secret methods to ask for help. Since it is a secret method to ask for help, it naturally does not take much time to activate. Now Montrose died without even sending a message for help. He was obviously killed by his opponent immediately after encountering the enemy. Nagaz had concluded that there must be a legendary strongman among the people who entered Stromgarde. Is it Bolvar from Stormwind or Jaina from Theramore? Nagaz asked himself that he was no match for either of the two. No matter which one of the two came, he could not resist it. The layout of Stromgarde has not been completely completed. I didn't expect that humans would react so fiercely and move so fast this time. It was my miscalculation, so I had to force it. Nagaz took a deep breath and prayed silently in his heart. After planning for so long and putting in so much effort, he hoped that this time it would really succeed. All the arrangements are made. Call. Let's activate the magic circle. Nagaz looked at Call behind him, with a ruthless look in his eyes. However, the black cloak blocked Call's sight, and the latter did not notice it at all. If you look down from a high altitude, you will find a very strange thing. At some point, a series of fine magical lights appeared in the entire inner city of Stromgarde. These lights gathered together to form a giant magic circle. Just when Call stepped forward to activate the magic circle according to Nagaz's instructions, a sudden change occurred. To activate the magic circle, you need to input magic power. After inputting the magic power into the magic circle, Call's face suddenly turned pale. He clearly felt that the magic circle was frantically extracting his magic power. But in 5 breaths, as an epic being a strong man, he felt that the magic power in his body was drained out. If it was just like this, Call wouldn't panic. It's not uncommon for a giant magic circle to drain out the activated magic power. What frightened him was that after draining his magic power, the magic circle actually began to drain his life force. Call could only he felt that his body was aging rapidly, and life was leaving him. Lord Nagaz, save me. With the last bit of hope, Call called for help to Nagaz. But his voice was so low that even he could hardly hear it clearly. Call could see what he meant from his eyes. But Nagaz had no intention of rescuing him at all. His deep voice rang in Call's ears, for the great Argus to revive. Your sacrifice is worth it. Call. It is indeed Nagaz who is harming me. Staring at Nagaz, Kor's eyes were full of hatred. But no matter how much he hated him, he could not stop the magic circle from draining his life force. No, I don't want to die. With endless unwillingness and incomparable resentment towards Nagaz, an epic strongman was sucked alive into a human body by a magic circle, and finally fell to the ground with a bang. And the impact force when he fell to the ground made him. Call's shriveled body fell apart, leaving a pile of gravel-like material on the ground. Nagaz waved his hand gently, and a gust of wind blew by, taking away all the gravel on the ground, leaving no trace behind. The magic circle is activated. It's time for me to leave. Nagaz looked in the direction of the outer city, but the darkness and the tall stone houses blocked his view. He did not see the huge figure in the night. Otherwise, he would not have activated the teleportation array. The war fortress is now his ability is still no match for him. When Call activated the magic circle, the magic power fluctuations in the inner city became manic. Leo, who was commanding the skeleton mechanical army to clean up the inner city, sensed the danger. Without saying a word, he took all his younger brothers and fled. What exactly is the Shadow Council doing in the inner city? Why does this place give me a feeling of extreme danger? Lao Pei, fly into the air and take a look. A giant magic circle. Standing on the head of Polition, Leo looked at the magic circle in the inner city with a solemn face. This magic circle was already in operation, and the manic magic energy spread like a wave. Even though he was thousands of meters high in the sky, Leo could still clearly feel the manic aura. The changes in the inner city have alarmed the nobles of Scarlet and Arather, who were cleaning up the remnants of the syndicate in the outer city. They gathered in the castle in the city center and looked at the inner city with worry. At this time, the brilliance emitted by the magic circle operating in the inner city became brighter and brighter with the manic energy of magic. It became gradually clearer from the initial inconspicuousness, then became as translucent as a searchlight beam, and finally became there were thick pillars of light that reached straight into the sky. Under the illumination of these pillars of light, the entire sky of Stromgarde was as bright as day. Polition, raise it higher. Leo found that the altitude of 1,000 meters was no longer safe. When the light of the magic circle illuminated the sky of Stromgarde, the manic magic energy actually formed a huge energy vortex, spinning helplessly around the magic circle. Under the suction of the vortex, Leo had the illusion that his body was being sucked away. Polition carried Leo and flew high into the sky. Scarlet and the others on the ground also followed the war fortress and retreated into the distance. The suction force generated by the huge energy vortex was extremely strong. If it weren't for the war fortress in front, Arather would at least half of the nobles will be sucked in. What to do? Holding Tokaril tightly, Scarlet felt very powerless. Everyone could see that Stromgarde was facing a huge crisis. But as a member of the royal family of Arather, she couldn't stop it, not even to explore the reasons. At this moment, she was at a loss. Boom! Boom! The loud sound of the war fortress moving woke Scarlet out of her daze. Looking at the huge body of the war fortress, the female knight's mind gradually calmed down. Leo, you will have a solution. If he knew what Scarlet was thinking, Leo would definitely be extremely surprised, because he never thought that his image in the female knight's heart would be so powerful. He tried using shadow arrows and chaos arrows to attack the energy vortex, but found that it was just giving it supplements. Leo immediately stopped. Pure energy spell attacks will not work, so you can only use physical attacks. However, due to its own weight, the bone-teeth-bone spear cannot withstand the suction and tearing of the energy vortex. It must be hit with someone of sufficient weight. Okay. Speaking of substantial weight, Leo immediately thought of a demonic warlock skill that he had used his newly acquired talent to point out not long ago. You're just pretending to be a god. Let me see how strong you really are. Leo flipped the palm of his right hand and pressed it down Shushu. A meteorite with a diameter of 10 meters was formed out of thin air. The dark red flames on the meteorite burned violently and silently. Hand of Gul'dan. The meteorite hit the center of the energy vortex. And something surprising happened to Leo. When the meteorite came into contact with the energy vortex, the dark red flames on its surface burned violently like burning gasoline. As the dark red flame burned fiercely, the energy forming the vortex decreased. Even though it was only a small amount, it still could not escape the attention of Leo, who had been observing it. Seeing that Gul'dan's hand actually had such an effect, Leo was certainly not polite. The magic power on his body fluctuated rapidly, and another meteorite appeared. Leo did not hesitate to waste his magic power to continuously use the hand of Gul'dan. Meteorites burning with dark red flames smashed into the energy vortex. The burning dark red flames covered the originally bright Stromgarde with a layer of darkness. Red light. The strange phenomenon in the sky was quickly discovered. A sharp-eyed Arather noble pointed in the direction of Leo and shouted excitedly, "It's the strong man. He is casting a spell. I feel the suction force is shrinking. Stromgarde is saved." A group of Arather nobles suddenly cheered. He really has a way. Realizing that the energy vortex was weakening, Scarlet's heart suddenly felt relieved. The female knight looked at the sky, with a sweet arc at the corner of her mouth. The Arather nobles on the ground were cheering happily. What did Leo think? Before Leo's time travel, there was a popular TV series called Let's Watch the Meteor Shower. This meteor shower looked very refreshing. But have people who watched the meteor shower ever thought about this question when they watch it so much? At that time, what was the situation of the people who caused the meteor shower? Well, Leo admitted that he was a hard worker. A hard-working young man who made meteor showers for others to watch. But he was tired to death. The loud cheers of the nobles of Arather could be heard vaguely, which made Leo extremely depressed when he heard it. For the sake of Stromgarde, I was exhausted up there. But you guys are watching the spectacular meteor shower below. This is not sentimental. This is definitely not sentimental. Bang bang bang. The meteorite burning with dark red flames finally hit the ground. In a violent impact, the inner city of Stromgarde was smashed into pits like a teenage boy's face, which was too miserable to look at. Building after building was destroyed in the dense rain of meteorites. From time to time, hidden magic nodes were revealed in the collapsed buildings, and the Shadow Parliament's magic circle began to be exposed. Seeing this scene, Leo's heart moved, and he immediately adjusted the angle of his attack. The meteorite rain created by Gul'dan's hand began to hit these exposed magic nodes. The effect of this was very obvious. Each magic node was shattered by the successive meteorite bombardments, and the nodes that formed the magic circle were shattered. Problems began to occur in the operation of the magic circle, and the suction of the energy vortex was getting smaller at a faster rate. Let me find a way to deal with you. Seeing that this method was effective, Leo deliberately smashed the meteorites into those buildings, which would cause disaster to the inner city of Stromgarde. Meteorites designed to hit buildings rained down, leaving the entire inner city in a mess. Simply, magic nodes appeared along with the collapsed buildings, and the meteorites that followed quickly destroyed them. The number of magic nodes that make up the magic circle is rapidly decreasing. The energy vortex is rapidly weakening, and the magic circle arranged by Nagaz is gradually sliding towards the edge of collapse. In this great situation, a momentum rose into the sky, and a powerful existence wanted to break through. The array is completely activated. Chapter 253 Create a God with your own hands. Danger? Extremely dangerous. The premonition of the coming crisis kept urging Leo, go. Go quickly. Go as far as possible. But, can he just walk away? Leo has always had this understanding that if there is danger, he would be a fool not to run away quickly. It is better to put safety first in everything. But now, he sadly discovered that people who do not run away when faced with danger, but instead bite the bullet are often not willing to do so. They are forced to become fools. Just like him now. The magic power in his body surged, and Leo was ready to fight for his life. This wasn't that his consciousness was so high that he could really fight to the death for Strongguard, but that he found that even if he ran at the fastest speed, he couldn't escape. The powerful being who wanted to break out of the magic circle had already locked every creature in Strongguard with spiritual power. The positioning teleportation scroll failed under his mental lock, which meant that he could not use the scroll to return to the city to escape. You have a weak soul. It's okay. Why are you trying to lock your mind? Isn't this forcing me to fight to the death? When it comes to working hard, not everyone can work hard. It depends on whether you have the capital to work hard. Although Leo, the being who was trying to come to this world through the magic circle, did not see his true form, Leo could conclude that this guy's strength was comparable to that of Varamathra's because of his aura that could make it difficult to breathe. They were not on the same level at all. In front of him, Varamathra's, the legendary fierce man and the powerful dread lord, was as weak as a baby. It can make the legendary strong appear so weak. The existence that the Shadow Council wants to summon has the power to be a demigod or even a stronger existence. After figuring out the strength of the opponent he was about to face, Leo was very depressed. Why is this bird world so difficult to mix with? Demigod-like existences can also appear. Isn't this deceiving? The only benefit after the magic circle is completed is that the energy vortex is gone, and the spells cast will no longer be swallowed by the energy vortex. However, Leo would rather deal with the energy vortex when fighting an opponent who is at least a demigod. What should I do? What can I do to deal with him? Ordinary methods were unable to deal with the upcoming enemies. Leo's mind started to spin rapidly. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe this would work. He looked around as if he were a thief, and saw that no one could see his actions. A sword quietly appeared in Leo's hand. A legendary sword named Tokarel. That's right. He wants to create a steel stone demon. A steel stone demon made with sophisticated magic equipment can compete with a master in the legendary realm. So, how far can a steel stone demon made with the legendary sword Tokarel achieve? Looking at the Tokarel in his hand, Leo whispered softly, "It's all up to you now. Don't let me lose the chain at the critical moment." Necromancer skill. Summon the Iron Stone Demon. With a slight finger pointing at Tokarel's sword, a strong suction force came from the sword, and in an instant, most of Leo's magic power was extracted. He was shocked as he had never expected such a situation. Before he could react, Tokarel suddenly burst out of his hand with a powerful force. Leo was shocked when he saw this. This thing would die if exposed to light. If others saw him, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, it was a dark night, and Leo was thousands of meters high in the sky, so no one else saw this scene. Tokarel, who broke free from Leo's hands, quickly completed its transformation. This legendary sword turned into a 5-meter-tall Iron Man. A powerful aura came from it, crushing Parashion. Shaking repeatedly, he had to retreat far away, and Leo on Draculika's back also had difficulty breathing. Taking 2 heavy breaths, Leo stared at the steel stone demon falling to the ground, his eyes shining brightly. Judging from the momentum, the steel stone demon was not much weaker than the existence that was about to come to this world. At the same time, Leo also received a very accurate message. That is, the existence that was about to come to this world was a demigod. Demigods are so powerful? Or is it that Varamathra's, whom I used for comparison, is just a noob among the legendary powerhouses? Leo frowned, but then he laughed loudly. Tokarel is indeed a legendary sword. This thing is so powerful. I actually created a demigod. Although it is a one-time consumption item, Leo feels that this luxury is really worth it, because he has made a god with his own hands. Even though he is only a demigod, he still carries the word god. Right? Prince Arthas. Menethil wielded the divine sword Frostmourne. Although Frostmourne tempted Prince Arthas to fall, No one dared to underestimate the power of this divine sword, because it achieved a demigod Lich King Arthas. Now, another demigod appears. He is the steel stone demon created by Leo using Tokarel. The demigod's momentum is so strong that it can be felt throughout the earthy highlands, let alone Stromgarde. If the aura of the demigod, who has not yet passed through the magic circle and descended into the world, is still very obscure and difficult to detect, then the steel stone demon created by Leo now is like a bright light in the dark night, extremely conspicuous, and the entire Rathavan is the high-level experts were alarmed. In the Valley of Refuge, Marshal Oslet, Cabin, and the Eyes, who were discussing with Prince Galen, stood up with shocked faces and looked at each other in the direction of Stromgarde. Prince Galen, Amryn and others couldn't help but secretly wonder when they saw their appearance. They had not even reached the legendary realm and could not feel the aura of the demigods at all. Prince Galen asked Marshal Oslet, "What happened, Your Highness? If my sensing is not wrong." Marshal Oslet looked hesitant, and after a pause, he said, "A strong demigod has appeared in Stromgarde." "What? Demigod? What is this concept? In this world, demigods are almost invincible. With the defeat of the Burning Legion, Arthas, the Lich King of the Scourge, has become extinct in the world since he proclaimed himself the Eye's throne. Now, he has actually appeared, and he is in Stromgarde. Is this powerful demigod an enemy or a friend?" Galen clenched his fists. The Valley of Refuge was shocked by the appearance of the demigod-level Steel Stone Devil. How about Hammerfell, which is controlled by the undead? A group of undead strong men looked at the direction of Stromgarde and secretly worried. What the H.L. is the Shadow Council doing? They actually brought out a strong demigod. In other words, these mysterious guys provoked a demigod. Send this news back to the Undercity. As the instigator, Leo had no idea that he had quietly created a big storm. A big storm that was destined to sweep the entire world. He was not in the mood to care about other things now. The appearance of the Steel Stone Demon made the existence that was about to come to this world react. An extremely violent reaction. Feeling the threat of the Steel Stone Demon, the being behind the magic circle let out a demonstrative roar, stretched out a big hand from behind the magic circle, and slapped the falling Steel Stone Demon with great power. Facing the big hand that came at him, the Steel Stone Demon showed no sign of weakness, and smashed the opponent's attack with its iron fist. The two demigods locked hands. The sound is loud, but the elephant is invisible. The majestic blow should have made an earth-shattering noise. But Leo, who was watching this scene closely, heard nothing. Vision was telling him that there would be a huge noise when the two demigods fought. But hearing was telling him that there would be no sound at all. The difference between vision and hearing made him feel a strong sense of violation. Leo's heart was shocked, and a stream of blood spurted out from his mouth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Leo quickly moved his eyes away. A battle between demigods was not something that Epic could participate in. He was injured just by looking at it. I originally thought that after advancing to the Epic level, I would be able to run rampant in the world, but I would have no problem protecting myself. However, after seeing the fight between the two demigods, this idea was rejected by Leo. Just as the legendary realm is very powerless when facing epics, the epic warriors still have no power to fight back when facing legends or even demigods. If they want to climb to the top of the world and become one of those who look down on the common people, the road ahead is still there. Incredibly long. Also a demigod. Can the steel and stone demon created by Tokarel defeat the unknown existence behind the magic circle? Leo was very worried. But when he thought that the being could only use one hand to fight against the steel stone demon, his worries became much lighter. Silently closing his eyes, Leo was observing the fight between the two demigods through the vision shared by the crow. The fight between the strong demigods was very strange. As an epic strong man, Leo vomited blood after seeing it. But nothing happened to the weak crow. Quite like a lion who wouldn't care about the gaze of an ant. With the crow as a transfer station, Leo can safely and boldly check the battle situation between the two demigods. As both demigods, the Iron Stone Demon could do his best, but the being behind the magic circle only stretched out one hand. Naturally, such a fight was very unfair. The Iron Stone Demon waved his iron fist and punched his big hand hard, and smashed his big hand into the magic circle inch by inch. The being behind the magic circle roared repeatedly, but he had no way to do anything. We are all strong men of the same class. How can he defeat the Steel and Stone Demon with one hand? What's more, the Steel Stone Demon's talent of Thorn's aura can also rebound damage every time he launches a counterattack. he will be shocked by the rebounded damage. The Steel Stone Demon with the Thorns aura is like a guard that is running towards you. The hedgehog will be covered in wounds whether you touch it or not. That's it. Smash him. Smash him back. Seeing that the big hand was slowly being smashed back into the magic circle under the attack of the Iron Stone Demon, Leo was cheering for the Iron Stone Demon. In fact, it's okay not to cheer up, because he discovered an extremely serious problem. That is, the Steel Stone Demon created by Tokero actually has a time limit. Chapter 254, the end of the battle. The Steel Stone Demon made with Tokero actually has a time limit for its existence. Leo was shocked. This was the first time he saw the time limit for the Stone Demon's existence. What is going on? Questions arose in his mind, but they were immediately suppressed by Leo. He had no time to explore this issue now. If he couldn't force the big hand back to the magic circle before the time limit for the existence of the Steel Stone Demon was reached, he wouldn't have to think about it in the future. The problem is that the unknown demigod, who breaks out of the formation, will definitely destroy him to the point of leaving nothing behind. Under Leo's urging, the speed of the Iron Stone Demon's punches increased significantly. The big hand was hit and retreated repeatedly. The small half of the arms that had been stretched out were all forced back into the magic circle, leaving only the wrist. He was struggling to support himself with his huge palms. One punch. Another punch. The Iron Stone Demon's fist was still heavy, but it could no longer push his opponent back even a little bit. The demigod behind the magic circle was obviously unwilling to be beaten back without even showing his face, and he was trying his best to resist. The resistance of the unknown demigod does not matter. What matters is that the existence time limit of the Steel Stone Demon has entered the countdown. Leo was worried. His brows furrowed into a Sichuan shape, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Is this the end? Damn it. Why can a demigod-level Steel Stone Demon only exist for 30 seconds? I cannot be reconciled. In anxiety, Leo suddenly opened his eyes. He was not the kind of person who waited for others to destroy him. He wanted to take the initiative. With a strong kick of his feet, Leo jumped off Polition's head and began to free fall from an altitude of several thousand meters. Did he go crazy because of despair? Driven mad by despair. This was not Leo. Falling rapidly from a high altitude, he suddenly looked up to the sky and roared, and a rich dark aura emanated from him. Hiss! With the crisp sound of cracking brocade, the clothes on Leo's back were stretched open, and a pair of demon wings shrouded in black mist, hidden in the darkness, stretched out from his back. At the same time, a six-pointed star formation composed entirely of dark elements appeared on Leo's forehead. A rich dark aura came from the magic circle, and the dark elements condensed into black smoke visible to the naked eye, which continuously spurted out from the six-pointed star magic circle. The black smoke quickly flowed downwards from Leo's forehead, and it spread in just half a breath. It reached his whole body and enveloped him completely. From the perspective of others, Leo shrouded in black smoke is like a big black chrysalis, with dark aura swaying like a breath, comparable to the magic power of a pseudo-legendary strongman fluctuating in the dark aura, spread among the drums. Suddenly, the big black chrysalis shattered, and a human man with black hair and black eyes emerged from the cocoon with a fierce aura. This man was Leo. The devil's wings gently flapped twice, stopping the body that was falling at high speed in the air. Leo looked at his hands filled with black smoke with a strange look on his face, and murmured to himself, "Why do I have no shape after the devil's transformation? Change? Demon transformation? Yes, it is demon transformation. The ultimate talent skill of the Warlock Demonology Master, which can transform the demon into a demon that raises the level of the caster in a short period of time." At this time, Leo already had pseudo-legendary combat power, with the blessing of demon transformation. After being promoted to epic power, Leo, who can get 1 talent point for each level, has used the talent points to activate demon transformation, the ultimate talent skill of the Demonology Master. At this time, he can already use Warlock Destruction and Demon with the existence of 2 major series of ultimate skills. If Leo can obtain all the talents of the Master of the Curse, Leo can combine the 3 major branches of the Warlock's talents into one, and thus aspire to become a demigod like Gul'dan and Nazul. Although it was strange that his body had not been transformed into a demon, Leo knew that now was not the time to explore it. There were only the last 5 seconds of the Iron Stone Demon's existence. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he flapped his demon wings fiercely, and Leo rushed towards the unknown demigod's big hand. 2 intertwined green mist condensed on his hand, which turned out to be the ultimate talent skill of the Destruction Warlock, Chaos Arrow. Using Chaos Arrows under demonic transformation. The lethality is enough to injure the legendary strongman. The Chaos Arrow was shot out, and the green mist hit the unknown demigod's big hand. This blow was enough to damage the legendary strongman, but it had no effect at all. A demigod is a demigod after all, and a blow that can injure a legendary strongman cannot cause him any harm. A full-strength blow did not even scratch the opponent's skin. If a weak-minded person saw it, he would be very frustrated. And the current situation is not only that. As if to prove the words misfortunes never come singly, a worse situation will happen. The time limit for the existence of the Steel Stone Demon has expired. Tokaler is found. Do you want to recover it? The voice in his head shocked Leo. The legendary sword Tokaral, which could create a demigod-level Steel Stone Demon, could actually be recycled. Does this mean that I can use it to create demigod-level thugs unlimited times in the future? Recycle. Leo chose recycling without hesitation. The current crisis must be dealt with. But while dealing with the crisis, people must also plan for the future. Right? What made him feel the most regretful was that the recovered Tokaral was like a piece of scrap metal. No matter how he called, there was no response. Otherwise, if he created a demigod again, he would not have to worry about the current situation. Chaos Arrows cannot hurt the enemy, and the only Steel Stone Demon that can compete with the unknown demigod behind the magic circle has disappeared again. Leo is suddenly embarrassed as to what method he should use to deal with the unknown demigod. The unknown demigod was overjoyed when he noticed that the Steel Stone Demon had disappeared, and that he had no big enemy. He was so happy that he let out a roar filled with joy. Leo felt a powerful spirit locking him in midair. After the Steel Stone Demon disappeared, Leo became the only eyesore, especially since he had attacked the hand of an unknown demigod before. After the magic circle, naturally, that being wanted to take it out on him. It's just a fake legend, a little thing that exists like an ant. But you actually dare to attack a powerful demigod. Do you know how the word death is written? I will take out the anger that Iron Man demigod gave me before on this fake legend like you. The unknown demigod's big hand grabbed Leo, as if he was trying to catch an insignificant little insect. Facing the attack of a demigod, even with the blessing of demon transformation, Leo might not be able to withstand it. At this moment, he was in danger. Want to kill me? Not that easy. In the moment of life and death, Leo's eyes turned to pieces of meteorites burning with black flames on the ground. And he suddenly felt blessed. It's a gamble whether you live or die. With the magic power all over his body, Leo stretched out his hand to strike at the demigod's big hand. Hand of Gul'dan. After the demon transformed, the black energy-filled palm suddenly burned violently. Leo actually used his arm as the carrier of Gul'dan's hand instead of using magic power to summon meteorites out of thin air. If he were in a normal state, and used his own arm as a carrier to cast Hand of Gul'dan, Leo would only end up with a broken hand and tendon. However, with the blessing of the devil's transformation, he has a devil's body. Not only has the endurance increased several times, although it was a heavy load to cast Hand of Gul'dan, he could still bear it. The unknown demigod behind the magic circle let out a series of laughter, which was clearly mocking Leo for overestimating his abilities. However, the next moment, the series of laughter was suddenly interrupted. Just like a rooster that was crowing to announce the dawn was suddenly interrupted, cutting off the throat. The magic circle activated when the Shadow Council summoned this demigod originally formed a huge energy vortex. After the magic circle was completed, although the energy whirlpool disappeared, the energy dissipated in the heaven and earth still existed. They disappeared in a short period of time. It won't disappear. This resulted in the fact that there was still a large amount of energy in the inner city of Stromgarde. Originally, these energies existed, and there was no big problem. But Leo's Gul'dan hand was able to activate them, using his own arm as a carrier. I don't know if it was the reason for the black mist after the demon transformed. The Hand of Gul'dan, with his pseudo-legendary strength, struck with all his strength and instantly ignited the energy gathered in Stromgarde. Bake. It was as if a torch was dropped in an oil depot. The energy gathered from the previous energy vortex exploded with shocking power. Dark red flames burned blazingly in the inner city of Stromgarde, destroying countless buildings that existed. More than half of the city was burned down in the past year. Burning? That's right. The dark red flames destroyed the inner city of Stromgarde in an instant. Although the flames extinguished in a flash, only a pile of lava was left in the entire inner city, and nothing else. Half of Stromgarde was destroyed because of Leo's Hand of Gul'dan. Ouch! There was a loud howl, and a huge arm was broken at the root. At the moment when the dark red flames ignited, the summoning circle arranged by the Shadow Council was successfully destroyed. After the magic circle was destroyed, the powerful power of space directly cut off the connection between the unknown demigod and the world. He stretched out the magic circle. An arm was cut off by the power of space. In the face of the power of the entire plane space, even the powerful demigods have no power to resist it all. The demigod who lost his arm howled in pain. But he was helpless. Without the help of the summoning circle, he would not be able to come to the world. Warlock, I remember you. The unknown demigod left such cruel words to Leo before the plane space completely isolated his induction. Remember me? Leo smiled disdainfully. No one can say anything in a situation. And no one dares to say harsh words. If you want to threaten me, you should wait until you successfully come to this world. But at that time, I still don't know who killed whom. Flailing his demon wings, Leo looked down at the half-broken Stromguard from high in the sky. At this stage of the battle, Stromguard was successfully captured. An unknown item was found. Will the host absorb it? Unknown changes will occur after absorption, deduction and progress. Please choose. Chapter 255. In the castle in the center of Stromguard, a human man with black hair and black eyes sat at the highest point of the castle and looked at the revitalized city. Many humans in the city were busy rebuilding their homes. A strong gust of wind came out and blew up his clothes. One sleeve was fluttering in the wind, but it was actually empty. This was the 10th day after the Battle of Stromguard. The result of that battle was that most of Stromguard was destroyed. The castle in the city center was seriously damaged, and the inner city was completely destroyed. If Leo hadn't fired the last blow, the fire that soared into the sky only spread its power in the inner city, and the entire Stromguard would be destroyed in one day. The entire inner city was burned into a pile of lava. The lava flowed outwards along the terrain, creating a very wide and gentle slope. This slope extended outward straight into the sea. It was originally close to the sea, but suffered from the distance from the sea. Stromguard, which has a plain of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, but has never been able to build a harbor, solved a big problem. If this city is properly expanded, not only will it not be inferior to Stormwind City, but it will also have a sense of history. Leo believes that the group of Arathar nobles under the leadership of Scarlet will complete it. This idea is not because he has confidence in the nobles, but because he has confidence in Scarlet and the Lothar family behind her. Only now did Leo understand why there were so few strong men in the Arathar coalition in the Valley of Refuge. It turned out that the problem lay with the royal family of the Arathar kingdom. A royal family composed of multiple families. The Trollbane family, currently in charge of the royal family of Arathar, has insufficient foundation compared to the Lothar family. More than 70% of the powerful people in Arathar are under the orders of the Lothar family. This has caused a conflict between the power of the Trollbane family and the Lothar family. The fact that the kingdom of Arathar is severely lacking in control. This situation is usually invisible, because the powerful men who take orders from the Lothar family have always been working hard for the kingdom. But in critical moments, these people will not fight for the Trollbane family. Why Stromguard fell so quickly? In addition to the Shadow Council and Faculous Syndicate quietly joining forces with the undead in the Undercity, it was also an extremely important reason why there were only a few strong men in Stromguard who were willing to fight to the death to resist. In fact, had it not been for the purpose of protecting Scarlet, the only legitimate bloodline of the Lothar family, and giving her enough time to grow up, a fight would have broken out among the royal family of the kingdom of Arathar. How could the Lothar family, which once controlled the kingdom and was the most powerful, watch helplessly as the Trollbane family easily ascended the throne after the death of Grand Duke Lothar? Scarlet is such a silly girl. She was exposed to too much light in the Cathedral of Holy Light, and she thinks the world is too beautiful. Leo looked at the piece of information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Galen, you are really a Hong Kong hero. Lord Leo, how should we deal with this matter? A warrior with a scar on his face stood respectfully behind Leo. It was Whaley, the commander of Leo's 500 dragon-blooded guards. Leave this to Scarlet. There are some things that the person concerned must make their own choices. Leo looked up at the sky, his eyes becoming deeper. Scarlet, what choice will you make after knowing the truth? Boom! The hard stone table groaned unbearably, and then turned into a pile of rubble as cracks spread. Scarlet looked at Willie blankly, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. If anyone else had the temper of the female knight, they would have drawn their swords at them. But this person was Willie, a subordinate of Leo, and he represented that's what Leo meant. Even if the female knight doesn't want to believe it, She still has to consider the authenticity of this matter. Galen, that bastard. The soul of the Trollbane family. The hall was filled with the roars of strong men, all of whom belonged to the Lothar family. Although Leo meant to let Scarlet make her own choice, Willie still saw it. Leo was very dissatisfied with Galen. So Willie chose the right time to make a decision between Scarlet and the Lothar family. The strong men shook out the information in their hands while discussing matters in the hall. Sir Willie, you said that Prince Galen deliberately asked His Highness Scarlet to leave the Valley of Refuge and come to Stromgarde. Do you have any evidence? This was the first reaction of the strong men after Willie revealed the information he had accidentally learned. The matter was serious, and they dared not draw any conclusions without evidence. Evidence? Of course Viri does. And the evidence is very strong. A magic stone that records sounds and images. A magic stone secretly given to him by a commander named Amern when he left Sanctuary Valley for Stromgarde. There is not much information recorded in the Philosopher's Stone. Just a few sentences of dialogue between two people. But it was these few sentences of dialogue that caused an uproar. Because the message in these few sentences clearly showed that Prince Galen gave the Refuge Valley commander Amern ordered her to deliberately leave a loophole in the arrangement of guards to allow Scarlet to pass. Let Scarlet walk out of the Valley of Refuge. Judging from the situation at the time, Galen clearly intended to let her go to Stromgarde alone. This is going to kill Scarlet, given the level of danger in Stromgarde at the time. Scarlet, a legendary paladin, would definitely be in danger if she came alone. In fact, if Leo's strength hadn't far exceeded everyone's estimation, Scarlet would have been killed by Faculist. Once Scarlet died, the strong men of the Lothar family had no one to loyal to. If Prince Galen could win over him in time, it would be almost certain that these strong men, who did not belong to the Trollbane family, would switch to Galen's command. After all, the Trollbane family is also the royal family of Arathar. After learning about this, Leo couldn't help but sigh. Galen is really very calculating. Perhaps some of the gossip between Scarlet and Leo reached Galen's ears, making him think there was some special relationship between the two. He pretended to ask Leo to come to Stromgarde, but he didn't really want Leo to rescue Scarlet. In addition to making a gesture in front of everyone, Galen also wanted to arouse Leo's hatred towards the Syndicate and the Shadow Council, because Prince Galen estimated that it would be no problem to protect himself with Leo's strength. But it would be impossible to save people from the pseudo-legendary Faculist. Scarlet died in the hands of Faculist. Leo will definitely hate the Syndicate very much in his heart. If he takes action after both sides have a common enemy, Leo will be easily pulled into his camp. Galen's plan was very feasible. But unfortunately he met Leo, a time traveler, and things suddenly changed. Leo was very effective in killing Faculist. Scarlet did not die. Then Stromgarde, which was controlled by the Shadow Council, was also taken back. After learning that Scarlet had taken back Stromgarde, the Lothar family suddenly appeared. This situation made Galen hesitate, and he didn't dare to set off immediately because he had some ghost in his heart. Is the demigod aura that appears in Stromgarde the hidden power of the Lothar family? This question made Galen worried, causing him to do something that he regretted deeply. When Viri took the dragon-blooded bodyguard to Stromgarde, he asked Amern to see him off. Galen trusted Amern very much. This is a strong female warrior, and a talent that Galen desperately needs. Although Amern was not born as a commoner, a rundown little aristocratic family was no different from a commoner in the eyes of the prince. Because apart from being a noble, their lives were not much better than those of commoners. Many young ladies from rundown aristocratic families even had to marry a commoner. It is very easy for such a small noble to be won over by those in power. Galen is very confident in himself. As a prince, he has shown enough reliance on Amern. In his opinion, this is enough for Amern to be willing to be driven by him. However, there are always surprises. Amern is indeed a rundown little aristocrat. But the decline of this little aristocratic family happened after the Trollbane family came to power. In Amern's view, this is a sign of the Trollbane family's inability to govern. Otherwise, her family would not be in ruins. And she, a noble lady, would not be reduced to a situation where she associates with common people and falls into danger many times. Thinking about some of his experiences before becoming a commander, Amern didn't have any good impressions of the Trollbane family. It used to be heaven, but now it is HL. The contrast between the family's past glory and his own hard life made Amern quickly fall in love with the Lothar family. The female commander, who had emerged in the Valley of Refuge, had quietly stood beside Scarlet. Beautiful party. It's just that she was smart enough not to show it. And she still carried out Prince Galen's orders correctly. But after Scarlet recaptured Stromgard and the Lothar family showed their strength to regain the throne, Amren immediately seized the opportunity to ask him for help. To show his kindness, Yu quietly revealed Galen's plot. Even Leo was shocked when he learned that Amren had given the Philosopher's Stone to Viri. He really didn't expect that Amren would secretly stab Galen. Does this woman hate the Trollbane family so much? I don't understand. Leo sighed that he didn't understand. Perhaps, because of the downfall of her family, Amren had experienced some bad things, which caused her to harbor strong resentment towards the ruling Trollbane family. Leo could only infer this. He didn't know that his inference was close to the truth. Quiet. The crowd was raging because of the evidence brought by Willie. A voice suddenly rang out in the noisy hall. A man with black hair and black eyes slowly entered from outside the hall. A strong sense of oppression made the strong men in the hall close their eyes. Mount. Lord Leo. I salute you. The strong men of the Lothar family saluted Leo one after another. Although there were 10 strong men in the hall who were equally epic as Leo, they did not dare to have the slightest idea that the master in front of them could kill the fake legend. The existence of demigods is not on the same level as these epics. Looking at Leo's empty right sleeve, the epic warriors added in their hearts, although the cost of fighting a demigod head-on is very high, if he can do it with epic-level strength, Leo can certainly afford it. They call you sir. This is the respect of the stronger for the stronger. Chapter 256 Double Happiness. Leo's appearance caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Seeing Leo at a loss, Scarlet felt calm for some reason. After getting over the initial shock, the female knight began to think carefully. After all, she is the heir to the Lothar family, so she naturally has a lot to learn. Standing in the middle of the hall, Leo looked at Scarlet without saying a word, waiting for the female knight to make a decision. Leo, will you support my decision? After thinking for a long time, Scarlet suddenly asked Leo, but she did not directly tell her decision. Leo didn't answer. He asked, what are you going to do? If Scarlet's answer is not to Leo's liking, he will not go crazy with her. It's not that Leo is ill-intentioned, but he is afraid that Scarlet, who has been influenced by the glorious and upright thoughts of the Holy Light Cathedral for a long time, will do something like this. Depressing decisions come. What about taking the overall situation into consideration? What about sacrificing the individual? Well, Leo admitted that this was indeed great and noble, but he would rather be a villain. Anyone who plots against me, anyone who hinders me, anyone who is my enemy, I will kill them all. If all the power of the kingdom of Arather is concentrated under the command of Galen, this ambitious prince can indeed realize the revival of Arather. But Leo can't help but ask why the revival of Arather must be done by you. Galen, couldn't it be done by someone else? Rather than letting others come to you, it is safest to take matters into your own hands. Looking into Leo's eyes, Scarlet said nothing. She knew that her next words would directly determine the situation of the Lothar family, and even the entire kingdom of Arather, and even affect the situation of the human race in the world. Scarlet, it's time to make a decision. Under Scarlet's gaze, Leo didn't even have the slightest waver. He saw something called determination in the female knight's eyes. The Trollbane family is no longer suitable to rule Arather. In the name of Lothar, I have decided to take back their rights. Scarlet spoke word by word, speaking slowly and in an unquestionable tone. At this time, there was no trace of hesitation in her body, but only the decisiveness of a qualified leader. In the name of Lothar. After Scarlet expressed her decision, the faces of the strong men in the hall showed excitement. The Lothar family was finally going to regain the throne of Arather. What? What do you think the Trollbane family should do? As a member of the Lothar family, I want them to die. Leo breathed a sigh of relief. This girl didn't make a fool of herself at the critical moment. Very good. Leo nodded and turned to leave. Although he didn't express his opinion directly, Scarlet already knew what he meant. He is indeed on my side. The female knight felt a little proud and a little sweet in her heart. Leo is really not good at government affairs and future planning, unlike some of his all-round time traveler colleagues. As an office worker who can only play with computers, government affairs are really not what he can handle. Of course, this ability can be forged, but Leo will not spend time on it. After seeing the power of the powerful demigods, Leo had a greater pursuit, since God allowed him to travel through time and possess abilities far beyond ordinary people. Why couldn't he step onto the top of this world and become an unmanned warrior? A comparable son of the plane? As his strength grows and he sees more and more peak power, Leo's pursuit has changed. If he originally worked hard to become stronger so that he could protect himself when danger came and live freely and freely. Then now, he is working hard to climb to the top, and become the kind of existence that looks down on all living beings. The former was forced to become stronger, while the latter was his own initiative. The mentality of the two was completely incomparable. After leaving the hall, Leo suddenly paused. He said to Willie, who was following him, "Willie, you and your brothers are responsible for Scarlet's safety. It's easy to dodge open guns, and hard to guard against hidden arrows. Though there will be no peace during this time." "Yes," Willie bowed to answer. He knew what Leo was referring to. The so-called open spear naturally refers to the undead in the Undercity, and the Shadow Council, who didn't know whether they would come for revenge. These were naturally easy to guard against. And besides the Trobane family, who else could be the hidden arrow? Knives stabbed by one's own people are the most deadly. Even though Scarlet is stronger than Willie, you must know that guarding against assassinations is not just about strength. The role played by experience and brains cannot be ignored. After receiving Leo's instructions, Willie stood at the door of the hall. After the battle in Witheredwood Village, Willie, who was determined to follow Leo, would not hesitate to implement his words. Under Willie's gaze, Leo gradually walked into the distance. I don't know why he recently had a hobby of climbing high and looking far away. Is this a reflection of his inner thoughts? Standing at the top, looking down at all living things, Battlefield Reputation is open. Just when Leo returned to the highest point of the castle, a voice sounded in his head. It was the Golden Finger. Is there anything new coming out? Battlefield Reputation. Could it be? Leo had a premonition. And then Goldfinger's voice confirmed his guess. The host's reputation in the Arather Coalition has reached worship. All Arather Reputation items are open. It is indeed a Battlefield Reputation equipment. Leo was a little pleased with the newly opened ability of Goldfinger. Although the reputation items of the Arather Alliance are limited, the Battlefield Reputation is not limited to the Arather Alliance. With the reputation of the Arather Alliance, the reputation of the Alterac Mountains and Warsong Battlefield is also will it be far. After the Battlefield Reputation system is opened, there will be no shortage of epic level items, because Battlefield Reputation items can be redeemed an unlimited number of times as long as you meet the standards. The only restriction is that the item cannot be exchanged until it is damaged or disappears. In other words, only one of the same item can exist at the same time. A slight smile appeared on Leo's face. In the future, when summoning the Steel Stone Demon, he can directly eliminate the sophisticated items and use epic items instead. The Steel Stone Demon summoned by the epic item will also be of epic level. I've said it before. I don't have much. I just have a lot of epic thugs. No. Here comes another one. Leo clicked his tongue and began to pretend to be cheating. Suddenly, a staff appeared in his hand. The pink magic light on the top of the staff emitted slightly, making the end of the staff dim. This is the epic staff Iron Staff that can be obtained after the reputation of the Arather Alliance reaches Exalted. After the Iron Staff, a dark silver cloak appeared, and another epic item, the Honor Guard cloak. Putting the Honor Guard cape on his shoulders, 2 tawny silk shoulder pads appeared again. These are still epic items. Highland shoulder pads. With the addition of 3 epic items, Leo felt that his physique had been significantly strengthened. After all, it was a Battlefield Prestige outfit, which focused on high protection and high resistance. How could it be durable without strengthening the physique? The reputation of the Arather Alliance is worshipped by 3 epics. The bonuses they bring to me are equivalent to my own leveling up to 7 or 8 levels. It is not ordinary difficulty to level up after reaching the epic level. Good equipment is powerful. Speaking of levels, Leo was quite depressed. He could tell that the upgrade energy tank was already full, but he just couldn't upgrade. The level 60 mark stuck him like an iron gate. When it came to things like card levels, Leo had no idea what to do for a while. There was no rush for this kind of thing, so he could only slowly think of a solution. There was no rush about the level, but Leo couldn't help but worry about the missing right arm. In the battle at Stromgarde 10 days ago, because the pressure of the demigod's aura was too strong, everyone else in Stromgarde at that time was tightly suppressed, and they did not see the specific battle process. No one knew that Leo had created a demigod-level Steel Stone Demon, and no one knew that Leo's arm did not disappear because he fought against the demigod, but that he agreed to absorb the arm that was severed by the power of the plane, caused by the demigod arm. I didn't expect that absorbing a demigod arm would cause such trouble. How long will Goldfinger continue? The existence of a one-armed man sounds cool, but it is extremely inconvenient to actually do it. There is a word called double happiness. Just when Leo was frowning because of the disappearance of his right arm, Goldfinger's voice sounded again. The deduction is completed. The host's ability has changed. It's actually done. Leo was very happy. Because at the same time as Goldfinger's voice sounded, his right arm that had disappeared reappeared. How could he not be happy that you have transformed from a one-armed man back to a normal person? What happened to my abilities after absorbing the demigod arm? With a feeling like opening a treasure chest in a game, Leo checked his own situation. What surprised him was that he didn't see anything strange. The skills neither increased nor decreased. I checked the skill capabilities again without giving up, and found that there was still no change at all. What's happening here? Didn't Goldfinger say that my abilities have changed? Why can't I see it at all? The deduction lasted for 10 days. And I was asked to be a one-armed man for 10 days. No explanation was given. Not even an explanation. Could it be that I was asked to use my exploratory spirit and explore on my own? You actually played a mystery to me. This is too cheating. Leo scratched his face, looking depressed. Hey, what happened? While he was depressed, Leo discovered that there was a commotion in the direction of building the harbor. The originally orderly construction team suddenly became chaotic, and a group of people ran towards Stromgard desperately. Judging from their expressions, it seemed as if something terrifying was chasing them behind them. The humans who built the harbor fled towards Stromgard. What was behind them? Of course it's the sea. Threat from the sea? Leo stared at the sea, and a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet appeared from behind him. Polition. Take me over and have a look. Chapter 257. Who is it? Naga is a humanoid creature whose lower body looks like a big snake, and its body is covered with scales. Nagas can breathe freely whether in the sky or underwater. This is a race separated from the night elves. They live in the depths of the ocean, and mutate due to radiation from the energy left over from the sunwell. Female Naga are tall and slender, with fine scales and tentacles on their faces. They often possess powerful intelligence and magic. Compared with Naga women, Naga men are larger and stronger, and their appearance is closer to beasts. The male Naga's head looks like a dragon, and he also has human muscles that appear to be incompletely evolved. The scales covering his body are much larger and thicker than the female Naga. The cause of the chaos in the Stromgard port is a group of male Nagas. From the sharp spines on their backs, it can be judged that they are the thorned pine Nagas living near the earthy coast. The massive construction of the harbor in Stromgard alarmed the thorned pine Nagas near the coast. In order to declare their sovereignty, the thorned pine Nagas wanted to show their presence to the humans of Stromgard. Even if you build a seaport next to your own city, you will be harassed. Compared with humans on Earth, humans in this world are really miserable. But are these thorned pine Nagas brainless? Do they think there are no strong people in Stromgard who dare to build a large seaport? Leo looked at the thorny spine Nagas that were gradually emerging from the sea. He was surprised to find that there was not even a legendary master among these Nagas. With such strength, he still dares to cause trouble. Isn't this looking for abuse? Cooking food is what Leo likes to do when he is depressed, because this way he can quickly vent his depression. It is very satisfying to base your happiness on the pain of your enemy. Just as beauties are meant to be hurt, enemies are meant to be tortured. With a slight wave of the iron staff, a green fire cloud covering a radius of 2 kilometers appeared out of thin air, and green fireballs the size of basketballs fell from the sky. This was Leo's improved Warlock Rain of Fire, after incorporating the Necromancer's poison ability. The rain of poisonous flames. The thorned pine Nagas, who were about to go ashore to hunt down humans, already noticed something was wrong when Parashion appeared. They all stopped and retreated towards the depths of the sea. The aura of the powerful Dragon Lich epic frightened this group of thorned pine Nagas, who were not even experts in the legendary realm. For the thorned pine Nagas, the sea is their territory. If they want to escape, no one on land can stop them. But they didn't know that they had kicked the iron plate this time, and were destined to suffer a bloody blow. Groups of dark green mist exploded in the sea. The exploded mist quickly dissolved into the seawater, and spread quickly. However, within 4 or 5 breaths, an isolation zone composed of green seawater completely blocked the thorned pine Naga's escape path. Truncated. After upgrading to epic, his strength is different. When casting Rain of Fire, Leo still has the energy to cast Poison Explosion, and there are dozens of them when he casts it. The thorned pine Naga came to Stromgard to cause trouble when he was depressed. This timing is really tragic. The green sea water blocked the road, and the thorned pine Naga did not take it seriously. They still rushed forward with their heads down. The Nagas were too confident in their home field advantage. The first batch of spiny spine nagas that crashed into the green sea water polluted by the poisonous mist were as if they had crashed into strong acid. Their entire bodies were carbonizing at a terrifying speed. But in the blink of an eye they turned into black bodies. Corpse. The thorny-backed nagas running behind saw this situation and quickly stopped, trying to hold back their forward momentum. However, under the impact of their companions behind them, many thorny-backed nagas were still knocked into the green seawater, waiting for them. Naturally, this is not a good outcome. With their escape route cut off, the thorn-pine nagas were looking for another way to find another way. Unexpectedly, something happened that made them desperate. The fireball of the rain of poisonous flames crashed into the sea, and passionate smoke collided between the flames and the seawater. Amidst the roaring sound, the seawater was rapidly heating up. At the same time, the poisonous gas in the green fireball dissolved into the seawater. The originally blue sea surface was dyed deep green. The way back was cut off by poisonous water, and new poisonous water kept coming on the sea surface. Seeing that the space for shelter was getting smaller and smaller, the spiny-backed naga was like an ant on a hot pot, spinning around anxiously. Aren't you quite capable? Aren't you going to come to strong guard to cause trouble? Why are all of them so arrogant? Run! Don't you know how to dive? Why don't you run? The scope of the poison green seawater is gradually expanding, and the living space of the spiny spine nagas is slowly getting smaller. The spiny spine nagas are pushing each other to compete for the only remaining safe space. Many nagas are here. In the process, he was pushed into the poisonous water area by his companions, and tragically turned into black corpses. Leo had already withdrawn his hand when the thorny spine nagas were surrounded by poisonous water. In his eyes, these thorny spine nagas were too weak. They could not even resist the poisonous mist created by the poison explosion technique. If you can't do it, there's really no sense of accomplishment in killing it. For such a dishonest person to dare to come out and cause trouble for others, the spiny spine naga must be overconfident. He really thinks that humans are soft persimmons. Leo curled his lips in disdain. But he didn't want to think about how other epic heroes could deal with these thorny spine nagas. They don't have poisonous explosions or rain of poisonous flames. Facing the vast sea, what else can they do except helpless? Therefore, it is not that the thorny spine naga is too weak, but that Leo is too strong. When the thorny spine naga meets Leo, who has the ability of a necromancer, it immediately turns into a large cupboard with only cups and tableware in it. That is called what a misery. Forget about these thorny spine nagas. They only have so little energy. Leo looked at his harvest, and he was shocked to find that he could no longer get energy from killing opponents with low to mid-level strength. Only the thorny spine naga with the strength of a high-level warrior could still give him such energy. A little gain is better than nothing. I didn't expect that things would turn out like this after being promoted to epic. Doesn't this mean that I can't rely on killing minions like crazy to earn energy when I go to the battlefield? But I can only harvest the opponent's strong ones? It really gives me problems. If you want to level up, you must constantly find strong people to challenge you. Leo has a hunch that his road to becoming stronger from now on will no longer be as easy as before. When the strength reaches a certain limit, it is difficult to improve quickly. Perish Island. Go back. The thorn pine naga struggling in the poisonous water did not arouse Leo's interest at all. He tilted his head and let Polition carry him towards Strongard. The appearance of the spiny spine naga is just an adjustment. Leo believes that after this lesson, these sea creatures will not dare to cause trouble again for a period of time. The fact is indeed what Leo thought. After he wiped out the first batch of thorn pine nagas who came to cause trouble, the sea creatures that knew how powerful they were all avoided. Anyway, the sea is vast enough, and a port can take up as much space as possible. Somewhere, there is no need to provoke an epic powerhouse for this. Climbing high and looking far away every day. 5 leisurely days passed like this. Leo felt that he was really at ease. Nearly half a month of relaxation after the battle allowed him to recover extremely well. And this kid became more energetic and fierce again. In stark contrast to Leo's leisurely days, Scarlet and the powerful men of the Lothar family were extremely busy. After Scarlet announced that she would be in charge of the kingdom of Arothar again. Various plans, large and small, such as how to deal with the undead, how to deal with the Trollbane family, what kind of relationship should be maintained with the Night Elf kingdom of Stormwind and other forces, etc. These all need to be carefully considered. Many people in Strongard are so busy all day long that they wish they could split themselves in half and use them. On this day, Leo did not go to the highest point of the castle to overlook the entire Strongard as he had done a few days ago, because before he left, Pasonia contacted him through the transmission of the magic stone. Xiao Handan. Scarlet of the Lothar family wants to take over the kingdom of Arather again. Could it be that you are the one causing trouble? Pasonia asked fiercely, as soon as she opened her mouth. Although her momentum was fierce, Leo did not hear the slightest anger from it. So the guy answered with a smile. Sister Pasonia, even if I want to make trouble with this kind of thing, I have to have the ability. The thing is like this. Leo told Pasonia about Prince Galen's assassination of Scarlet in order to seize the Lothar family's power. As a former member of MI7, he knew that MI7's power was very strong in the Kingdom of Stormwind, but it was extremely weak outside the Kingdom of Stormwind. And Pasonia definitely didn't know the reason. I see. After listening to Leo's explanation, Pasonia pondered. It would be best if you don't have much to do with this matter. People from the Trollbane family have already traveled through many places in the kingdom. Regarding the nobles' connections, those noble gentlemen are constantly cheering for Galen. And the situation of the Lothar family is not good. Garen is really capable of making Stormwind City fall to his side. Without the support of Stormwind Kingdom, Scarlet's situation would be really difficult. Leo got a very important message from Pasonia. Although the message was not good news. Pasonia, can you come over here? I killed a thief named Vinsk. And those 2 demon strikes are my trophies. I think you should be interested. Pasonia couldn't refuse a thief artifact like Devil's Strike. But to Leo's surprise, the impossible happened and Pasonia actually refused. There has been an undercurrent in the kingdom recently, and I really can't get away from it. Pasonia frowned slightly. Stormwind City is now more than just an undercurrent. She doesn't think it's too much to describe the kingdom's situation as bad. But there's no need to let Leo, who is far away in Stromgard, know. That woman Presto has become restless recently, and she doesn't know what her purpose is. It's nerve-wracking. As I said before, Leo, don't come back to Stormwind City during this period. After saying that, Pasonia broke off contact. Pasonia felt a shudder when she thought of the man who claimed to be Countess Presto's brother even though he had only appeared once. A man with black hair and black eyes like Leo. Who are you? Victor. Nefarios. Chapter 258 Characteristics of the Steel Stone Demon. Pasonia did not tell Leo that a man with the same characteristics as him came to Stormwind City. Black hair and black eyes were too rare in this world. She even doubted whether the families of Leo and Countess Presto were the same. There was some connection, which gave her some concern. So Leo didn't know the specific situation in Stormwind City. Nor did he know that a man named Victor Nefarios had appeared in Stormwind City. Otherwise, he would never be able to sit still. Precisely because Leo didn't know anything, he could still stay in Stromgard and live a leisurely life. Click! Click! There was a sound of chewing something hard. It was Geomancer Flintag. When Leo stared at him, the kobold was holding a piece of tiger's eye stone and chewing it vigorously. His little look was not ordinary ecstasy, and Leo had the urge to kick him immediately. This is great stuff. He was very powerless against Flintalio. He spent a lot of money to buy enough associated mines from the Blackwater conglomerate. Under his feeding, the kobold Geomancer has been successfully promoted to the legendary realm. Leo originally thought that after being promoted to legend, Flintag would become smarter no matter what. But he didn't expect that the kobold Geomancer was still the same fool, which made him feel that it was not worth the money. Looking at the empty money bag, Leo really wanted to write a big word pour on it. Flintag, don't eat. There's something I need you to do. Go kill that guy. Looking at Flintag's stupidity, Leo felt his face hurt. So he decided to let the kobold do something. After Leo gave the order, Flintag naturally did not dare to neglect it. As soon as he finished speaking, the kobold Geomancer stood up and walked out, chewing on half of the tiger's eye stone. But Leo no longer paid attention to him. After Flintag went out, Leo took out a pair of metal cast shoulder pads. They were the high-level 4 armor shoulder pads of the epic equipment after the reputation of the Aratha Alliance. This shoulder guard equipment can improve the body's physical fitness a lot. Calculated based on data, it is about 20 points, which is equivalent to a 20-point increase in strength, agility, and endurance at the same time. The bonus is not small. If it were another epic powerhouse, he would definitely care for it like a treasure. But in Leo's hands, it was just a tool for summoning the Iron Stone Demon. He used the Necromancer's summoned Steel Stone Demon on the high ground armor shoulder pads. A 3-meter-tall Iron Man stood in front of Leo. This was the first time that Leo used an epic item to summon the Steel Stone Demon. He didn't dare to be so extravagant before Goldfinger gained battlefield reputation. The steel stone demon summoned with epic equipment gave Leo a big surprise. Where does the surprise come from? Something strange happened to the steel stone demon after he was summoned. That is, there were 3 halos of light spreading out under his feet. Leo was stunned when he saw this. And then the feeling coming from his body made him laugh out loud. The host is blessed by the agility halo provided by the steel stone demon. And the agility is increased by 17 points. The host is blessed by the aura of strength provided by the steel stone demon. And its strength increases by 18 points. The host is blessed by the endurance halo provided by the steel stone demon. And the endurance is increased by 20 points. 18 points of strength. 17 points of agility. And 20 points of endurance. Isn't this the blessing that the high floor armor shoulder pads used as summoning materials can provide to the wearer? The clay stone demon actually blessed me with these 3 auras. And the data were exactly the same as the high floor armor shoulders. Leo thought of a possibility. Using epic items to summon the steel stone demon can use another of its characteristics to have summon items. Bonus ability. The Necromancer steel stone demon has a characteristic that rich people like very much and ordinary players are envious of. That is, if you summon the steel stone demon with different items, the stone demon will have the blessing ability of this item. Summoning a steel stone demon once will waste a good piece of equipment, and most people cannot afford it. Therefore, the steel stone demon is usually used by rich level necromancers. Most necromancers use cheap and affordable clay stones. Magic. Leo used to be surprised that the iron stone demon he summoned did not have any special bonus abilities. He originally thought it was because the items used to summon the steel stone demon did not have certain auras, like Diablo characteristics, but I didn't expect it to be due to the material of the summoning item itself. Using an epic item to summon the iron golem will count the attributes blessed by this item as the iron golem's aura ability. The rules of this world are different from Diablo, but I like it. Leo was happy. This characteristic of the steel stone demon gave him another way to enhance his abilities. With the addition of 3 auras of strength, sensitivity, and endurance, coupled with the energy aura and concentration aura that Leo already possessed. He now has 5 auras blessing him, and his strength has really increased by a lot. Originally, the attribute improvements he received each time he upgraded were 3 to 4 times higher than others. Now he has multiple blessing skills. This allows Leo to be on par with many pseudo-legendary powerhouses in terms of attributes even if his level is only 60. People have to sigh, cruel. The 5-aura halo seems abnormal to others. But it has not reached its limit with Leo. If the paladin clone is created, and the king's blessing is added, the attributes will be so powerful. Ha ha ha. A strong life is really as lonely as snow. Standing on the top of strong guard. Leo sighed silently to the sky. This boy was pretending to be cheating again. There's a saying, don't pretend to be cheating. Otherwise you will be struck by lightning. This sentence expresses a meaning. Even God will look displeased with those who pretend to cheat. For those who dare to pretend to cheat, God will cause trouble for you even if it doesn't make you stupid. Leo was pretending to be invincible and lonely. And trouble began. Flintag, who was sent out to deal with a certain being by him, ran to the seaside. The clueless kobold geomancer actually used fireball on the sea, after being promoted to legend. Although Flintag's fireball was improved to every level, it can be used once a second, but the lethality has not increased much. Fireballs the size of fists were shot into the sea one after another. In addition to the green smoke, there were only circles of ripples that appeared and were washed away, not to mention hurting the enemy. They were not even ornamental at all. If you view Flintag as a joke, this is a different matter. This scene made Leo's joy at the steel stone demon disappear. He gritted his teeth with hatred. Flintag, this bastard. Could it be that God saw that I was going too smoothly and deliberately came to amuse me? After rubbing his face vigorously, Leo waved his hand to the steel stone demon. Go and help that guy with his stuff. With the addition of the iron stone demon, the situation is naturally different. When the human workers building the Stromgard harbor were wondering about Flintag's behavior, 5 stick-like objects with shining metallic luster plunged into the seabed with a sharp sound of breaking wind. And then bursts of water suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea. Bubbles and originally regular waves crashed around restlessly. What's under the sea? The human workers hurriedly ran away. They were all ordinary people doing hard work. Of course they had to run away when they saw danger. In fact, if you think about it, it is indeed true. If you are a capable warrior, who will do the hard work? A male Naga about 6 meters in length was forcibly dragged out of the sea. The 5 stick-like metal objects pierced into the seafloor pierced the Naga's body and built a strong metal net. Like a fish in a net, it pulled him out of the bottom of the sea. Only then did the human workers discover that a tall steel man appeared next to the kobold, who kept shooting fireballs. The 5 stick-like metals that pierced the Naga were actually made of his arms. Clang! Clang! Naga, who was forcibly pulled out of the sea by the piercing steel stone demon, waved the weapon in his hand. A 5-meter-long golden trident kept hitting the steel stone demon's arm that had pierced his body. When the metal collided, the sound echoed on the sea. How dare you offend the great Prince Nazjak? Let me go! The male Naga roared while struggling. He really didn't expect that he, who was hiding in the shadows of the sea and silently observing the human harbor, would be caught using this method of catching fish. Such an encounter was very difficult for him. What a huge insult. How can fish be compared with the great Naga? What a shame! Nazjak roared again and again. But the steel stone demon ignored him. Although Nazjak struggled desperately, with only the strength of the legendary level, he couldn't fight against the epic steel stone demon. So he was dragged towards him. Tow it to shore. Seeing the target that his master asked him to kill appeared, Flintag didn't care so much. The Kobold Geomancer attacked the Naga who claimed to be the prince with a feast of fireballs, beating Nazjak to death. Embarrassed, although Flintag's fireball technique could not cause fatal injuries to him, it would still hurt when the fireball hit him. Nazjak felt like he was being hit as a sandbag. Humiliation. Endless humiliation. How dare a little kobold treat the prince of the Thorns Pine Naga like this? Nazjak was furious. The light of magic flashed on his golden trident, and a wave of water formed out of thin air in front of Flintag, hitting the Kobold Geomancer, who was having fun sandbagging. Dizzy on the spot. Nazgak? Leo heard Naga's roar, and happened to see him knocking Flintag unconscious. He thought that he had asked him to squat in Faller Bay near Strongguard before crossing over. A special monster in the past 2 days is Prince Nazjak. A guy who can explode a special piece of jewelry, the title charm. A title charm that can stun the target for 3 seconds. It's a nice piece of jewelry. A look of memory appeared in Leo's eyes. The old Yamaguchi mountain was a nostalgic classic, where he and a few friends squatted all night long to wait for a monster to be refreshed. Years. Killing Nazjak might help you get the title charm, but that's not necessarily the case. The title spell can stun the target for 3 seconds. What is the concept of 3 seconds? Even a mistake of 0.1 second in a master's attack will kill someone. It's a pity that the Tide spell has very little effect on epic heroes and is of no use to me now. But I can give it to others. Leo gave the order to the Iron Stone Demon. Kill that Naga. Kill Prince Nazjak. The magic equipment was extracted successfully, and the host obtained title spell. Chapter 259. The Black Hand stirring up the world behind the scenes. Scumbag. Regardless of race or gender. Leo felt that this was a good thing to say. Very well said. Looking at the female goblin, who was shouting at him. The scolding attitude of the shrew really had the essence of a shrew. What does it have to do with me if the data access card is damaged? We inspected the goods when we made the transaction. When you get it, you tell me it's broken. Do you still want me to be responsible? When the female goblin was tired of scolding, Leo slowly spoke. This was actually Leo's doing, but he would never admit it, because the goblins of the Blackwater conglomerate wanted to trick him. Leo counterattacked after learning the truth and sold the secret data access card obtained from the group attackers in Nomorigan to the goblins at a high price. And before selling it, Goldfinger had exhausted all the data in the data card, reducing the data card's durability to 0 and turning it into a useless card that would break after just one use. Trying to find the information you want in a completely discarded data card is tantamount to wishful thinking. No. The goblin who feels that he has been deceived comes to visit. The goblin came to the door in an angry manner and wanted to find Leo to recover the loss. But who was Leo? The goblin wanted to trick him first. How could he look good? Besides, during the previous transaction, it was agreed that the money would be paid in one hand and the goods would be delivered in the other. The goods have been delivered to the goblins for some time now. Now you come to the door and say that you have suffered a loss. And if you don't have any spirit of contract, who will care about you? What's more, Leo could tell that the female goblin who was cursing was not the person in charge at all, and the real leader was still watching the show from behind. Send a minion over to test me? Leo snorted secretly, and was not prepared to talk to the goblin. He took out a bunch of parts from his personal space and started assembling it. In fact, during this period of time when Leo was looking far away, he had been doing things. Although he lived a leisurely life, his hands almost never stopped. After Goldfinger deduced the changes in absorbing the demigod's arm, He recovered. Mechanical combat vehicles and walker tanks have been manufactured. With the 100,000 replicators traded from the goblins, and the blueprints for manufacturing replicators, Leo felt much more relaxed. Although the replicators could not completely manufacture a mechanical chariot, they could create individual parts. He felt much more relaxed as he only needed to assemble it in the end. Because making parts accounted for more than 90% of the time in manufacturing the tank. One skeleton can be fused with 100,000 replicators. So Leo only used 10,000 skeletons for these 100,000 replicators. Yes, it's skeletons. Because replicators are not used for fighting. So only the lowest level skeletons are needed to meet the requirements. This made Leo breathe a sigh of relief. If the ratio between replicators and skeletons was 1 to 1, it would be very troublesome. Leo had a stock of 10 to 20,000 corpses. But he was in a bit of a dilemma when it came to 100,000 corpses. Hearing Leo's slow words, the female goblin was furious. She immediately cheered up and prepared to curse again. But when she saw a walking tank quickly taking shape as Leo's hands flew, she immediately shut her mouth, looking at the walking tank being assembled with bright eyes. This is a dwarf's walking tank. The female goblin looked at the metal chariot with a greedy face and said, "If you give us the technology to make it, we will be clear about the data card." Leo took the walking tank into his private space and ignored the female goblin. He took out a bunch of parts and started to assemble it. It was still a walking tank. Seeing that Leo ignored her at all and put away the walking tank, the female goblin jumped in anger. In anger, she was about to rush over and question Leo loudly when a roar came out. The female goblin, who was about to charge forward, stood there, sweating, because she was stared at by a red dragon. "You humble little insect. You actually dare to shout in front of the great master Leo. Lord Polition will burn you to ashes." The red dragon roared angrily at the female goblin. It opened its mouth wide and was about to spit out dragon flames. At this time, a high-pitched voice rang out. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Lord Dragon, please don't do anything." A well-dressed male goblin was shouting anxiously. Judging from the sweat on his forehead, he was probably very frightened. Unexpectedly, this human named Leo had such a tough attitude. The male goblin's face was anxious, but his mind was constantly changing. He originally thought that the Lothar family of Stromgard was asking for help from the Blackwater conglomerate. So he asked people to come. He tried to pass the losses of the Blackwater conglomerate onto Leo. But who would have expected that Leo would really dare to do this? And he would actually instruct his mount to violently kill people. Only then did the male goblin panic. And he knew that he had made the wrong calculation. Not to mention how the male goblin knew that Leo was instigating Parish Island to kill someone. Even a fool could see this. If the red dragon was really dissatisfied with the female goblin's yelling, with the dragon's arrogance, he would definitely slap her to death with one claw. How could he talk nonsense? Now Stromgard is begging us. The Blackwater conglomerate. Without us, the Blackwater conglomerate, who can provide them with various supplies quickly. Without the help of our Blackwater cartel, how could they build the damaged Stromgard? And how could they have enough armaments to arm the army? Does this human named Leo not consider the consequences of killing us people at all? Misunderstanding? Leo curled his lips disdainfully. I only saw a group of goblins with no spirit of contract trying to pass their losses on to me. Where is the credibility of the Goblin Chamber of Commerce? Sir, you misunderstood. The male goblin smiled dryly and pulled the female goblin, who was locked in Parishan's aura and looked frightened. She is just a technician. And she is straightforward. Don't take it off. Why are you talking? This woman is careful and outspoken. But doesn't that mean the responsibility still lies with me? This is obviously a roundabout way of scolding me. Leo looked at the male goblin coldly and said nothing. He wanted to see what this guy wanted to do. This warlock named Leo is just a bastard. Isn't he really afraid that our Blackwater conglomerate will refuse to sell supplies to Stromgard? The pressure of the epic powerhouse's momentum made the male goblin's legs tremble. The increasing pressure made him realize that Leo really would not give in to the Blackwater conglomerate. The so-called Blackwater conglomerate may refuse the transaction with the Lothar family. In Leo's eyes, this is simply impossible to happen. What is the Blackwater conglomerate? It is an organization that pounces on it as soon as it makes money. The Lothar family needs a lot of materials to rebuild Stromgard and the armed army, even for the entire Blackwater consortium. It is a big deal. How is it possible? Cut off easily? Besides, even if the Blackwater conglomerate wants to cut off the transaction with the Lothar family, it is not something that a small caravan captain can decide. This guy really treats himself as a dish. Okay, goblin. Let's go out. Leo didn't even raise his eyelids. This goblin was a little smart and ambitious. But he saw too little, and was extremely short-sighted. Grown-ups. Hearing Leo telling them to get out. The male goblin was just waiting to say anything when a strong wind swept over and knocked him, and the female goblin out. Change it to something substantial. A long sentence came. And Leo was clearly telling these goblins that you are not qualified to discuss matters with him based on your status. The male goblin's eyes were red with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that if he bothered Leo again, the red dragon's dragon flames would definitely spray out without hesitation. Damn it. I originally thought I could deal with this human being. But at least I could get some benefits from this human being and recover some of the losses. So that I could get the attention of the top management of the plutocrats and rise to the top. Who would have thought that the other party didn't take him seriously at all? And didn't even give him a chance to negotiate, making all the rhetoric he had prepared completely useless. I'll make you pay, the male goblin said through gritted teeth. He and the female goblin, who was scolding in front of Leo, discussed in a low voice. Judging from the sneaky looks on their faces, and the hatred they looked at Leo's direction from time to time, it was clear that the relationship between the two goblins was accurate. Nothing good happens. It's just that the two goblins didn't know that all their words had been listened to by a palm-sized black bird. What was this black bird if it wasn't a crow summoned by Leo? The Blackwater bandits of Fadil Bay? After learning from the crow what the two goblins were secretly discussing, Leo's mouth curved with an inexplicable meaning. I really didn't expect that these two goblins were actually related to the Blackwater bandits. With their abilities, the Blackwater bandits might not be able to take notice of them. In this case, the Blackwater conglomerate was related to this group of bandits. Blackwater bandits. Blackwater conglomerate. Why didn't I notice? They are also named after Blackwater. Who would believe it if there is no connection between the two? It seems that the Blackwater conglomerate is indeed a restless master. And these bandits may be a secret force they have prepared. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly appeared in Leo's mind. The Blackwater conglomerate placed a secret force in Falder Bay, not far from Stromgard. Do they have any other intentions? For example, inquire about the news of Stromgard and pay attention to the movements of Stromgard. This thought made Leo think deeply. If his idea was correct, could it be that the fall of Stromgard was related to the Blackwater conglomerate? Why did the Shadow Council know the details of Stromgard and formulate a complete plan, and combine with the undead army of the Undercity to quickly capture this strong fortress city? Could it be that they got their information from the Blackwater conglomerate, and that the Blackwater Consortium's detailed knowledge of the situation in Stromgard was the result of years of inquiries by the Blackwater bandits operating in Falder Bay? The more Leo thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. The impression left by the Blackwater conglomerate on him was not good. He had already seen the methods of these green dwarves when they were dealing with the Defias thieves in the West Wilds. If he hadn't gone there in time, Van Cleef wouldn't have finished pretending. As soon as the ship full of gunpowder sailed away, the kingdom of Stormwind would have been in trouble long ago. How different is what the Arather kingdom is experiencing now from the Stormwind kingdom. There is also a problem in a country, and the whole country is in turmoil. The goblins take the opportunity to resell various materials and make a lot of money from humans. The only difference is that in the kingdom of Stormwind they failed because they killed the past. But in the kingdom of Arather they succeeded. The Blackwater conglomerate. The black hand hiding behind the scenes that stirs up the world. Must be guarded against. Chapter 260 Mysterious Man. Naval combat is Leo's weakness. This cannot be denied. Needless to say, Leo's ability in land combat is needless to say. In air combat, he is Dracolic, Twilight Bone Dragon, and hundreds of skeleton fighter jets. Only in sea combat, he does not have the combat power to show off. For Leo, this is a pity. Precisely because naval warfare is a weakness. He still did not enter the seabed to hunt even though he knew that there were many large groups in the sea and could successfully hunt more corpses. But today he had to challenge himself and challenge his combat effectiveness on the ocean after leaving land. Because he got the exact news that the Blackwater bandits of Falder Bay had set out in 5 large ships. And their target was the bay where Stromgard was being built. With the strength of the Blackwater bandits, it is naturally impossible to attack Stromgard directly. But they come from the sea, and they only need to take advantage of Stromgard's unpreparedness to plunder and destroy the harbor under construction. And they will attack Stromgard. The reconstruction of the fort caused great trouble. This is exactly the purpose of the Blackwater bandits. And it is also the way the two unwilling goblins want to take revenge on Leo. If Leo didn't know about their plan, they might have succeeded. But now that Leo knew about it, There was only one way for this plan to go. And that was failure. The Blackwater bandits are really bold. They know that there is a dragon in Stromgarde, but they still dare to come. These guys are either fools, or they have ways to deal with the dragon. The Blackwater bandits could not be fools for surviving for so many years. They would not die in vain. The latter was very likely. Leo really wanted to know how they use these ships to deal with the dragon. Polition carried Leo flying high in the sky. And the Dracolic revealed its true form after leaving Stromgarde. It looked the same as a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet. The principles of magic and the magic circle make my head spin. It's really nerve-wracking. On Polition's back, on a luxurious lounge chair inlaid with gold and silver, Leo closed his magic notebook and rubbed his brows vigorously. Now Leo is very envious of some of his fellow time travelers. Why are they so smart? After traveling to another world, they lived a cheating life every day, and soon became the pinnacle of power while picking up girls and trampling on the human world. But when it was his turn, he was dumbfounded. He hadn't really picked up a girl yet, and he hadn't lived a cheating life for long. But he had to constantly enrich himself in order to increase his strength and learn the extremely troublesome magic theory. He was really more popular than anyone else. Dead people. Lao Pei. Hurry up. I'm depressed. I'm going to take it out on the Blackwater bandit. Leo shouted depressedly. What he didn't know was that just when he was depressed, a mysterious man came to Stromgarde. Black hair and black eyes. This is something rarely seen in this world. Leo has been the only one in Stromgarde to have this feature. However, today, a man wearing a black robe broke this understanding. With the same black hair and the same black eyes, this man with a plain face walked directly into Stromgarde. The soldier who was originally guarding the gate of Stromgarde for inspection strangely did not go up to question this man. It wasn't that the soldiers were neglecting their duties, but that when they saw this man, they strangely developed a sense of inferiority. A sense of inferiority in the face of superior beings. In front of the mysterious man, the soldiers actually felt like they were insignificant ants. The mysterious man was walking in Stromgarde, and those who met him naturally stepped aside. Even they themselves didn't know why. This situation lasted until two epic heroes from the Lothar family appeared, who noticed something was wrong. Facing the two epic heroes blocking the road, the mysterious man didn't feel any nervousness. He asked in a relaxed and even contemptuous tone, "Where is the warlock named Leo?" Strong people are arrogant. If you dare to speak contemptuously to an epic strong person in front of him, you will definitely be taught a lesson by them. However, when the mysterious man spoke, the two epic warriors of the Lothar family did not do so. They looked at the mysterious man in shock, with disbelief in their eyes. Demigod? No. A legendary strongman. A legendary strongman? Yes. The two epic warriors of the Lothar family dare to swear on their own reputations that the person in front of them is definitely a legendary warrior. Although the mysterious man's aura was vague when he spoke, it was this vague aura that made them feel extremely heavy pressure, as if there was a huge mountain on their backs, and they could not help but bend down. Cold sweat had covered their foreheads. A legendary strongman with extremely terrifying strength. How did he come to Stromgarde? By the way, he said he was looking for Lord Leo. My lord. Lord Leo. He went to sea, and we don't know when he will come back. An epic strongman answered truthfully. Aren't you here? The mysterious man frowned. He actually went to sea. Huh. Forget it. I don't have that much time to spend on him. The mysterious man came to Leo just because he was curious, and he had some free time for the time being. Unexpectedly, his arrival was unlucky, and the person he was looking for was not there. My lord, what can I do for you? After hearing the mysterious man's words, an epic strongman hurriedly said that this man had the same black hair and black eyes as Leo. Maybe the two were related. If he had a message to send to Leo, the Lothar family could do it too. Helpful. Leo is a strong man who can fight with demigods. And the one in front of him is even more powerful. He is actually a legendary strongman with a very powerful aura. It is very consistent with the Lothar family to have a good relationship with such a strong man. Benefit. Service? The look of disdain on the mysterious man's face became even stronger. He touched his chest and said in a cold tone, Strongstorm? Lothar? The bad memory made the injury on my chest start to hurt again. Just let me, I'll destroy this place. Powerful magic wave erupted from the mysterious man in an instant. The two epic heroes standing in front of him were the first to bear the brunt. The magic wave erupted from the mysterious man and knocked them away in an instant. This powerful legendary strongman is the enemy. The two epic heroes were so frightened that they could not defeat such a level of existence even if they exhausted all the strength of Stromgarde. What to do? The two epic heroes looked at each other, and saw a look of despair in each other's eyes. At this moment, the mysterious man's momentum suddenly stopped, and he was heard muttering to himself, "They are just a group of elemental servants. But they dare to resist me." The mysterious man disappeared before he finished speaking. The restless magic elements in the air indicated that someone had just used magic. Space magic? A false alarm? The two epic warriors were breathing heavily. Big beads of sweat couldn't help but appear on their foreheads, and then quickly rolled down, forming traces on their faces. The two of them looked as if they had just been fished out of the water, looking extremely embarrassed. But they had no intention of dealing with this embarrassing appearance. The two epics were afraid. If the man just now really took action, Stromgarde would howl. There is no strong enough person in the family, even if Her Royal Highness Scarlet ascends the throne of Arathor. The situation of the Lothar family will still be very difficult. If there can be a strong enough person in the family. A figure with black hair and black eyes appeared in the minds of the two epic heroes. It is rumored that Her Royal Highness Scarlet has a special relationship with Lord Leo. If that is the case, this is definitely a good thing for the entire Lothar family. Maybe we can do something. Haku! Haku! The sound of sneezing came from thousands of meters high. On the head of a dragon-shaped mechanical puppet, a human youth lying on a recliner rubbed his nose and muttered strangely, "Epic strongmen can also catch colds? No! There must be someone plotting against me. Great Master Leo. Who dares to plot against you and me? Perish Island. And bite him to death in one bite." As a mount, the Dracolic hurriedly expressed his loyalty to his master. "Most people let dogs bite people, but I let dragons bite people. There is no comparison. I really can't compare. As a time traveler, I am indeed very evil." With some advice from the Dragon Lich, the vanity of someone who was very good at YY was greatly satisfied. Polition's loyalty is commendable. Leo is in a happy mood. But their enemies, the Blackwater bandits, are nervous. The 10 large airships flying high in the sky were in a hurry at this time. A group of goblins masked in black hoods were trying to kill 5 small, palm-sized black birds because they were attacking the airbag on the top of the airship. If the airbag on top of the airship is destroyed, there will be no other way out for the airship but to fall, falling from a height of 4,000 to 5,000 meters. Even if there is the sea below, there is not much hope of survival. A bunch of idiots. Hit them accurately, and don't break the metal SHL of the airbag. A spirit, who was obviously the leader, jumped in anger when he saw his men shooting randomly with repeating muskets, but not even a bird feather was hit. In fact, if the airbag was not protected by a magically reinforced metal SHL, it would have been punctured by the 5 black birds, and the airship would have been finished. Lord Nizlix. These 5 black birds are too flexible in their movements, and they don't look like ordinary beasts, a goblin said to the leader, who was jumping in anger. The goblin known as Nizlix shouted angrily at him, "Idiot! Can I see it? If you don't have time to talk to me, why don't you fire a few more shots to kill these pesky birds?" He originally reminded him kindly, but unexpectedly he was sprayed all over his face. The goblin who reminded him had a depressed face. Nizlix really didn't need to be reminded. He had already seen it when the 5 black birds started attacking the airbag of the airship. These were no ordinary animals at all. If they were ordinary birds, how would they dare to attack hundreds of meters long? The goblin airship?